stand by and end. I am Doom!
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championships. My name is Nekra and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined once again by our incredible team of casters and analysts to take you through all of the action. To kick things off on the desk with me, I have got the wonderful Alan, Boulevard, and Silverfuse. How are you guys doing today?
Wonderful. Can't wait for the day two. Probably gonna be even more exciting than yesterday.
Yeah, just excited to be here, excited to get into the action here on the world stage.
I can't wait to see who makes it top 8. I mean, we're one day closer to seeing who is the world champion.
Yeah, we have 4 players already confirmed to make it through to that final bracket, but we still have more action to cover as, we had 16 players enter into the World Championships, and we still have 8 more competing for those spots today as we cover the second half of those groups and those round robin stages. So we have 12 more best of 3s coming at you for today. But day number 1, I mean, you already talked about it, Alan, how we had so much exciting action, but you think it's going to be even more exciting today. But yesterday was already so exciting. How do we top that? What were some of your favorite moments?
Oh, most definitely the satisfaction and excitement coming from the Smooth when he pulled his deck tech, coming at Broadwing, silence and suppress, destroying the weapon, taking out pretty much the Broadwing. The satisfaction from getting this one off to your deck, just winning straight up, winning you the game on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, seeing his excitement was just palpable, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially at his interview at the very end, where you just gotta feel that emotion coming from him, getting to that top 8. And I loved seeing, a lot of these players have said what it means to me is to just be here, but getting that upper half, getting one step closer, I love the excitement and joy he showed in that interview.
And I was a big fan of Kicker A's play, the Sundisk deck with the Rock Bear Shepherd, sort of this unexpected Sundisk pivoting into beatdown, absolutely unfazed when his pivotal namesake card was destroyed, was just an insane level of play, even if he didn't make it through to the top 8.
Yeah, these are our top 4 players and how the round robins shook out yesterday for groups C and D, with Byattack and Maddie24 Mayo making it through for Group C, and Smooth Swallowist and Reroll making it through for Group D. I mean, these players yesterday, you already talked about how some of them brought out some really interesting choices when it comes down to how they approach the game, but what else really stood out to you? Maybe a specific play or just a deck that you saw that you really liked?
Oh, I'm in love for this specific tournament, going with the Action Varus. It has both tools that you really wanted for the stuff like Champion Strength, which is Rite of Negation, or for the more vain stuff, Unforgiving Cold. So really good into wide range of the decks that we see.
Personally, I think What Am I really set the tone for the remainder of this tournament, all inning on the Champion Strength deck, that a couple of players brought 1, maybe 2 different decks of that style. So we know that going all in on it isn't necessarily the most optimal strategy based on his performance yesterday, but maybe just a 1 or 2 of on this deck is what we're going to be crowning with a champion.
And I've been really enjoying seeing Aatrox come to life in this tournament. Being a new card that was released and players only having 7 days to decide how do I want to play this champ, what weapons do I want to add. I think the different versions we see in this deck, I'm interested to see which one ends up becoming the top dog.
I mean, you talked a little bit about how you were excited to see Smooth's excitement. We're getting some really nice highlights of just how satisfied he really was at some of the ends of these matches, and we got some words from him as well. He's so excited. The interview was amazing. He was on top of Group D to make it through to the final day. These tweets are great. You can just really feel how much it means to him to be here and also moving on to the next stage.
I'm certain all of the players are excited, as well as Baya, Reroll, or Mati. All of those players making to top cut and probably preparing already for the day 3.
There's a lot of action still to cover, of course, because we still have 12 more matches today as we are just in day 2 of the competition before we get to that final bracket. So one more hurdle for these players to overcome before they can go to the final gauntlet. So groups A and B today, and of course our single elimination bracket tomorrow. And there's a lot to play for. There's $200,000 of prizing on the line that will be broken down to all of our players competing in the World Championships this weekend. But not only the title, not only the lion's share, but also this beautiful trophy, all to play for our players this weekend. But don't worry, viewers, we didn't leave you out of things either. If you tune into the broadcast this weekend, make sure you check out the exclusive drops that you have access to from just watching the stream. A card back, a player icon, some glitz and glam to really spice up your decks.
Yeah, there's nothing that card players love more than shiny cards, and the prismatics are what we get out of that in Legends of Runeterra. They look amazing, and I'm sure everyone's going to love to get that epic chest.
I mean, some players enjoy card back, some players enjoy the prismatic stuff, like everything to pimp your collection.
Oh, I love collecting things. So cards has definitely been one of those things, and shiny cards even better.
Yeah, it's always been so fun to see like how you can really like spice things up a little bit, but the way that players have really spiced things up in the competition this weekend has been from including some of the cards from the new World Ender expansion. That's something that is live now on the live patch of Legends of Runeterra, so you can also get in on the action and try out some of these decks. But there's also just so much more that we got a chance to see. You mentioned champion strength, but what else is really a standout from this weekend?
I've loved seeing Rock Bear Shepherd. I mean, that card has done so much work in some of these games, seeing Mono Shurima, and we're also seeing it in Talia and Malphite in the future here too. The number of players who have seen this card and said, you know what, that's a pretty good card. I'm going to go ahead and take it to the world stage after being released for 7 days, and being a 3-mana 1/3, it's easy to overlook.
I mean, although all of the decks we've seen see some improvement, going from Vayne, got the addition of the Aatrox. Like before, you had to play PNZ just for the weapon. Now you can just play actual card and slap in an extra some good weapons. We have Cat Gwen, which got Redeem Prodigy, like premium card, one of the best in the deck.
Yeah, and I think that, not just Aatrox, but the different darkened weapons that came out this expansion, we've seen players have a very diversified idea on which ones are to be included, which ones are not. Like, yeah, the Darkened Aegis, the Darkened Harp, those are the old ones. Those are going to be in every list. But the new ones is where we get the individuality from each of these competitors.
And we even saw just some differences in the deck build for Vayne Aatrox across the board from our players yesterday, how many different weapons to actually include, and the tech that you can put in to also make those decks your own. But I think that these players today are going to give us even more surprises as we look at our field of competitors competing in groups A and B. This is what we got. Who stands out to you? I know we talked about some tournament favorites at the top of day yesterday, but these are the 8 players competing today.
I mean, Eora stands out to me for sure. Coming off of a seasonal championship in the last one from APAC, you're coming off hot and you are ready to go.
Yeah, not just Aurora from APAC, though. Chenia, I talked a lot about South Korea yesterday. Reroll has already made it out of groups. Chenia is the one that sent Reroll to the lower bracket in the qualifiers. They played in another tournament a week later where Chenia defeated Reroll again in the finals. And we saw how well Reroll was playing yesterday. If Chenia can match this rival of his, then I think he's got a really good shot to make it out of groups.
I mean, we cannot forget that we have in one group 2 seasonal champions, Teddy and Aurora. Like, this will be a bloodbath there. And then we have Rogi with really solid lineup. I want to give him a highlight for bringing exceptional one.
We're definitely going to have to talk about that. And honestly, we've just seen some really unique decks being included in a lot of these lineups. But something that I feel like we haven't been able to talk enough about is that there's another component to not just bringing 3 decks and having a best of 3, but there's a ban involved. So what is the overarching strategy and approach that these players are taking to navigate what deck list to ban on their opponent's lineup?
There is anticipation what opponent will ban from you and what kind of the decks you're gonna be left with. Also, there is a case where all of your decks are weak into one deck. That's obviously you want to ban. So, like, first you start, if you have any particularly bad matchup, if you do, you just ban that, and then you let your opponent worry about the rest. If you don't, then you have to think a bit deeper what your opponent can ban, what you're gonna be left off with, and then ban based on that.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of different, not just lineup, but also ban philosophies running around in Runeterra since we kind of got this Riot Lock as our official format. And sometimes players go in different directions than the analysts. Alan has talked a lot about, this is the ban that I'm expecting, and then players will just take it in a completely different direction. And, maybe they find success that way, maybe they don't.
We have to remember that also some players will just ban something, they are completely clueless how it's gonna play out. Like, just surprise factor. Like, I don't know how it plays out. I don't know how to mulligan against it. I don't know what it wants to do. I'm just gonna ban it.
Yeah, with only 7 days to prepare, you can only test so much. A lot of these decks are mid-range comfort decks for these players, and they've seen a good number of things, but with so many new decks in the lineup, it's hard to say in practice against everything.
Yeah, I definitely feel like maybe that's why we've seen some bans like go the way that we were not expecting them to go, just looking at the matchup tables alone. But it's time to get closer to our first match of the day. We're heading over to Group A to kick things off, and we've got the Tank Buster versus Teddy 314. Now, Teddy was one of the players that you highlighted yesterday, Alan. Why do you think this player is so good?
Oh, years of competitive experience, exceptional mind, very good deck builder, and piloting.
Teddy is an expert in multiple formats, right? Has won a seasonal, has won a EU Masters, which was a team event. So, like, no matter what you throw at Teddy, he's very quick to adapt to it. So I'm sure that in an open meta environment, Teddy's got it figured out. He's already adapted.
Very calm as well. Like, you will not see shaky plays from Teddy. There might be a small missteps, but like, he's not gonna be shaky.
Yeah, that experience can make all the difference when you have that competitive background. There are a lot of young players in this tournament, and a lot of them, it's the first time on a stage as big as this one. So when you have that background, such as the European Masters, you're a little bit more laid back, and you understand, make a mistake, got to move on and make the next play.
Well, especially when you only have 3 matches and like every single game is going to matter in each of those, as well as the final standings overall. But I think we are about ready to get into that first game. So to bring you through our first match of action, we're going to send it over to Casanova and Skarzig.
All right. Thank you, Necra. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig. Welcome you all to the casting desk. We are jumping in with the Tank Buster versus Teddy to kick things off. Teddy going for his triple crown. He took down EU Masters, he took down a seasonal, now he's here at Worlds, and to Tank Buster being kind of on the rise in the Americas, having a great prep group behind him that's been hyping him up.
Absolutely. The Tank Buster has now just the backing, the pedigree. We are going all in on our hero, carrying those hopes and dreams, and I love that he's aware of how much pressure is on him as a player. He said that this is the group of death, and Alan even said it as well. The Tank Buster coming in strong with a heavy anti-meta pick in Plunder. I love it when this deck comes back out of the fold. We have a little bit of card theft with the nab mechanic to beat those value decks, and then Sejuani's level 2 locking down mid-range.
Yeah, it's really cool to have him coming in. He's going up against 2 recent seasonal champions. He just made his first seasonal top cut, so he definitely is an underdog in the group, but a lot of the players he preps with, Drizoth, Mo, have a lot of success in the Americas region, and they've been saying that the Tank Buster was playing the best of anyone in that prep group. So there's a lot to be excited about with this guy. He's got this Leona list, which we talked about with one of my yesterday, having a Leona champion strength deck that we considered to be his strongest one, and right here, we've got another similar version to that champion strength Leona. It's able to stall a lot more time. But going on over to Teddy, coming over from Europe. Remember, 1 EU Masters, the most recent seasonal, now coming here for Worlds. Teddy is a phenomenal player, definitely a threat to take this whole thing.
And when we talk about threat, he's got the Jinx champion strength. We've seen how potent this build is, where the champion strength is so strong, you almost ignore what your opponent is doing. And you can see the triple rummage build, the mono Jinx, going all in on Acorn, the Hex Technician, to discount the champion strength cost and get as much Jury Rigs and Flame Chompers into play as possible to seal the deal.
Yeah, one big thing with this deck, we alluded to this yesterday, but I want to reiterate. A lot of people looking at these champion strengths had a bunch of different archetypes on the meta, but a lot of people overlooked the Jinx version. There were very few that picked this up, and then once the cards were kind of released to the public, immediately a lot of people saw this, net decked it, and were like, wow, this Jinx version is like one of the best, if not the best, is incredibly powerful, and the fact that it's got some more ways to dig for that champion strength really helps out with the consistency issues that we saw plaguing What Am I yesterday.
Absolutely, and that's when you know you've hit on gold. In an environment like this where you have limited time to test, if you can make a build that once you show it to the rest of the field, the longer they stare at it, the more horrified their face becomes. That's the edge you need at this level of competition.
All right, and we see the bans starting to come in as well. Looks like the Tank Buster has had his Ukshan Aatrox banned out. And then for Teddy, that was going to be the Vayne Aatrox banned away.
Ooh, so none of these players want to deal with the power of the World Ender. We're going to get a classic showdown. We've got champion strength on both sides, and then the wild card decks of Plunder and the Seraphine Victor.
Yeah, it's interesting. The Plunder going to do very well into these kind of champion strength style deck lists, it feels like. It's certainly going to be able to have that freeze from the Sejuani, being able to hit the whole board as an answer if you can get those early Plunders, because Sejuani comes online on turn 6 if you've been able to Plunder perfectly throughout the early stages. And so if your opponent is attacking on evens, this can do really well into champion strength. And we might get a chance to see just that here, because it is a champion strength list being queued up into that Plunder.
Beautiful. The Make It Rain's going to do huge work to keep the board clear so we can't get this massive buff spell. Teddy has it in the opening hand. He's already on a trajectory for victory, but notably, if Teddy doesn't block in order to preserve his board, the Tank Buster is going to get a bunch of Plunder procs set up to level up Gangplank, to level up Sejuani in response. This is going to be a knife fight, Casanova.
Yeah, and very notably, Teddy attacking on odds. So he is able to use the champion strength and attack on turn 5 instead of turn 6, which means Sejuani cannot be down on the board before the first opportunity for champion strength. This gives a slight edge to Teddy, especially if he can get everything online in time to just rip this on turn 5. And so far, he has Acorn, he has that elusive. He might be able to speed up that clock a little bit.
Oh, I mean, you can see the confidence there. Takes 5 damage, already knows that we have the acceleration now. When Acorn strikes the Nexus, it discounts the most expensive spell in your hand by 1. So now this is a 7-mana champion strength about to go down unless the Tank Buster responds with Make It Rain.
All right, and also a big thing here, Poro Cannon. We talked about this yesterday. Poro Cannon plus champion strength. That's 20 damage. That kills you straight out. This is here for Teddy already, and he's got a couple other elusives. These 2 elusives may threaten that Make It Rain we see into Tank Buster's hand. It's going to get that out now. These go down. Poro Cannon comes out, no answer.
Rangers resolved to counter the Make It Rain.
I missed it in hand.
Oh my god, Tank Buster is... Oh no. That you wanted to completely stop this attack, stop the discount. Now this is extra elusive threats that remain in play. Tank Buster has to pivot and throw down even more aggression. This is still a fantastic curve with the Shell Shockers, attuning mana, and the Tusk Speaker getting a little bit of extra Nexus damage. As we go back over here, are we going to see an open attack or a development? Perhaps Zap to block.
So he plays Zap, he's pressuring 12, so he can pressure lethal, forcing Teddy to block at this stage. The issue is Teddy, we talked about this Poro Cannon, he's still got the ability to refill and go for this champion strength and end the game on his next attacking turn. So he can actually afford to throw away 1 or potentially even both. Well, 1 because Zap is a blocker, right? So he can throw away 1 of these now. He also is able to pull out this Flame Chompers at burst speed to block 1 of the ground units and stop some of the damage. So he's got good ways to prevent this damage, then get the Poro Cannons down and set up for this champion strength. Right now, Teddy is set up to just win on this turn 5 attack.
Yeah, and we've got a 2 HP blocker to curb the overwhelm. Very unfortunate that Tank Buster didn't get like the Spirits Unleashed or just a little bit more board wipe potential. But who knows, if Teddy gets a little bit greedy here, takes a bit too much damage. We see the Warning Shot in hand. There is the top deck of main deck Warning Shot, Parley to maybe squeeze in just a smidgen more damage. We'll see how far Teddy wants to go with keeping this board alive.
Yeah, so we'll see. Teddy needs to be a little bit careful, right? Because like you said, there is some direct damage in this deck list. Especially, we already see a Warning Shot in hand. Parlay Make It Rain, right? There's a couple ways to get through, but 3 health is relatively safe. 4 is very safe. You would have to have a very specific set of cards into Tank Buster's hand to actually be able to pick up a kill from 4 health, considering there's no line him up to just generate like an extra barrel coming in as well. So this is a pretty good block. You keep yourself at 4. You're able to keep the Flame Chompers alive to pull aside the Zap Spray Fin, make room for your elusives, and we're going to get the Forge Chief probably just going to get this Poro Cannon to come through as well. You can already develop it. You don't need that Rummage. The only card you need at this point is that Champion Strength, because you should be winning on this next attack.
You said it, Casanova, the brutality of this list. We've got 6 mana. Maybe Make It Rain to top deck and stop this from resolving. Oh, not enough mana to even draw with the
No.
Boros.
Can't
You're
do
getting
it.
Scout, Elusive, +4/+4. This is lethal no matter how much, no matter which way you slice it. Even if that Make It Rain had resolved, Teddy would just be down 1 extra Acorn, and the Poro Cannon is still lethal. What's he going to find here?
Yeah, Detank's busted at this point. He doesn't have enough to draw through. This is going to be 2 draws, but he's not going to be able to have enough mana to actually stop this, right? As you stated, cost 5 for Eye of Nagakaboros. You were looking for Make It Rain and getting very lucky to snipe all 3 elusives. Does not happen because you've only got the 6 total mana.
Yeah, so Teddy very easily cleaning up that first game. The curve went exactly how he wanted it to. The Acorn discounting the champion strength showed up in the opening hand with the Ranger's Resolve. This Jinx variant is going to be echoing throughout the rest of this day. And so now with Teddy picking up that win, has to find his potentially 2nd win now on this Victor Seraphine Shellfolk list. The Bandle's so strong.
I actually wanted to quickly call out something about the Jinx deck that was so good. He
I don't
had
think
the
this one is
champion
Shellfolk.
strength. It's not Shellfolk. No.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That's a little bit too much shenanigans for this early in the morning.
Yeah. You didn't want to wake up to some Shellfolk. That wasn't it. But the Jinx, I wanted to quickly call this out before we move on to this next match. He had the champion strength in the opening hand, so he didn't need to use it, but he had the rummage. He had ways to continue to dig.
That is true.
He was able to use some draw early from the Zonite Urchin. He might have been able to find a champion strength regardless of having in the opening hand. That's the strength of that deck. But moving on, Plunder once again, this time coming in against Seraphine Ezreal Victor.
Lovely. And with the warning shot, Jagged Butcher to start into Mirai Warden, Fireth being generated, and when you generate an improvised unit, it selects the weapon randomly, gets the upcycled Rake.
All right, so it does get that Scout, but of course it is an ephemeral unit, so you're generally not going to need to use that. It doesn't help you too much. Seraphine going to come in and do a little bit of blocking early on. Tank Buster able to get one of those Plunder procs and actually push 6 damage on turn 2. It's a solid amount of damage, and he needs to kind of race this down before Seraphine comes online.
Yeah, there is only 1 copy of Hexbliterator in this deck to maybe answer a Gangplank or something of that like that on curve. But we know that Seraphine, when she first rose to prominence, the main way players were finding to get over this value was to go under the value. This beatdown is going to be so strong in this list that has no healing.
Yeah, and notably, I mean, the Tank Buster being the only player to bring this Plunder list. Plunder was probably not on that many radars coming into the World Championship, so I'm certain that nobody was prepping with Plunder in mind. And it's fun to see kind of another mid-range beatdown take that the Tank Buster has that has historically done well in mid-range metas coming in. Now, going up against controlling lists or even combo lists, right? This is more combo than control with the Seraphine Ezreal Victor. It has historically had some issues if it can't go fast enough. If it has that more mid-range, slow down, set up a Sejuani with constant freezes, that game plan does not work here.
And speaking of a game plan not working, the Unleashed Spirit sent back to the hand by Puzzling Signpost, Bandle City's new pseudo-deny. That powerful effect in AoE now being taken offline, and that's Tank Buster's whole turn. Teddy is more than happy to take these 1-for-1 exchanges and let the game go long. If there is not enough pressure from Tank Buster, the back alley bar comes down with no repercussions. Spirits Unleashed coming back out once again to try to get this stat buff up and running.
Yeah, a big thing for the Seraphine deck is turn 4, turn 5, they're kind of weak. You don't want anything to happen. If the game just skipped those 2 turns, you're winning. And so having the Puzzling Signpost on this turn, essentially skipping that turn for both of you, is great. We see the back alley bars in the hands of Teddy. He's going to be able to play that on 6, so he's done a great job on just kind of fading any attacks in the mid game from the Tank Buster, and he's going to get to his really powerful turn 6, turn 7, turn 8.
And Bandle City, we know that they can just play these small blockers that generate more cards, generate more spells. Even though there is threat now, there's better stats with the Spirits Unleashed. We're just going to block them down and outvalue. I love this cheeky inclusion of the Dark Bulb Acolyte. Gives you a bonus removal spell. The Darkness counts as an extra proc and a created card for Victor, Seraphine, Ezreal. It makes more sense the more sense I think about it.
The more you talk about it, the more I'm sold.
And look at this, Teddy's actually just going to go aggressive here.
Yeah, he goes ahead.
I'm setting up to clear the board. You know I have Darkness in hand, but you need to block because I'm running Ezreal. I have top-end burn.
Yeah, and he actually even has this buff here, this cheeky buff to get through, take out one of them, and the other can go down to darkness, or actually, better yet, Pokey Stick is going to be able to deal with that 4-1.
Oh my goodness, and having the stance now to buff up that unit, so powerful, gets the trade into the 4-4 Jagged Butcher. Here comes Sejuani to try to take down Seraphine. She's not close to leveling, but Teddy can just now answer this big expensive play with one of his own. The back alley bar, generating a bar keep, seems pretty free here to my eye.
Yeah, it feels like he has the time right now to set it up because, okay, Seraphine gets pulled and dies. You push the 5 with Sejuani. You could push damage with this 4-1, but realistically, Teddy is happy to block that down. And now he's got Bar going into the next turn with all these cheap cards, all these cheap spells to be able to refill, set up some clears with the spells, and just set up for his future turns.
An ambush being offered, very potent from the trinket trade here, but decides to take the rummage, wants to draw, needs to get power cards. Very reactive right now. We heard Alan talk about this a little bit yesterday, where you don't want to rely solely on the cards you're getting off of Barkeep. You want the other cards out of your own deck to make sure your game plan is staying on the rails.
Well, especially, I mean, this is combo, right? This is actually the Ezreal version. So you've got Seraphine, Ezreal. You have a Seraphine in hand. If you can get them both online and in play, you're going to end the game from basically any HP. So that rummage is going to help you dig for that Ezreal as you start to get closer to leveling him up anyway. And he's got double bar. He has triple bar, I will say, but double bar is a possibility for Teddy at this stage.
I'm looking at this rummage. I think Teddy recognizes now. At 8 HP, Sejuani about to level, the threat of Gangplank, there is a lot of damage potential coming through, but goes for double bar.
I was curious if he kind of greeted out, but it is so strong to reduce it. It's going to mean that he can play like 12, 13 cards in a turn, getting everything out with these bars. And I guess Teddy has made the read that, hey, I can survive Sej. Worst case would be Gangplank, and I think Teddy is just like, I think I can survive Gangplank too.
So Sejuani is going to level up here thanks to the warning shot. The Gangplank in hand will come down now that Teddy only has 2 mana remaining. This is massive overwhelm, massive AoE damage from the barrel and Gangplank's effect. But you can see Tankbuster not feeling confident in this play. Once the back alley bar keeps start to hit the board, there's just a little bit too much at play that you can't account for. Meanwhile, all Teddy needs to do from this position is get Seraphine and Ezreal with the double bar. 19 HP is nowhere near safe for the Tankbuster.
Yeah, really. I mean, Tank has to get through this last 7, and it's going to be so hard with double bar. I mean, Teddy's just going to be playing an infinite amount of cards going through these turns. It's late in the game. He's already got a lot of base mana, and just take a look at the hand at how many 0 and 1 cost cards he's already got.
Yeah. Once Tankbuster comes back over to his end, he has a great open attack, but you're swinging into fully stocked mana from Teddy.
All right, and there we go. Teddy going to be able to clear away the barrel as well. Of course, Gangplank going to create 1 each turn, but you don't want to let that double up. Starts to become a lot of pain on the Nexus.
Oh my goodness, and Teddy trying to sneak in a little bit more damage, knows that the Tankbuster can't block this 3-3 because of the fact if you're softening up your own units, the removal becomes that much stronger, and now you're moving even further towards that burn win condition with the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, Tank is looking to try and find a way to win on his next attack token. It's not there currently, right? Like, there is not a win on this token, and he needs it. It's really like being at 7, double bar in play.
Oh my god, the upcycle
the rake.
rake.
Here we go. Here's
the Gangplank. That's going to be a scout attack, trying to double dip on his strong attacking effect. But look at this.
Oh.
The Dark Bulb Acolyte's been scaling up this entire time thanks to Augment. We've got Brutal Skirmish that was generated from the back alley barkeep to strike the Gangplank.
And there's nothing that Tank can do about it. So the rake on the Gangplank, it's just going to go down to this Dark Bulb Acolyte
and
tech.
Earlier, we saw Teddy give a better trade in order to preserve the Acolyte because he wanted that scaling attack to come into play later. Darkness also coming through to soften up this Sejuani. Just needs Hex. Now we just need the Hex to Obliterator to deal 6 damage to Sejuani. Teddy looks like he has this locked up. 0 mana Rummage to see 2 more cards.
He's got so many resources. What a cool tech this Dark Bulb Acolyte ended up being, right? It gives you that darkness, it gives you that extra card, the ability to find some more removal, but also the fact that it has the augment, the fact that it's ramping throughout because you play so many created cards with that deck.
Victor.
It is. It's a baby Victor. It's so cool that Teddy brought that in here, and he's dividends because he finds a strike spell off of Bar to get rid of that Gangplank. So cool.
Oh,
that
but
was
the
set
Zap
up.
Spray Fin being found here. It's a 3-3 thanks to the Spirits Unleashed. Can this swing in to deal 3? Can we get some overwhelm here with the Sejuani? Parley for 1 more damage. Tusk Speaker for another source of damage. Theoretically, it could come through.
Get Excited is in this deck. It's still left there. There is Nab available. You get 3 in with the Elusive, and you might be able to find a lethal.
And here comes the Song Spitter. Going to offer 3 choices of 2 mana spells, and they're reduced to 0 mana. Troll Gifts picked up. Oh, Zone Seeds. Weapon Hilt.
Nothing good. Nothing good.
That's rare to see 3 duds kind of offered up. Just going to try to go for the block. Lethal being presented.
Yeah, there's
Can't
nothing.
stop this Zap.
There's nothing.
Rummage can still come through. Here comes Seraphine leveled up, drawing 4 off of Rummage.
He's got no mana. What can he draw?
There's still 2 bars in play. What do we have? High Note, drawing another Seraphine, maybe Crowd Pleaser. Make It Rain being put on the stack. This is going to be doubled by Seraphine. There's still so much mana available to try to clear this Zap Spray Fin, to try to deal just a little bit more damage to the Sejuani, and all the Tank Buster is trying to do is push through 5 damage here and finish off with Parley and the Tusk Speaker.
He didn't find anything, though. He didn't find the full answers. There's some more HP. There's HP. There's HP. Okay. That's what he needed. That's what he needed.
Troll Gifts to buff the back alley barkeep to stop this overwhelm. And maybe the ordering here a little bit rough from Tank Buster. If the Zap Spray Fin hits first, we get that Sejuani Frostbite effect, so she can survive this trade regardless. And now we're drawing more cards off of the Rummage. Puzzling Signpost, Tellstone, Victor, and Caustic Rift.
Caustic Rift. That's more damage to deal to the board. That's great. That's exactly what he was looking for.
Doubled off of Seraphine now. This clears the Zap Spray Fin. He's done it. Survived. Completely walled out the damage from this turn. Teddy stabilizing now, but still hasn't found a win condition.
Yes, but clearing this is probably enough because Tank needs to get through. He needs to find a way to get the plunders, but he also needs this to be lower than 7.
Teddy's going ham.
Is so small.
He's
Teddy's still looking.
In the Vandal Tellstones to tag in the Heroic Refrain for even more stat buffing. But only the first part is discounted, so this back alley barkeep is still going to go down.
Yep. There it is, though. But getting the clear, not taking any damage, this is massive. We were talking about the fact that, hey, if he takes 3 from Zap, Parlay, stealing Get Excited would end the game. There was an option to find the steal and get there. That's not going to happen with 7 health. Teddy has protected his life total. He still has a board. That Seraphine's buffed up. Tank Buster has nothing right now and only 4 cards in hand. Yes, he has some mana for refill, but it's not going to be a lot of strong units coming down. And Teddy, look at this hand. He still has plenty to work with.
And what I love about this too is that Tusk Speaker comes down. Tank Buster's been damaging himself this whole time as well. Teddy can actually just develop Victor, because if Sejuani comes down to Frostbite, the augment is going to start ticking up with all of these created cards.
He nabs a Thermo Beam. That's not going to be great. Not what Tank is looking for. He wants to find more damage. He's looking for your Mystic Shot. He's looking for your Pokey Stick. He's looking for your Get Excited.
Tank Buster has another Spirits Unleashed. Babbling Beer gonna draw, I believe, specifically only Gangplank or Sejuani at this point, and Ezreal.
One away.
One away. It looks like the burn is there, right? We've got the Rummage had to be used last turn in order to draw answers, so we don't have too much fuel for Ezreal. We have, however, the Piltover Tellstones into the Progress Day. So if Teddy feels like he can take a lot of time off here, there's not too much at stake, tries to go all in on this Ezreal to just draw more fuel, draw more cards. Tank Buster might just use the Thermogenic Meme to get this Ezreal off the board.
Yeah, but 11 mana Thermo is feeling real rough. That's feeling really down the
best
barrel.
Case scenario is that Teddy maybe just plays Victor here, giving Tank Buster a chance to spend some mana on the Spirits Unleashed or this Bjerg. That way we don't have to go absolutely all in on the Thermo.
Yeah, but it's so tough, especially Teddy having the attack token. Yeah, we're gonna see it, right? This is Tank Buster's priority. Teddy has attack token, so if you don't do it now, Ezreal swings in, gets a Mystic Shot. I mean, you're not coming back from this.
Yeah, because then the Mystic Shot is his final level up trigger.
Mana Thermo.
Ezreal is getting blasted off of the face of the earth right now. Nothing but a smoking crater left behind. Meanwhile, Teddy thinking about responding to this, trying to clear a little bit more of a path to push through damage. Oh,
Signpost! Could signpost it. Yeah, you can just signpost it.
Oh,
no.
Both signposts drawn, both signposts hitting absolutely ridiculous spells, and now the Seraphine spell leveling up Ezreal. That's going to be all she wrote.
It. Oh my, the signpost is not a card that we were looking at this weekend as being like so incredibly impactful. Yes, it gives another deny mechanic to a different region that you can take it in, but Signpost still gives the card back. It
Teddy
gives
just
the opportunity
looks
to play
like
it
he
later.
was completely not shocked by that win.
He's unfazed. He's like, yeah, a new Signpost is just going to carry me against Plunder. You know, that's what's going to be the deny mechanic.
They're showing up, and for them, this is just going to work. They sit down, they know what their decks are going to do, they know exactly how to pilot these matchups, and it seemed, just based on his expression, was completely within calculation. Seraphine popped off beautifully that game.
Look, Teddy's like, group stages, this is something that I'm getting through, right? He's one of the champions, the seasonal champions coming into this group stage. Him and Aurora are both in the same group. Those are the two expected to get out. Tank is an underdog in this one, and it felt like he couldn't get anything started against Teddy. Even though he had the pressure of that lethal attack there, Teddy had already gotten 2 bars online. He sat there cycling through as much of his deck and as much of his hand as he could in order to find the answers, and he did.
At the end of the day, the back alley bar is just such a powerful play. If you don't have that early pressure, your opponent sets it up for free, and we're going to hear more about the implications of that powerful landmark when we head back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Skarzig and Casanova. And yeah, we definitely have to talk about Back Alley Bar because I feel like this is not the first time that it has been super impactful in these games. Tell us a little bit more about the card and also why it's been so powerful.
Well, first off, I've always loved these like almost mono archetypes. They're almost singleton to an extent, and then you're powerful champions. So the idea is that you're able to play these new cards for a reduced cost, and of course, you also get that randomly generated card, which we saw that made a huge impact in that last game. So I just love the diversity that this card brings because of the random cards that it generates in the epics, and the cost reduction makes Seraphine just do some crazy things.
I mean, that was just classic bar game. Listen, and the more cards are introduced, the more power creep we get, the stronger bar gets, because you do not get punished for playing one-offs in the deck.
And the puzzling signposts just like did a lot of work in that game, right? There's a couple of questions about what it's here for specifically in the meta, but like not just the Thermo Beam, but delaying the Spirits Unleashed in the early game, really throwing off the tempo that was so important for Tank Buster.
There was another card that we saw coming out of Teddy's Seraphine deck that you heard, Casanova and Skarzig talking about as a little bit weird, maybe out of the ordinary, and that was the Dark Bulb Acolyte. So what was going on there as a tech choice to include that in this deck?
I mean, first of all, it's a card that benefits because of the argument from all the created cards, so it grows. It generates you another spell that allows you to just utilize it well, especially with the Seraphine, because of it progress her level up. It utilizes with the Barkeep well because of the discount. And then we had generated pretty much a new single combat that also destroys the equipment, on which completely decimated and threw off the Tank Buster of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it shocked me for sure, but I love seeing the Acolyte in there just because we're so used to seeing it in Senna and Veigar, and people are like, oh, Darkness card, it goes into the Darkness deck. So Teddy recognizing that, hey, this card is worth more than that, it's worth putting in these singleton decks, and then also to that beautiful trade of giving away a 3/3 instead of the Acolyte at the time, which he knew he could grow. He didn't necessarily know that's what he was going to get, but he did know that it was going to give him pressure in the future that keeping the 3/3 there wouldn't.
Well, more than that, I mean, the reason that you play Dark Bulb in the Darkness deck is because you have ways to buff up the Darkness that other decks don't have access to, right? Back Alley Bar will reduce the cost of Darkness, which is one of the most important aspects of the Darkness deck. So, like, yeah, you know, I could see how it fits together. You get a little bit of buff on the card that you wouldn't otherwise get if you just throw it into any other random Bandle City deck.
I just want to give a quick highlight because how well Teddy piloted in few spots. Game 1, he knew exactly how much damage in what spots to take to not accidentally die on turn 5 when he's going to be presenting lethal. Also, he didn't go for the greedy play and didn't develop, even though he could get even bigger board with the champion strength, because he played around Unleash Spirit. Because if he did and the opponent had Unleash, he just lost the game on the spot. And in another game, he set up the Dark Bulb perfectly by attacking, and he baited opponent into playing the scout weapon on GP because it was looking so juicy, he couldn't resist. And then there was an immediate punish. Like, he took a risk, opponent might not have played it, and then he had an open attack with his whole board, but he did, and it paid off.
It was really cool to see how Teddy was navigating that too, because you saw the Nexus health start to dwindle a lot, and you're like, oh, that looks a little scary there. But you're right, how well calculated out that all was. That was just our first match of the day, though, and now we're going to be heading over to Group B to intro our next two players. In this next match, it's Grandpa Roji going up against Donut. And Alan, I know you had a lot of things to say about Roji's lineup, so tell us about it.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. The fact that he brought two of the strongest decks and he backed it up with his Puppy deck that pretty much he plays for such a long time, which is Malphite Talia, and it fits perfectly into the current meta in the tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it to the final, because Roji has really solid lineup, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see in the first match Malphite just banned, because first of all he has a Quicksand which deals extremely well with the elusives from Donut. He has a Rite of Negation which deals with plentiful of threats, and then like Roji has that experience on the deck. He played multiple matchups across like months, and so he knows exactly how to pilot them.
Okay, so maybe just banning out of just knowing that you're taking away a comfort from a player, but Bolivar, I see you making a face.
So the problem is, Roji is not a true one trick. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Granted, they're pretty linear, but like the Pantheon and the Sivir Auction, especially as a deck he's been on for a long time, he ran this Sivir Auction Varus in the qualifiers, has brought it back with just a couple of changes. So that is just another huge comfort pick for this player.
It's definitely a lot to look forward to, and maybe Aatrox as well. I can't, he's back. Anyone else seeing this? I'm nervous.
See, 2 Aatrox, that's the amount in the deck for Grandpa, so who knows?
I mean, technically, I think we should see both Aatroxes in play in this game.
That will be really exciting to see how those are going to battle up against each other. Before we head into the match, though, we did get a chance to talk to Grandpa Roji about his preparation for the World Championships. So let's take a look at what he had to say.
Welcome over to the caster's desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Skarzig. We've got Roji versus Donut. These are the two players who had never seasonal top cut before coming to the World Championship. There was only 2 in this tournament who had not made a top cut. It is these 2, but they were both very consistent throughout the year in ladder and in seasonal points.
Very true.
And were able to qualify into those regionals and made it all the way through. They've been very solid players.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that would just kill to have that level of consistency. First of all, we've seen players do really well, then the meta shifts or a balance patch comes through and they can't replicate those results. These are players that are ladder monsters. They're doing very well in the seasonal every time. Donut is so strong, in my opinion, simply because he has this ability to get early reads on the metagame. He was one of the early adopters of the Vayne Fiora P&Z that went on to be such a solid deck during the Vayne metagame, and that particular list is metamorphosed now into Vayne Aatrox, so he has a little bit of legacy skill there.
Yeah, and it's been a big year of growth for Donut, right? At the start of the year, not many people knew who this guy was, but then he was going 6-3, 7-2, and pretty much every seasonal, he'd be a lot of people's final boss, and they'd beat him and they'd get through, and he wouldn't win on the tiebreakers, but he was so consistent, he was so good. And like you said, adopting that Vayne early, doing some really good stuff in the qualifiers. He had a lot of confidence for someone who is not top cut a seasonal. He just knows that he's always playing very well. He's always playing really consistent, and he can make it through. And this Vayne Aatrox is something he is very comfortable on because the shell of the deck is something that he adopted early, and he has piloted so incredibly well. But up next is Roji. That's who he's going up against. Grandpa Roji is on his Ash Ketchum arc right now. He's got his Pikachu in Talia Malphite, and he's trying to find a win because everything he runs into, he ends up losing these tournaments. But now he is well positioned to take a championship for himself with his signature deck on his shoulder with that Talia Malphite. And I'm so excited for Roji because a mid-range meta is just what he needs.
When you have been putting so much time and work into mastering these mid-range decks, he's had a hand in developing all of these mid-range shells like you talked about that other players have gone on to pilot to success. He's so well positioned, employing the Varus Akshan, having the Unforgiving Cold is beautiful. It lets you bully your opponent from trying to swing into you, and this is what Roji loves to do with Talia Malphite. He considers it an anti-mid-range deck. He wants to feast on his opponent's matchups here, and as we get into the bans, he doesn't want to deal with the Zoe Teemo, and Grandpa Roji also gets banned away from the Talia Malphite. Not only is your opponent incredibly comfortable on it, it's a deck that's just so solid right now in this world's meta.
Yeah, and I want to continue on with what Alan was saying about this lineup from Roji. We look, two of the decks are the same as Reroll, who made it through. The Akshan Sivir Varus. This Akshan Varus is something that Reroll brought, that Alan was praising Reroll for yesterday as being such a good meta read. Rite of Negation, dealing with the champion's strength. You've got Unforgiving Cold, dealing with a lot of the other Vayne Aatrox decks. It's doing a really fantastic job in this meta. Roji brought that. It's a very comfortable list for him. He's played a lot of Akshan Sivir in the past, and then he's also bringing the Quinn Aatrox Vayne version of the Aatrox deck, which has been incredibly strong so far. Baya, it looks very similar to Baya's version of the list as well. So Roji in a very good position here. He's got his Talia Malphite as that third deck, but it is something that Roji is so comfortable with, and I like his position a lot. Going up against Donut though, Donut on the red Gwen, and it does get through.
Red Gwen getting through is massive because it's such a stable deck with such a versatility to it that you can adapt to any situation. Roji may have been relying on the Talia Malphite getting through and the Varus getting through, just having a bunch of Rite of Negation to beat the Red Gwen. I do respect not wanting to deal with the elusive. As a mid-range player, you know that sometimes your answers to elusives just don't come up when you need them to. And as we jump into game number one, Grandpa Roji on the Varus and Donut jumping in with the Vayne Aatrox.
All right, and you can see, what did we just mention, Skarzik, about this deck as being good into the Vayne Aatrox? Unforgiving Cold. What does Roji keep in his mulligan is the Unforgiving Cold. He's hanging on to it. He knows, hey, this is going to be useful in this matchup as we go forward. He was also able to keep a 1-drop alongside some Bloodletters, so he's, I've got a weapon, I've got a 1-drop, I've got a tech card that is specifically good in this matchup.
And with the Forsaken Bakai going for a predict here, very interesting options offered. Varus is going to tutor himself to the hand a little bit later on, but when we look at the Vagabond versus Swinging Blade, you have to make a bet. Am I going to just double down on weapons here, try to go aggressive, Vagabond for value, and Roji opts for the Swinging Glaive. Gets a buff here on the Bakai, and we've seen Glaive and its ability to snowball these sorts of matchups. If Donut doesn't put on pressure immediately, Roji could run away with this game thanks to this new weapon.
All right, and he picks it up here. He's got, you know, the buff on this unit. It's very slow early game because he doesn't quite want to trade, but he's got the Bloodletters as well. You know, you don't love this trade 4-2 into the 2-1, but we'll see what comes down. Bloodletters going to be coming down for Donut as well. They've each been able to play an equipment at this point, which is massive because it's going to turn on all of these cards that require equipment to be played.
And with the response of the Bloodletter, it means that if Roji offers the trade, then Donut is going to get that Cultist from the Bloodletter's last breath and just be able to swing back in because that Cultist can't block. And Donut now being put in that same position. Wants to get this Bakai off of the board. Wants to just keep the board narrow. Keep it clear so that once Vayne and that Tumble starts coming through, Roji's going to run out of blockers. Here's the Darkened Bloodletter going back to the hand, re-equipped here to the Cultist.
Yeah, and that Cultist for 3, not being able to block, so Roji's going to be the one winning out on this, as you just mentioned, right? That's why Roji didn't want to swing. He didn't want to take this extra damage. So Roji does have the option of the open attack to come through.
Still thinking about the implications of this attack. You know, again, it can't block, so we get a little bit of damage here, but Roji not really having a lot of power in the hand. It's all about this swinging glaive, finding a good landing spot, keeping the keeping the pressure going and that snowball potential. Furious Wielder and Unforgiving Cold are great reactive responses, but if you aren't putting on your own pressure, then Aatrox is going to come through and just end the world.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the issue where Vagabond could have been nice, right? Being able to get that online, get that rolling, could have been a solid early game play, but going for the Swinging Glaive instead to get the buff, which arguably could have been an unnecessary buff in that position with where that trade was, could slow down Roji enough at this point. But still, he's going to be looking to find that Varus, looking to find that Akshan, start stacking up, trying to get his own win condition online before Donut can find the Aatrox, because we may be in a position where a World Ender is what's going to be the win con for Donut in this game.
When we look deeper at the list, we know that the Swinging Glaive really is at maximum effectiveness when you can put it on a quick attack unit. So we're looking for Akshan, we're looking for Sivir, we're looking for that newly buffed Shadowblade Fanatic as well to just get that continuous value. And Donut, from this point, the hand is also very reactive, right? With the fish fights, we need to get Vayne before the Ranger Knight Defector becomes a massive threat. So I think if Roji keeps his bluffs strong, you know, Donut might be forced to respect it and just keep passing.
Great pass from Roji, just baiting out with the Merciless Hunter. We end up seeing the Ranger Knight Defector come down, but now it's been given vulnerable. The Cultist can create threat on that. There's still spell mana from Donut to play around it, right? These God answers, but this is Roji putting on some early pressure to a very strong 4-drop from this Demacia deck. We see a lot of these Ranger Knight Defectors get out of control when they're getting equipped and they're scouting and they're putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. And right here, Roji has a way to immediately try and threaten it and shut it down.
I love the vulnerable combining with the Dark Enthrall here as well.
Yeah.
It's like the Undying. It's just this really massive attacker, but it can't block. And if you can use vulnerable to get that aggressive trade that you want, the Bloodlighter is going to come back to the hand. We can re-equip that, set up for another Dark Enthrall to hit play. Overall, Roji loves, as a mid-range player, to take these very small edge wins, and they just compound over time. Donut forced to respond with the Cataclysm.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Donut is now like, okay, well, shoot, I'm going to lose my 4-drop to your Thrall. Like, that's all that's going to happen. He uses it. I was wondering if we were actually going to use the Furious Wielder here to save the Merciless Hunter and put on so much threat. This is 8 damage coming through Skarsnik.
When you have to play a mid-range matchup versus Grandpa Roji, this is like a secret boss. It's a player that you know has already mastered the tools of the trade, and when you have these exchanges in the mid game of a lot of expensive combat tricks, the player that comes out ahead is usually the one that's about to take over the game entirely.
I actually really like this from Roji because he had the opportunity to just take his win and be like, okay, I'm ahead in spell mana on Donut. I've gained a good lead by getting this Merciless Hunter bait with the pass, forcing him to play that out, and then forcing him to use this Cataclysm. But Roji says, okay, well, I've got another Furious Wielder in hand. I don't really need to have 2 right now. 4 mana, I'm going to lose one of this mana anyway if I don't use this. Plus, I net an additional 4 damage if I do this. So let's take the chip, let's take the win, let's clear this out, and I still have this 4-2 on board. There's still pressure. Donut still has to find a way to deal with this over time because this 4-2 Fearsome is threatening even more damage.
We don't have the repeated pressure of the Vayne, and furthermore, Donut is only on the single Aatrox build, so the chances of that coming through on curve. Oh! With enough weapons equipped, thank goodness.
Pick it up, yeah.
Tempting Prospect, finding the Dark and Aegis, enough weapons equipped.
There's 3.
Thank goodness.
Yep, finds it. So that's going to be big to stall out, right? You've got this big regeneration unit that's going to give you some healing. So Aatrox will be able to help out. But Furious Wielder is still in the hand of Roji. If he can find just even a point of damage onto Aatrox, he actually has the opportunity to maybe get rid of it once again.
And with the Unforgiving Cold, we stop the strikes, we stop the healing. This is going to be the next obstacle for Grandpa Roji to get over. In a mid-range matchup, if your opponent plays something that's bigger than you, the amount of cards and value not only do you have to spend, but you have to find can put you so far behind if you don't answer it immediately. The Swinging Glaive gets a lucky find onto Akshan. Immediate open attack to sprinkle some damage because this Dark Enthrall cannot block. 7 more coming through to Donut. 5 HP left.
Yeah, Donut's down to 5, and it kind of puts you in a position where Aatrox and his healing becomes necessary, right? You just picked up the Vayne. Ideally, you'd want to be able to develop Vayne, try and look for some opportunities to get aggressive on your own. You don't want to just let Roji beat you down the entire game, but you've fallen to such a low HP point that you need to start worrying, and Aatrox getting him early, you're going to get more of those strikes, which are going to continue to heal you up.
And Donut thinking Roji doesn't have burn necessarily, but with the Varus, there is the threat of overwhelm. Can I get away with setting up the Vayne first and trying to triple dip on this Aatrox next turn?
Yeah, and notably, no rally effects in this. This is a Sivir Akshan Varus, right? It's not Demaciolus that's going to be trying to rally over and over
Feather
again.
Tracker just trying to bait out a little bit, making sure you're getting that challenger as well. Gives Grandpa Roji a chance to develop Keeper of the Box, Fearsome, Lifesteal, a little bit more stabilization on his side. Still has mana hovered for the Furious Wielder, and Donut has to respect it.
Yeah, he does, absolutely. But also playing the 1-drop does move you out of Aatrox for the turn. So we start to see a fish fight instead. Trying to get utilization, and once again, he's going to be able to use the Furious Wheeler to completely get rid of this fish fight. He does deal with the Cultist, which really, Roji didn't need to deal with the Cultist, but he's just able to keep pressure on the board, save the Akshan.
I love this play from Donut because now the Vayne can come down safely. Donut hesitating still a little bit, thinking about re-equipping this Bloodletter or the Aegis. So it looks like that Aatrox is absolutely just going to be the play next turn. The Vayne and the Tumble, not really a priority for Donut. He's thinking fully about, digging his way out of this hole. 5 HP versus 15. Is Aatrox going to be the game ender from this position? Now up to 7 HP.
No, it feels like there's no way. I mean, the Aatrox comes down, 7 for Donut. There's the fish fight, but you can freeze this if you want.
Roji thinking, yep.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Has all of the reactivity in the world, the double Furious Wielder, and now the Unforgiving Cold. This is going to deny the fish fight from Aatrox, denies the healing as well.
Believe that's a leveled Sivir when it comes down.
And remember, Fish Fight unequips the target they use it on, so the Darkened Blade goes back to the hand. Aatrox now
Varus
gets
is
the 5/5.
leveled as well.
Varus coming through, big overwhelm threat. These mid-range matchups are decided by this gameplay here. Once you get a big overwhelm threat, you punch through against your opponent. Donut at only 8 mana floated, the World Ender at 10 mana, cannot get the level up with Aatrox from this position, and a beautiful wide swing now being set up by Grandpa Roji with one more tick for Akshan's level up.
Yeah, I mean, Roji's 4 wide. He's going to level Akshan. This is a leveled Varus. This is incredibly strong.
Tech.
He's got the kind of recruit, but that's only 1 barrier because he just fish fighted and he unequipped the Aatrox.
No, it's only 1!
Yeah.
Sivir now with the remaining mana. Normally in these mid-range matchups, players love to float so much mana to have reactivity with their combat tricks, but Roji's used all of his reactive spells with the Furious Wielder and Unforgiving Cold to maximum effectiveness, knows that he can safely go all in now with Sivir. We're going to get a beautiful keyword share here, and Donut only 3 wide.
Yeah, Donut's 3 wide. I mean, like you said, this tech, it's a very interesting one because a lot of times you can get a big full board full of the barriers, especially because Donut is running 11 weapons in this deck. It's very likely that his board would be fully equipped. But right now, especially because the fish fight just came out unequipping the Aatrox, it's only a single barrier onto this Fleet Feather Tracker. It's not incredibly impactful. Yes, a 5/5 body is a good blocker, but when you're staring down a leveled Sivir, a leveled Varus, an Akshan that's about to level up and is equipped, right? This is such a strong board from Roji, and only 7 life left on Donut.
The Darkened Blade goes over to the Kind-Hearted Recruit to get a big unit down. Donut's going to try to block as much as he can with just 2 units. Thinks that the math is there. If he can survive, World Ender comes through next turn. Maybe we get something going with the Aatrox, but I don't think the blocks are going to be enough. Let me see. Fleet Feather Tracker blocks the Darken Thrall, the 6/6 can block the Varus. There is no mana now to buff the Varus further. Aatrox can come through, maybe blocking the Keeper of the Box. And so, yeah, there's still a lot of damage.
There's still Sivir and Akshan.
So we actually have to trade down this board, absolutely.
Yeah, you're going to have to lose. You're probably losing your Aatrox here. You're probably losing as well your 6/6. You're losing everything except the barrier.
The play, right? Because if Aatrox goes down, because the blade is equipped to Kindhearted Recruit, once World Ender comes through, Aatrox is going to resurrect himself with that assimilate mechanic. And so now finally the pass goes over to Grandpa Roji. Oh! Grandpa Roji doesn't want to take the attack there.
Passes it back to level Akshan instead of letting his Akshan fall down to the 6/6 on the block.
So now Donut has access, and Roji has eyes on this, right? Sees the World Ender in hand, sees that it's 10 mana. Maybe says, you know what? I'm going to pass because I can just bluff Rite of Negation now. Versus the World Ender, but Donut has to go for it.
Yeah, Donut doesn't have much of a choice.
And Roji not liking this, giving his opponent some respect, and now Aatrox levels up. And we have the assimilation.
Double Aatrox, baby, let's go.
What a play. Here's the predict draw. Finds Momentous Choice and Absolver. Absolver would be fantastic for next turn in order to punch through, but can you survive against the double Aatrox?
The desk before throwing it over here said there's 2 Aatrox on the desk. They were foreshadowing this game, and Donut picking up the double Aatrox tech, putting the weapon onto another unit before assimilating. You can get 2 on. You can do this with some of the other Darken as well, right? If you got a Varus equip onto someone and you World Ender, you get 2 Varus. You can do the same thing with Kayn.
Wild. I'm glad that Donut was able to showcase this mechanic. Double dipping on champions is one of the strongest things that you can do in Legends of Runeterra, and historically it's been very difficult to accomplish. So Donut being offered that rare opportunity by setting up with the recruit, now re-equipping the Bloodletter to Jaral.
All right, Roji does not have any
healing
play
with the Keeper of the Box. So we're at theoretically 17 right now, 19 damage worth of Overwhelm coming through. Now Grandpa Roji is the one that has to make these hard defensive trades. And Donut thinking, if there's another Unforgiving Cold, I'm done. Do I want to take the risk now?
You already took the risk, though. You ripped the World Ender because there can be a Rite of Negation. You know you're in a spot where you have to cast it. You're in another spot where it feels like, hey, look, if he's got this freeze, I still have to go. It is a 3-of. 1 was used already, but chances are, you know, it's still possible to do
off
another.
The predict draw, Roji, I think, waits the perfect amount of time and makes him sweat a little bit. Look at this, 0 mana Jaral, still being able to get these challenges to set up better trades with the Aatrox. And Grandpa Roji just is trying to crunch the numbers to see if you survive this swing. I think if Roji can survive, will it be enough with the Absolver to swing through?
Yeah, I mean, Roji just giving a little bit too much time. It felt like the attack on the previous turn was an
now is a
opportunity.
5/3 with the Bloodletter, can just kill the Sivir. We don't get that Overwhelm keyword share.
Yeah, you won't. Well, you can use Absolver here to try and defend that, but then you're losing your Absolver.
And then Keeper of the Box chilling, a little bit of extra HP. And you can see how much is riding on the decision whether to attack or not. Donut taking as much time as possible to calculate every possible, and it passes back.
Yep, Roji back to Donut. Donut gonna send the swing forward. 28 damage presented before the blocks come through. We're gonna see where those challenges go. Lifesteal dragged to the end. There's gonna be Akshan pulled by the other Gerald.
So here comes the rest of the damage. You can see that Donut doesn't want to get the 1-for-1 trade, is saying your champions are going to fight Aatrox now. Donut just praying. There's still enough damage with the double Gerald. The Forgiving Cold would be out of the equation, and Absolver does come through.
Skarzik, miscalc from Donut. He was looking to try and stop any combat trick. That's why he went for double Gerald instead of anything with the Overwhelms. He tried to hit the spell to stop it from being able to buff up, but it pushed it to exactly 6 mana, which Roji had to play the Absolver and crank up his damage on those 2 to clear the Aatroxes.
So now 2 Aatrox down. Now all you have is a Darkened Blade and the Bloodletter. No more discount. This is the first time we've seen somebody survive the World Ender, if I'm not mistaken. And Grandpa Roji has the Akshan. There's the Unforgiving Cold. Ranger Knight Defector with Scout. Another Ranger Knight Defector with Scout.
There's 2 of them.
Donut's being forced to block down. Vane's been sitting in the hand this whole time, trying to get some tumbles down, but Donut's never had that much tempo.
Yeah, and I mean, Donut has brought this back quite a bit, right? This is looking a lot better than the position was before, but that was a critical error on the calculation. thinking that he was able to push any spell to cost too much to actually stop that attack, but that Absolver costs 6, exactly how much mana Roji had left, being able to put that buff on, cranking up the Varus as well, and cranking up the Sivir, that kills off both of the Aatrox.
Oh, I love this. Just lets the trade go through, gets another Dark Enthrall, along with this second Scout attack, has enough mana to play the second Ranger Knight Defector and equip the Dark Enthrall. It gets bonuses when the Bloodletter's put on it. All of these ticking down, making this auction further and further, closer and closer to the Sentinel's Horde, a powerful final spell of value that he's going to need. Donut left with only Vayne as a blocker and 2 Dark Enthralls that can't do anything versus this. Roji just goes for the open attack here, and that is going to be 5 damage put through and Vayne going down.
Going immediately, make sure that there's nothing that can happen to save that Vayne from the auction. You don't want to let any slow speed stuff come through. You don't want to let it tumble. You don't want to let any opportunity for Donut to play, even though, yes, you could force more damage, it wasn't forcing lethal damage, and that's what would be important. And so because it's not lethal, let's just play it safe, go for the open.
Grandpa Roji is absolutely comfortable with not trying to overextend and force lethal plays because he knows in a board-based matchup like this, he has dominance right now. As long as he can maintain this hold on the board, he's good to go.
He also knows he can play a little bit safer because he picked up another Unforgiving Cold. This is so good in the matchup, and because he was able to find some more tools on that last draw, he's like, okay, wait, we can slow it back down once again. Absolver being picked up, that's another win condition.
And here comes Zolani. At this point in the game, once you get to the late game, this is why the mid-range matchups and these decks are so potent, is because these Dark Weapons scale into late game threats.
Hey, and you know how we mentioned the Unforgiving Cold? Well, guess who's a pretty good target for that? Zolani. That's who you're going to want to freeze up. You don't want to let that Overwhelm come through, and it gives you an opportunity to kill her off.
So even with this seemingly strong attack, Unforgiving Cold is still ready to stop this incoming damage, making Vayne go down and the Fleet Feather Tracker go down. The remaining units on Donut's side, Frostbitten. You don't have to worry about Tumble. We don't have to worry about Fish Fight.
Yeah, and the Horde is popped now, so Roji gets to go.
The Absolver's Resurrection, a fantastic opportunity here to bring back Sivir
or Varus. Would it be Varus?
Oh, Roji thinking, do I want to draw cards, like with Font of Power? Do I want to get the Resurrection and the Vulnerable? Do I want to put Spell Shield down? Just going to go for the Lucky Find. Maybe just getting a preview of what the board is going to look like to see how we want to supplement.
Have all your information before you actually go for this and decide if you're going to, give Spell Shield to Akshan. Are you going to try and revive? It is Sivir. It is Sivir, yes.
Sivir's back from the dead, and she's going to be able to share the keywords because Roji, the protagonist he is, also has another Absolver in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. That Absolver going to come through, give Overwhelm to the whole board. Because you've been able to apply the Vulnerable, you're going to be able to use this Dark Enthrall to pull that aside, be able to get your strongest threats going through as Zolani is pulled, and you always have that backup to push that Overwhelm, but Donut doesn't even have any answers anyway. Dark Enthrall can't block. Roji, after quite the slog in this mid-range matchup, is able to pull it out at the end, and Roji's going to go up 1-0 over Donut. But Donut, I love that he was willing to take the risk of just saying, hey, look, I don't have many options. I need the World Ender now. Yes, there was some Vayne plays to try and slowly creep back, but it wouldn't have been a very winning play. He continuing to just bleed out, but goes for the World Ender, finds an opportunity, goes for a strong play with those Darken Aegises, but miscalcs slightly on 2-mana spells being able to still be cast, and Absolver was punishing.
And so I think that just comes to show the amount of risk players are willing to take to play to win at this level. You can't play safe when you're behind, especially in a mid-range matchup. And when it comes to these calculations, that's just a factor of the pressure these players are under.
I also want to note that it really was only Absolver and Shaped Stone with the spells that could still come through. I guess there is Momentous Choice as well, but you would be denying Furious Wielder, you would be denying Unforgiving Cold from actually coming through in the way that Donut played it. So it was specifically the fact that it was a low-cost spell instead of a high, because he did play around the higher end by going double Aegis. A single Aegis would have still allowed for the cast of Unforgiving Cold, whereas 2 made it impossible and only 2-cost spells could punish, so it did have to be exactly Absolver. So maybe it wasn't even a mistake. Maybe Donut accounted for that, and he was just in the position where, hey, I'm willing to lose to that exactly Absolver.
Yeah, Grandpa Roji had so many strong answers to what Donut was trying to do in order to establish tempo. And as we head into the next match, Red Gwen now being unbenched. This is a deck that even when it looks like you've kind of kept it under control and you're on a trajectory to win, can still jump out from behind and still bring it back. Grandpa Roji with a beautiful early curve, double Fleet Feather Tracker, and the Steadfast Elkin. Zealous Ranger Knight also coming through. No weapons as of yet, but just has a wide board in order to strike down and keep up. Typically, the Phantom Butler's very potent in early game situations, and Grandpa Roji able to use the Fleet Feather Trackers to get the trades he otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, he's going to be able to strike him down. They go into the Hallowed Pool, so it's not the end of the world for Donut. He's still going to get that power, come back later, but generally, having that hand of 2 early, 3-1 fearsomes, you're going to get aggressive, you're going to be able to push some damage. Roji not letting that happen. He's got a strong early curve. He needs to find a weapon, but he does run 8 in the deck, and so it's very likely that he's going to find one soon enough that he can start to get value out of this fish fight, and as well as using it on these 2 low-cost units that get value.
What I love so much about this play is Roji can just chill. Right? Even if I don't get weapons, I have the Quinn in hand. I'm going to continuously go wide and try to beat down. Red Gwen, if they miss out on this early aggression and tempo, no Katarina, no Gwen, then you automatically skip over the mid game and you're pivoting to late game ideas with the Eternal Dancers, the Reckoners, and the Harrowings. And so now here in the mid game, Grandpa Roji has the floodgates open for him to push through as much damage as he can.
Yeah, I mean, Donut has Sentry Flock here, but, Quinn, of course, having the 5 HP will not go down immediately to that Flock. It would just fall very low, so that's not a great target. And really, Donut not having great defensive options against Roji's wide board yet, and he has to figure out what he's going to do, because you can't just let Quinn come hit you for 10, because you will die to the rest of this board as well. There is 14 damage threatened on the attacks here, so you have to do something.
And so Donut opts to play the Gwen, knows that the Sentry would not be as effective.
Yeah, and Blinding Assault in the hand of Grandpa Roji, you can actually deal with this Gwen. You can summon this next challenger as well, take her out, and completely deal with that champion.
Oh, but just goes for the scout attack. Pushing
Saving
damage,
mana.
wants to take the Gwen down. And Donut, I think, is fine with this, saying the Gwen's going to do a lot of work. Decent HP as a 3-4, sets up a Ravenous Flock, and now we get Gwen in the pool for Eternal Dancers and Harrowing down the road.
Yeah, you also feel like for Roji, it's like, okay, well, this Gwen may need to just block. Taking 7 damage, going down to 4 would be really tough here. So gonna just block into the Quinn, lose the Gwen anyway. This does save that Blinding Assault for later and also allows him to just bank that mana still and threaten combat tricks.
Ravenous Flock finds his target, Quinn goes down, but Donut's down to 7 HP, and Grandpa Roji still has blockers for the next cards. 3 Hallowed Stacks right now for Donut, but now he needs the aggression. Now at 6 mana, we could see this Fallen Reckoner come through. Will he take the risk of the Katarina? Roji has a fish fight.
Yeah, you can see Roji kind of looking a little stressed out. You feel like, oh, he's in such a winning position. Why does he look so stressed on his face? Why do he look upset with that draw? Well, he's looking for a weapon, right? He's got this Roar of Acathia, he's got a fish fight, he's got both of his units are affected by having a weapon, so he really wanted to find that. He is going to just rip the Roar to summon the double 3-2, but that's a pretty weak Roar of Acathia because you do not have any weapons.
It's assembly line that we have at home.
Yeah, it's
just 2-3.
It's assembly line at home. Yeah.
So now we still have a wide board, right? This is all Roji cares about. With no weapons, he's playing this straight-up board-based Demacia value. Zealous Ranger Knight, 5 wide now. The early control from the Fleet Feather Trackers and the Valor has meant that Roji can just swing through here. Great open attack. And only 1 blocker for Donut. We can get a double dip with the Noxian Fervor, a fantastic one of tech we really haven't seen come through here. Gonna survive with 1 HP, and Roji has the Sharp Sight.
He's got the Sharp Sight, he's got the win. Imagine if he had a real weapon, though. If this game was still a win.
It's not a Mirage Casanova, it's a 2-0. Grandpa Roji popping off. He's in his element. The mid-range secret boss showing up to dominate the first set here today.
Yeah, Roji gonna take the first win over Countryman. Donut.
Yo, he's got the Grandpa Roji jacket. Okay.
Perfect. Yeah, he's still got his jacket that came in. I saw a lot of those being tweeted out. People gotten their jackets from Runeterra. Roji's got his on, rocking it. And he's just got to find one maybe one more win here in the group, and he's through, right? We saw mostly 2-1s being it through yesterday. In fact, I think it was all 2-1s.
Yes.
Being able to pick up that first win is so important.
Absolutely enormous. Like, Grandpa Roji has prepped so much for the Worlds. He's confident as a player, right? It's not just, oh, I don't think that I belong here. He's so happy to be at this level of play, but he knows that his caliber of play is, appropriate for this level. He's going to take it all down. I love that the meta is really favoring him. Every player has a play style, and I think that the new release with World Ender in just this particular environment has put him in such a unique position. In any other meta game, I think he would be considered a dark horse, but now the lineup has just allowed him to bully out his opponents, and I want to see more.
No, he's absolutely a threat. I want to say, we talked about, hey, this is one of the players who doesn't have a seasonal win. Don't let that fool you. Roji is a threat to take this entire tournament. He is very good in mid-range. His lineup looks fantastic. It played out well here. There were some opportunities where the draw didn't look as good as possible with not finding a weapon there. He still made it work. He was able to flood, find the win. He's looking great. I'd love to hear what the desk has to say about Roji and Donut's match.
Thanks so much, Casanova and Skarzig, because there is a ton to talk about with this one, especially just going back to game number 1. There was a moment where there was a big shift in tempo. What was happening there? Like, Roji was ahead, and then Donut kind of took over, and then Roji ultimately got the win in that game 1.
Roji recognized the spot where there was 2 plays possible. He took the pass, which was one of the good plays, because if he went all in with everything attacking, he would have lost action, he would have lost Varus, but he would put opponent at 1 HP. He recognized it's not worth it because Aatrox can heal back later on. So the other play was just attack with Sivir and the Darkin Thrall to get a weapon to draw an Aatrox for the next attack. But instead he passed. That's fine. And then there was the play from the Donut where he decided not to play around 7 spells in the deck that Roji had, because either Shape, Momentus, or Absolver when an answer completely just blew him out of the game. He could have pulled Varus and Sivir to prevent to stay in the game and just be in a fair fight. But that just lost him a turn, unfortunately.
And not only that, but Donut, one of the few players only playing 1 copy of the Aatrox. So once that pivotal champion went down, I know there were 2 on board, so it's a little confusing, but that was his only copy. That was his only real win condition. The World Ender, when it resolves for Donut, is supposed to end the game. That's your champion strength. That is your all-in button. And when it doesn't work out, you just kind of have to limp through the end of the game.
It was just so weird to see, because even Skarzig and Casanova were calling out. This is kind of the first time this entire tournament we've seen Aatrox just get taken out. What was really the answer there?
Well, of course, as Alan said, playing around those spells. That was what you needed to do there. There were multiple. In some cases, it's like, oh, there's only one, and if I pass here, then if I don't pull the right units here, then you're okay. But when there's 3 of them, you have to play around that. That's your only chance. And losing the Aatrox, as we said, without the World Ender, the world doesn't end.
I mean, he just went full all in, hoping there won't be anything, because that was a good play if opponent has a maximum of 4 mana, because none of those spells could be played with double Joral on the board. But I think just a bit shaky play from the Donut. It's just the stage, I think, might have got him, because he's definitely a great player.
Maybe just needs a round to warm up, and then into the next matches in the day, Donut will be able to be fresh and ready to go. But there was that second game too, just really quickly. It looked like Grandpa Roji had just a perfect game plan and how to execute against that Red Gwen deck. That's one you just have to prepare for, right?
He didn't have a greatest draw in that game, and he really wanted to finish that as soon as he can, because he could just gotten simply outvalued by the Red Gwen. He had a very fast opener, but not much to refill. Drawing Queen definitely helped that, but the play where Donut passed on 4 because he just didn't want to aggressively sentry and Flock to take out one of the removals. He just assumed that he can't die before he ran out of the threats. He just didn't recognize that dying to the Vayne earlier is a possibility, and he just passed aggressively, which cost him the game.
I don't think he played a card until, turn 5? It was the Gwen in response to the Quinn, I believe, was the first card that he played that entire game. It was just kind of a wash.
Yeah, it's funny hearing Alan say passed aggressively wasn't good. So I'm not used to hearing that from him. It kind of threw me off. But yeah, I just liked seeing the Quinn slotted in here too. That one of Quinn being able to push, especially Valor. Alan was talking about how putting weapons on Valor is a way to get additional value that a lot of players, some only have Vayne and Aatrox, but this Quinn made a big difference, and we can see why players are slotting her in.
Well, that was just 2 matches for today and already off to such an exciting start. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got another match for you. It's going to be Chenya versus Aragorn.
Giving his opponent some respect, and now Aatrox levels up, and we have the assimilation.
Double Aatrox, baby, let's go.
What a play. Here's the predict draw.
I remember this place and the endless blood. They cast us to the corners of the world. We used weapons of war, then became them. Not even realms could divide us, old friend. War is no place for cowards. All must end. I am doom! We were never fated to bow. No, Pantheon. You were fated to die. Destroy everything! Pray, fool! Apocalypse comes! Yes! Oblivion!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. I am Silverfuse, joined here with Alan. How are you doing, Alan?
Welcome everybody, I am doing great. Looking forward to those games now because we have two unique lineups. Chenya bringing all the Darkin champions in one lineup. How exciting is that?
Oh, I love to see it. Oh, I mean, who doesn't love Darkin?
Yeah, and Aragon on the other side, the Ziggs Talia, considered not the best deck, but maybe he can do some magic with it.
Yeah, a lot of players brought it to the qualifiers, and then after seeing these Darkins come out, say, you know what, Aatrox looking a bit better, and they kind of switched toward that.
Yeah, definitely. But we can see that his red Gwen got updated with the Redeem Prodigy, which not all of the players included. Really happy to see that. And we have a Kayn Aatrox coming from him, so two another Darkin champions.
So first off, we have Chenya here coming from South Korea, has brought the Lulu Jinx, the Aatrox, and the Varus the Darkin, as well as the Vayne and Kayn. He's a big fan of that deck, absolutely loves to play it, a big mid-range player, so this meta is suited for him very well, and he is a player who's performed in the past. In fact, some even call him the King of Korea because of the Legends of Runeterra tournament he won, the King of Runeterra.
That's a great achievement. So if we look at the decks, like Chenya brought an interesting set of the decks, because what happens here, he brought a very fast Lulu Jinx, which wants to kill opponent. Like if you look at the matchup against Champion Strength, this deck will kill you before you play your Champion Strength, because he runs double Sneezy, which basically buffs your the created cards. And then we have Vayne Kayn, which is suited up to deal with all the small threats and just outgrind fast decks. And Varus Aatrox, which is extremely grindy and is looking for just those longer games. So like if you are bringing triple mid-range lineup, we'll see a Varus Aatrox ban from those players, where we'll be seeing the decks that are like faster. You'll be looking for the Lulu Jinx ban or Vayne Kayn.
And now we have Aragorn, and he has brought the Talia Ziggs. As Alan was mentioning earlier, not many players brought this back, and after playing in the World Qualifiers, decided to go for something else. And we do have the, Rev Negation, which is something to highlight here, something to be able to respond to these champion strength decks, for instance. Anything else that piques your interest here?
I mean, okay, the Ziggs Talia we know is usually not paired with Ionia. This is a Black Flame and Unworthy Soul tech. I have no idea how that went in the playtesting. I'm really looking forward to see the Black Flame and how it turns out. There are some cool combos you can pull it off with, like getting Black Flame on the Ziggs and multiplying it with the Talia. That might make it very spicy for the grindier matchups.
And lucky for you, it wasn't banned, so hopefully we will get to see it.
Yeah, there is no respect towards the deck because on paper it looks bad. But again, we might not be aware. Chenya, like people are not as intimidated by the surprise decks anymore because they can know how generally stuff plays out.
In fact, Chenya was talking about how much he respects his group because of the unique decks that people brought to him that showed that these players are playing at a high level. They aren't just playing the known and the tested, that they are looking to be innovative in these lists. And that's something you were saying too. These lists are interesting, so we are going to get some unique games here.
We've seen a Jinx ban from Aragorn. That means he wants to hit with his Ziggs Talia to that Varus Aatrox and just go for that grindy matchup and beat Chenya in this spot. We have some insane opener from Aragon. Double Rearguard with Butler and the Gwen following up. We are not. Oh, he's attacking on Odd, which makes Gwen a bit worse, but still a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, if you're an aggro player here, I mean, or a Gwen player really, seeing double Rearguard, you gotta be feeling good.
I mean, if he picks up on top of that another 2-drop or another double 1-drop, we are looking at almost full board on turn 3 swinging.
Oh, and look, there it is, Katarina too.
That's a good top deck. So he has to plan out his turn 3. So he can, conceding Bakai, if the Bakai doesn't get buffed, he sees double cultist, so we might see a buff on it. So he could have planned just to play Rearguard turn 2 and prepare Katarina on turn 3 for the dagger with the floating mana, but that's not anymore an option.
So we will see the trade here and assume continue on a fairly aggressive game plan. What do you think Shinya is looking to do here?
Just respond to the opponent, trade as much as he can, but the problem... There are a few problems in this matchup, because you cannot close this game with as Chenya too fast, and once you hit the clock of the Harrowing, it's really tough, and we see a lot of threats that you're looking forward to revive with the Harrowing. Double Gwen, Katarina, if he finds a Reconner or two, it's gonna be very hard for the Chenya to close it. And like the Demacia decks can't really trade well with the hallowed buffed units efficiently.
And something interesting is this is a double Runeterran champion, so do you feel like you have the ability to make the decisions you want to and what cards you're adding because you're limited by the champions?
I mean, you have all the cultist cards that interact really well with the weapons, so you have that pressure you can apply. But again, the problem is from the Chenya combat rigs for this matchup, it's just pretty much Furious Wielder upon giving call that are like the bigger swing cards. The problem is once he starts blocking with all the cheap stuff, it runs out. Once the Reconner comes in, he's just gonna be short on blockers, and when the Harrowing shows up, it's the game. Oh wow, we have the new card deck, the Crimson Pigeon. I didn't see that one coming to be played in the Red Gwen, but that Rearguard, in combination with Rearguard, that would be very strong play.
Yeah, this deck does have more 1-drops than most of the Gwen decks that we're seeing, and as you said, the Redeemed Prodigy is also here, so this is a lower to the ground aggressive Gwen deck than what we usually see.
So the problem with the Crimson Pigeon is you need to damage your own unit to get a buff. So most of the time, it's just gonna be 2-2, in the deck, because most of the stuff you play, you have 1 HP, or the champions you usually don't want to damage. But if you combine it with the Rearguard, it's actually not bad if Rearguard goes to 1 HP. But in this spot we see that opponent has a 1-3 that would love to trade with that Rearguard, so probably Pigeon will just come in for 2.
And here, there is no Katarina setup. As Aragorn, when would you be looking to play Katarina and Gwen?
Once there is some value you can get from the blades, or either for tempo if you have no other good tempo play, or once there is some value to be collected with Blades Edge, or once opponent you see some key cards that answer the Katarina. In this matchup there are not many cards that can answer her. It's just time for Giving Cold and Furious Wielder, and right now you cannot use Furious Wielder because there's just no weapon. So I would say Aragorn should have looked for that play as soon as he can, because there is no Furious Wielder opportunity. And the later Katarina drops, the worse it will become, because there will be a Furious Wielder opportunity if, for example, something like Varus comes down.
And even then, if some of that removal is used on Katarina, at least you do maybe save your Gwen a little bit easier. But you were saying that, as well, even if you do lose it, the Harrowing is a big part of this game plan.
I mean, you have double Gwen, you don't mind, like, you want one of them to die. Like, the Gwen spell isn't particularly exciting in this matchup. So you're looking to more get a Katarina flip and start trading your Gwens instead.
So, for Chenya here, is Varus going to be the way that he tries to push through this game?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Varus is here, and
yeah.
Is that the way that you're going to be looking to push through this game, since it is looking like about your only option in the current hand? Is he hoping for a certain card that helps him out here?
Yeah, we'll see probably gem here on the Varus and look after the combat, after trading in the next turn with the low drops. The problem in this game is obviously Flock. We have from the Aragorn, we have 3 of Flock, which usually players go down to 2 because you want to have as many proactive tools as you can, but he decides to bring 3, which makes it more likely to draw and players more likely to play around.
Do you think that 3 of block most likely because the number of mid-range decks he was expecting to be here?
I think it's just comfort, like however players prefer to play. If they prefer to have more stuff to deal with the mid-range stuff, it's better. But going with the problem is if they expect the champion strength, the Flock doesn't do anything because like nothing's damage usually there, and you're gonna be utilizing Sentry mostly to prevent that scout attack. So again, depends on the player choice.
Makes plenty of sense.
Worth noticing, there is only 2 Glimpse, which is a premium card definitely in the deck. So, like, 1 of Fervor, 2 Glimpse, so that 1 of Glimpse got taken out for 1 extra Fervor. 1-offs are very good in the open deck list due to the fact that there is more stuff to consider, and players, like, going through the deck list when they are considering the play, they lose their timer, which is also a strategy you can go for.
there's certainly points where having that Noxian Fervor and having that potential reach damage can make a big difference, and players have to play a little bit more safe to make sure that that reach isn't allowing Gwen to pick you off along with that Noxian Fervor.
Aragon has to plan here drawing Harrowing soon, like he has to play around his mana, like he has to assume that he's gonna draw Harrowing, like he can't close this game without one. And here Chenya represents either Furious Wielder or Unforgiving Cold. So Aragorn has to play accordingly to that.
Yeah, this is quite an attack coming from Aragorn. I mean, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he's damaging Katarina because one damage on Katarina does not matter, because if she connects, she's gonna heal up anyway, and she's gonna level up. And yeah, those Crimson Pigeons putting up some work.
Yeah, it's really fun to see this card, and I think he might be the only person who saw it at this end.
That's a lot of damage. We're gonna see most likely the dagger. This is a very interesting spot, because what Chenya could do, he could wait for the, like he could block the Gwen, he could wait for the dagger and then choose to either ping Katarina with the Furious Wielder or ping Gwen, but the pass there would be very risky. So he just goes for the safe play where, yeah, he says, I'm gonna lose my Varus, but I cannot let this Katarina connect.
Yeah, Katarina puts so much pressure on, but now if there is a Harrowing in the future, she'll come back, but she won't be leveled, which is huge.
Yes, she'll get another Blade's Edge, but definitely, like, that Katarina, if she flipped here, the game would be over, straight up. Even though there is a Furious Wielder, like, you have to put up mana to use the bow, you have no other weapons because you're another unit equipping it dies. So we're gonna need to see from Chenya some good pickup from the 4-mana Cultist.
Something that you mentioned earlier is that you would have liked to have seen that cat set up earlier so you wouldn't end up in being a position just like this, where getting her leveled is so important. And now the hand is looking a little bit weak. Did get one of those 2 Glimpse Beyonds though. Could that be a saving grace?
I mean, yeah, this is about recognizing your threats, and once you recognize that instead of playing only around 2 cards, you have to play around 5 cards, is just way worse for you. So you just, like, you have to, like, he went for the super efficient play where, oh, I cannot play my dagger, I'm not gonna play my Katarina, because I cannot utilize my dagger. But flipping Katarina is way more important than utilizing the dagger, because often, even when you get to play her, you often will pass with the fleeting dagger because there is no good target and you'd rather just have that 1 extra mana in some spots. So we see a Valfis here, that's probably just for the glimpse, so he can dig for that Harrowing for the next turn.
And the gem will come down, making it a 3-2.
So Chenya had a read that was a flock probably, and he just wanted to make sure he's gonna have that unit. Yeah, and Aragorn will be very happy to see that and just follow up it with the glimpse.
Yeah, that was a great read too. Even though we see that it's not in the hand, the instant, oh yeah, setting up for Flock, I don't really want to lose this lifesteal on my unit. And on top of that, being able to get the buff on it too, to try to heal up a bit.
Yeah, he's gonna glimpse now instead the free one just to prevent the healing. There is also a play where you could do it with the needle from the Gwen and just kill the 5-2 straight up, and that would be worth considering instead of using a glimpse. I would definitely think about it for a moment, because but you still have a quick attacking unit coming next turn, you can still utilize it later, and if you draw Harrowing, you just win on the spot because we know there is no Rite of Negation. The only cards that are reasonable to deal with it are Unforgiving Cold.
And right here, it has to make kind of a tough decision. If you play the Katarina, you lose the dagger, and dagger plus the Vile Feast would be able to take care of this box.
So he recognizes there is Aatrox develop. Like, this is about priority on development. If he doesn't develop now, if he waits, he goes for the out of Harrowing, then the Aatrox comes down next turn, and he values open attack way more than not attacking at all, because if he doesn't top the Harrowing. This is a more consistent play. Absolutely love it play.
Great play by Aragorn there, and trying to decide if he wants to attack with a Spiderling or not, potentially giving free heal, but also would put pressure on this box as well, potentially setting up a Vile Feast.
So if there is a greedy play, there could come down the needle to answer the 5-2. So he's debating on playing around for Unforgiving Cold, because if the Unforgiving Cold comes, you kinda want to answer that 5-2, and the opponent will be left with 4 mana. So what he could do, he could just buff the spider, so he has option to use a needle on that spider to protect your Katarina or Gwen, and now he's excluding that option from his many. There is no punish we can see in the hand. there is only Furious Wielder.
And Furious Wielder will likely be used here to stop this.
What do you target? He goes for the Katarina. Yeah, definitely the more priority target on.
Yeah, allowing Katarina to attack over and over again would be tough.
And we see Needle coming down, and that might seal the game. We see Cultist as well in the Chenya's hand that would need to come down to a block, but we'll see a rally, we'll see a dagger.
It's quite funny seeing Gwyn spell kill Gwyn to kill another
Oh yeah,
unit.
that's guaranteed lethal, I believe, because you can buff up the spider, and yeah, Chenya shouldn't have a way to answer that.
It's looking quite strong here with the Katarina ready to go.
Clean play by Aragorn, recognizing that he has to play for priority last turn before the Aatrox comes down and threaten lethal on open attack and having Needle to answer that. Yeah, that's game.
Well done.
Clean 1-0.
Is there anything that Chenya could have done there, do you feel like, better to stop this?
No, I think he played pretty optimally. Like with the given hand, he had very poor draws this game.
Alright, so we will have to see what Game 2 looks like. The GG Shin is coming in. Nice to see both players with sportsmanship. Chenya is up 1-0, or sorry, Aragon is up 1-0, and we'll see if Chenya can bring it back.
So what Chenya could have done, I talked about it before, Cat Gwen are heavily ignored by players and they keep losing to it. They don't recognize how much power the deck got by getting the Redeem Prodigy, and the deck is very good into the current meta with the Harrowing and with the Redeem Prodigy and having all the stuff. You can raise the champion strength with the deck, and players just refuse to recognize it.
Well, Alan, we are going to see the deck that you have been waiting to see, the Ionia version of Talia Ziggs.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be hot.
So what are you expecting from this deck?
I have no expectations. I am just gonna be sitting here and enjoying it. I absolutely have no idea what's the game plan. I assume just some rock bear, like just shenanigans with Ziggs into Black Flame, perhaps some rock bear action. No idea. We see only units so far from the Aragorn hand.
Well, we do see that Rock Bear Shepherd, and has put in plenty of work this tournament, so we'll have to see if he can pull it off again.
Most definitely. Like those 5-5 stat lines are lining really well into the current meta. Like the units are 4-3, 3-4, and then you are getting mugged by the 5-5 bear.
And we start off with the Rock Hopper here to put a Roiling Sands down, answer any card that comes out next.
This time Kenya drew pretty well. He has good weapons, he has early drops, you can apply a bit of pressure. Like Aragorn won't have that many spells to answer the weapons whenever the attack will be coming down.
So here we would say that Aragorn likely to be the aggressor here before that World Ender comes down.
I think Aragorn is playing slower. Like we have 3 Unworthy Soul, double Rite of Negation, Unrivaled Turf. Those are not cards that promotes aggressive play. With Black Flame, like you are looking to play defensively until you can find your value tools. And we have very powerful play with the Darkened Black Spear from the Chenya, buffing his top cards.
And looks like we're going to have the block coming through. As Aragorn here, what are you looking to set up? I mean, you said you don't really know what to expect from this deck, but looking at the hand, what do you expect the turn 3 to be?
Probably Rock Bear Shepherd. Like I don't see another play. Just start getting those rocks out there. Decides to take the damage, recognizes that that Banhopper can block later more damage than here, and he can't really finish off that unit with 1 HP efficiently.
And looks like the round will end, and we'll have to see what Aragorn has up his sleeve. Ooh, good, the Talia.
Okay, but that's a bit... he's playing a bit too fast. He might have looked to copy that landmark next turn. Now he's not gonna get that opportunity.
Yeah, 2 Rock Bears.
Yeah,
and plus the buff from
that might have
Fire.
been the solid line, but okay, he'll be able to pull copy with the Talia, the landmark that comes out of the Devo. So it's not like it's a bad play, but definitely I would have just given it a second thought, because like if you get a pass, like if you pass here and you get a pass from your opponent, you are definitely happy.
So we will potentially see that Talia come out in a little bit.
Also, Cultist just... he just played 3-5, draw card. We see a 0 mana draw card, which he probably be holding on to until he really needs to draw. He wants to hold on the bluff opportunity. Ooh, we have a Black Flame.
Finally.
Ooh, we could do some Ziggs shenanigans with that. We'll see if Aragorn goes for aggressive game plan or more grindy game plan. He's already down to 14 HP. We see Elusive come down, and yeah, right now, but he has Quicksand, so he doesn't have to necessarily be worried about that Elusive just yet. He goes for the more aggressive play, especially that he has Magus in hand, so he doesn't want to... Ooh, that's a really scary board to deal with on the next attack.
Yeah, I would not want to be part of that. Oh, we know that Talia is quite strong. No, wait.
Oh, and there will be a big blowout by Aragorn. Oh, there won't. Highlight. There is no mana for Quicksand.
Not enough mana.
I'm not sure like if I love that Talia here just yet, but it gives him a very good attack next turn, and he still can pretty much just clean up the board and set up some solid damage. Maybe we even will see Black Flame now.
That is the card that we're looking to see. It is a brand new card.
It puts you. It makes your. It eats your unit, and every time you attack, it summons the ephemeral version of it. So using it on champions like Ziggs is very strong, especially if you can maybe get 2 of them.
I mean, that is the reason.
Does it on Talia?
Why this deck has. This is the reason why this deck is Ionia, is for this card.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the interaction even works with Talia. Does the her level up rocks go on the stack? Because it technically goes when she performs the attack. It should go off with the attack.
I believe it would go off, yes.
I mean, Aragorn must know that, otherwise he wouldn't have done the play. Like, he did it pretty fast, pretty confident, so pretty sure it must work. Otherwise, it would not be just worth it.
Aragorn looks like he's in a comfort zone here.
Yeah? We see Unforgiving Call to deal with some of those 5 attack units smacking you to the dome. And we see the Aatrox.
And there is the Ziggs. The amount of pressure Ziggs can put on here, do you think it'll be enough?
It's hard to tell. I'm looking at the board, I'm looking at the amount of the damage that Aatrox will be doing some heavy lifting. You can soak more damage, and like there is still this Elusive coming at you. Of course we have that Quicksand, but keep in mind there are various answers to do the Quicksand, such as Unforgiving Cold, the Furious Wielder, and also keep in mind there is World Ender coming, and right now we don't see any Rite of Negation at Aragorn's head.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Chenya feels like he has to play that End of the World earlier, or if, we'll wait until he has to because of Rite of Negation fears.
Yeah, that's most definitely. We'll see how much damage... Oh, we'll see the interaction now with the Landmark.
And Talia levels up. And there
he does go on the stack. Damn, that's really cool. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, wow. I mean, he can't even play World Ender efficiently because, like, he just has these no units.
Yep, without units and no Darkens ready to go. No weapons, then the World Ender, not so spooky.
Yeah, we might... he might just... Aragorn might use the Rite of Arcane to finish that Aatrox of this turn. He's not gonna definitely destroy Landmark, he's just gonna use the mana.
Yeah, with his hand he can afford to do so.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, you have a clean play with Magus next turn, or you can do just the Quicksand and develop.
Yeah, looking like a pretty good spot for Aragorn here.
Yeah.
Chenya finding himself in a rough spot again. Are there any cards that maybe he wanted to see earlier, or is this just Aragorn's game plan going well and Chenya's deck not matching well into it?
I'm looking if he can't necessarily kill Aragorn next turn. Like he's gonna get some discounts on the World Ender right now. We're gonna see 1, 2, 3, 4 discounts, so World Ender will be 6 mana next turn if everything gets to hit. But no, one of the units won't connect because it dies to Talia, so it will be 7 mana. And the problem with the weapon on the Elusive, it's not the highest quality one, because the unit would be Elusive that comes down with the weapon. Yeah, but it's just Joral, so it's not like it's something crazy. And we're gonna probably see the kill on the Aatrox.
Ooh, hovering that landmark.
Yeah, I think he just misclicked.
Oh, okay, that makes...
Ooh,
Wait.
still going for that landmark.
Wait, does it unleash Talia? Oh wait, it's a capture, so yeah, it'll free up the Talia. But why not just sacrifice mana? Huh.
Is there a play potentially next round that you would need that additional mana gem for? Or maybe just thinking of in the future that maybe you might need it?
No, I would definitely use mana here. I guess he's just damaged with the Ziggs, because he's recognizing that he won't have any way to trigger that landmark next turn, so he just straight up, he just replaced the landmark for 2 damage to the face. So that's what he was going for, and quite frankly, maybe that was the correct play.
And that's an interesting interaction there too, with having the double Talia. If there was a way to rally, that would have been... Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. So this turn, you would love to use Magus and have steal mana for Quicksand, because that elusive is definitely scary. We're probably gonna see some onto the dusk to figure out what we have else.
And yep, and Gitzo drawing a card, not too helpful here in this situation. As Chinya, how do you survive this next attack?
I mean, Unforgiving Call definitely will help you. I'm thinking, because he can't really develop 2 units here. He could go for the Joral into removal, but like he loses Joral, it might be just Aatrox. Just Aatrox attack.
Aatrox try to heal up a bit here.
Yeah, you just heal for 4. If you like, you potentially kill a unit, like opponent has to spend resources to kill it. Like we'll see, and like if Ichenya plays Aatrox, we'll see the answer with Magus. He decides to go for the Joral. That's a bit surprising. I guess he'll equip the quick attack weapon on it now.
Yeah, looking to try to make a trade here and whittle this board down, knowing that there is a lot of pressure between 2 levels.
Okay, so if Aragorn sees the play, he'll just pass here, wait for the weapon, then he'll use the... then he might just use the Ziggs spell on the elusive, and he might just pre-quicksand, so he loses the challenger, and then he has open attack lethal.
Wow. Is there any cards that you'd be looking to play around? Oh, obviously the Unforgiving Cold. There are 3 of them in the deck, but is it worth going for that play knowing that there is that interaction there?
I mean, you just go for lethal. Like you can't play around Unforgiving Call forever. Like that would mean that you never attack. Oh wow, Aragorn decided to go for development instead. That's a bit surprising. He just gave up on the unit, and Kenya gets to keep the unit.
As well as pushing some damage here too.
Yeah, I suppose his next turn he's not planning on open attacking, and he'll develop instead.
Oh, it's kind of looking like he might be going for the open attack. I mean, he sees his opponent at 6 health. He has a pretty strong board. Of course, we know that Unforgiving Cold is lurking in Chinya's hand.
I mean, the problem is, like, opponent can develop only that much, and like they still need to play at least spend 4 mana for a combat trick, like Furious Wielder, spend like 4 mana for the Unforgiving Cold, and like if he develops Aatrox, he doesn't have mana for those. So I don't think you are not too much scared of the Aatrox. And the only thing you are worried about, the only thing that stops lethal is Unforgiving Cold. So you want to go as wide as you possibly can. You can do the play where you don't override landmark, but you override a free one instead. This way you deal 2 damage anyway with Ziggs, no matter what. So like this free one is essentially just doing 1 damage.
So we will see the way that Chinya decides to respond here. The options are pretty limited, especially because you need to play this Unforgiving Cold to stay alive. We'll go ahead and just play his best statted unit.
And the thing is, like, if he... Okay, it was definitely better play, because what happens now, if he develops, he gets a vulnerable, and all what he can do, he can just pull the unit with the unit that would get hit by Unforgiving Cold, this way making it ineffective on 1 unit. So a little missed by Aragorn, I believe. He just lost a good chunk of damage, but won't matter that much, because it's still lethal.
Yep, and Chinya trying to see, is there a way that I can live here? And we'll see the here to help.
Not enough help.
Not
stay alive.
And congrats to Aragorn.
Clean 2-0 sweep by Aragorn. Pretty cleanly played, and this is this Ziggs Talia exactly. Okay, so the big factor, Aragorn hit exactly the matchups he wanted, because he needed to hit with this Ionia Ziggs Talia, the grindy matchup, which was Aatrox, and he needed to hit with the red Gwen, the other ones, but he still pulled off based on how poor Kenya's draws were on the game 1.
Yeah, Chenya not really seeing the cards that he wanted to see there. Do you think that it's kind of predictive of the future of, will his decks continue to feel awkward? I mean, we saw What Am I? If he didn't draw the champion strength, it went downhill. Should Chenya be worried about having a similar thing happen to him?
Chenya doesn't have that many quality units. So the problem is, like, he has all those weapons, but the only good unit that he can play them on is Knight Defector. The rest of the units is just vanilla stats without any potential swings. So he's relying a lot on the Varus Aatrox interaction, and he's relying on that World Ender.
Yeah, you were mentioning how, because this meta is so mid-range heavy, you liked players who went just a little bit of extra greed, like Roji's decks, for example. And you see with Chenya, you feel like the quality of the unit's just not quite there. So when these grindy matches come up, then it's tough. So we'll go ahead and take it to our analysts so they can tell you more about it.
Thank you so much, Silverfuse and Alan. What a great match to kick off day 2 here, coming in for Aragorn. Just break down some of the action that happened that were some key highlights of the match.
So in the first game, we saw Red Gwen out of Aragorn. And Aragorn is running one of the most aggressive Red Gwen builds that we have here. One of the only, actually the only player on both Crimson Pigeon and Legion Rearguard, and running those 9 1-drops. Actually found a lot of 1-drops in the early game, but didn't push through that much damage. It still took a late game Katarina. And honestly, when we look at these groups, players are just not very efficient at answering Katarina in this meta.
Well, it feels like the Red Gwens have been consistently being the ones to win out the grindier matchups, and it is somewhat expected when you're playing Hollowed that in a grindier matchup, yes, it's just going to continue to stack up and eventually you're going to win, but it's just been so incredibly effective because of what you mentioned about the Katarinas. We just keep seeing the value continue to outvalue in the late game, and we expected these to be faster, kill a little bit earlier, and their kill points have been more coming at turn 8, turn 9 instead of that, turn 7, turn 6.
And when we see that paired with the Talia Ziggs, right, we thought it was a bit more of an oddball list because of the Black Flame inclusion, Unworthy Soul. But at the end of the day, the Talia Ziggs shell is pretty much 98% complete. So we just got to see the deck do what it always wants to do. Overall, Aragorn is a younger player, right? He's a film student, still balancing the work, right? The work and student life with this Runeterra prep. But because he brought Sundisk to the qualifiers, we already know he's that type of scrappier player that isn't afraid to bring something with a little bit more innovation to it.
Yeah, he's willing to try something new, and we had heard that he had not had as much time to prep as he would have liked, but it feels like with his teammates and the rest of the Greek Runeterra community helping him out, I know they're a tight-knit community, they were able to find something very interesting within that Ziggs Talia, playing the Ionia and bringing in something that we didn't expect to see at the start. Even if we might have been like, hey, there might be one Ziggs Talia might sneak through, I don't think Ionia was the region we expected to see paired with it.
Not at all. And when we talk about not being super comfortable on your prep, Chenya mentioned that he didn't have as much time as he really wanted to prep either. Brought out one of the only double Darken decks that we saw, the Kayn Aatrox, or I believe it was Kayn.
Yeah,
Varus
Kayn
Aatrox, one of the two.
Or sorry, Varus Aatrox.
Yeah, Varus Aatrox in this
Kayn
one.
Aatrox, someone else.
There's a lot of Darken.
There's a lot of Darken. And I mean, so that's something that I don't think we really expected to see. It's a very linear style of deck building. You don't have a bag of tricks from a region that you can really reach deep down into. So it's kind of a known factor. It's kind of limited in the deck building. And it didn't really impress getting 0-2 here on the first round of the day. And I'm really worried about how that's going to affect Chenya going forward in this group.
How much of that do you really think came down to the matchup, maybe Aragorn's experience when it comes to maybe playing a bit more of a wild card factor?
I mean, falling back on the Red Gwen just puts you on such a good foundation regardless. This is a deck that has been just a foundation for these players to build the rest of their lineups around. And, when you don't have a lot of prep time, you don't dig deep enough into... First and foremost, the players are trying all the new decks, right? These new champions and stuff. And you have to figure out which combinations are the best, I think, before you kind of pivot back to some of your comfort picks.
Well, I also think Aragorn probably wasn't too surprised by what the Varus Aatrox does, because it's actually Aragorn who has that Kayn Aatrox, right? Has that other version that is the double Darken. And because of the fact that you're so limited in the deck building pool, when you run the two Darken, right, you're stuck to Cultists, you're stuck to, the weapons and kind of similar pools between those two pairings of champions, we end up with similar deck lists, and Aragorn better be familiar with it if he's playing it himself.
Not only that, but there's actually no Quietus in the Red Gwen out of Aragorn, which, like, going into this very weapon-heavy group, I just didn't seem necessary, which is a very big concern for the weapon players, that you don't even need the weapon destruction to beat them with this deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. We're definitely going to have to see how that all plays out as we enter into our matches later today. But that's going to be the first round robin done here coming in for Group B. And now we got to go back over to Group A to see how that's all going to get fleshed out. And so our fourth matchup of the day is going to be between Aurora and Bois. And we've already talked about how Aurora is a bit of a front runner, but remind us again why.
So Teddy and Aurora are both seasonal champions from the most recent seasonal tournament, fresh off of their wins. APAC for Aurora, EMEA for Teddy. Unfortunately, Floppy Mudkip from the Americas not quite making it through. It would have been really cool to have all three Awakening champions here. But not only that, Aurora has tangled with Pin Ping Ho, one of the best players in the APAC server, got second place in the seasonal where Pin Ping Ho took first. So, like, almost had 2 seasonal wins this year under his belt. It's unprecedented.
Almost could have been the 2-time instead of Pin Ping Ho, because he lost to Pin Ping Ho on his second. But on the other side, Bois being from the French scene, he may be considered the underdog in this matchup, but his prep, you know, is going to be good. You have players like Ultraman, you have players like Flavlo, you have players coming from the PCS team. That is an incredibly strong Runeterra team that is helping Bois prep, and we know he's going to have a solid foundation.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that we were so high on Biotac, right? The EMEA, so tight-knit, were the early front runners, and I think that in the very infant stages of Runeterra, you know, Germany was kind of jumping out, and I believe France was sort of the next country to sort of take that crown from them. And so with that pedigree, Bois, you know, isn't going to be down and out for this one.
I think this is going to already be a super hard-fought battle. We've already seen every player just really put it all out on the line. But this one in particular, just to start to see how all of these matchups are shaking out and if players can lay down the foundation to move into the rest of the day, every game matters. So it's we're going to have to see how that's going to play out. So in order to take us through all of the action, let's head back over to our casting desk with Alan and Silverfuse.
Hello and welcome back. I'm still here with Alan and we are so excited for this next game. Oh, the lists are spicy. We have some unique lists here from Bois. We, of course, from Red Gwen, you know, that's not one we really want to talk about here, but we do have the Pantheon Varus and we have the Lulu Jinx, as well as from our Aura, we have the Kayn Aatrox, the Pantheon Varus, and Leona Aurelion Sol. I've been so excited to see Aurelion Sol on the world stage. What do you think about these lineups?
I mean, Leona Sol, that's gonna be a spicy one. I'm really looking forward to the bans and the mental approach from both players. I can't imagine Aurora banning anything but Red Gwen, but again, players kept surprising me with their bans. They disrespect Red Gwen, maybe this will happen again. Again, Red Gwen favorite into all his decks, and then if the Bois recognizes the ban there, he should be getting rid of the Kayn Aatrox because his Lulu Jinx is very vulnerable to the deck. Both champions just healing back up and very good at removing threats with the cards like Kayn, and then having double Keeper of the Box to heal up even farther. So definitely a scary deck to fight for the Lulu Jinx. But on the other hand, it's a weak matchup for the Pantheon Varus, which would just outgrind it unless Aatrox would take over.
And here we do have a double Darken deck once again. And we'll go ahead and go on to Bois' list. Of course, we were talking about that Red Gwen earlier, something we expect to be banned here. So let's talk a little bit more about this Lulu Jinx deck. We've seen a lot of Jinx paired with a few different champions now. What is it about this deck? Why do you think that Bois decided to bring it?
It's a bit faster than Champion Strength. It could take down a Red Gwen. It's weak to Seraphine decks. Perhaps Bois didn't expect much of those. And it's also decent into greedier decks if they just miss out on their curve, because you just simply kill them by turn 4.
And we also do have the Pantheon Varus. Not many players bringing Pantheon. Why do you think you would decide to bring Pantheon over another champ pairing?
He's good and grindy. Into the champion strength, you can just play him with the barrier as a blocker, preserve that extra 5-6 HP to block off. Overall, it's just a good unit. Like, the keywords are extremely important in the current meta.
And we are getting ready. Aura about to take a seat soon, I would assume. And both players are getting ready. The bans have come in, and Red Gwen was not banned.
So again, the disrespect. We'll see how it turns out. He banned Lulu Jinx instead. And then, if the Bowies had a correct read on that, he left over the Kayn Aatrox. That's actually very excellent for Bowies, because Kayn Aatrox could just be farmed by both of his decks. So I can't imagine that Bowies would be unhappy about that.
So, as Boys here, is there a deck that maybe you would want to queue in? Like, would you feel comfortable on this red win? I'm going to get a win here and not potentially letting one of the other decks have a win? Or what would you be looking to do?
So, you want Kayn Aatrox to line up into red Gwen because it's slightly better than Pantheon Varus. Into Pantheon Varus, it's really, really not good. So, because you just outgrow Aatrox even. You outgrow the World Ender. How crazy is that?
And we will see what decks are going to be queued up here. We do have, well, like I said, the red queen just not a hand. So I'll be interested to see how that goes.
Most likely we're gonna, like, again, the Bowies should be looking to queue first with the Pantheon Varus, and then the Aurora should answer with the same. We should be seeing Mirror first. And I believe that's exactly what happened.
Yep. It looks like we got the Targon ready to go. Oh, I'm so excited to see these matches.
Solid already opener on the side of Aurora. It doesn't require much mulligan, just throw away the Wielder. You can keep both cultists and the weapon. Oh, that's already a post mulligan. Oh wow, and that's pretty solid hand from the Bowies side. We're gonna probably sink double cultist into the Lodestone, following up the Pantheon. And the key in this matchup is just to grow your Pantheon as soon as you can, because there is not that many ways that you can threaten him. And if there is some attempt at killing Pantheon, cards like Unforgiving Cold comes clutch, cards like Furious Wielder, Expanse Protection, any attempt at killing Pantheon just might result in failure.
Yeah, we have seen Unforgiving Cold do a lot of work in these past couple games, but we've also seen it not be quite enough either.
Yeah, so definitely you do not want to trade with your 1-3 cultists before you get the second gem, because you want as many procs as you possibly want to. So just a Lodestone, probably attack in, not much action just yet.
So the way this game is going, is there a player who is a bit more of the aggressor, going to play a bit more proactive, and one that's a bit more reactive, or are they kind of in the same line? Like, is one a little bit more greedier?
Oh, we do not have... Aurora actually queued up with Kayn Aatrox, hoping to meet up the red Gwen. I'm sorry, I actually thought we are having a mirror. Oh, yeah, definitely you need to win ASAP with Kayn Aatrox, because like if he sees Pantheon now slamming the gem and getting +1/+1 from the Lodestone, that's a very, very bad news for the Aurora.
So Boys just saying, hey, this is a mid-range match. I'm going to make my units a little bit bigger than yours, and I'm going to give you a tough time because of that.
Yep, the Pantheon will be very, very hard to deal with. There is also a possibility that Bowies takes it a bit slower and he develops another cult instead of Pantheon, but growing Pantheon as soon as you possibly can, especially that it's followed up with can be followed up with Unforgiving Cold, Pale Cascade, is extremely strong.
Yeah, before level up, Pantheon, he has Barrier, but he doesn't really do all that much. He does have Faded and can grow, but until he's leveled up and getting those keywords, he's not too much of a threat.
So Aurora is looking here to draw the... So we have to remember the outcome from the Bloodletter is the Darkin Thrall. And the Darkin Thrall draws you a Kayn. It's a third Darkin that was in play, therefore draws you a champion. That's why Aurora was looking forward to get him killed so he can draw that Kayn.
Yeah, Kayn has fallen out of favor for a lot of players in this tournament. We used to see Vayne Kayn and kind of getting replaced by Aatrox here. What do you think about the duo of Kayn and Aatrox together?
I honestly, we didn't playtest it. I didn't see that much of it yet. I'm really... Like, Kayn is the early game champion that just wants to handle the aggro, and Aatrox is the opposite. He wants just to get you stabilized, as well to heal you up and close the game. So it might be the perfect combination for those two champions. We'll find out.
And potentially, if you were seeing players playing small units for champion strength in the future, Kayn being a challenger, being able to take care of those units. But in this pool...
Oh, that's way too late. Like, if you don't draw champion strength on a 5, yeah, sure. You can grind out with the Kayn. But before you play Kayn, you're just gonna fall down. Like, that's for sure.
And Here we do have kind of an awkward hand for Boyce. I mean, there isn't as much to do, especially where he was trying to go a bit taller, you know, bigger units, and is forced to play this Pantheon at kind of an awkward time.
You really want to, like, I thought he's gonna play Pantheon last turn, because again, you want to grow him as soon as you can. Here it's pretty good. You just gem it up, you buff it up, and you just keep scaling him. It's very excellent turn for Boyce.
Ready to go with the Pantheon, will be able to buff him up, and he does have plenty of ways to be able to make this Pantheon level. I mean, there's no issues there.
We are looking forward to draw Aatrox soon. The Bloodletter was played once. We'll see it played again soon. I was expecting perhaps a play of the weapon on the Cultist 3-5, so he can trade and play the weapon again next turn, so he could follow up it with the Aatrox. But looks like Aurora has a bit different game plan here.
And the Aura, both players taking their time on making these decisions, something that I know you like to see, where you felt some players have gone a little bit too fast and have made mistakes because of that, but both of these players playing very calculated and knowing exactly what they want to do. They're doing the math in their head, deciding what amount of time do I need to kill, like what turn is going to be my turn kill, when is the window closed where it's too late, and it's great to see that at such high level play.
I think Boyce is focusing a bit too much on keeping irrelevant units alive here, because he wants to Pale Cascade his Cultist once again to keep it alive, which is completely irrelevant. I think focusing on growing Pantheon much more important, and like you want those gems, because after he levels up you get another fated to be used, a fated stack to be used.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he does decide to buff this Pantheon, or as you said, keep a little bit of an irrelevant unit going down to 1 HP alive. You know, once again, taking their time, which we like to see that. We're seeing some players making sure they don't make any mistakes here.
So we could see just a weapon after he trades with that Cultist. We might just see weapon equip on the Pantheon to not waste Pale Cascade. But he decides not to lock it on the Pantheon. Later you can just over-equip it with the different weapon that comes from like Shepherd. So it wouldn't be that locked in. So he said, no, I don't want this weapon to be locked in. I want this to be possibly Zolani on turn 8. So I'm just not gonna do that.
As well as pushing a bit of additional damage, drawing a card, activating Fated. Really a lot of good things happening there.
We're gonna see a level up this turn on the Pantheon coming, most likely. Here, we're just gonna probably see a jump blocking, and probably after the combat we're gonna see some level up on the Pantheon and the decision based on the keywords. We could also see a stun on the Scout instead, just take 5.
Yep.
There's sort of cool lines that can be taken here.
Is there one that sticks out to you in particular between those?
I mean, you need to most definitely keep the mana for the Unforgiving Call to not let anything happen to that Pantheon. You want to keep him scaling.
Yep, plenty of Wielder's Fury in the hand and making sure that Pantheon doesn't die before he's able to level up and gain those keywords, and there he is right there. We'll have to see what keywords he hits. And what will they be today? I love that animation so much. Ooh, we got the Regen, some Lifesteal, Fury not so great, Augment, we do have a gem, but not going to get a ton of value off of that.
Fury is actually pretty good in the case where he wanted to trade. He wanted to see Spell Shield for the Unforgiving Cold or the Furious Wielder especially. Like, we're gonna be seeing a slow play from Aurora. He doesn't want to show too much yet.
He has so many combat tricks available.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, there is not much else left from the Aurora to do except doing his own Unforgiving Cold here, which doesn't really accomplish much.
Yeah, and that just makes that Pantheon so scary in the future as well. And there you said the Fury going off, a 10-8 Pantheon, Fated still potential here, but, well, no mana. But in the future, it'll keep on growing, and it's going to continue to be.
I think he can kill the Pantheon here. You can play the Sonic Wave and Furious Wielder on the stack while challenging Pantheon, and that should take him down. A really clean play by the Aurora.
Oh, and the look on Boy's face knowing that this Pantheon was an important part, because after this...
Aurora should be attacking with the 1-1 as well to potentially trade with 1-3 if Boyce decides to block.
And will we see... Well, we'll see the buffs.
I mean, there is like he's just deciding if he wants to probably attack with other units. It's not much about if this is the play, but he's deciding what he wants to do with the other units. So he's playing around the next turn's Amana. That's why he didn't want to be forced to play the Ionia +2/+0 resonating strike.
Yes, boys, do you have to kind of put your stocks back into the second Pantheon?
Yep, pretty much. Just start buffing another one. And we see the spell shield this time. Pretty good spell shield.
Yes, the spell shield, challenger, not too bad either.
This kind of Pantheon really wants the quick attack weapon. So we're probably gonna see the Shepherd on this later on, because you don't want to spew out all the mana, letting your opponent do whatever he wants without consideration of what you can do.
Yes, the last time that Boyce went down on mana, something not so great happened for him, so I assume he'll be holding that here as well.
Aurora looking for that for damage on the elusive. We might see the just Kane play, take out 1-3, start stacking him up.
Ooh, the Wandering Shepherd coming out.
Ooh,
Could
on the Scout.
Scout.
Okay. He can work with that.
Man, if we got the Scout ready to go, barrier.
Problem is, Boyce doesn't have a great hand to follow up any attack. Zero really significant combat tricks. So, like, his attack with Pantheon won't be that scary on the turn.
Yeah, spell shield and barrier. That's a hard thing to get through.
I mean, again, nothing that Unforgiving Cold can't deal with. Like, reminder, Unforgiving Cold targets first the unit with the spell shield. Once it's worn off, it's gonna hit that unit again. So, again, he's looking for probably just doing that and preserving 12 HP here.
Yep, and even though... Ooh, looks like we just get the pass.
Oh, that you have to force here the Unforgiving Cold. Like you... Okay, this is not something you can afford to do. Like, you just gave Aurora for free card. Like, he just gave him an extra copy of Unforgiving Cold.
And on top of that, at some point that Unforgiving Cold will be used. You're just kind of delaying it, or if, let's say, in a world where there wasn't
It's not even delay, it's just donation of the card, because that's like that Pantheon had a shield, so there was nothing that could have happened to him wrong. So he was just trading attack token for an extra from the card from the Aurora hand. Just definitely not a play. Bless Boyce in the heart.
And we'll have to see if Aurora is able to take advantage of that. I mean, at this point, Boyce does have to rely on this Pantheon. There isn't too much going on in the hand, and with time, I mean, I feel like Aurora becomes a little bit more favored throughout the match. We do have the Varus now.
Those are some pretty good draws that you don't really want to draw a fleeting momentous choice, but you can definitely utilize Pale right away on the Pantheon just to proc that Fated, throw an extra card and go from there.
And if there were to be another pass here, I mean, Aurora would take that pretty quickly. Or is there...
Yeah, with this hand, he has insane hand just to go for the longer game.
So we will see the Varus here, and that means that we'll only have Pale Cascade or Momentous Choice. Cannot play them both due to the mana restriction. And Aatrox coming through. He has just been pretty dominant in a lot of these games when he hits the board with that regen and a good stat line.
What's very cool is that like you are not afraid to attack with the Aatrox just because you can get another Aatrox against non-deny region by equipping his weapon and just playing World Enter. That's why we can see Aurora is very cautious about attacking with anything, because he wants all those followers to become eventually Darkins.
Yeah, so making sure that you keep those weapons on those units alive and knowing that the payoff is huge with the World Ender. We also see 2 Unforgiving Colds. That's a nice thing to have in your back pocket.
I mean, for this matchup, I would take Aurora's spot every time. He's looking very, very good right here. And he can't, like, the problem is the fact that he played that Varus, he doesn't allow him to do any trade here potentially with the Aatrox. He had an option to do the Pale into potential draw / momentous choice if he finds something, but it's kind of awkward now for him.
Likely here, do you use that Pale Cascade just because you need the card draw? You need to find something.
I mean, your hand is... it's not great. You need to definitely utilize it. Well, I mean, I don't see how he can win by doing that.
So, as you were saying earlier, Aatrox dying really isn't in the world here because you still get the weapon back. You're still able to do what you want, and we do see the Unforgiving Cold taking off a spell shield, but also taking off that Varus's attack.
Yeah, that's a very good play. You get discount on the World Ender, you have another Unforgiving Cold that you utilized. Solid.
And Faded will be procced here for Pantheon, giving him a little bit more of a boost. Is there a way that Boys could potentially percent lethal here if there wasn't an Unforgiving Cold in hand?
I mean, he needs to... Yes, you can. You gonna start a round from definitely Furious Wielder. You probably start from the Spell Shield on the Pantheon and then go with the Furious Wielder to remove stuff and see what's the response from the Aurora, because now he cannot really use the... Or you could just attack in. But the problem is, again, you have a pull, you can just pull twice the low HP units that cannot threat Pantheon dying, and that Pantheon is presenting 10 on first attack, -1 from the HP, so it's 9, plus Fury growing, so he can present a 9 on first and 10 on another one. So this is technically lethal. And then he can grow with the Furious Wielder on top.
And Aura hovering... Well, I missed the hover, but we'll have to see what that hover is.
I believe it's a Furious Wielder from himself.
Oh, yes, it is.
He just wants to take down that Varus, so the Unforgiving Cold can go on the Pantheon.
Yes.
That's his big concern. So let's see if Bowie has the read.
Ooh, and we do see the Furious Wielder going back.
And we're gonna see a spell shield from the Aurora to answer that pretty cleanly.
And down to 2 mana because we do have the Darkens equipped.
And like, if Bowie had her a spell shield, that would be lethal. But yeah,
that
not
is
quite.
rough, really rough.
I mean, it's 2 off in the Bowie's deck.
So unfortunate there. That can't quite get lethal yet, but we will get a scout attack in as well. But the Unforgiving Cold is going to be incredibly unforgiving here.
Yeah, but again, there will be another turn coming next turn, and like Aurora, the only thing Aurora has for him going is just World Ender next turn. He's gonna be having... Oh, he's actually gonna have all the followers, but Aatrox is gonna flip.
At this point, it's just saying, like, seeing the board of Darken and if it's enough.
I'm thinking if it's enough. Like, it's leveled Aatrox, it's Solani. Maybe Joral yet, if he decides to play Joral before... I guess he can play Joral after to preserve one more follower.
And there is the Unforgiving Cold coming down, popping that spell shield, and also hitting the Pantheon. Won't be taking too much damage there from the
Like,
Pantheon.
Bowie might have too much stuff going for him. Like, he has Zolani as well in hand. Like, Horazi, excuse me, Horazi. The Aurora has a Zolani that's gonna be elusive, so that's damage. Flipped Aatrox is gonna be 10. And pulling out with the Joral.
And we do see that weapon added to the Pantheon. That was a scout attack, so there is another attack that can come down here.
That's a very good play from the Bowies.
Yep.
Realizing that buffed up bow will grant the damage to the Pantheon, even through the Unforgiving Cold.
Yes. The Rake is nice, but it could be added at another time as well. Also, we get Fury, another impact. I mean, a little bit of chip damage here and there. But Pantheon quite strong at a 9-7 still. And we'll have to see what
I think that's lethal from... If there is nothing from the Bowies coming, it should be lethal.
The World Ender. Oh, I love it so much. Aatrox leveling up, and we get to see our army of Darken ready to go.
Like, we have to keep in mind that there are 2 more challengers coming from the Aurora, so he can... Anything beefy there is coming from the Bowies can be just pulled away.
And even then, so not too many beefy units available here.
I mean, that's 18 damage presented, where 4 now 3 can be negated, so he's technically 1 off. We see a Guiding Touch, obviously, from the Bowies, which would be more.
So the Darkened Lodestone.
Alternative play is just to use the Aatrox spell here instead, to take down the Pantheon, But that you open yourself into to so many combat tricks.
And
But I think you have to risk it.
so as a player here, definitely would go for it. I mean, you only have a couple cards in hand, and if you're not winning now, I mean, when are you gonna win?
I mean, he can just present attack, and he doesn't have to do much after that. Like, he can go on stack and make Bowie's make a move first. Because if he trades his Pantheon with Aatrox, you're fine, you're happy. That's a winning play for you.
And the Guiding Touch coming out early to see, hey, I need some more
That's
blockers,
a very
actually.
good card. It prevents the... If he goes for the Aatrox spell, then that could be an answer.
I will die when I am
Saga
ready.
Seeker coming out as well. The attack going to be presented. Although, you said one off of lethal before the Guiding Touch.
Barely has the mana to play the spell shield. And that's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage.
I'm not certain pulling with Kayn the Pantheon, but he really doesn't want to lose. Okay, he doesn't want to lose the Aatrox so badly that, yeah, he just goes for it.
Not too many ways to deal with this Aatrox, so looking at...
I mean, he can go for the lethal here with the... Yeah, he goes for it. And we're gonna see a spell shield to answer it.
It's the only way. 1-3 spell shield.
Yep. I mean,
Thank you, Guiding Touch.
there was also consideration of Unforgiving Cold and stuff, but the spell shield... like, he couldn't play Unforgiving Cold because there was no mana, because of the Joral. So the only real answer was 2 off Expanse Protection in the deck.
And he drew it. Found it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he could have answered as well with another Guiding Touch, but then again, he stays at 2. And we have another Varus draw.
Ooh, that's a good one. We get the break back on, being able to give this Pantheon Scout and apply more pressure. Still at 10 health.
Embrace the quiet of your
But the problem is he just dies if he... Oh no, you have Challenger.
He has Challenger, yeah, he has Challenger. I mean, momentous choice. Not going to be enough here either.
This is a game. This
Should be
a
game. Yep. And
Put a Varus weapon now to make sure, I guess. Or equip. He could, yeah, he
Yeah,
could
he
just play Varus. He could equip the others on the followers just to buff up your Varus and stack up the bow just to make sure.
yeah, it looks like Poisier is going to lay down all the damage possible, saying, you know, you're at 4 health. This is the attack that I need to win the game. And just...
I mean, at this point he knows there are no combat tricks, and this is just a formality.
Yep, just making sure that you don't miscalculate, forget about something, and then miss this critical damage to win the game. And
Damn, another game where World Ender didn't end World.
yeah, that's 2. Wow. And Voice is able to find this game 1, a pretty grindy one, and the Pantheon Varus coming out on top.
I mean, we knew that this is a favorite for the Pantheon because just you outgrow you just Aatrox, and you have on top of that Varus. Pretty clean. Kayn is completely useless in this matchup. He doesn't trade with anything. He just dies. Well played.
Yep, a good meta call, bringing the Pantheon into the expected Aatrox meta. And we will be excited to see.
And that scout pull helped him a lot. Let's be honest.
Oh, the scout pull was... It made all the difference. There was no win there without the scout. Being able to attack with the Pantheon with multiple keywords over and over again, the pressure was applied because of that.
I mean, those Darkin matchups are very tricky to play because of the Unforgiving Cold, the Expanse Protection. There is a lot of stuff that you have to keep in mind. Momentous Choice is super annoying to play around, and oftentimes you just have to play YOLO and assume that opponent doesn't have it.
And now that he has that win, Red Gwen, the one that you said was disrespected, I mean, is Boyce looking to be in a pretty good spot here?
I mean, I believe this is 2 favorite matchups for him. Like, it's gonna be very hard for the Aurora to come back, I believe, if the Bowie's draws properly and plays on top of that.
And it looks like Boyce does have the attack token on 2, so we'll be looking for that Redeemed Prodigy that you have talked so much about, that being a new card that you want to see on turn 2 because it just gets so much value.
In this matchup, you have a lot of units that can trade back with it, so it's not that big of a deal because there are some matchups where they don't want to black at all. There are some matchups that just don't have enough units to block early, and they need to use removal, and that removal is destined towards normally Katarina. So this excellent bait to protect your Katarina. That's why you want to play 3 off, not 2 off as the deck used to.
Yep, we saw a few players cut the Elise and other ones have decided to stick with it, but in this meta especially, you need that grind and you need the triple cat. Poise does have the triple cat in this list, and as well as 3 Gwyn.
I mean, this hand is pretty good from Bois. Like, he has everything he needs to just win the game. Like, he has the early pressure, going into Gwen, he just needs to draw like a Reconner and follow up into Harrowing, and yeah, that's gonna be very hard to surpass by.
Yep, plenty of damage coming down. We got the Heralds will begin to start stacking up.
Look how crazy is this card. He just traded a unit, he pushed 2 damage and he got a Hollow stack. How is this legal?
Oh, just Mystic Shot it.
Yeah, just Mystic Shot. And when Katarina comes and what do you do? Cry?
Oh, yeah, what a great card. Really just adding to that archetype so much.
There is a unique take on the deck from the Bois, the Burgeoning Sentinel. Coming, that means that he wants to kill either his own or opponent's units to buff it up, and it's fearsome, which comes a long way against all those 2 attacking units only.
Does grab Darken. Ooh.
So here, Bois can make a pretty good play. He wants to bluff that he wants to think about this a bit, so he doesn't show I have obvious play. He can answer with the try to go Valfist, block the 3-2, but that can backfire against stuff like Momentous Choice, for example.
So,
and there is not much else that can answer this except Momentous. And he decides to not go for it. I'm very surprised. I think I would have, like, he could have taken the greedy route and just block it out, and then you have a follow-up on 3 open attack with the potentially Prodigy. If opponent has a way to deal with it, like, are you really set about baiting out Momentous Choice? Not necessarily. It's actually good.
yeah, especially for a unit that's really not that valuable in the long term.
Yeah, exactly. So we see Gwen, she's gonna be buffed to 4 damage, but the problem is now, like, imagine you baited that Momentous Choice last turn. That would be pretty good. Because now your Gwen wouldn't be in a threat.
Yeah, it makes her a bit awkward here. At least there is the Herald proc here, and that Redeem Prodigy, just putting that additional pressure and continuously too. I mean, it's now and it's also for the future turns. That card, I can't get over how good it is, and I'm so glad to see that Bois put 3 of it in his deck.
And we're gonna see a kill on the Gwen. Next turn, it's just gonna be probably Valfist following him to Dancer into Harrowing. Looks like a very clean game plan for the Bois. He has a perfect target for next turn, Valfist into Pass.
And although Gwen died, as we said, we see that Harrowing in hand. He just wants to put as much pressure as possible, so this Harrowing is a lethal in the future.
But there is an answer that prevents the potential. Oh, but how convenient! You can just top deck Flock to answer pretty much Kane or the 3-3. Huh. Let's see what Aurora decides to do.
That's how you play at the World Championships. You top deck the card that you need.
I mean, again, you need to draw like a champ and play like a champ to become one.
And there you said that Kane will be... Well, it's going to be answered here.
Yeah, most certainly it's gonna be a Kane kill. And we see an Aatrox coming on the curve as well.
I mean, just, yeah, looking at Boy's hand, it's like everything is just lining up.
I'm thinking if there is any reason to kill the 3-3 over the Kane, but I can't think of any.
Yep, and that 0 mana, no way to save him. So Kane will be pulling the Spirelink. We know Ravenous Lock is waiting there, going to be coming out very quickly. And I assume this will be an Eternal Dancer setup. Brings back a Gwen. I mean, can it really get any better than that?
I mean, it's gonna get answered by the Aatrox. Like, we are losing your unit to the Aatrox, but we have to remember that it's not a big deal because you have Harrowing, so you actually don't mind losing that.
So there's the Aatrox that we were talking about earlier. Going to lose the Eternal Dancer, but we will be putting some additional pressure onto this board.
Aatrox is 7/7 because it got buffed by the Darkin Spear.
Yeah, and Boyce is considering not attacking here.
Oh, no shot, you don't. No, you don't. He's just thinking if he wants to buff a Spider. I don't think you ever like, because you need to clean your board from the Big 4 harrowing, and there is a good shot Aurora just won't attack because of the harrowing. But he'll have a pretty good amount of the answers for the harrowing. He has all the strikes he needs. He has Unforgiving Cold, so yeah, I mean, Aurora has all the tools. He has the HP, he can kill the board. So maybe Bows is looking here to keep the Spider just for the defensive purposes, if he wants to play it a bit slower, perhaps.
Yeah, we're trying to calculate how much damage is this Harrowing going to do in the future as well. So
I mean, you need to calculate not dying next
not
turn.
dying, yeah.
Because now, if you take the block, if one takes the blocks, like if he doesn't block Gwen, but he blocks a Spider, he could be looking at open attack lethal potentially.
And no Spider block to push 1 is what we're likely to see here. Noxian and Fervor, do you think that's going to come into play here, or is it just going to be Harrowing and done if he doesn't die?
I mean, depends. If he is planning to play Katarina next turn. If he plans on playing Katarina next turn, I could see playing Spider here.
Oh,
Yeah.
wanting to take care of this Aatrox.
I think this is correct. I think this is the winning play, 100%.
Yeah.
That one off Fervor coming clutch. That could have been Valfist as well. That would have done the deal. But Fervor slightly more expensive, that's the job done as well.
Yeah, on top of that, because it only deals 3 to this Gwen, still is able to take out the Cultist as well, which is, I mean, being able to clear this board, keep a chump blocker up alive as well, having that Harrowing behind you, just making sure Aatrox isn't able to take over the world at the end here.
And we're gonna see another Aatrox coming down. The Doom wants to finish the job.
And likely here, I mean, we don't expect Aurora to deal with this Spider because of the potential of Harrowing.
We have a really interesting lines Bowies can take. He can either go for the Harrowing next turn, or he could go for Katarina Flip right now, and there is nothing that can stop it.
Yeah, and we've seen what Katarina has done in this tournament. Over and over again, she's just applied so much pressure in these grindy matchups.
But you have to realize how many cards are in the deck that Aurora could answer with the Katarina. There are strikes, there is Unforgiving Cold, there is so many banish cards that Katarina Flip might not be worth it.
Especially when you would just continue to fill up your board a little bit more too.
So the very interesting play is just to block out with Spider if he attacks with Aatrox, play the Minotaur and free attack with Minotaur. And if opponent blocks with it, next turn you are resurrecting your Minotaur, so you can utilize the extra Hallowing stacks. And if your opponent doesn't block with Aatrox, you are pushing good chunk of damage.
So do you think there's a potential we will see?
I think that was the best line. I think Minotaur Reconner into his own attack was something he should have considered. I mean, that's a cute little play, but I think he tunneled vision himself into that.
Saying that 2 health here, not really mattering that much.
I mean, 2 HP does matter a lot, and the stack on the World Enter gives you a bit more time to drawing the second Harrowing. The problem is he's prioritizing that Katarina a bit too much, I believe. And this is a far weaker play than what he could have done. Far weaker. Because he either pushed last turn, depending, I don't remember how many Hallowed stacks are there, but definitely could have threatened killing Aatrox or pushing at least 7 damage.
I believe there's 3 hero stacks.
2 Prodigy, 2 Gwen, 1 Dancer, so that's 5 stacks, so 9 damage, I would assume.
Alright, well, we will see this Harrowing come out. And it's going to be a pretty big one here.
He pulled the... Oh, wow. He got a pretty good card to answer with. Gonna create either Severum, probably Severum. Oh, he goes for the stun on the Dancer instead. Pretty good play as well. Probably prevents more damage.
So we will see lots of hero stacks come out here.
I mean, is this good enough? We have Unforgiving Cold.
So, well, once the Herald goes through, we'll see the Gwins will get buffed, and they will be eating the Herald, or the Unforgiving Cold. And after that,
He looks very dead to me.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I mean, not going to do much with the Snip anymore.
Next turn you have Katarina. Interesting. So, see, imagine if instead of that Katarina, you would have gotten the Reconner, the Minotaur here. That would be such a so much different play, because even if he stunned here, this Dancer, obviously he couldn't know that, but he could still attack with it with the free attack. Aurora would have probably went for the Severum instead then. But again, the opponent would be at 9 HP. That's a major difference.
They'll never know what killed.
Alright, Katarina is leveled, ready to go. But the board, not really much going on there either.
We have a 3-3 coming in with the lifesteal. There are still some tools that Aurora has left to deal with the Katarina. Furious Wielder.
I was going to say, I feel like unless Boyce finds another the Harrowing, I feel like it's going to be kind of tough for him to finish off this last bit of health. We've used the Noxian Fervor already, so the Reach, I mean, another Gwyn could also do it as well. But I think there's a chance that with this Aatrox, Aurora is going to be able to stabilize.
I mean, there is a chance that Aurora could make a mistake here. Okay, he was just checking what will the World Enter be if he plays it. So, like, he for sure needs to keep mana for Furious Wielder. He could try to greed and play like a Styratu, but that's definitely not worth it. So he's just gonna go safe route, play double weapon, and keep mana for Furious Wielder, and he's gonna heal a lot of HP.
Yes, this healing will kind of put, like I said, put things out of range. Besides the Harrowing, I feel like you really need to find this Harrowing to have a good shot here.
There is I think you just play Minotaur here and wait for your opponent response. I don't think you need to do much else here. He decides to go for Katarina.
Yep. Gets a Blade, 0 mana, but the amount of healing that's available here, Blade's just not going to do quite enough. I mean, we can't even block these fearsomes with our boisterous host either.
I mean, definitely you are not trading with Katarina. You're probably just blocking the Aatrox with Host so you get more damage on Katarina threat. But besides that, you can also dagger your own unit for 1 more damage. And that's gonna be the play probably. Dagger in front of Aatrox so he doesn't heal for 2.
Yep, and we've seen Boyce do that already. He knows what to do there. So, another Herald proc. Aatrox not going to heal quite as much. Katarina does have the ability to attack. What would you be looking to do after this resolves?
I mean, if he committed to Katarina, he's just gonna take a swing. There is not much else you can do.
And, of course, the block has to come down because, I mean, you don't really want to go too low here, especially with the Blade's Edge's potential to continue.
There is a chance you want to play Reconner now. You have 1 out of Harrowing. If you top deck that Harrowing, you just win the game. So you might be looking to attack with both units. So next turn you can buff up another, like you can take out another blocker and you have another attacker coming with the huge amount of the overwhelm damage. And then you can, like, if opponent trades and he has no more blockers, he can finish off the game with the Minotaur.
So what it kind of comes down to here is saying if that Harrowing is what we end up seeing, you do see the Reckoner there.
I mean, right now, if Aurora doesn't develop anything, if he decides to play World Ender, Boyce wins. Because he has another development next turn coming. He's gonna buff up the Recorner now. We're gonna see Furious Wielder play and a block on the another one. The problem with this play, like he's losing 1 blocker, right? And then another one Minotaur comes next turn, disabling another blocker. And then what do you do?
Yeah. I mean, there is a potential of just saying, you know what, you had units to block that have lifesteal, what if he just can't block anymore?
I mean, he just drew another Aatrox weapon. Aatrox, so that leaves him with the spell. So now he has an answer actually for the second Minotaur.
And those Herald stacks. So many.
I mean, you have to just leave Katarina alive. There is not much you can do. You have to kill the Overwhelm. Oh, he's thinking about it.
Yeah, that's...
Can you not kill Katarina? You just die to daggers.
Alright. Well, Katarina will be staying alive here. And as you said, she is one of your better shots. Of course, Harrowing, big one as well. Ooh, will Aora be able to pull this off?
I mean, he'll definitely start next turn with the Minotaur just into attack and see what's up. Like he'll be forced to block with the Aatrox because other units will be having immobile.
Vile Feast is the top deck, not quite what Boyce wanted to see here, but there is a chance that maybe it helps push a bit of damage in the future.
Yeah, definitely. You can buff up the Spider, like, and you can swing with Katarina without buff. The Vile Feast is actually very good. There are better top decks than that, but it's definitely usable. And maybe he's checking if this makes units not immobile. He's just checking the interaction with the World Ender, if that helps.
Always good to check that eye.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the Aatrox spell. Boyce is aware of that champion spell because there was an animation of that card being drawn.
Yep, when you can see, you see the two little eyes on the top of it, and when that card gets hovered onto the stack, you're able to see my opponent was looking at this card.
I don't exactly remember, but if he attacks like this and Aurora plays the spell, he gets immediately the second strike spell. So if he orders like this, he will just clean the whole Bowie's hand. So I'm not sure if he can afford to just take a swing by swing. He might need to go full in on the swing, and yeah.
And there it is. You talked about potentially buffing up the Spider to push some damage in the future with the Katarina.
We see the pre-combat Deathbringer sweep to get another one.
Good play from Aora, recognizing that that Spider is potentially a lot of damage. On top of that, healing a little bit more with this Aatrox too.
Imagine Flock now.
Imagine Flock. Would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be very nice.
And the Deathbringer slash. Going to go ahead and take a strike here.
Oh, this card was that you strike each other. Wait, so this is just lethal for the Bowies. Wait. Okay, I thought it was.
Okay, yeah.
I got scared. Yeah, that's just lethal.
Yep, there's.
No blockers.
But 14 health.
Oh, he's dead.
They're afraid. They should be.
Oh, with the...
Just 10 stacks. Just 10 Hallow stacks. What, 14 health? That sounds like a problem.
That many stacks. There were... Wow.
Harrowing, double Prodigy, 10 Gwens.
There were so many stacks there. I didn't realize it was quite that high. I was like, wow, there's 14 health there. Oh, no, there's not.
Yeah, that was solid play by the boys. He just outgrinded the Kayn Aatrox, as we mentioned. Red Gwen keeps surprising players.
Really well played by him.
Yeah.
Really well played.
I just don't know why they are keep ignoring that Red Gwen. But please.
You call it the start, you're like, players are disrespecting this deck. It is performed in the qualifiers, it's performed in the championships, and players have still said, you know what, I'm going to let it through, and it'll be fine. And so far, it has not been fine.
Like, the problem was Kayn Aatrox, as we expected before the game. The deck had two weak matchups, Pantheon Varus, Katarina Gwen. You wanted to leave one deck that's a good matchup, which is Lulu Jinx. Unless you expected necessarily Kayn Aatrox ban from the opponent, which, why would you ever ban it? Like,
and
you have two good matchups.
We're going to go ahead and hear more about it from our analyst desk right now.
There is so much to break down in this match. I can just tell that, like, Silverfuse, Alan, like, really had a lot to say, but I want to hear from you all. Those were, just to start, two of the longest games we have seen in the entirety of the World Championship so far, after we'd already noted that matches could be a little bit faster because of how mid-rangey the meta has really settled to for now.
I think as we get into day two, a lot of the decks that we're seeing out of players in the groups are a lot more similar. We're seeing a lot more like Aatrox and Pantheon Varus in the group. So like we're going to see a lot of like mirror matches or like pseudo mirror matches, similar play styles coming out. So yeah, the games are going to go a little bit longer. It's going to be a little bit grindier. But as we can see in these grindier matchups, Katarina comes out on top again.
Well, especially when they're hitting a lot of their very powerful moments here. Like in the first match of that set there, we had Pantheon come out, and Aurora was able to deal with it in the first game from Buis. But then in the second Pantheon coming down was still being dealt with by the World Ender. Eventually, it just grinds out to a halt where the Pantheon wins, but it really was just big power versus big power, and the big power just running into each other and no one able to get an inch.
I was really surprised, honestly, in that first game. I felt that Bowies was playing a bit too slowly, not trying to force as hard, because Unforgiving Cold, right, is just the card that blows you out. And it's one of those sorts of matchups, I feel, where you have to force your opponent to use every single copy, and then your final threat sticks. That's sort of how Pantheon has been winning games ever since he was added to the game. Big shout out to Upcycled Rake as well. You can't take Scout from Pantheon.
Yeah, and when we talk about these decks being kind of similar, what I really mean is, there's a lot of Unforgiving Cold in these groups. A lot of Pantheon Vars, just a lot of darkened decks that are going to be running multiple copies of this card, and it's possible that day 2 is really going to be determined by who brought more copies of this card, and we do see players that are running as few as 1.
Well, and when things get cold, things slow down. That's the way it works, right? Every single time. And the freezes has consistently caused these mid-range matchups to slow down. You harken back to things like Nox's Frostbite, and it always was able to slow down those mid-range matchups and turn out a win. Well, now both sides kind of have the ways to slow it down, so we get kind of grinded to a halt.
We have the Frostbite slowing down the mid-range matchup, but now we're combining these with powerful units and keywords that give you the pressure that Frostbite never had. And when we see mid-range decks just bonking their heads together, the one that has that longevity and the ability to draw these darken and have more interaction and combat tricks come out on top. And Red Gwen deserves respect. It's been putting so many of these grindy matchups in the dirt. Bowies even running the one of Foyer, which is excellent for these grindy matchups.
Well, I love what Alan and Silverfuse were talking about as well with the banning strategy, but also when Aurora queued up the Kayn Aatrox at the beginning, they had noted that this was probably a deck that might have wanted to go up against the Red Gwen to begin with. So it's kind of interesting to see how everything played out.
Yeah, I mean, the ban strategy, like we mentioned earlier in the day, you can kind of go either way with it. And even though we wanted the matchup of the double Darken into the Red Gwen, we saw on camera it didn't actually play out in a favorable fashion for Aurora. So far, 0-4 on double Darken decks today between Chenia and Aurora. It's not looking good so far.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few of these decks run into the issues where they can't buy a win in the matchups. Conservatory for Maddie was one of the big ones. And in this opportunity, there was a chance for him to win, right? Going up against Red Gwen, that was kind of where the weak point was. And the fact is, in a very unfavored matchup against the Pantheon, he almost came out on top. And if Aurora can pick that up, that's where you find those wins. Maddie was able to do it with Conservatory in some rough matchups yesterday. And even when you have these decks and it's maybe a 40-60, there's still 40% to win.
Yeah, the players are, especially at this level, they are experts at flipping the matchup tables. It's about, a lot of matchup tables just kind of assume basic mechanics, perfect play, quality of draw. And the players, when they don't get the line that they're looking for, the line that they need, can they adapt? And I think, to circle back around to it, Red Gwen is a deck that flexes into so many different lines of play, so many modes and abilities to win the game, where suddenly you think you have late game dominance with the World Ender, and then you recognize I'm actually supposed to be the aggressor this entire time.
I mean, the World Ender's cool, but the Harrowing seems to just be a little bit cooler.
I mean, or just, freeze everything, right? That's what's really cold, right? Anyway, all of our players, they have at least one win or one loss under their belt for our group stage as we finish one round robin, but we still have 2 more full rounds to go. That's 8 more matches. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more Legends of Runeterra action.
2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championship. My name is Boulevard. Joining me in the caster desk, we have Skarzig returning from earlier in the day. And we've got our first matchup together of Group B, Donut and Chenia, both of the 0-1 players in that group. Skarzig, how are we feeling about this one?
I mean, the players are fighting to stay alive. Whatever nerves, whatever lack of prep plagued them in their first rounds, they're going to try to shake all of that off, focus in, and bring every single last ounce of energy they have to stay in this one.
Yeah, both of these players being 0-1, the loser is not necessarily eliminated from the tournament just yet, but it is not exactly in their hands anymore, whether or not they will advance on to the top 8 stage, the day 3, where everybody wants to go and fight a little bit longer to be a champion. It doesn't matter how bad your group stage actually was, as long as you make it into day 3.
Right. The players, at the end of the day, they also need to be proud of the games that they played. And so Donut, right, a player who is a bit of an underdog, didn't make a top cut yet, but still managed to fight and claw his way into this round robin. I appreciated once more how he was able to identify the strength of the Darkened Harp, which is now seeing so much play with this new Aatrox Vayne.
Yeah, which actually, it's a little surprising to me that Donut was one of the few players to actually cut down on the Darkened Harp in the Vayne Aatrox, only playing 2 copies, where most players, even if they only run 2 weapons in Vayne Aatrox, it's going to be 3 Harp and 3 Darkened Ages. But we have, of course, Skarzig, I would say the deck of the World Championship qualifiers, maybe even the deck of the World Championship, Red Gwen, coming in with the Crimson Pigeon tech, which we did not get to see out of any players from Group C or D.
Right. This sort of style of building is so powerful. We know that if you can start off a good foundation for the rest of your lineup to kind of fall into place around, it's going to take so much pressure off of you to know particular matchups and bans when you have something that's generally good into most things. And now we get over to Chenia, one of the favorite South Korean players, still also fighting to maintain his agency in the group stage.
And it's going to be a little bit questionable on how this one plays out. We've seen him only play the Varus Aatrox so far. Did go 0-2 on this deck in his earlier match against Aragorn. So a lot of questions still running around this double Darkened style of deck.
I mean, when I think this list has such a unique idea, right? The double Runeterran champions, the way that Varus and Aatrox tutor one another, I think there is still another layer of understanding that Chenia is trying to tap into. And so by grinding out these early sets with the list, maybe this is the game we see it all come together. We know that weapons like the Darkened Fan, the Darkened Spear are so explosive if we can get the World Ender to go off, especially with those discounts, those Darkened forms blow the game wide open. Players have gotten so good at forcing trades that Aatrox cannot get enough tempo to summon his buddies.
No, and speaking of which, it's actually the Vayne Aatrox taken off of the table for Donut, as well as the Lulu Jinx once again banned for Chenia. So we're at least not going to have any World Ender mirrors. If one player gets it down, it's just going to be Chenia, and hopefully that'll be enough to run over some of these lower interaction lists like the Teemo Zoe that has been left up.
Teemo Zoe, a wild card list, didn't really come up too much yesterday, but still has that potential to run away with the game. Right at the end of day 1, we saw Makeups really take over when the Teemo came together. This one is still on Bandle City, so we have Pokesticks, a little bit more draw, but again, the loss of the Sudden Surge, swapping it out for Purifying Flame, gives it a more uneven power level that really hasn't been proven yet on the world stage, but Red Gwen is also something that's probably going to be striking some fear into Chenia.
Oh, absolutely. We have seen Red Gwen absolutely run away on the day so far. And even going back to this Teemo Zoe deck for a minute here, Blinded Mystic making its way into the main deck. And as you had mentioned, you know, the Purifying Flame coming out for this, or coming in for the Sudden Surge that was recently nerfed, actually changes a lot about this deck, where previously it didn't feel correct to try and kill units. It felt like a losing battle. There were just too many combat tricks. Now, it's really just the Battle Bonds and the Pale Cascade. Losing that Sudden Surge was massive for this deck, and yet Makis decided to run it back yesterday, didn't make it out of groups, and now we're not going to get it in game number 1 from Donut just yet. Is going to take the safe pick with the Red Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, staying with Bandle City still gives you access to Bird the Bellringer to get that early snowball, Vandal Commando generating more threats that you can just go wide with, and I was kind of hoping to see perhaps, you know, Purpleberry Shake, which was kind of an early all-star card for Teemo Zoe, but kind of fell off because of the mirror match. I think we can tell from this build that Donut was anticipating a lot more of these elusive style builds, no doubt, but Donut opening up with Red Gwen, and Chinia trying to make it happen.
We cannot tell what deck Chenia has opened with because all 4 of these cards we see in the mulligan are in both the Varus Aatrox and the Kayn Vayne deck. So we are as of yet clueless which Darken deck Chenia has gone for here.
And as we jump in, yeah, it's just going to be a nice surprise for everybody, Boulevard. Donut is looking at the list. We see a great early curve, but when you are trying to just block down, if you don't get enough early tempo, if Donut is able to stabilize, can certainly run away with the game.
Yeah, and Chenia actually has a really great blocker here thanks to the Darken Ages. That tough keyword does a lot in these sort of early game focused matchups. Now the Redeemed Prodigy coming down, one of the big cards that we were excited for coming into this tournament, a huge buff to the Red Gwen archetype. And, you know, I'm looking at this Glimpse Beyond in Donut's hand because we've been talking about all of these Demacia / Cultist decks that have been coming in. They're pretty low interaction. Usually it's just Fish Fight and Furious Wielder, depending on the region combination you're going for. So these Glimpse Beyonds have been getting a ton of value for the Shadow Isle decks.
It's a little bit rough when it comes to Overwhelm, but we've seen players get very creative, very sneaky, trying to outplay lifesteal and other healing effects. Chenia just trying to supplement his board dominance with the Darken Aegis, a 3/3 with tough, get some fantastic trades, and you aren't putting too much value into a more expensive unit. You're going to get much more long-term pressure from just having this cheap unit your opponent really doesn't want to respond to.
And Donut actually chose not to attack with Prodigy on turn 2. You know, sort of valuing the board state over that additional Hallowed proc, but honestly, in the last match that we saw, Skarzig, where the Hallowed proc got up to 12, 11, 13, somewhere around those lines, you know, we're going to have to see how this plays out in the late game. A lot of Hallowed units still in the hand for Donut, so maybe just taking it a little bit slower and saying, you know, I'll go in for these big attacks later, but I'm not sure how many Prodigy you can kind of just let sit on board while Chenia approaches the late game. And we do see the Kayn, so we are aware this is the Aatrox build. Or no, this is the Vayne Kayn build. No Aatrox, so the late game a little bit weaker.
Agonizing as well over that decision. A lot of powerful ideas, right? The Cultist to push through damage with Elusive. Do I want Combat Cook to get another weapon, more mid-game development and pressure? Do I want the Concerted Strike now to get more reactivity? It looks like that is the pickup. One of the few ways to deal with some of these bigger bodies like the Eternal Dancers. And now the double Redeemed Prodigy comes through because now you're getting a 4-wide strike.
Yeah, just biding your time until you can go in with as many units as possible and choosing to go for the open attack, not letting Chenia develop, as there are a couple of 4-mana units in Chenia's deck between the Cultist and the Cook, so if you chose to greed it out for one of these other units, you could have gotten punished pretty big.
But fortunately, after that attack, not too much has gone down. We have the Ambitious Cultist coming through, generates an Encore. We're going to look in the box once more later on in this game to find another spell.
You know, funny enough, I don't know if you feel like this, but sometimes when you are playing the same deck over and over again and you have some sort of random generation, it almost feels like you're weighted towards certain cards, and this Encore is the exact same card that was generated in the last game that we saw on camera.
Yeah, Chenia is going for the Encore. He's trying to run it back. And that's what I appreciate. If Encore is going to come out, you know it's going to come out again. Chenia now in a position to just keep developing. The triple Kayn means he can be very aggressive and reckless with this Darken. Every time you attack, that Scythe gets a little bit stronger as well. The Challenger keeping the board under control. Forced, when you take over the mid game like this, Donut is forced to pivot to that late game grindy win condition.
And I think that the Kayn is actually a decent pickup here. The Kayn Champion spell is actually quite impactful, starting that free attack, giving it quick attack, because one of the big weaknesses we've seen from Kayn over the course of the day is just not ramping up fast enough. Everybody gets taller a lot faster than Kayn does, so hopefully some additional attacks will help out, but with Noxian Fervor and Glimpse Beyond, Donut's got a lot of cool tricks to dodge the Kayn level up.
And the Buru Cultist putting in a lot of value. We thought the Aegis would be mostly for defense, just holding down, but we have this fantastic skill. Every time an equipped ally attacks, Buru Cultist is going to deal 1 damage to the Nexus just like this. And Donut using the Glimpse Beyond, using that Utility Boulevard to deny the strike for Kayn. He is not going to level up anytime soon.
No, and I think Chenia might even have to look to get rid of this Kayn as soon as possible. Get one on board that can block again, as this immobile keyword is sticking around forever since Kayn came down with only 2 attack, but that's not really in Chenia's hands. That's up to Donut, and I don't see it happening anytime soon. And, you know, with the Harrowing already in hand, Donut feels pretty safe playing more for the late game on this one.
Fortunately, the attack token is coming out next. So Donut does need to wait an extra turn to play Harrowing, but then we've got Harrowing into Harrowing. Now we're going to see Donut shift to which units do I want to recklessly throw down and have them trade so that I can resurrect them. The potential, right, for Eternal Dancers to get a lot of work in, the Ruined Reckoner to get down a lot of work is so key. And Ruined Reckoner granting can't block to Kayn. That's going to be permanent. And then coming through means that Donut's like, I want the Reckoners in the Harrowing. You are summoning a wide board of attackers that are all buffed by Hallowed, and then 2 or 3 of your opponent's blockers are out of the equation. The lethal is already cooking, Boulevard.
Yeah, there's just no way for Chenia to play against these Harrowings when Donut has so many Reckoners in hand, right? Both the Fallen and the Ruined and the Risen, all great targets to come off of the Harrowing, going to take away all of Chenia's ability to block, and then if the first one doesn't kill, the second one is summoning twice as many Fallen and Risen Reckoners, as they are some of the highest attack units in the deck.
Ironically, Kayn is struggling to find his way off of the board. Chenia going to make use of one of these finally to get the Challenger and Quick Attack to take down this Katarina before she flips. Donut, again, not phased by this. You're fine with your units going down because he's already playing towards that win condition of the Harrowing.
Yeah, and actually, Donut might be in a little bit of trouble here. There's no blockers coming out, and with Noxian Fervor, we're actually tapping down below Vile Feast, the one way we'd have to get a blocker on board. So Chenia currently looking, if they use the Expanse's Protection to save this unit, as high as, I want to say, 11 or 12 damage. Might actually just be lethal with a Riposte.
Hopefully, and I think that's what Chenia is trying to push through here. Blade's Edge to pop the Spell Shield. Noxian Fervor connects. Katarina goes down to take down Blooming Cultist, and Kayn fizzles.
Yeah.
As his target.
Unfortunately, Kayn starting a free attack, challenging a unit does mean that if the target disappears, you don't just get to go into combat for free anyway. And now the attack looking much less impactful. One shy of lethal with Riposte, but maybe you actually do have lethal here if you throw out both the Riposte and this Momentous Choice, I believe. I don't think Vile Feast is going to save you from that. It might save you at 1 exactly, actually.
Yeah, so I think we could see Riposte on the Buru Cultist to protect against Ravenous Flock. Momentous Choice going on to the Kayn. And Chenia finding a way to squeeze through some lethal damage against the Harrowing, but
it's funny because
the Vile
Feast will save you. And if Chenia had perfect information, knew that it was Vile Feast and not Ravenous Flock, actually could have put the barrier on the Kayn.
But Encore, the wild card, what do we get? Rite of Passage.
I don't think that's going to do anything in this matchup, and now we are getting into the Harrowing turn for Donut, which might just do it, Skarzik.
Yeah, I think with Rite of Passage you can predict, maybe find an Unforgiving Cold to stop this, but the Reckoners are coming down for their reckoning. Risen Reckoner coming through now too, because it's going to revive itself right back.
Yeah, that's also just a lot of attack added into the Harrowing, which is very important. Exactly enough mana for this spell on the side of Donut. We've got a blocker for Chenia. We've got a couple of kill spells, but I don't think it, oh, actually, no. You can use the Kayn spell on the Kayn, and the Buru Cultist will trigger, deal 1 damage to Donut.
Let's go! Donut knows that this might be the play, is thinking, is there any way that Chenia can stop this? Trying to calculate the damage, right, with Unforgiving Cold. Am I going to be wide enough? This Spiderling is actually blocking one key resurrection spot from the Harrowing. Donut doesn't like the odds. Going to try to play it even slower, but knows that this Buru Cultist is going to kill on an open attack lethal.
Yeah, and Donut not going for the Harrowing, not tapping out here, means that Glimpse Beyond is available to dodge the Kayn spell like we saw earlier, but you cannot dodge Tumble.
And so everything is coming together for Chenia. Donut thought he would be able to rally up with the Harrowing and all of those Reckoners, but Kayn, Buru can't block, but it doesn't matter. You aren't pushing through enough damage, trying to just go for a Paralyzing Bite instead. I think that Harrowing could have still done it, though. With Kayn, he's respecting the Kayn spell because of the tutor, the way it works.
A little bit too much, and he didn't have a winning line no matter what once this Vayne came down with the Tumble, so it doesn't really matter. But I like what Donut's doing here, understanding that from this position on open information, he loses the game. So he's stunning the Vayne and saying, hey, if you want to tumble anything, you have 3 perfect Ravenous Flock targets for me to deny your victory.
So is Chenia just going to go for it? is the question. I think from this position, you've kind of already survived the harrowing turn. So
in my opinion, Chenia can just pass because he wins on the open attack.
Yeah.
So there's no need for him to do anything. Donut has to use the Ravenous Flock first, passes back. Once Donut goes for the attack, yeah, maybe you go for it. Definitely not onto the Buru Cultist, though, although, you know, that is sort of the thing. You can just flock the Buru Cultist, and then none of this matters. So I'd like to see Chenia go for it before his opponent has an option to get another draw in here.
So big wide swing, 11 damage, Hallowed procs. We have Midnight Raid in the hand. Chenia is just waiting for that Midnight Raid to come through and then employ this Concerted Strike.
Yeah, and this does mean that
Kayn will level.
Donut also has an option to just play the Glimpse Beyond, draw a Ravenous Flock with 1 mana before we can get an attack off with this Buru Cultist, because if it survives to the open, the skill's already
denying the
wins.
Kayn once again.
Team Prodigy Gwen, no Flock does mean that Chenia should have this on the open attack. Vile Feast, of course, still could come out, but then, you know, there's 3 attackers, single combat. I believe this is just done here, Skarzig.
Unbelievable. The Buru Cultist from turn 1 with the Darken Aegis to stay alive, dealing damage to the Nexus, and Chenia locks it up with his Darken heavy lineup.
Yeah, we see the Kayn Vein, and finally, I believe this might be the first Kayn level up that we've seen of the tournament. I haven't kept great track of that one. I feel like I haven't seen it very often, but yeah, Chenia with that Buru Cultist, that is definitely the most impact we have seen a 1-drop have so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the Darken Aegis was the reason that it was able to stay alive for so long. He played very defensively with it, only took 1 block, and again, it's a 1-drop, so you don't really want to use the Ravenous Flock on it across the early mid-game. The Noxian Fervor ended up not connecting, and it just put in just a little bit of chip damage. And when we look at the way these lists interact, it is a battle by inches. How much damage can I take to still be able to threaten my opponent? And because Donut recognized I'm locked out of the harrowing because of the Buru with a free attack, Chenia was able to put him in a nice fork there.
But now we're going to have to see Chenia move over to this Vayne Aatrox, a deck they went 0-2 on earlier in the day, up against Donut on this Teemo Zoe elusive list. Purifying Flames in the opening hand, I have to imagine, is a keep. The earlier you get this card down, the better. And we've seen it act as a late-stage top deck sometimes with nothing, but no.
Oh, actually,
Mulligan
the Esmus was trying to find some better elusives to combine with this. Hands looking very bricky for Donut. But however, Chenia not seeing such a good curve. We got Keeper of the Box, Blooming Cultist, Varus. We'll see if Chenia recognizes that he needs to beat down here.
With 9 1-drops in the deck for Donut, I don't think it's necessarily out of the question for a Pokestick to come out and just cycle and see if you can find a unit to get online. Of course, doesn't have to do it right now, but Chenia already getting down a lifesteal unit with Fearsome, which is a keyword that is difficult for the elusive deck to deal with, and managing to find one of the very few non-elusive followers in the list is Donut. Things not off to a good start here.
Yeah, so Donut still wants to get the Purifying Flames down. I could certainly see the Wandering Shepherd just improvise onto itself to get a weapon, to get a body, something that maybe you can cycle and re-equip to an elusive once you get it. But Donut on all spells, I wouldn't even be sad if there was a double Pokestick here, just trying to cycle cards and find your real win conditions.
Going for a quick attack weapon here is Donut, so, you know, sort of activating this almost as an elusive, something that is an effective blocker, but I think Chenia's fine to just kind of let this one go. I can crack back, force a trade if I need to. Definitely not in any kind of position of pressure, and with more Darken in hand, going to be tutoring up that Aatrox very soon, and finally, we get a Lunari Dustbringer from Donut.
Oh man, and Chenia also pivoting over to the Darken Harp. Fearsome, quick attack, lifesteal. Hopefully the Keeper of the Box can carry. It's a one of tech in this list. Wait, no, pardon me. Yeah, 3 in this one. It was 1 in the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Keeper of the Box is going to start carrying really hard. It's difficult, right, for these elusive decks to beat down enough. They want to have a consistent damage output that you can calculate several turns into the future. And when you have lifesteal interfering with that and also beating you down and decreasing the clock in which you have to draw becomes very bad. And look at this. The Purifying Flames are all ready to go in the hand, but now there's only 1 elusive. You need to get maximum value out of a 4-mana spell like this that doesn't directly affect the board.
And the fact that this is a Nightfall elusive means that Donut has to play something first, and if we're not going for a burst speed spell like the Purifying Flames, it actually is just going to be double Pokey Stick. I like this, not giving Chenny an opportunity to equip another weapon to this unit, taking out the elusives, the one sort of blocking agency that Chenny will have in this matchup.
Lodestone, you can see and the other non-elusive threat coming through, the Blinded Mystic. We can take the lifesteal off of this Keeper of the Box at the very least, but still so much damage potential coming through. Suffice to say, Donut does have the luxury of being able to float a lot of mana for Purifying Flames. Once it comes through, this game is going to blow wide open.
Oh, and we get the Darkened Fan. This is one of the newer cards that almost nobody is on. I believe Chenny, the only player in the tournament running any copies, will summon an ephemeral 2/1 Dragonling with lifesteal when you declare an attack, but given the board state for Chenny right now, I think it's very unlikely to see the fan anytime soon.
And so the Purifying Flames hits, activates the Nightfall on the Lunari Shadestalker, 4/5 now.
And there is no opportunity at the moment for Chenia to get a unit big enough to activate this Furious Wielder and be able to kill this unit even once Aatrox comes down. Only going to be a 6/6. That's not enough to get through Battle Bombs.
Oh, and enough mana to slam down the Esmus. A 3/5 tanky is all get out, and now is going to keep buffing this Lunari. It's going to get bigger and bigger, harder to deal with. Chenny, I believe, had an Unforgiving Cold in the opening hand, but couldn't really rely on just holding that, right? You need to save it for the mid-late game, and hopefully he draws back into it before it's too late. 2 copies in the deck.
One of the problems that Donut is about to run into is you cannot really afford to wait until turn 5 to get your first big swing off, even if it isn't as impactful as this one. It's going to be about 8 damage coming through. Aatrox is going to be ramping up that World Ender so quickly with 3 equipped units on the board for Chenia once this champion comes down on the following turn. I don't know how this one is going to play out. I think Chenia has just enough interaction to be able to clutch this one out, but we will see.
Yeah, Darkened Fan also doing a great job alongside Keeper of the Box to just heal for 6, potentially 8 alongside Aatrox every turn. Eventually with the World Ender, we're going to see Pra.
I like this play from Chenia. When I saw the Varus Aatrox versus the Aatrox Kayn that we saw out of, I believe it was Aurora, I realized how much more I liked the Kayn because there's not a lot of spells, or rather all of your spells don't deal with targeting super well. They're kind of use case specific. You can't play them proactively, so you can't tutor the Varus or even ramp up the Varus as well as you normally would. You're not going to level him as quickly. He's not going to be as big of a threat, so I actually like equipping a different weapon to him here.
Yeah, that way you just get the Darkened Bow, try to set up for a cheeky or assimilate play down the road, and now Darkened Thrall gives you a body that you can keep equipping a weapon to.
Going into turn 6 here, we could see the World Ender, Aatrox himself touch down, and a Blinded Mystic catching the chime there, and another non-elusive top deck for Donut. The damage output still very limited.
We still have mana now again for the Bloodletter. Go onto the Darkened Thrall, have another equipped unit. It can't block anyway. None of your units can block against elusive. I wonder if Keeper of the Box is going to try to trade in here just to get a little bit of healing. When you look across the table at Donut, threatening 8 that you can see, how much more damage output could this really be if the next draw, or maybe the draw after that, are some cheap elusives to combine with this Purifying Flames, be it Teemo, Zoe, Vandal, Commando, could be quite strong. Non-elusive, Donut is playing out in the open, doesn't want to be sneaky beaky. The rest of the homies are coming through. We do still have this second Shepherd, however. We can put a weapon on one of these Esmuses or this Lunari to get some extra punch. Maybe that forbidden upcycled rake comes through.
And as we get into the late game here, Skarzig, things are finally starting to look good for Donut. Once this Harazi comes down next turn and you get a Spell Shield 7/7 support duplication onto an elusive unit, we are potentially looking at lethal damage. And here, we already see one of the elusives bumped up to a 7/7. This is before the support comes in for it.
So we've got support coming through, the threat of Harazi. We've got Battle Bonds in the hand to push through even more. Chenia is going to try to respond with the Furious Wielder, but you have to be so careful about that one of Expanse's protection that Donut's packing.
And Donut might actually have lethal here. The battle bonds, if you can preserve mana for it, Furious Wielder isn't going to be enough to kill either of these elusives. The Aatrox heal does make the math a little funny. Donut still has some cards that they can play, a Darkened Lodestone, get an additional couple of damage points in there, but I think we are within the realm of setting Chenia into either lethal range or very low single digits.
Because Donut's lethal threat was so massively delayed, Chenia has a lot of options here. We've seen these Darkened decks say, I'm just going to play on curve, and then they don't have the mana left over to really threaten multiple combat tricks the way they would like to. But Chenia is in that rare opportunity that there is so many things that Donut has to respect from this position. Another weapon coming down, Esmus even bigger.
And we see now the Darkened Fan possibly coming out. Donut has lethal with the battle bonds, but has to respect the Unforgiving Cold.
Unforgiving Cold is so tragic here. You'd have to put down the Expanse's protection proactively just to make sure it only hits one of your elusives. But when you're playing this deck, at the end of the day, you have to put your damage through. When you see the Aatrox in play, the equipped units, the World Ender, you're going to full send
and
it. Battle bonds, 17 damage.
Chenia can live here. The Furious Wielder onto the Keeper of the Box will put Chenia at 18. You're not going to kill any units, but you are going to live and continue to tick down that World Ender. But with how large these elusives from Donut have gotten, I don't know if that's enough. And when your opponent's down to just one, any elusive top deck will finish out the game.
And because Donut's able to force the Furious Wielder in a position where his elusive stays alive, he's so favored. Now, Chenia is crunching the numbers. We can already see the look on his face, looking at the Aatrox, the Dark Enthrall, the Keeper of the Box. Can I push through and assimilate here with the World Ender? The discount also means we got 0 mana Jural coming through.
That is true, and it looks like the World Ender is hovered. Chenia potentially just eyeing up how this board is going to play out, and it is going to be the World Ender.
So now Aatrox leveling up, getting ready to cleave Donut's Nexus in two. Keeper of the Box going to be assimilated. Dark Enthrall going to be assimilated. And Jural comes through as well to stop any potential combat tricks.
I know there's only 1 mana left for Chenia, but do not be fooled. The cost reduction that Aatrox is putting out means there's still a lot of cards left to be played, while Donut on the other side, very limited interaction in hand. You know, has this copy of the Blinded Mystic, which could be able to prevent lethal here, or at least save one of his units in a big way.
Unreal run, to be honest. When I look closer at Donut's deck, seeing the fact that it was all spells at the start, and then didn't draw any...
Donut's going back to 20. This is a Lifesteal Seratu, a Lifesteal 7/6, and then, of course, Aatrox going to strike as well for that additional 2 damage.
When the Darkened Fan assimilates, it creates copies of itself. One has Elusive, one has Challenger, one has Lifesteal. Aatrox is healing. Straw 2 keeps the Lifesteal from the Keeper of the Box.
And honestly, I am not sure how Silence interacts with assimilation. Can you even get the Lifesteal off the Straw 2? We will find out right now. The answer is yes.
So a little bit of Lifesteal out of the equation. Donut still trying to hang in there, but we've got 2 big Challenger units as well. Donut finally making use of the non-elusives in order to block down, but I think it might be too much.
And the momentous choice means that you can actually trade into this Duskbringer, get the large threat off the field, and we might even be looking at lethal right here. It's hard to tell. There's so much Overwhelm and Quick Attack, so many different keywords spread out over Chenia's board in a way that we're not used to seeing. Usually you're all in on that one unit, and this Skarzig has been a huge turning point.
The Darkened Fan, the unsung weapon that we had yet to see, comes in clutch with the World Ender. We saw players struggle to fill up the board.
That's -15. That's just lethal. Chenia's brought it back for a 2-0 over Donut.
Chenia showing us finally the Darken lineup truly works. It took a little bit for him to calculate and really get a handle on the way this deck can operate. Every single unique combination of Darken champions gives birth to a new deck that's playing mid-range in a slightly different manner. And Chenia hitting his stride, Donut going down by such a bad bricked draw.
Such close margins there, Skarzik. Chenia knocking Donut down to 1 Nexus health in game number 1 and saying, hey, I have this one drop that's going to finish you off. It's Donut's turn to knock Chenia down to 1 HP, but just not able to find that last bit of reach. And Chenia, with the biggest world ender we've seen of the World Championship so far, able to clutch it back out.
Having the Darken fan fill up your board with the World Ender is so sick.
So cool. And I'm so happy that at least one player brought this. I'm not 100% sure, but that might actually be every Darken weapon listed amongst this World Championship.
Yeah,
between
they're
all
all
of the players.
represented.
Yeah. So eventually we might get to see every Darken on the world stage, and that is so cool to me. But we are going to throw it back to our analyst desk to break down how that game played out.
Thank you so much, Skarzik and Boulevard. Holy moly, that last game was just a whirlwind. What was going on there, Alan? Because it looked for a long time that, like, maybe Donut could come back.
I mean, that was crazy serious, especially game 2, where Donut completely bricked. Then he drew actually playable hand into threatening lethal, but Chenia barely hanging there with the Furious Wielder on lifesteal.
Yeah, Alan and I thought that game was going to end in like 5 turns because we looked at this first hand and it was like, oh, so Chenia just gets to openly beat up Donut because Donut has no units. He has no way to actually defend himself. And then over time, Donut was finding great top decks that led to a situation where he almost was able to win. He was able to bring down Chenia to 1 health. He was just 1 away from finding that victory. Such a tight series between the 2 games, but Donut just not able to close on either game.
I feel like, yeah.
Oh, we got to see the World Ender after that too, and just a massive one. I hope we get to see more boards like that because I think that is so much fun to see just these giant Darkens coming down, and that's exactly what this expansion was looking to do.
Yeah, the Darken fan, this is the only deck I think that we've seen it in, and it was able to, it gives you that bigger board because it copies itself twice when it transforms into the Darken, when it assimilates, and it gives you just all that power going forward.
Okay, guys, a question. What do you hate to see more? Champion Strength or World Ender played?
Honestly, World Ender's like just cooler. It's just like,
okay,
it's so
you're
metal.
in the game.
It's so metal, I
Need
love
something
it.
that's that cool.
Okay, you are in the game. Opponent plays World Ender versus Champion Strength.
No, I think they had to do a little bit more for Champion Strength. For World Ender. Champion Strength, they just like get to turn 5 with a couple of units and play it. Like, I'm way more pissed off.
That's if they even get the Champion Strength in their hand, okay? Like, there's another hurdle you've got to overcome there, and sometimes it's making
Okay, you can tutor Aatrox.
You can tutor Aatrox, you're right.
And then you can just get the World Ender, okay? You can't tutor Champion Strength yet.
Yet.
Oh no, you can. With the whale, with the 6-mana Ionia card.
Okay, but that is tutoring on 6 men. Don't put that into the world, Alan. Don't put tutoring Champion Strength into the. Don't put ideas in Ruben's head right now, all right? Like we don't need any of that.
God, look, you just need slow play.
Calm down.
Trying to forfeit early. Stop. Your influence is too strong.
And then today too, he was like, "Oh, they shouldn't have passed there." I was like, "Who are you?"
Listen, not always passing is good. You have to know when.
Hey, but then people don't listen to you about how strong Red Gwen can be. So I don't know.
I mean, this time Chenia pulled it off against Red Gwen. So.
Just gotta keep looking out for those little things, though, that are really going to help you in these matchups. And this does leave us in a really interesting scenario where, yes, Donut and Chenia going up against each other. They did have a loss under their belts, but now looking at the other side of the group, you might have a clear front runner after that next match.
Yeah, I mean, both of them being up 1-0, right? You've still got Roji looking to find that. He 2-0'd his first matchup. He was looking incredibly strong against Donut. I mean, that match is going to be huge to see who is going to take the lead at that 2-0.
But our next match, we got to go back over to our other group to start rounding stuff out. So heading back over to Group A, our very next match will be between the Tank Buster and Aurora. What do you make of this match?
Aurora definitely great player. Tankbuster definitely great player. That will be a close one.
Tankbuster having a pretty unique lineup with the Plunder, the Zoe Leona, and then the Uxtron deck that he is running. I mean, going up against Aurora, this has actually kind of been the story of this group, are these unique lineups. We actually have an Aurelian Soul on the side of Aurora. I hope that makes it through the bans because this is a deck I really wanted to see.
Yeah, I want to see the Aurelian Soul so bad. I don't really expect it to make it through the bans, though. I think there's a good chance that you see like how tall that deck can go in the Daybreak units, and with the Plunder, it's not really something I want to play into. So I feel like we're not going to be able to see it, but I really hope otherwise.
I was hoping so too, but I know that was the ban that happened in the Tank Busters' first match. So yeah, a little unfortunate there, but maybe we'll still get a chance to see some of these more interesting decks as we do start to get ready for our next match. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Skarzig and Boulevard.
Thank you, Necro. We are back here at the caster desk. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Skarzig, and we are about to get into another match for Group A, to Tank Buster versus Aurora, and one of the very few, as close to a mirror matches as we're going to get coming out of these players. I believe the bans already came through, and we might not be getting this exact thing, but Leona Demacia, a deck that is played by both of these competitors, both of them on the champion strength, though Aurora a little bit less all in, only has one copy of that card.
When it comes to like these mid-range people, when you're playing Demacia Leona, right? You have Daybreak backing you up with some Demacian combat tricks. You're looking to just take over the game, stun your opponent down, go for that victory. And generally, when that becomes the metagame, the greedier player can win. So maybe Aurelion Sol does become the mirror breaker there. Tank Buster, even though he did take a loss earlier, is still in the running. I once again love this tech with the Plunder. He's a player who early adopted Bandle Tree, loves decks with multiple win conditions, right? And so Plunder is a list that has the Gangplank or the Sejuani or whatever you happen to steal from the opponent.
And the Spirits Unleashed is a card that I think a lot of players have been trying to break since it was buffed very recently. You know, now, I don't even remember what it did before, but now it deals 1 to everything and then gives all of your allies everywhere +1/+1. And it's something that we've seen in a couple of Gangplank Sejuani builds, but the ones we saw in the qualifiers, they were monkeys, Skarzig. They were focused more on the Powder Pandemonium and all of those kinds of tricks, but here we have a much more straightforward, more traditional Plunder list utilizing this card.
Yeah, and even when we saw this list come down, trying to take down Seraphine, the lethal was almost there. The deck went to plan. If that signpost hadn't come through to stop that first Spirits Unleashed, we saw a glimpse at the level of pressure and tempo that can really be generated by this deck. Certainly a wild card, and whenever players make the correct meta read, Plunder pays them back such heavy dividends.
Plunder is so interesting from a competitive perspective because it'll constantly fall out of the meta, and then you get into the top 32 of another seasonal tournament, and you're looking at the stats. Okay, yeah, here's the top deck, whatever. You get down to the bottom of the list. Oh, there's 2, maybe 3 Plunder in the top 32, and that is a consistent pattern we've seen over the course of the entire 2022 season leading into this. So it's only right that we see when we go down the bottom of the list through the archetype breakdown. Oh, down here at the bottom we have 1 Plunder, and this deck, Aurelion Sol Leona on the side of Aurora. Now, Aatrox might be the world ender, but Aurelion Sol is the universe destroyer.
Aurelion Sol has been a card that has been waiting in the wings for his chance to come into the metagame for quite a long time. Very recently, just before the World Ender expansion, players were experimenting, right, with Aurelion Sol, Leona, and Zoe. Because of the reworked Daybreak package, it seemed like it was really coming through strong. And as we know, Aurora is a player that feels that sometimes the player base puts a little bit too much stock in win rates and stats, and he's just going to believe in his quality as a player. I'm just going to draw well, I'm going to play clean, and try to stay in on this group stage.
And we do get to see the bans here. Tank's Zoe Leona champion strength was taken off the board, but left it open for Aurora, instead going for a ban on the Pantheon Varus.
I think this might have been some sort of high-level idea, right? Where if I only have 1 champion strength in my deck, maybe my opponent won't ban it, but the players just are fearing that way too much.
When we get into these more mid-range centered matchups, I think Pantheon Varus is one that stands out as the ability to go taller than everyone else and play the Unforgiving Cold. But getting into the first game here, it looks like it is going to be the Akshan Aatrox for Tank Buster, as well as we get to see the Aurelion Sol opener for Aurora. Hopefully going to mulligan that one away, get a little bit more of a clean curve in the early game.
Yeah, this deck still has the Eclipse Dragon, which can discount the Aurelion Sol. He finds his way back into the hand. He's a very audacious champion, very proud. Of course he wants to be Aurora's win.
And I love that for Aurelion Sol, saying, hey, I've heard all this talk about the World Ender expansion. I'm killing things that are bigger than worlds, multiple worlds, entire galaxies at a time. And, we talked about 1 champion strength in this list. I think the 2 Aurelion Sol is what you are replacing those additional 2 copies of champion strength with, because this is not the low to the ground around, go wide version that we saw on day number 1. This is just a more solid mid-range deck that's going to curve out and wait until the very late stages of the game to play this. You're almost never going to see it on curve here.
And having the ability to say, I'm not all in on champion strength, I can just play a stun-heavy, scaling Daybreak idea, means that Aurora has maybe gotten that mind game through. And when we compare that now to Tankbuster, trying to get through with this Akshan list, getting some predicts now, has already the Warlord's Palace ticking down, trying to manipulate those stats. I love the Aegis here as well. It's gonna give you a little bit more trading power in this early mid game when Daybreak is at its strongest.
And it looks so good for Aurora here in the early game, able to take out an Akshan with a single combat, but of course Tank cares more about just getting that Warlord's Palace online, getting that countdown available so that he can come back in the later stages of the game with an impactful draw, a board buff, whatever tends to be the best in that scenario. But now, with almost no interaction in Tank's deck, since this is, you know, an Aatrox and Shurima version, not Demacia, no fish fights coming out, we might actually just see this Sun Guardian go to the moon.
Once you play it on curve, it begins to scale, and then becomes so massive you have to block it. It starts to value trade and it never feels good. And if it gets these big stats in play alongside Leona, suddenly your blocker that you want to take down the Sun Guardian is stunned. It's going to be a very tricky situation for Tankbuster to navigate. Here comes the Sunhawk stunning out the 3-4. Now we've got another great swing opened up. And when you have a 4-5 like this, you can just swing in. The Sun Guardian, it's a scaling 3-drop. So as long as it gets a couple trades, pushes some damage, and then your opponent finally removes it, it's done its job.
That's true, and we know Tank now has Aatrox on the top of the deck. We did see a buff onto the Bakai Reaper, which means that we are not the Bakai Reaper, sorry, the Forsaken Bakai, which means that we did actually go for the predict on the Darkened. So that Aatrox
wow,
coming
Aurora
down
actually
on
doesn't
curve.
want to swing, doesn't want to give up any potential, wants to keep the Sun Guardian alive as a true scaling threat. His idea with this deck is just to maintain board, play on curve. I'll get Leona and Ravun eventually, and if you're too slow to stop me or force me off of this game plan, the champion strength is lurking.
And I like that from Aurora, saying I have the Aurelian Soul in hand. I don't need to play for the early mid game. I can stall things out, wait for things to go late, and your board is not really threatening me at this stage of the game. Now, Tank thinking about swinging in. Not a lot of combat tricks in this deck from Tank. I think it is just one copy of Shapestone, a couple of Quicksand, Shuriman, Tellstone, but these are all just one-ofs. You're not really representing too much from this position.
Yeah, you're just trying to stack up essentially this Warlord's Palace, get the Akshan, have those injections of value that you need to get you over these key break turns and humps, the way that old Silver Akshan would do it. Ravun comes through, and with that we see Leona's got a 10% draw percentage here to come down and synergize with the Ravun. Having permanent It's Always Day alongside Leona's effect is going to be so massive here, especially with the cheap Daybreak on the Sunhawk.
Yeah, with Leona coming down potentially off the top of the deck, 10%, not a lot, but if it does happen, that paired with a Sunhawk is way too many stuns, but really just getting Ravun online alone is very impactful here, as it's really nice to be able to always Daybreak and Nightfall, that Eclipse Dragon we see in hand, as well as get more procs onto your Sun Guardian to get it taller, faster. Things looking really good for Aurora in terms of a turn 8 Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, and look at this, Merciless Hunter doesn't have any good targets because everything is so massive. When you look at these, you know, these Runeterra and Darkened builds, the direct stat lines aren't that great. You're relying on the Darkens to come through to really shore up that weakness. It's going to be Solari Priestess coming through, and Falling Comet looks tasty.
Yeah, the ability to obliterate the Aatrox and get the weapon out of there so that you don't have to worry about a World Ender reviving it later on would be a nice theory, but because of the way that these equipments work, we have tutored up a second copy of the champion, but the Falling Comet still the pickup there for Aurora.
Fortunately, Tankbuster is one of the few players running that triple Aatrox. Loves this 6-drop on curve. Now that he's seen the Solari Priestess, is going to try to underplay a little bit to set up some floated mana for Rite of Negation.
You know, I actually really like this position for Aurora. While both players are kind of stalling out, Tank wants to get for the World Ender, Aurora wants to get for the Aurelian Soul. Because neither player has been attacking too much, Tank hasn't really been getting cost reductions down onto the World Ender just yet.
Yeah, still at 11. A lot of time to go. And if I want to discount this, I have to take bad trades. And the Sun Guardian has scaled up. Aurora protected it and said, I want this thing to get big. And now single combat comes through. Aatrox goes down. This is still alive as a 6-1 Boulevard, and it's going to keep on pseudo-healing itself with the +1/+1 off of other Daybreaks. This forces Tankbuster to maybe respond to get this off the board.
Exactly. The unfortunate part for Aurora, not able to get a night... never mind. We actually do draw single combat, which gives us the opportunity to Daybreak and Nightfall. The Eclipse Dragon, though, with Aurelion Soul coming down being the game plan, it's not that important that you get the additional Dragons and Celestials. So Tank going in for a full swing here, looking to severely reduce the cost of this World Ender.
Once this trade goes through, Aurora is now saying, I get to shift my game plan once again. Eclipse Dragon into Aurelion Sol with Aatrox not online, with the World Ender not really a threat from this position. I could just go for a scaling game plan. If we get the Aurelion Sol level up, then these Invokes and these Celestials will actually come to bear to stop the Darkened threat.
And one thing that we kept looking at when we were going over Tank's decks early in the day, Skarzik, is the 3 copies of Rite of Negation. Aurelion Soul is not something that you can cast that card on, so in a field of World Enders and Champion Strengths, Aurora's win condition pairs up very nicely into these counterspells that Tank is representing.
It's a card that's going to sit there, give you fantastic attacking pressure or strong blocks, has spell shield, so he's hard to remove, and he's giving you a card every single turn, Boulevard.
It looks like we are finally getting into the lock-ins for the blocks in this big combat turn between these two competitors. Looks like a couple of surviving units on the side of Aurora, but with Aurelion Soul being recently buffed back down to only needing 20 power, not a lot of the board has to survive for Aurora. And it looks like it is going to be 2 units left for each player. World Ender down to 7 mana.
Yeah, I mean, Ravun is still the highest value one you need to keep alive from this position, and because it's an even trade, right? You're getting rid of some units, you're trading away your Daybreaks. Even a board like this is still incredibly threatening with a champion's strength. So Aurora is never truly giving up pressure at any stage of the game.
And we've got a couple of predicts here. Rite of Negation, almost certainly not the take, but the Auction might be a little appealing now that the Warlord's Palace has completely counted down. We could get the Warlord's Horde online and maybe start to swing things back in our favor, but Tank looking like they're in a little bit of a rough position. This 7 mana advantage that they have, it's very important to see what they can do with it, but with single combat in the hand of Aurora and a 7/7 Eclipse Dragon, I don't know how much Tank can stick.
Yeah, I like maybe just putting the Aatrox on top. I could see Chronomancer. If Tankbusters feels that he needs a more specific card, maybe something like Desert Duel or Grappling Hook to have some interaction, maybe looking for another Darkened weapon to combine with this World Ender. I think that Chronomancer could be the pick, and now this turn we could see Aatrox and come down to set up for this assimilation play.
See how it goes. It looks like it was actually a skip. Top deck of a Darkened Staff.
Darkened Staff, the other Darken we have yet to see.
We'll
see
right
if it comes
draw.
through.
And here comes Aurelion Soul Skarzig, the original World Ender in play, and contemplating which of these Celestials I want to pick up, and it's going to be Supernova. Normally a very expensive spell, a beautiful sort of point of contact for the Rite of Negation, but Aurelion Soul, Celestials cost 0 when leveled.
And then when you are getting these massive game-ending spells against your opponent for 0 mana, and they have to spend 4 to stop it.
This is a World Ender setup, the Dune Keeper, so a lot of 1-drops in the build for Tank. Wants to go wide for World Ender plays and equipping everything. We're going to see Asol and World Ender in the same turn.
The Dune Keeper, in order to set up 2 bodies to receive Darkened weapons, is enormous. The World Ender now will assimilate. Aurora has to respond with single combat to stop this unit from being developed.
Yeah, that is the Aatrox weapon on the Sand Soldier, so preventing the level 2 Aatrox from here is Aurora, but Skarzig, we get to see 2 Titans absolutely battle it out. Unfortunate the Aatrox will not be on board, but we're going into Tank's attack turn next, and Aurora can't really lose too much of the board here and still level the Aurelion Soul, not attacking with Asol, respecting that Shaped Stone.
And because there is no attack, Asol just gets to level up here. He wanted that all along. He's big. 0 mana Falling Comet, 0 mana Supernova. Even though Tankbuster has the Darkened squad and Aatrox in hand, he does not have any way to stop the power of the Cosmos themselves from coming down on his head.
Oh, and we get to see both champions tank their battle positions. Aurelion Sol coming in, Aatrox down now for tank, and a lot of removal in the hand of Aurora. Only one Rite of Negation available for tank when we look at the mana pool, and no way to kill the Aurelion Sol.
Oh my god, this is so good. Having the Falling Comet to force the Rite of Negation and set up for the Supernova is nasty, because Aurelion Sol now has Spell Shield. There's going to be no combat tricks here to stop this from going through.
And if tank plays the Rite of Negation, they're totally tapped out. Aurora knows that they're super safe. No, they were already rather safe in order to play the Riposte onto any of these units to get an impactful block off. And I think this Supernova, a little bit down the line, might be the end of game 1.
Yep, it goes through. Aurora still has so many plays.
Oh no,
he
developed the Supernova.
The Supernova now eating the Aatrox and the Balkooks. The Darkened Staff made a guest appearance.
Every non-Jural unit available for Tankbuster, and you can see him not happy with this one. This lower cost Darken works great in more mid-range matchups, but when we're talking about the Apocalypse Skarsig, Aurelion Sol versus Aatrox, Jural is just not a 5-star general. He's up. I don't know military higher ranking, so I can't really speak to what he would be, but we'll put him on the level. We'll give him captain. I'd say that he's on Farron's level.
Yeah, he's the leader of the Darken, but they're just corrupted Ascended. Aurelion Sol noticed what these ants were doing in the World Championships on this speck of dirt, shows up, levels up, and is now bullying Jural out of the metagame.
And we've got a couple of Sunbursts that we could still play once combat resolves. I don't think you're too worried about losing Ravoon and this Solari Priestess. Maybe you go for the 8-mana Riposte to keep the Ravoon around, but I'm not sure that it's necessary when you can just continue to clear out tank's board and still play that 0-mana Destroyer.
Yeah, Aurelion's also going to give you more and more cards.
It's going to continue
Demacia mid-range doesn't have card draw, doesn't have value, but Aurelion Sol guarantees that you're the Greed Lord for this late game scenario.
And we 8-mana Riposte to save the Solari Priestess in order to trade onto one of the Jurals, and now just so much power front-loaded into Aurora's board, but not quite lethal,
the Warrior comes through off of Aurelion Sol. 0-mana, 5/5 Challenger. This leaves up so much mana for Sunbursts to keep the board clear. Tankbuster's not going to have much to say about this. Has another Rite of Negation, but there's no way to block all of this pressure, and there is the Shen emote.
A surrender from 20 from Tankbuster. The Aurelion Sol able to get it done. What an incredible game that was, Skarsig. That final showdown so epic, and now we know who comes out on top.
With that first game, Aurelion Sol taking such a high-level game with so much on the line to dig deep within the available champions in Legends of Runeterra and find Aurelion Sol, a champion that used to be at the forefront of the metagame way back when Targon first came out and has struggled to find his way back in. The cycle has completed, Boulevard. He's claimed a game and puts Aurora onto one more victory to take this match.
But now we see Aurora in the same position we saw out of Chenia, left to the Kayn Aatrox, a deck that went 0-2 for him just a couple of rounds ago. Has to find ways to pick up wins with this in tank, starting off with a classic warning shot into Jagged Butcher.
And the Jagged Butcher gets to hit for free. Aurora understands, I have to keep this Buru Cultist alive to keep up with this damage output. We have the Darkened Aegis, so this is a 3-3 with Tough, a little bit more tanky than the Jagged Butcher. So this is just going to be an open attacking style game for now. Tankbuster does have the Castaway to hopefully push through a little bit more damage, maybe picking up a quick attack weapon.
Aurora kind of copying Chenia's homework here, saying, hey, I saw, we both went 0-2 on these double Darken decks. I saw how well the Buru Cultist into the Darken Aegis worked out for you. I'm gonna try that out for myself. It's gonna be a little bit of a different matchup, and the Spirits Unleashed available for Tankbuster as an early drop could really change the pace of the way things go, but might have to leverage which turn he plays it on. Yeah, skipping it here so that you can get the damage on Nexus next turn to progress your champion level ups.
Yeah, there was a split decision there to be sure, because if you Spirits Unleashed, your Jagged Butcher becomes a 4-4. You're able to pressure against this Buru a little bit more. But yeah, the Castaway finds the weapon, going to just swing true. Aurora has to strike a good balance of being able to block while also trying to deny these plunder procs. We have seen time and time again, these Darken lists are a little bit slow to get up and running, and that gives Tankbuster plenty of time to get a leveled up Sejuani through to start frostbiting the board and denying everything Aurora needs to go for.
And pushing further into that slowness is the double Expanse's protection in the hand of Aurora. This is really not the matchup where you are looking for this card. No real kill spells coming out of Tank's deck. It's more for low to the ground sweepers to deal with the champion strength decks we saw from Group C and D. But, you know, we're going to continue to equip the weapons. The Darken Aegis getting re-equipped potentially here. Have it lined up and pulling it back.
Yeah, just hesitating. You want to go for the equips here to get your Aatrox, but you want to float 2 as well to keep some pressure for your later combat tricks. We do have Ranger Knight Defector coming up next turn with the attack token, maybe trying to scout into Tankbuster. With that much pressure being presented, maybe forces him off of the Spirits Unleashed once more.
And the warning shot forced out. Aurora blocked with the hardier unit in order to deny the overwhelm damage, so Tank forced to use their warning shot on their attack turn in order to continue to progress the champion level. So now, Ranger Knight Defector tutoring out the Kayn.
So now Aurora has fixed his curve entirely. Tankbuster is going to take the opportunity to go for the Spirits Unleashed, buffing up this Jagged Butcher to a 4/4 so it trades evenly into the Ranger Knight Defector.
Yeah, it looks like Aurora now actually could equip the Darken Aegis to the Defector in order to keep this healthy, but Buster can just throw back down the Fish-a-Whack and keep things tradable here for both players.
I do really like that line. It's just going for these 1-for-1 trades. Tankbuster knows if I can keep things on an even keel and play towards Gangplank and Sejuani, I'll naturally win. When we had a lot of mid-rangey decks try to set up in the metagame, Sejuani was sort of the way that players responded to that, you know, having its time in the sun in the past to maybe even take down Lee Sin, for example.
I'm not ready to talk about Lee Sin again just yet, but Tank
he
drawing
honorable mention
one
at the
drops.
World Championships.
That is absolutely fair. So what we're looking at here, going to be kind of a weak setup turn for both players. The Kayn, nice, actually tutoring up a second copy of Aatrox, and it's very important to remember that Aatrox going to come down on turn 6 as a 6/6. Sejuani going to come down as a 6/7 thanks to that Spirits Unleashed. Could get as high as a 7/8 if we can level it here relatively soon, but again, no damage pushed through, and we might see a parlay onto the Nexus.
Yeah, the Fish-a-Whack has been so good for fixing the trades, but Aurora's had just enough HP on these blockers to hold back that win condition, and because he's done such a great job of navigating this early mid-game, Tankbuster is kind of pushed back in that level up progress.
And now it might just be a very simple Aatrox comes down, Sejuani Frostbite to deny the attack, Tank can take the open with the larger champion, and I gotta say, this is a much less epic duel of champions than we got in the previous game.
I wonder if Tankbuster will take some damage here, save the Sejuani's strong summoning play effect to Frostbite and give vulnerable to the Aatrox and try to trade it down.
Not a great line outside of it, but is going to go for the Eye of Nagaboros. Not a phenomenal line, but with this few cards in hand, I think it was a nice top deck. And okay, a couple of decent pickups here. Gangplank, so we've got access to both champions and the Black Market Merchant. You know, we've got the ability to nab a card from Aurora if we want to, but I'm not sure how good that is. Because this is a double Darken deck, you're stealing a lot of cards that require a weapon to function.
Oh, yeah, and Tankbuster shows the parley. I was wondering if there was a line where you Fish-a-Whack onto this tentacle to try to set up a trade and finish off with the parley. I think Tankbuster maybe recognizes the play right now, but is just trying to keep up, right? Again, even if you take a bunch of damage, as long as you get level 2 Sejuani in play, you have some reactivity in order to keep up with that Frostbite in response to combat tricks, you should be good to go. Black Market Merchant pulls Ranger Knight Defector to the hand.
And it's worth noting that Allies Everywhere happens at a certain point. Nabbing this card does not retroactively buff it with the Spirits Unleashed, so this will just be a 4/3 Ranger Knight. But Tank, finding the early Piltovan Castaway means that the nabbable cards are all online. This will be a scout.
And with 7 mana, Tankbuster is able to play the Sejuani. She's 1 tick of leveling up, so we can pull Aatrox down to the bottom of combat, and we've got a 4-wide attack here to get the level up on Sejuani, and now things become very sticky for Aurora. Very importantly, Sejuani's level 2 Frostbite ability does not get countered by Spell Shield.
Yeah, and Aurora has the option to save the Aatrox here, has a momentous choice to get this up to 8 health in the regen. Gonna full heal it back, because if you just let your Aatrox die and commit another 6 mana into replaying another copy of this champion, it's a little bit rough. Aurora really wants to take this turn to set up more units, set up more Darken weapons on top of them to get an impactful game-ending World Ender.
And from this position, you know that the attack is coming through. What do you want to play into this attack? It's going to be the Ranger Knight Defector, and I like this play. You're sacrificing this card just as a block, and you're saving the Blooming Cultist in the hand. It has elusive, and what Aurora's trying to set up here is to equip it with a Darken weapon and assimilate it with the World Ender, turning it into a big Darken threat and maintaining that elusive keyword.
Depending on how much mana Aurora can bank into the next turn, because the assimilated units do preserve the keywords.
Yeah.
An elusive Darken could be all it takes to push through the last 9 damage of Tank's Nexus. Now, you do have to be worried about, like you mentioned, Frostbite from Sejuani going through Spell Shield, a top deck of a Warning Shot, a Make It Rain. There's a few options left here for Tank, even if everything comes together on Aurora's side. But for now, going straight to combat, 8 damage on the Nexus lined up, and Momentous Choice going to protect the Aatrox from the level 2 Sejuani.
It's just such a shame, right? That Tank Buster had to take so much damage on the way to this sort of winning board setup, because it does give Aurora these edge cases and outs to close out the game before it's too late. With leveled up Sejuani and leveled up Gangplank working in tandem with the next attack token, Tank Buster is going to have massive damage being pushed.
And Aurora deciding that the chances of a second Eye of Nagakaboros making a larger tentacle a little bit more threatening than the prospect of a second Black Market Merchant getting an additional reduced cost on the nab. And there we see the Frostbite come out. 10 health on the side of Aurora, 9 on the side of Tank Buster, and now it's Aurora's turn to try to set up lethal. 8 mana still on the World Ender.
10 mana to cast. So not too much to do on top of the World Ender if we're going to go for it. All it does is just make a 10-10 Aatrox to give you maybe better blocking potential. From this point, I think that Aurora's just going to have to go wide. It forces Tank Buster to open attack to play around World Ender, but Tank Buster has the answer, can just play Gangplank here.
So Aurora has a few options here. You know, we've got a couple of weapons that we can equip onto our Ranger Knight Defector, turn it into a big Darken, and then, you know, sort of go from there with a big Scout attack, but I don't think it's game-ending at this stage. I think there's too much board presence on the side of Tank with, you know, Scout being the only keyword, no Darkened Bloodletters in hand to get a Zolani through or anything along those lines. You are just probably going to get chump blocked by even just a Mirai Warden could be enough to keep Tank in this game.
Especially with no Overwhelm, it's so easy to block down. There is some kind of weird line where, yeah, it takes the pass play with the equipment here. Gonna put the Scythe on the Ranger Knight Defector. Keeps 8 up for the World Ender. And I love this because if Tank Buster plays Gangplank, he summons a Barrel. And that gives Aurora the chance to World Ender, boost Aatrox, and pull the Barrel into combat to swing true. It forces Tank Buster to have not only the Gangplank, but another Warning Shot or Make It Rain to get the Frostbite from the Sejuani, so Tank Buster can't play Gangplank here.
No, and it looks like it is going to be the World Ender. I was wondering if Aurora might throw down the double elusive instead and try to see if we can get a lethal from there. Not quite enough damage to get all of that done, so we are going to see another World Ender, which I think is really important, just to get your Aatrox up to a 10-10 and make better use of your Furious Wielder and your Aatrox Champion spell.
And with the equipment of the Darkened Scythe, the Ranger Knight Defector is going to get assimilated and become Rost.
Yeah, so Red Cane coming out here, not the blue one, not a Darken, so you are going to have the Overwhelm, but that's just more additional Nexus heal coming out for Aurora. Going to get pretty healthy at the end of this turn, but unfortunately, Cane still just not that big, but with Challenger and Scout and a chance to heal the health of this rather hardy unit, quite a bit of tank support is going to get cleaned up here.
Yeah, has Scout, tough, continuously heals itself and the Nexus when you get slays, and gets buffed attack when you start to attack. So this is great scaling, can take down the Black Market Merchant and the Jagged Butcher with no attack token for Tank Buster, right? Because you are the one initiating these attacks. The Frostbite doesn't really hurt you too much, in my opinion.
It doesn't, but what does is a second Sejuani. A Fury of the North here would be enough to kill Rost in certain scenarios. It prevents the Aatrox from attacking into this Sejuani. It could be a big pressure point that Aurora's going to have to keep in the back of their mind when they line up these challenges. How far can I really take this? Is it worth going after this Jagged Butcher if it means I might lose my Rost? And then, you know, I have all these combat tricks for the next turn, but what if there's a Warning Shot?
He gets big, locks in the attack, heals back up a 4-7, getting ready to reach down and pluck another follower from the Tank Buster's back line.
And Tank still representing that Fury of the North, probably the only spell that Aurora really has to keep in mind here. Of course, Make It Rain still on the table, currently would guarantee a little touch onto the Nexus, but enough to frostbite the entire board. Not that it matters too much. There's regen on the Aatrox, it'll be a healthy going into the next turn again, and I think you'd almost be happy just to get all of these different frostbite effects out, but if Aurora goes in for attacks here, then Tank is safe to play Gangplank.
0 mana Giral coming through. After this attack hits true, the Gangplank is opened up. Aurora decides to take out the Ranger Knight Defector that was pilfered from him. And so now finally, with all of the attacks exhausted, Aurora healing back up to 14. Tank Buster gets to play the Gangplank.
And there's 2 strike spells in the hand for Aurora, able to kill both of these champions if given the opportunity. So can Tank draw a Warning Shot, a Make It Rain, any of these activators for the Sejuani?
And Giral hits the board just to keep things under control. Gangplank stacks a second barrel, and we don't have a response to the Furious Wielder or the Deathbringer sweep.
And as Blevins always says, don't force a bluff that your opponent is forced to call, and Aurora might just have to throw out all of these combat spells anyway, and with no frostbite effects, no respect is going to be given over. It's do or die in this situation. Both these players 1-0 in the group so far. Aurora looking to make it 2-0 after this turn resolves. Tank in the tank himself.
Forced to take big risks. That's what you do when you're behind, and that's when you do when you are trying to seal the deal on a set and stay alive in the group stages. Aurora just trying to also take stock of what combat tricks, where I want to assign them. Tank Buster going to take a waiting play, go even wider, see what Aurora is going to develop, see if he taps down below certain mana points, but there's still so much that he can do in response to this play.
Mage Seeker Conservator pulled out from the Mirai Warden will randomly generate a non-Demacian 6+ mana spell. That could swing things. I'm trying to go take stock of, just every non-Demacian 6+ mana spell in the game really quickly to figure out how this one plays out if it does go into combat and is traded off. I'm not coming up with much.
Yeah, Aurora gets a chance to develop, still plenty of mana available. We have the equipment of the Fishawak onto the Jagged Butcher. He's huge as a 6/4 thanks to that weapon and the Spirits Unleashed from earlier.
And Aurora, I'm a little concerned about how Aurora wants to play this one. You could try to kill the Gangplank now before we go into combat, and that Powderful Explosion is put on the stack, because you might end up losing your Aatrox if 3 damage comes through and you're forced to block a Sejuani or trade damage onto it even with the Aatrox spell. But either way, I don't think we're getting lethal out of Tank this turn. It's more of a question of what is Aurora's board going to look like when the dust settles.
You have to take these safety blocks, right? Even if there is that response with the Warning Shot to detonate the barrels, activate Sejuani's level 2 ability to get the Frostbite, you are probably still going to place the Aatrox down in front of them. With the AoE damage from Gangplank, more overall damage is potentially coming through. Even with a full block here, it is 9. So we actually don't need to respond here if Aurora just wants the entire board to go down, but he needs to fight for tempo this turn. I absolutely believe in the Furious Wielder.
At the moment, even if the Furious Wielder comes down onto the Gangplank, okay, Expanse's protection will prevent the Aatrox from getting hit by the Powderful Explosion. That 3 health going to be saved. Sejuani not going to trade into this champion, but as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Fury of the North, still something in Aurora's mind, but, as we said, going to be forced to take these lines anyway. But no, it's a second Expanse's protection, no kill onto the Gangplank, and no kill onto anything, as the Sejuani is going to trigger and frostbite the entire board before combat comes in.
And so by saving Aatrox and Rost, Aurora is keeping the healing online, keeping the threat of the Gangplank online. Gangplank is going to generate a barrel at the start of this next round, Boulevard, because he has to summon a unit in order to keep the barrel from coming down. Here comes Black Market Merchant, nabbing another card.
Momentous choice, not a bad one, but not a great one for this specific instance. And if Tank draws a fast speed activator, a Make It Rain, then Aurora can kill the Sejuani in response. It has to be Warning Shot, but it's Make It Rain, and I don't see Aurora going down below the potential. But Tank filled the board. There's no keg.
Yes, he fielded the board, no keg. Mage Seeker Conservator is being drawn because Aurora wants this Rost to get another proc of healing and to heal back up. Gets +1/+1 from the red Darkened Scythe. And now we're going to see what card comes off of this Mage Seeker Conservator.
And it's possible that if Tank wants to kill the Rost, you need to play Make It Rain right now, or we could even go for the momentous choice, try to line up the kill, but oh, it's coming down to the wire here. Tank still has a little bit of game left to play, and Aurora has a few chances to misstep here.
I love the momentous choice here first to bait out a combat trick, then you go for the Make It Rain. If you bait out 2 combat tricks, then so be it. It gives you so much time and you have so much mana left over to pivot and figure out how you want this to go down, especially with the Mage Seeker Conservator. It's still going to go down.
Yeah, we'll see.
You just want the Rost to go down with it.
We'll see what it pops out, because I was thinking about what could be a blowout card here. My mind instantly went to Champion Strength, but that is a Demacia spell. It's not in the pool.
And Furious Wielder coming through on the Rost to take down Gangplank. That isn't going to try to push through any sort of lethal here.
That means Tank can respond with Make It Rain and Frostbite the board. This is a disaster for Aurora.
So now with the Make It Rain put on the stack to Frostbite against Furious Wielder, Aurora can now go for Deathbringer sweep in order to take out Sejuani.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Aurora, you really don't have many options here. You cannot afford to lose everything. You really want this Aatrox to be able to finish out the game. And at this stage, I think it's set to the overwhelm damage still going through onto Tankbuster. Losing the Sejuani means that this Tuskbringer will not Frostbite the board. And the overwhelm on the level 2 Aatrox on the next swing, because this is a scout attack, should end the match here.
After everything was said and done, Aurora's master plan came through. Removed the Sejuani, removed the Gangplank. Tankbuster had very limited options to trigger Sejuani's Frostbite ability because he was forced to use that warning shot and that parley early on in the game in order to get to the leveled up state due to Aurora's strong defense.
And full healing the Rost thanks to the Furious Wielder kill on the Gangplank means there is more than enough overwhelm coming in. We finally see the card. It is Strong Arm, which you cannot play on a champion, you can play on your own unit, so at least showing Aurora, you know, this is what I pulled off of my Conservator, and I'm just going to put my Plunder card back in my hand, but now Aurora going to be able to go to combat as this is a slow spell. Priority going to go back, we're going to go straight back into combat, close this one out.
And there it is, the Scout attack. Aurora 2-0 now. Not a great spell coming off the Mage Seeker Conservator. And Aurora's still thinking, what is that final card? He doesn't know that it's a Tusk Speaker. Could it be some nonsense? The Make It Rain still proc Plunder.
Okay, I was thinking, I'm like, okay, Furious Wielder, we do have an equipment on this Jagged Butcher. We'll see where it goes, but no, it looks like at the end of the day, it is still going to be the lethal for Aurora. Quite a bit of a song and dance there in the final turn, Skarzik. Both these players taking each other to the ball, but eventually Aurora's the last man standing.
What a fantastic set. This was finally the breakout set that Aurora wanted to really showcase the power of these decks. These Kayn Aatrox builds have been very slow, very clunky, but once you get to a late game scenario, you put your opponent in a lot of tight spots. How do you deal with the World Ender? How do you deal with these discounted Darken? How do you deal with me just, what if I do summon a Geralt straight up and deny your combat tricks? Furious Wielder with the regeneration on Aatrox, so huge, and the way the barrel came into play because of that overwhelm threat was so enormous in the second game.
And now we have Aurora moving on to 2-0 in the group in spectacular fashion with an Aurelian Soul game, a World Ender game. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk to break down exactly how it all played out.
Thank you so much, Boulevard and Skarzik. What a phenomenal match. I mean, just game number 1. Aatrox versus Aurelian Soul.
Listen,
who would have ever expected that?
Like, imagine you thinking that World Ender can beat the Universe Destroyer.
No.
Like, come on, like, let's
no shot. No shot.
Like, it's...
The big dragon takes out the dude that's trapped in a sword. I mean, come on, look, it's a star-eating dragon. I mean, really, like, what are you gonna do about it?
Classic.
Oh, I was so excited to see Aurelian Soul. I saw that in the lineup, so I was like, please give me Aurelian Soul. I just want to see big dragon do big things. And seeing him level up, I knew it was over. I was like, oh, there's too much value here, and it's obliterates too.
Yeah, it's been a while since we got to see him, so it's like nice. I mentioned before we went into that match that like that was kind of my wish list, is I just want to see Aurelion Sol come down. I wanted to actually see how he interacts with it, and it is very fun to see like to get the World Ender versus Aurelion Sol and see kind of which one outvalues in the late game, and it really is Aurelion Sol. He just does way too much.
We went by the lore.
Yeah, we went by the lore.
I love it when it lines up that way.
You gotta stay with the lore when you're playing lore. That is just always the way it goes.
Oh, I see how it is. I see what you did there.
You know.
That was good. No, it was good. I mean, just let's look at game 2 as well, though. Of course, Aurelion Sol, what a cool deck to be able to see. But also, Aurora finally got a win with that Kayn Aatrox as well. What was happening there?
I mean, Aegis happened with Boro Cultist. Like, it's very hard for the deck that's full of deal 1 to deal 1 for the tough unit.
Yeah, that has been really solid. And the other thing I want to call out is like Plunder has been looking more like Blunder throughout this tournament. It hasn't actually been able to find a win for tank. It felt like it might have been a good meta call when we're just looking at it on paper. Historically, it's done pretty well in mid-range metas because of its ability to freeze the entire board via Sejuani, but the cards have not fallen that way for tank throughout this tournament.
Yeah, it feels like it just isn't quite like greedy enough. We've seen a pretty greedy meta overall. I mean, we saw Aurelion Sol level up. That's how greedy this meta is, and Plunder just isn't really able to capitalize in that way.
I mean, if he was trying to target champion strength, he ended up in the wrong group.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
I mean, you guys have been saying this all day, that the way that groups A and B have really played out is we're seeing a lot more elongated games, and I feel like this was another great example of that. Despite it being a 2-0, the match was still pretty long.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tank's meta read absolutely ended up with the wrong group, and he's not nearly as good in these grindier games as a lot of the other lineups that were in his group.
Yeah, I do think another group, he would have looked a lot better, and that's just the way it falls. I mean, all these players prepped different decks than what were expected. I mean, some kind of went on their comfort, while others just brought out completely new things, and today, both groups brought out some new stuff, and that definitely can mess up your prep.
Yeah, your overall meta read for the tournament can be fine, but when it comes down to that microcosm of your group, if you don't have a read that is going to work within that, you won't make it to the stage that allows you to kind of shine against maybe some of the other groups' kind of winning lineups.
Yeah.
Well, it's not 100% over,
Not
right? We still have one more game for both the Tank Buster and Aurora heading into the latter half of the day. But, you know, can we see a win here for the Tank Buster? Like, what do you think is a strong point of that lineup?
Well, definitely drawing on turn 1 and getting some plunder action definitely needs to happen.
We're gonna have to see maybe some better hands maybe coming to the fold then, I guess, for the early game, but we'll see how it goes. We still have more Legends of Runeterra action as we head into the second half of the day. Gonna go to a short break and we'll see you guys after.
Break fire, break, break, changes everyone. I long for the day when this is over. Acacia sought freedom, but found only the void. Keep your distance. We don't have enough time! Their power bent your will, but they cannot doom the rest. The Darkened fell to madness, but the people can be saved. I cannot stand by in the face of apocalypse! Your final lesson, that I alone must bear this burden. War, it breaks the best of us. Curse these fools. They have no idea. If we are to thrive, we must truly be free.
The Rune Mage, come to watch his precious world die.
No, come to stop you, whatever it takes. The shards will show me the path. How can the pursuit of love warrant the end of reason? Let's go, let's go! Now you will understand! I pray you will not need me again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the casting desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Alan. We've got a great match coming up. It's the King of Gondor and Forge of the Freljord, Aragorn, versus a guy in his pet rock, Grandpa Roji. Alan, I'm excited for this match. They're both 1-0 in the group. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that will be a big decider who's gonna go through farther. We have some very exciting decks going in. We have, again, reminder, Aragorn with his Ziggs, Ionia. That deck is 1-0. It absolutely decimated the last opponent. I am really curious how it will... How Roji handle it.
Yeah, I mean, this is great too. It's a big match because yesterday, everyone who got 2 wins made it through. It's not guaranteed that that's how it happens, but you're going to be feeling very good. You're going to feel very confident if you can pick up that second win early on in your group. So both of them really heavily fighting for this. Taking a look at Roji now and his lineup that you've heavily praised going into this tournament.
I mean, yeah, his lineup is clean. And the Malphite finally find a spot where he is playable, even though we haven't seen him in the play single time yet.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. It got banned early on, but here it is on your screen. Malphite Talia, this is the signature deck for Grandpa Roji. He has brought this to so many tournaments, way more than I can count. He has found decent success, but not many W's, not many first places coming from those tournaments.
I believe this time we should see it in play, because looking at the lineups, Aragorn technically should take out Vayne. Seems like a worse matchup overall for his decks, and Roji... Again, Red Gwen. Red Gwen looks like the best ban so far for the most of the players.
So, I know, so Red Gwen looking like the best ban for Roji, but last time that was also supposed to be the best ban for Roji and he did not take it off the table. So I'm curious why you think that he may have let it through, and if that seems like it should still be different this time around and he'll take out that Red Gwen.
So Red Gwen sometimes can lose to its own draws, but the problem is there are sometimes high roll scenarios where you just can't do anything. There is a threat after threat. Like imagine like you have not much interaction or one answer in your hand, and there is like Redeem Prodigy into Katarina into Gwen. It's over.
Yeah,
can't do anything.
Feeling like discard aggro, especially how it used to be. I mean, now we even saw people bringing discard aggro because it can just find those wins. It can just put together the perfect hand and just run you over. So it does have that opportunity. This was another interesting deck that Aragorn brought. This was that Talia Ziggs, but splashing the Ionia. And actually, I don't think we really got your takes on that Ionia splash. I was curious what you thought about this.
I mean, the Black Flame, and I'm okay, Black Flame, I can get behind it. It makes sense. It's expensive for a bit what it does. Unworthy Soul. I mean, there are so many Aatroxes, maybe it makes sense. The problem is you won't have the flow effect for this card most of the time, which makes me think it's more for the landmark as well, not only unit. That's why not Wheel of Ionia perhaps, but we'll see how he utilizes it. But free off as well, that's very, very heavy.
Yeah, it's very heavy in. I mean, the Black Flame, we saw why you put that in, right? Because of the Talia being able to just continue to come out ephemerally, put so much pressure on from Aragorn, and that in itself was like, okay, maybe this Ionia Splash is worth, but we have not seen the other card really do anything just yet. So we'll have to kind of wait and see if in this matchup it ends up becoming a factor.
Based on the previous ban, you can tell that Aragorn really wants to go into grindy matchups with his Ionia Ziggs deck. So, like, most likely he won't be banning faster decks, like Akshan Sivir. He'll just let it go, because this is the deck he can actually outgrind. But most likely he'll ban Vayne Queen, because it's a faster deck, it can apply way more pressure. You don't have time for cards like Unworthy Soul or Black Flame. You're just gonna fall off if you try to do anything there.
Well, and this time around, Roji does end up actually banning the Red Gwen. I know this was something, you know, in the previous match he did not. Red Gwen taken off the table, so he's not going to be worried about any of those basically runaway hands that Aragorn can get. So looking at the remaining lists there, I'm curious, Alan, in this matchup, who do you actually favor? Because I know you said Roji in general has been kind of someone to run away with this group. I know he's your favorite to get out, but do you think in the Aragorn matchup specifically, is it still looking good?
It's very tough to tell, because that Ziggs Talia, I have no idea completely how often it breaks and how often it's actually reliably drawing into a good curve, into that Shepherd, into following up into Ziggs Black Flame Talia, and how often it does not, and how much power does it represent over turns 5, 6, 7, where it can actually throw at you lethal. So, like, if it's fast enough, maybe it has a shot, maybe I underrated it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, let's take a look here at the Akshan Varus. This is a deck that, Reroll brought a similar version earlier on. He was able to get out of the group with it. This is a deck that you were even saying you think is one of the most insane meta rates that we actually have at the tournament here, being able to deal with both Champion Strength and a lot of the Vayne Aatroxes.
You have good, consistent units and very good spells into the meta, like Rite of Negation and Forgiving Cold. Those two cards are the MVP of the spells, because the meta is slow enough where you can actually afford to play them and punish opponent. Like, every time you attack, like if you are playing the Demacia deck and you are attacking with the big tall unit into the deck that can run Unforgiving Cold, you have to think twice. Am I auto losing if he has it? Is he bluffing it? Like, what do I do? And eventually you need to attack, because you cannot pass infinitely.
Yeah, and we saw Roji earlier against Donut playing this into the Vayne Aatrox, and we saw World Ender come up. He was able to deal with it. I know Donut did have a bit of a misplay during that sequencing, but Roji has been playing these kind of difficult matchups very well, utilizing these tech cards to help delay the inevitable of the opponent's win condition and make it to the point where that Varus and Sivir are able to find those wins.
So far, very impressed how Roji plays out. Clean plays overall. And Aragorn, like, with his Ziggs Talia, so far, like, flawless. Like, finding the lines that I would have never seen.
And I think that we had some concerns for Aragorn early on, right? We mentioned he's a younger player. This is one of his first major tournaments, if not the first major tournament for him. And how were the nerves going to affect him? Well, in the first round, it looks like he's a vet who's been doing this for years. He played absolutely stellar, and we'll see if that continues against Roji or if Roji puts out more pressure on him. But at the end of the day, it's not like you're playing against these other players in this round that are the most known Runeterra players. Roji hadn't topped a seasonal, so some players do sleep on him, and I think Aragorn has shown nerves of steel. Roji has done the same, even though historically he's gotten a bit more nervous. I'm very happy with this play and the fact that he hasn't fallen to the nerves.
It also depends who you play against. Certain players are more intimidating with their lineup. You are more scared, like you see that you are going into the underdog matchup for yourself, and like you are going with the mental, okay, this is really bad for me, I have to pull off a 40%er, like otherwise I'm out.
Yeah, but in this matchup, it looks a little bit more 50-50. It's a little bit even between the two lineups, so at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the plays, the draws, there's a little bit of luck involved. It's a card game, right? You got to find the correct draws, and especially in these even matchups. So this is where misplays will be very, very noticeable, because the margins are so slim, any mistake can make the entire difference.
Definitely true. Looking very forward towards those games. Like the Vayne Queen Aatrox, like you can see that he was running two of Aatrox here, which definitely make the difference in the grindier matchups like Ziggs Talia, if that game goes longer, where a Queen might not have been good enough here. Also, Kayn, the problem with those Kayn Aatrox decks, they lack a bit on the low end, and the top end is just being Aatrox and relying on that World Ender might be not it.
All right, well, we'll see if Roji or Aragorn is the one to take it soon enough. There's been a quick delay with the players, so we're going to get to a short break, but when we return, we will have that matchup, so don't go anywhere.
I am exalted. Behold, the righteous flame, glory and light. Illumination in divinity. Spare the innocent, punish the wicked. Truth, guide my sword. You are unworthy. On wings of fire, hope ascends.
Tis thy blade now, dear one. Wield it justly.
Together, we will rid this world of corruption.
All are guilty, fool. Open your eyes.
She is returned. My fears were well-founded. Deliverance! Our devotion will not be broken!
Welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. I'm Casanova, joined by Alan ZQ, and we are about to jump into the matchup between Grandpa Roji and Aragorn. We've broken this down quite a bit. We've got our Malphite Enjoyer. We've got a Talia Ziggs with Ionia. A little bit of spiciness to join in with some of the more standard decks for this one.
Maybe some Talia on Talia matchup?
True. That would
be down.
I was not expecting to see that over this weekend. I was not expecting to see two Talias going at it, and we've actually had quite a few throughout the tournament, because we even had another Ziggs Talia yesterday from Kicker.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see which Talia has more rocks in it to throw at each other.
Well, at the end of the day, you've got the Rock Master on the other side with Roji. I don't know if I want to get in a rock fight with Grandpa Roji of all people. He's got the Malphite. He's got, of course, he's known for the Malphite. But end of the day, it's going to come down to a lot of the other decks as well. We saw the ban for one side was the Gwen, the red Gwen gone. Let's take a look at the other ban.
So we have the second ban on Roji's side.
Oh, that's going to be the Vayne Aatrox.
Vayne Aatrox, yeah. Definitely one of the worst matchups for the Aragorn to face. So understandable that he took it out, and maybe the Talia on Talia.
It is online. There is a chance that we get this Talia match.
At least 50%.
Yes. Just cue it up, guys. Just cue it. Come on. Give it to me and Alan. We want to see this. We want to see some rocks thrown.
Okay, well, okay. Still a chance.
There's still a chance. The lead is the other decks, right? We've got the Akshan, Varus.
I think both players queued up with the stronger decks, because how tiebreakers work, and each of them wants to get the win in the bag just to have a better tiebreakers later on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it certainly can come down to it, right? We mentioned that, yes, yesterday getting 2 wins was enough. Everyone who got 2 wins was able to make it to the next stage of competition, but it's not guaranteed at 2 wins. So yes, you really want this win, but you also want to make sure your breakers are looking good.
Yeah, exactly. We have some Bakai on Bakai action, and we have Akshan in hand. That's a very, very good opener for Roji that can be followed up by the Swinging Glaive.
Yeah, I mean, Roji with a nice setup. He even has that Momentous Choice as, a backup here. He's going to have to find a time to actually bank that mana, though, for it to actually come online, because he does curve out here into Akshan and then Merciless Hunter as an option.
Yeah, definitely. We have the Darkin Spear coming down. That's going to be buffing our top decks. That's extremely strong play as well. We also take out a unit.
Yeah, you get it in the early game. It actually makes your Bakai be able to trade up to that Bakai. You get the favorable trade, get the value, and now on Roji, he's got actually quite a few options here, right? He's got Vagabond, he's got Swinging Glaive, and he has Merciless Hunter, but he wants to get that weapon online immediately.
This is the best possible turn-free board state for Roji he could have imagined. He has Akshan with Swinging Glaive online, and he's swinging. There is zero threats of taking him down. He must be happy about it.
Yeah, he's got to be stoked. He's going to be able to start getting that countdown even quicker. He gets these lucky finds to just continue to buff up. I mean, both of them find some good ramp. But yeah, Challenger, Quick Attack, one of the strongest combinations of keywords in Legends of Runeterra, being able to get those one-sided trades.
Alright, so he decides, okay, I'm gonna play around Unforgiving Cold. I'm not gonna get baited by Challenger. There are definitely answers that can be done. If I'm gonna be connecting 5 to the face, I'll be happy.
Yeah, alright, there we go. We've got Fearsome, Lifesteal, and Quick Attack all on this Keeper of the Box. Gonna be able to help sustain through, because Aragorn took some early damage, but now this is threatening to not allow Akshan to block it, because it does have 4 power.
I think Roji's priority was flipping Akshan for all costs. That's why he went for a 1-1. He didn't want to risk it. He can play the Vagabond, and if there is any attempt on killing Akshan, he can answer it with the Momentous Choice and flip Akshan by that same action, because Vagabond flips by 2 and Momentous flips by another 2, and Landmark is right now at 4.
Yeah, absolutely love that line. I think that's perfect. I mean, right now you can just take 4 damage. You don't need to put Akshan in any risk at all. Like, even, regardless, you're not going to put your 4 health Akshan's front of a 4 health Quick Attack even with Momentous, but still, the fact is Aragorn doesn't have enough threat. This was such an early Akshan. You were able to pump up this landmark so quickly, and that's going to give Roji so much value in this game.
I think the only thing Roji was considering was playing Furious Wielder, if anything happens weirder, but he decides to go for the Vagabond instead.
Yeah, Vagabond, there's Varus, so now he's got another one of his champions that can be one of his big threats in the game, and that alongside...
gameplay from Roji. Didn't even consider that Merciless Hunter play right there. Not sure why, because the turn 5 play, there is not many cards that can really punish you for developing.
And interestingly, because, he's going for the flip here. He's going for the level up on Akshan, but he didn't need to rush this whatsoever. I mean, as you said, there's not really much of a punish, but there is somewhat of a punish on open attack because of the Unforgiving Cold.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, Akshan Sivir should be unfavored. Not with this hand.
Yeah.
But but it should be unfavored. So he really wants to keep that mana on Furious Wielder.
Yeah,
I think he was thinking about maybe removing the Kayn, but Kayn shouldn't be worth it even removing. Like, you want to keep that Furious Wielder for the Aatrox development.
Yeah, what are some of the big things that Kayn Aatrox has that are actually very good against this Akshan Sivir deck? What are some of the tools that they need to find?
Unforgiving Cold.
Yeah, well, and we've got one in hand, right? So we've got one to start dealing with it. We do have the Furious Wielder getting cast here from Roji, and there's going to be just the Spell Shield coming through to block it.
The best possible answer to Furious Wielder. You trade 4 mana for 2 mana, you don't have to waste your Unforgiving Cold, you preserve your unit. Very good play.
Alright, Spell Shield, Challenger, and Quick Attack available.
Well, what's better than Quick Attack and Challenger? Maybe this time... No, he decided, like, he doesn't like the Challenger with the... He really wants to play around that Unforgiving Cold. He doesn't get baited.
Yeah, he's playing very safe around that card. And as you said, every time I'm asking you about what's good against it, it is this card that keeps coming up. So I feel like playing around maybe the strongest card in the matchup is generally not going to be a bad strategy for Roji here, but it will cause him to lose some pressure overall because the amount of pressure a Challenger Quick Attack unit with this much power exerts is immense.
Yeah, but Aragorn sees that Quick Attack Challenger will be pretty good and he's gonna probably ignore the... Oh!
Ooh, Furious Will.
Will we see Unforgiving Cold in an answer here?
Yep, and we've talked about this a bit, but I don't know how much we've talked about it on the desk, is how good Unforgiving Cold is into Spell Shield. Because of the fact that it casts twice, it's going to break the Spell Shield and still
look at this turn. Like, he's not only gonna flip the landmark, but it also will give you a new landmark soon.
Yep.
Yeah, he needs one more counter after the swing. And then we have an answer.
If he wants the kill, he can absolve her, and he is going to.
Yeah.
Gonna push all the way through. Alright, gonna find that there is another... There is a Warlord's Horde available, and this Akshan is still very safe. It's still on board. It's gonna start continuing to generate more. He's gonna keep finding hordes.
Yeah, here we... I think you go for damage to push as much as you can. He goes for HP.
Hey.
Do you go for the spell shield or draw? He goes for the draw. Like, even though he has 2 champions in the hand.
Everything for Roji right now has been about longevity of this Akshan, playing the long game, recognizing the mid-range matchups have been getting grindier today, and Roji feeling very confident in those grindy mid-range games. He has been kind of the king of mid-range in North America specifically, and I think trying to bring that to the world stage, he's doing a really solid job so far, but now the Aatrox is going to come down, and the World Ender is what we have to watch out for.
And the World Ender will go down as quickly as he came in, because we have a Varus spell, and Roji will be able to utilize it unless he chooses to play around Momentous Choice.
Yeah, but we did just see a Momentous Choice, so you would be playing around the fact there are 3 copies, you're still playing around the potential of 2 more.
That's why I mentioned last turn, like, he had double Varus in hand. He knew that he's going into 7 mana if he's gonna draw. So, and he expects Aatrox coming down. And the problem is now he cannot play around a Momentous Choice, and last turn he could if he just went for the damage instead of going for the HP on the action.
Yeah, fortunately for Roji, he will not be punished because there is no Momentous Choice here. He is going to be able to take down this Aatrox with the Chain of Corruption. This is massive for Roji as a tempo swing. He's going to be pushing through the Aatrox. Yes, the World Ender still exists, and Aragorn will have the opportunity to try and turn that around, but there is so much tempo for Roji, having Varus, having Akshan on the board.
I wish he went for the other way around, just buff the Akshan and challenge with the Akshan, so he pushes the overwhelm damage if the Aragorn chooses to block with the 2-1. He obviously wouldn't. Maybe his goal was to reduce amount of the followers because of the World Ender. Maybe that was the plan the whole way.
Alright, but yeah, of course, he is successful in that. Aragorn only having this Buru on board, not going to be able to have any real risk of dying to a big World Ender turn. Roji having so much pressure, he's got his 3rd champion with the Sivir. He actually has a lot of tools at his disposal, finding another Absolver, which can lead to, you know, the share of overwhelm with the Sivir later on.
This must be level up Sivir already.
Oh, it has to be. He's done so much damage.
Aragorn has to spend turn on developing. He won't be doing much. And when you just develop Sivir, you develop, like, you can pretty much develop your almost whole hand, and you just open swing with Absolver, and what's there for you?
Yeah, I mean, the unforgiving cold, I guess, isn't really the
Not
answer, but
really.
It doesn't beat you, it just slows you down.
It doesn't work if he buffs up the Varus, because it's gonna try to proc. I didn't see that interaction yet, but it should proc on Varus twice, and it won't work because Sivir will have permanent aura spell shield.
Ah, see, that is fair enough.
But you need to buff with first part of the Absolver on the Varus.
Alright, but Seratu gonna come down for Aragorn. That will give him a way to try and draw more on this turn, look for more potential answers to this board from Roji. It is a big body, but realistically an 8-6 actually doesn't deal with anything on this board.
So if Roji gonna recognize, this is the turn where you just take it in, and you just swing back harder. You just take 8 and send it back.
Yeah, I mean, he can develop both Sivir and Merciless Hunter in response. There's no mana left for Aragorn. There's no other pressure that can come out. So at maximum, you're taking, 8, 9 damage here, and that's fine. You don't need to worry about 9 damage.
He could have used this unit to pull the Styrato next turn and just go for lethal. Maybe he's thinking that 19 is too far of a reach. I mean, he doesn't, there is no card to stop lethal next turn. What are the cards that he could have played this turn? Looking at the Rakon list, there is literally no card that he would be playing now. Only units. He could have guaranteed lethal next turn, Roji.
Yeah, how close are we going to still be with the Sivir and the Merciless Hunter here? Able to put Tough down onto Seratu, but that doesn't actually reduce anything because it will be pulled to the side by one of the smaller units.
Counter. Yeah. That's why you wanted to have the 1 instead.
But here we go. I mean, Sivir, we've got Absolver. Feels like it's got to be the open attack from Roji.
Yeah, it definitely has to.
Well, okay.
I mean, you do not want weapon on that. You're gonna have on the CV this +2. Okay, it might be good enough where you beat Unforgiving Cold still. But the problem is, if you use Unforgiving Cold now, it's RNG if it goes on Sivir or Varus. So he could actually pop the spell sheet and freeze the Sivir right away if he wanted to. But that would be pretty sure it would be RNG because both are 4 cost, both have 8 attack and both have 5 HP.
Alright, but now the things to kind of take stock of here. Aragorn having the cleave here, he's going to be able to strike a couple of units. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough damage to break through, plus the spell shield from Sivir going to be able to deny those casts.
Yep.
So really it should just come down to the overwhelm, the Absolver popping. I think Roji should still have nearly enough damage. I mean, he's pressuring already 23.
I think last turn he didn't plan much around this turn and didn't plan how much damage he wants to output. That's where the reason was to block. Like, it's natural that you want to save 8 HP with a unit, right? But like, if you present lethal next turn, there is just no need. And also, alright, and he played around the Unforgiving Cold. Next cast will put the Varus to 11 damage. Unless his bow is fully stacked, but it shouldn't be it.
Alright, here comes the pressure through. We'll see exactly how much damage is being pushed. I don't think it's quite 20. Yeah, it's 18, so we're a little bit off. If he had kept that unit...
2-1.
Hey, that 2-1? At 2-1, that's that last 2 damage he needed. We'll see if Roji ends up punish the position.
I mean, how do you punish? Okay, how do you come back here?
There's no way that you can actually make something happen with this mana. Like, World Ender is still 9 mana to play. Roji's still gonna win with that attack, but should have been lethal.
Exactly. And we're gonna have another landmark pop next turn. Or this turn even, if he wants to go for it now. There was a consideration to not pop it now, to have a discount on the cards next turn.
Looks like he'll just go Spell Shield though.
You have 3 champions in play. I don't think there are any 2 card combination cards that are gonna be stronger than the Spell Shield here. And +2 on everything.
Yeah, just if we weren't already sure that there's no way for Aragorn to deal with this board, how about we give it 2-2 and Spell Shield?
I mean, maybe, somehow.
Look at this hand, Alan. What is he doing?
I mean, that's just coping.
He's coping.
It's fine. He's thinking about the next game strategy already.
We're coping over here, I guess. We're coping over here. He's gonna end the world, but the only world being ended is his Nexus currently.
I mean, yeah, you at least get to see animation.
That's true. I do like this animation. I'm a fan.
Look, this is a 10, even bigger. This is a big as Aatrox with the Scout. And tough. He's going in.
He's so cool. Look at this
Cool.
guy. I wish I was that cool.
I'm not that cool.
My problem is he just dies to Varus.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he's just dead. He's not,
Okay, he can develop some stuff. He can develop Kayn, he can develop Joral, and Void Venom.
We got Zolani coming down for Roji. Joral gonna come down.
Okay, if you pull here, if you pull Varus, I mean, your Aatrox technically is not dying if you pull, yeah.
Sure.
But the problem is you lose Scout, so...
And what about the crackback too? I mean, maybe we can live with the... I don't know, that's cope still, but...
I mean, if he attacks like this, he takes out Varus technically. So he takes out the Overwhelm unit, but then there is Zolani staring at you.
Yeah, this is still healing 2 as well. You go up to 4. Change the math at all? It does a little bit with Zolani.
Maybe? But you get to equip the weapon now on the Zolani. You can flip the weapons as well to grant more damage on the bow. So you play bow on the Zolani, you play the Dark Intral on the Akshan, and then you play again on him the Glaive. This would give your bow another damage.
Just open attack coming through, giving Overwhelm. Across the board, just gonna send that through. Roji is still able to take it. Not enough Cope Beam in the world for that to still be an Aragorn win. But Roji gonna pick up 1.
I mean, still, considering the board state, it one less big unit and there was a chance.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it was still close, right? Like, to be sure, Kayn Aatrox does have a lot of game into the Akshan Varus. It has a lot of ways to win. Roji had an insane curve. Yes. And then from there, having a lot of pretty good spots, only a small mistake that should have been lethal. And to be fair, that small mistake, as you said, one less big unit for Roji, and that could have ended up being a massive mistake because there would have been room for Aragorn to come back.
He made it through. Let's see how the next one goes. Oh, we have his baby deck.
The Malphite coming through, going up against the Kayn Aatrox.
I swear, every time I see any Cultist deck, I mean any Darkin deck, I see the Bakai on one every single time.
Oh, absolutely.
And 80% of the time, it's a 3-2 Bakai.
Yeah, you just start with it. It's
by default.
For the passive, you're just starting with it.
It's like Sandisk. You just get it, you get to predict.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We start with those, all right? That's what you know when you're a good player. We're at the World Championship, Alan. Everybody is starting with the Bakai. They're all good players.
But look at this opener by Aragorn. You again have the Bakai into Darkin Spear, buffing up your next cards.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best case for Darkin Spear, right? You're able to get it early on the Bakai. You're able to get those buffs early in the game. By the time you're even playing another unit, it's probably buffed by the Spear.
I mean, yeah, you play Bakai on 1, you predict the Darkin Spear, and you attack on 2. It's no big deal, just default play.
Yeah, exactly. It's perfect. Default for World Champion competitors, right?
Yep.
That's what you want.
And just get this now nice scout lining up into all those 3 damage units with the tough.
Oh, I have a note here about Roji. Roji actually, the blue buff. This was a card that he was running a 1 of in his Malphite deck for the longest time. And then in the qualifiers, he beefed it up to a 3 of, and he said it was the most impactful card of his qualifier. He has since taken it back down to 2, but this is still something to look out for. He's felt like the ramp into Talia and the ramp into the Malphites was actually such a big deal for his qualifier run, and we're going to see if that continues to kind of play out here in the World Championship as he still kept it to 2. He kind of split the difference. He went 1 to 3.
Most definitely. Before going to, just let's take a quick look. We have a scout with quick attack, punching for a 6. That's a good unit.
It's a pretty solid turn 5 attack as to have the scout with the tough as well, and even if it was to take.
Look, we see a Sunburst there, but if you play that Sunburst and you're gonna see the expense protection, and you just concede. So Roji knows that, and now the question is he gonna risk it? Because the problem with the Rite of Arcane, it meets way more answers than, like there is a Momentous Choice as well. Oh, not way more, twice more.
Yeah.
And Sunburst gets only answered by the Sunburst.
Well, there's the tap out, so now you've got the way to go for that Sunburst.
Yep.
The coast is clear.
I mean, you don't probably risk Momentous Choice.
I mean, I guess that does open up the options where Momentous Choice is the only way to answer the Rite of the Arcane, so maybe you want to grid out your Sunburst and hold on to it, but it is the safe option.
Such a good card for Aatrox. Like, really? You're gonna play it here? Like, you know there is already Aatrox in the hand. You're already so behind on the board. Like, what's your game plan for turn 6?
He runs a second copy, but that's not going to be good enough really to just be like, oh, I might draw into it. He's got the Talia as part of his game plan, but yeah, he is kind of slowing down. He does have some more card draw in his hand. He can start to cycle, but it is definitely tough.
I mean, I think in this spot, this is a spot where if you have Momentous, you lose, but you take the winning play. I think Sunburst is just a losing play, because you know there was literally drawn Aatrox. You know it's coming on 6. It's not like it's, oh, maybe there is no Aatrox, or maybe no Momentous. You know there is Aatrox, but you know there might not have been a Momentous choice. So you make the play against the unknown card.
So this is basically this is playing to survive in the moment versus playing to win, playing for the late game, thinking ahead in your moves. And you even mentioned in the last game, Roji was kind of thinking a turn at a time. He didn't think about his next attack when he went and blocked that 9 damage. He was thinking more about, oh, can I take 9 versus can I kill on the next turn?
Exactly. That's
so we're seeing some issues with Roji here as far as his foresight a couple turns down the line.
Exactly. That might be room to find some improvement for the future.
Alright, but the Rite of the Arcane gonna come through, take out...
He doesn't grid Talia, he just goes in with the Rite of Arcane.
And there's the Aatrox.
So I think the plan here is to just block Aatrox with 5-3, that's why he did it, and the Rite of Arcane Aatrox, and go from there.
Still solid, he did pick up that second Rite of the Arcane, so he's going to have at least some more removal to be able to push through, even though nothing can fully trade into the Aatrox. But still, the hand a bit slow from Roji. He does have the Talia, but none of the more powerful landmarks to copy. Not even, you know, a lot of times we'll see Roji copy Preservarium to just continue out playing more lines, finding a lot more of his powerful cards, and he doesn't even have that.
Oh look, another challenger with quick attack potentially coming.
Yeah, it's very rough for Roji. Unraveled Earth, he's going to draw, finds another Talia.
Alright, so here, let's see if he risks now against Momentous Choice. No, he does not.
I didn't see what he picked. We'll see it.
I think it was Quicksand.
If it was offered, I think Quicksand's very powerful in a spot, so...
But again, how do you win? Like, this is like the spot where you just... Yeah, you make all those plays, you play around Momentous, but by playing around Momentous, you're just losing the game.
Yeah, we're stuck in a tough spot where Roji doesn't have good recourse against the full board here. Yes, the Rite of Arcane could handle Aatrox or it can handle the 6-3, but in this spot, it of course can't handle Aatrox. Did not have something big enough to trade.
Maybe he was hoping that Aatrox will be attacking into 5-3 and the 6-3 will attack something else. Okay, but...
Just, I mean, if Momentous Choice is there, it's there at this point because you're so far behind, but it felt like if you take this risk earlier on, you're in a much better position.
I mean, you just predicted into doing something you would have done anyway. So why not just try to kill and then just not give away your unit for free?
Well, we found our bomb. We found Malphite. So at least we have some powerful cards in the back burner. But if Malphite, I'm not sure if it's enough in this position.
Okay.
He's got the level of Talia. He's got some pressure. He's got some serious pressure coming through.
If anyone can do it, it's Malphite.
Finding the stuns. There we go, though. World Ender coming through already.
Time for some world ending, baby.
It's going to be some big damage. Talia going to be hard-pressed to defend on her own. Yes, there's a second Talia. The Malphite is going to be able to create the offensive pressure, but the defense is the thing that is so troublesome.
Look at this board.
Yep.
Oh. That's a gun. Oh, you look at the amount of the Darkins coming now.
Yeah,
oh, that's another Styratu.
Oh no.
Paragon is excited.
He's going to have the fattest board of Darkins right here. He's going to pull more from the deck as well. The Spear, when it transforms, it is going to be pulling more cards from the deck. As we got the Malphite coming down. We'll be able to stun somebody.
Oh, that's not enough.
Not the target you wanted whatsoever. Actually, the worst target of the 3.
That's not enough. Yeah, he has plenty cards. Like, Aragorn doesn't need more cards. And getting more tempo, more tempo away from opponent would be definitely a better play.
Yeah, and that Red Negation just a little bit too late, right?
A little short. Yep.
Styratu gonna come down.
I believe he has mana for the... Oh, maybe Aram? No, he cannot pull Aram anymore. For the winning play later, maybe get some Ace Soul from the Aram. The whole winning. Oh wow, he got the stun actually.
All right, finding the minefield, able to slow this down a little bit, but let's see what the pulls are once this attack comes through. Yep. See if we find more Darkin. No, just gonna be some softer followers.
That's a mana.
Now. And
that's a cane draw.
Okay.
That's a lot of card draw.
It's so many cards. It's so many cards. It's so difficult for Roji to actually find a win through all this.
I mean, he gets a Malphite next turn stun. Maybe.
I mean,
he has right of negation,
but there's a lot of answers here that Aragorn has picked up. He's gonna be able to delay it way too much, and with those full darkened board, Roji's gonna run out of defensive options. Malphite's always good offensively, but it's the defensive options that are gonna be struggling.
Yeah, there is also the spell sheet for the stun. Like it's rough. Like it's rough. Maybe second right of negation if he decides not to use the spell shield.
All right, but here we go.
Sunburst, okay.
Sunburst is there. It just feels like there's just too much of a wealth of resources for Aragorn. So the Unstoppable Force comes through. We get the stun, but in response, Aatrox is just going to take out Talia. Those right, but...
Oh, I think Roji had enough.
The emote game.
Roji had
Talia emote, please no, please no.
Yep. Nicely baited with the Aatrox spell first, and then we're gonna see Furious Wielder.
Yep, Furious Wielder, easy response to this Unstoppable Force. Gonna be able to push through. I mean, Aragorn, they're playing slow back and forth, but once again, a lot of copium being left at the end of these matches because this is very much Aragorn with a full fist of cards, so many answers in the deck, right? The Expanse Protection, Unforgiving Cold, both good defensive options into the Malphite, and Roji with one card in hand isn't going to have the defensive options to deal with a board full of Darkin.
I mean, you can think about like Roji could be thinking about the next matchup, Mulligan already, like use this time as a resource. Also, you can, like, if you know that your opponent is way slower in making plays, then you can play also for Timer. Timer is also a resource.
It's true. Roji found that first game win. So, looking for the Timer as a potential source of victory is there, but we are going to get the surrender here from Roji, recognizing nothing left to do here in Game 2, but up against Aragorn for Game 3, back against the wall with his signature deck. He's still got the Malphite left for one more game, and we do get that Talia versus Talia matchup.
Oh yeah, that's what we were looking for. I am looking for that Ionia version like hell. I mean, in Tower it should be pretty good. You have Unworthy Soul for the Malphite and Talia. I mean, not necessarily you always want to ban Talia, but in this matchup, you might be looking for some extra value with the Black Flame, cast it on your Ziggs or Talia, and just outgrind your opponent.
Yeah, notably, it does feel like Aragorn's list is just slightly faster, but it does have, you know, some of those ways to remove the big threats. It's still pretty close between the two. It would just come down to what the draw is. And I mean, we take a look here. Desert Naturalist is something that Aragorn does have potential to destroy a lot of these landmarks that he creates and go for a big Rock Bear Swarm, as he does also have the Rock Bear Shepherd.
The fact that he has, the Roji has Sunburst, and the only answer to that is Negation, it's a big deal that you don't have like a single Zonia or something towards that, so you can deal more efficiently with this removal.
Alright, the Chip just going to trade into a Rock Hopper to kick things off, getting towards turn 3. The Rock Bear Shepherds on each side, so if we start to see a bunch of those grumpy Rock Bears, it will be both sides doing it, but the Endless Devout for now for Roji coming out, and there's the first Rock Bear Shepherd. Some grumpy Rock Bear is going to come marching through.
Yep, you take some damage here to get more tempo later on into the game.
I'm going to pick up that tempo, we'll see how Roji responds to that.
Also, we have to put some note on the Desert Naturalist. Should be pretty good into like destruction of some landmarks.
Yeah, I mean, it is even still good to just get rid of that hibernating Rock Bear and allow your tempo to come through, right? You've got a Rock Bear of your own, you're going to get rid of Roji's and be able to push forward.
Definitely, we have some very interesting turn here, where he could go for the Talia Grumpy Rock Bear next turn. He would just play Preservarium now and wait.
Yeah, does give him a way to copy.
You sacrifice some HP for that.
I feel like you can sacrifice some. There is still the worry of Talia, you know, rocking you down later, or more realistically, Malphite getting one big stun that pushes that last bit of damage, especially if it is just one turn, and being able to push 7. Malphite can do it himself if you take too much early, but right now there's only 4 being threatened, and that would be acceptable. As the chip comes down, it becomes 7, and it starts to get a little bit scary.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of damage. So Aragorn took a bit slower line, where he wants to multiply the Grumpy Rock Bears. And then so does the Roji.
Yep. Roji going to be able to do that as well. Threaten with the Talia. He says, I don't care about the vulnerable. I'm going to get a couple Rock Bears out. And this is a massive attack being able to come forward. But Aragorn is going to be able to respond.
Yep. With pretty much the same play as Roji. Roji having a bit more pressure, but having way more awkward attacks. Because he can just choose to take a bit more damage, he can block with 1-3 DOS, and he can block the 3-3 units with the Rock Bears.
Yeah, absolutely can find those blocks, look for value, but he does have to stop some of this damage, and Aragorn deciding to just trade it down on the Rock Bears. Let this game go a lot longer.
There are two reasons you don't want to trade with Talia here. One is it goes down to 3 HP, so it's vulnerable to Rite of Arcane, and then two, you give a landmark to opponent, which is unoptimal when the opponent has Talia on board, unleveled.
Yep, there we go, Preservarium, just going to keep looking for draw, and there's Rite of Arcane.
Is he looking for Black Flame on Talia?
I mean, it is one of the biggest win conditions of this deck, right? That is the Black Flame Talia. He wants to be able to set that up. He certainly is going to be looking for it this game. I wonder, yeah, if he's digging by trying to go for these Preservariums instead of establishing more board.
Maybe he's looking for the Ziggs level up here, perhaps. Very curious what Aragorn has in mind here. Maybe he was looking for some soft pass with that Preservarium to see how much mana will Roji has, because we have to keep in mind there was still Sunburst in the Roji's deck, and there was no Rite in the Aragorn hand. Maybe he was looking for using Unworthy Soul on his own Talia.
Yeah, could be looking for that. We do get the Ziggs now, though. There's still 5 mana on the other side, so that Sunburst is still available for Roji. Aragorn willing to commit now with his champions.
So we're gonna probably see second Talia play here, or sacrifice that one, or unless he wants to prevent it, he most definitely can by just using Rite of Negation. He might be holding on that right, like he already pushed 7 damage, he might be holding that right to counter the right when he will get the Malphite, and he'll try to push for the lethal.
Yeah, it's possible that he can just hold it. Currently, he's not being overly pressured. Like you said, he does have an additional Talia. He does have the ability to just give this one up. It's not too overwhelming at this point. Yeah, Roji is just going to immediately accept this. He's got the additional Talia. He can even just play it right away.
Yep. A bit on the more unoptimal landmark, but it's a flip Talia. You want to apply more pressure. It's fine.
Still going to be in a solid position. Roji just going to be looking for that Malphite at this point to help seal up the game. He has the Rite of Negation to help push it through. He's got, a decent board of units already. He's got the Talia, but he's going to be beefing it up with some Clocklings, just having a bunch of Swarm right now. He's very wide against Aragorn, who only has 3 blockers. It really just comes down to, can we find that Malphite relatively quickly?
So we see how skills proc the flow for the Aragorn, and that's what's a recent change where flow is also procced by the skills, not only by the spells.
So that's where kind of that is coming from, is entirely just the Talia.
Yep.
It's going to be the one that is going to reduce the cost on the Unworthy Soul. That's the combination I guess we were looking for with the Unworthy Soul. We weren't sure how he was going to proc the flow, but it is through the Talia.
And Ziggs +1 spell, perhaps.
Yeah.
He's gonna go down to 6 HP already. Very confident. Problem is, if now Malphite comes down, you have no Rite of Negation. You're just threatened to die.
Yeah, I mean, that is the big kind of damage threshold is 7, because at that point, even if you're able to get control of the board, Malphite himself can just end the game.
Look at this board. Oh.
And look at that. Black Flame Talia.
He got the combo.
The Black Flame. That is 3 Talias coming forward that Roji has to deal with. He has right to slow down 1 turn of attacks.
Wow.
Unless it fills the entire...
Wow, that's a lot of damage.
Does this fill the stack, Alan, or are we one off on filling the stack?
No, it's filled. It's
9.
Filled,
right?
Yeah. You can only play 1 of Bear spells at a time.
So you actually can't even Rite of Negation
no, you
on
cannot.
this. It is a full stack, 2 Black Flames, 1 Talia.
9 skills / spells on the stack.
Malphite with an 11% chance to be drawn. Roji does need to find his win condition very quickly here.
I mean, can you stay even alive if you're Roji here? Like, let's think about it for a moment. Like, he blocks with Talia, that's 0 damage taken. Then, how many units have vulnerable? You can pull 3/3, you push 1 damage here, 2 damage here. Oh, Rogi's at 16. I was looking at the Dragon Range.
Oh,
he's fine. He's
16
fine.
health, he should be okay.
He's fine.
The next time an attack comes through, he will start to be worried, but at least the first one, he's all right. He's going to survive the first one. But the 11% chance to draw Malphite, it's not incredible odds for him to get it.
Look at this. It's so beautiful. Oh, that's so satisfying to look at.
I guess we figured out the Ionia combo. Like, we figured out why Aragorn went for Ionia. It's such a cool combo.
Yep.
And when you get it online, this is so powerful. It's very difficult for the blockers to deal with it.
I mean, you can't write off negation this. That's so funny.
It's perfect. Filling the stack, I mean, we haven't seen too much of this strategy being able to happen outside of Karma. Seraphine can kind of do it now as well, but doing it with a Talia list by just
I've never seen
3x Talia, I mean, it's wonderful. It's awesome to see this.
That's so cool. All right, so what are we looking at? So he decides to deal some damage with Zeke's and get second Talia on the board, just for the blocker, so he doesn't die.
This is actually one of the coolest things about the Black Flame too, is you can use the Black Flames as fodder for Rite of the Arcane, because yes, you use the ephemeral ones that come out and fire, but you just get a Talia back. It's not like you're losing out on the power on your offense.
Most definitely, we're gonna see here Rite of Negation come down to protect the Talia, but there is still Unworthy that's gonna be discounted next turn. And after defending, we might see another Black Flame go down.
Alright, well, it comes down. Malphite draw, attack token.
I mean, there is Rite of Negation potential top deck, because now there is no protection.
Both sides have top decks here that are important. Rogi's offensively, he needs it. Aragorn only needs that right if it's a Malphite on the other side.
So, he also is Absolver and out for Rogi? Does he run Absolver? No, he does not. Oh no, he has Absolver. He could find Lethal with Absolver.
That's true. He had 2 outs, he didn't find either. Find Sunburst instead.
Hey.
Can he live one more attacking turn from Aragorn?
I think he'll try to kill both Talia. I think that's his idea.
Okay. Yeah, he can pull one, he's got the Sunburst for another.
Yep, exactly. Oh.
Is threatening lethal? Can he get 6 through? I don't.
I mean, this forces.
He's pushing.
He has to block with Talia here.
Block with Talia.
I mean, this accomplish the same. You might as well pull it, so to not give a choice.
Yeah, you absolutely are. You're not pushing lethal. It is going to be stopped. Aragorn has the tools.
And we're gonna see Unworthy Soul to come down now.
Oh.
Unworthy Soul just developed a blocker or another Talia, but the landmark won't get away. Okay, so he just wants to recall the opponent's Talia instead. He just wants to get his own out of the pool. Okay.
Yeah, naturally.
Just to make sure he doesn't lose to Absolver. Okay. We have the spectator side, so we know there is, like, technically recalling your own Talia would be decent play, but of course players don't know, and there is exactly 4 mana for lethal for the Rogi.
Yeah, of course. No, that is really solid play from Aragorn to play around the Absolver. There's 2 ways he can lose. It's Absolver and it's Malphite. Now there's not enough mana for Malphite, so Absolver is the only one. You play around the card that can beat you, because Aragorn is in a solid position to close this out.
Most definitely. Rogi is still debating if this is the attack he wants to pull.
Just dealing with the Talia, I mean, it buys him more time. He's not immediately losing anymore. He was in the point with all those Black Flames sitting around, the multiple Talias where he was on more of a clock. It has slowed. He's got a little bit more time. Just taking out a Talia for Aragorn, that might be enough to buy some space to get to the Malphite.
I love that he's taking his time to think this through, to just make sure there is no better play.
Yeah, Rogi with the big reaction. I think he knew that Unworthy Soul was something that could blow him out, but he understands that, hey, there's nothing else he can do, right? This is the play that he has to make to try and buy some space.
Ooh, we have Rite of Arcane draw as well.
Yeah, we get 1 more draw as well from the Preservarian. Endless Devout.
This looks like lethal unless Quicksand or Rite of Negation.
Yep, there's the open attack. There is a Quicksand though for Rogi. Is that actually enough to stop it? He's only at 4 health now. He did lose so much previously.
I mean, even only Rite of Negation would stop the lethal here.
Yep. Too much damage from the Ziggs, too much damage from the Talia.
not having enough blocks. Roji going to fall. Aragorn going to go up 2-0 in his group. Reminder, everyone yesterday that went 2-0 made it through. It's not guaranteed, but Aragorn has to be feeling very comfortable and confident starting out with a 2-0 today.
Okay, I have to make an apology. I was making this whole morning fun of this deck, and it has 2-0 record so far.
It's 2-0 record.
Hats off.
Looked good in both games. It's been able to swarm early. It has a great win condition set up with the Black Flame on Talia. It's looking really solid for Aragorn, and he's still cool and confident throughout. He's been piloting super well on each of his decks. He's
100%.
taking his time. I think Roji, too, was still taking his time there. He's looking for the right plays, but we did see one crack in Roji in this game, and it was kind of his foresight into future turns, and that can cost you. We said it at the start of the series, looking like a 50-50 matchup. You make any mistakes, and it might be all the difference.
Yeah, but most definitely they did play like very good players. They didn't make any mistakes per se. Just not thinking about like future runs and not playing accordingly to that.
Yeah, for sure. But still, both of these two players still may be the favorites to make it out of that group. Roji still has a lot more work to do. He is 1-1 in the group. Finding a win in his next match could help lock him in, right? 2-1 was looking good yesterday. Not guaranteed, but it's where you want to be. Let's toss it on over to the analyst desk where they can further break down this Talia versus Talia bout between Aragorn and Roji.
Oh my gosh, Casanova and Alan, you have left us a lot to talk about, especially when that 3-game match was just so exciting. From start to finish, let's start with game number 1. What was happening in this match?
So the first game, we saw a lot of constraint from Roji. You know, Alan mentioned it a lot, not going for that quick attack challenger combination and opening himself up to get blown out by the the unforgiving cold. You know, it's a big spell. It's like one of the namesake spells of the tournament right now. It's something that players constantly have to keep in mind. And the swinging glaive getting a lot of value. That's a card that Roji really likes. He's played it in Kaisa before. Right after the Kaisa nerf, trying to prove that it was still powerful, made it first to Masters that season with the swinging glaive. So this is something that Roji really likes. It's a weapon that really only he brings to tournaments, but he's been doing it for a couple of months now.
It's a testament to how many games I imagine he's been able to get carried with Akshan plus Swinging Glaive. There's not that many good carriers for the weapon in the list outside of those key champions. So he got the Akshan into the Swinging Glaive and just recognized, I can let the Lucky Finds carry me throughout the game. You're accelerating your Warlord's Palace and Sentinel's Horde as well, and slowly but surely building up this massive mid-range unit that you can rely on in the late game. Wasn't at the end of the game, Akshan was still alive. That was the first one from turn 2.
So much that we just saw in like game 1, like game 2, Aragorn able to bring it back, but it was really game 3 where I feel like Aragorn just showed so much expertise when it came to what was maybe more of an unconventional matchup between a Talia versus a Talia.
Yeah, I mean, so the Talia Malphite and the Ziggs Talia obviously going to play out a little bit differently. We saw the Black Flame combo go off, but Silverfuse, I know you had a specific point you wanted to make about that one.
I mean, the casters caught it as well, but as soon as I saw both the landmarks go down with that Talia, I was like, it fills the stack! It fills the stack! And I was really excited to see that because we haven't seen that since Spooky Karma, but just seeing like making it so there's no counterplay against these other negation decks and these deny decks and stuff. I just thought that was such a fun thing. I mean, that's one of the things that I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna go fill the stack so my opponent can't react to it. So I was so excited to see that actually came to fruition as well because, I mean, it's cheeky, it's fun, and it's the kind of innovative deck building that we like to see in these tournaments.
I mean, I enjoyed that so much, like, I want to go play that, like, now. Can I just hop on the Runeterra client?
So sick.
Exactly.
Once the deck that you built comes together, like I said, Aragorn is young, he's scrappy, trying to innovate. When we saw Kicker yesterday on Talia Ziggs, like the quote-unquote normal version, it seemed pretty middling, even though it's been just a solid deck number 3 for a lineup. But having the extra greed of the Black Flame really puts it into that next level that we need.
And it's not even just the Black Flame. I think the Unworthy Soul has been doing an insane amount of work so far. There's really limited interaction in your traditional Ziggs Talia deck, being Bandle City and Shurima. You don't really have those big fight spells, those Furious Wielders that we're seeing out of the rest of the meta. So Unworthy Soul, not only being weapon removal, but in a very efficient tempo tool in a deck that has some key combo finish turns, I think has really been propelling Aragorn to the top of this group.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see these tech choices. I mean, this is not a deck that I would have thought of to even consider. And the fact that he has made it work so well, and it's not just like, oh, he just really high rolled that game, like he got really lucky. It was like, this is how the deck is supposed to work, and this is my game plan, and executed it. I'm so happy to see something as unique as this deck.
It's been so cool to just watch how all of these players have navigated everything, because I feel like even though you look at something and maybe you're like, yeah, this is like maybe more of a conventional deck you would expect to see from the meta, you've still seen a lot of creativity when it comes to finding those unconventional lines, and then also the tech choices have just been really, really cool. I feel like giving a lot of people inspiration for making their own decks.
Yeah, when it comes to the Black Flame, when I was kind of first looking at the World Ender set, right, it was one of those cards that the longer you stare at it, your mind just starts whirling with how many different things you can shove inside this landmark and get ephemeral copies. And Aragorn chose the most sane option. What if I just play Talia? She duplicates landmarks. We get to double dip on that value and that synergy, and filling the stack. Only Silverfuse could see. She's probably filled more stacks than any of us on the desk, because she's always duping spells,
I don't know.
going for those big memes.
I was gonna say that too. I mean, I was on the desk, but I know that Alan playing all those spooky karma decks too. I feel like we would give each other a run for the money there.
I want to see that showdown. Alan versus Silverfuse.
Fill the stack.
Who can fill the stack?
Make it a new game mode.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be so fun to watch. But we do have another match now that we have started to look ahead. We're getting close to the end of the day. I can't believe it. It's already match number 8, heading back over to Group A. It's Teddy 314 versus Bowies. And I think that when you look at this matchup, this is another really interesting one, because both of these players are 1-0. And this match win could also be another just great solidifying point for them to move forward.
Bowie's getting to play Red Gwen again. It's something that always makes me a little nervous. We've seen the deck really go down, not really be able to leave the station, get any sort of tempo. But if you are too slow to end the game, it doesn't matter. Eventually, the Reckoners come through. When I play against Red Gwen, I'm like, okay, I dealt with Katarina. I'm good. I have a Vengeance or something to deal with Eternal Dancers. But Reckoner, Risen Reckoner, Fallen Reckoner, I can't block. So all of a sudden, this Spiderling is a 12-1, and that's it. That's curtains.
I really want to see the Jinx mirror, because neither of these players brought discard aggro. We have the Jinx champion strength on the side of Teddy. We have the Lulu Jinx on the side of Bowies, and I think Lulu Jinx is what a lot of players were looking at when the buff initially came out, because Draven is just still sitting at 2 health. It's a little bit too low. Lulu, a 3-mana 3/3, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I love Jinx. I want to see her. She keeps getting banned. And really, we haven't really seen her be able to do what we know her to do, which is just strike down the Nexus with 4-cost bombs over and over again. We haven't seen it, and we saw Draven Jinx yesterday, but it didn't really show up as much because it was banned most of the time. So I would love to see Jinx actually to do what she wants to do.
I do like the Jinx rockets. Those are always very fun to see what can happen with those. There's only one way to find out, right? And that's to go ahead and get us back into the game. So we're gonna send it back over to Alan and Casanova. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to the caster desk. I'm Casanova, joined by Alan ZQ. We are going in with Teddy versus Bowies. A lot of the community has been calling this one the group of death because of Teddy and Aurora being seasonal champions in it. But Bowies already took down Aurora, so now he's coming for blood against Teddy again.
I mean, no one thought Bowies, I guess.
Yeah, no one thought Bowies,
Yeah,
but he's playing fantastic.
Yep, exactly. But I can't watch enough of Teddy. Like, he's such a great player. I just can't. I need more.
We've been talking about a lot of the players playing very clean, like Aragorn and Roji in the other group have been playing like very fantastic Runeterra, very clean, very few mistakes. Teddy as well in this group has been kind of up to par with them as far as playing clean, if not maybe even playing better than those two players who have been almost immaculate.
I mean, when you are spectating from home, it's hard to determine what's the difference between let's say Roji and Teddy. But when you pay attention and Teddy does those plays that are like 2-3 runs ahead, and he has everything planned. Like, he counts how much damage he can take. Based on that, he blocks accordingly. Like you can see the premium plays.
Yeah, he's continuing to think multiple moves ahead, whereas maybe we're not seeing that out of Roji so far, but this is one of the decks you definitely need to think a couple turns ahead when you are playing. This is Seraphine, Victor, Ezreal. This is going to be one of your back alley bar decks, and we had an example of him thinking many turns ahead earlier on today when he was using that Dark Bulb Acolyte and saves that, sacrifices a 3/3 instead, buffs it up, and ends up finding a strike spell to use with it.
All right, which decks would you like to see play?
Okay, to be honest, watching Teddy pilot this deck was very fun. So even though I know some people might get mad at me for wanting to watch Seraphine, I do.
Oh, I am down as well.
I kind of want to see that. But on the other side, I do want to see the Lulu Jinx come through. It has been banned a lot. I'm kind of with Silver. I want to actually see this deck get some play.
So the standard Jinx ban was usually with the champion strength because it proved to be the most consistent one. We've had a bunch of Draven Jinx also bans, but this kind of Jinx I don't think we've seen yet. So maybe it'll go through. Also, it doesn't look as scary and consistent as just Red Gwen.
Yeah, that's
standard.
Red Gwen may just eat the ban instead. We've got the bans up on the screen. It's going to be no Lulu Jinx for us as it is banned away from Buis, and it is going to be Jinx banned away from Teddy, the champion strength version of Jinx. So no Jinx for Silver whatsoever in this one. She is banned on both sides, and that leaves us with our matchups being Vayne, Quinn, Aatrox, and the Seraphine list going up against the other side of Red Gwen and Pantheon Varus. How's this shaking up for you, Alan?
I mean, Teddy, so basically this is, Teddy wanted to queue up with his Vayne Aatrox into Red Gwen, and he didn't want to queue up into he wanted to queue up Sera against the Pantheon Varus, because that's how just matchups go in terms of which is favorite. But so good snipe by Buis, getting a favorite matchup for himself. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, well, starting things off, Teddy having a 1-drop, having his early weapon. He's got, some combat tricks in hand, and he does have his champion, right? He's got his Vayne to try and get that rolling.
Most definitely. We have a lot of early game from the Teddy. We have also Vayne that can start generating the tabus, start reducing the cost. But the problem is Teddy has, there is not much value. And if there is a tall unit coming out soon with some weapon, all those units will stop attacking, because it's just you can't go through. And if you start trading inefficiently, you're just gonna lose whole board and without being able to close it up.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Not having any value generation means that you can't afford to take unfavorable trades the entire time. You need to make sure that you are ahead in those, because you don't have any card draw, you don't have value generation in your hand. You have to generate that value through something, and that is the units that you have. And so if you can't do that, as you mentioned, Teddy just has to kind of sit there, wait to draw more cards, wait for something that can allow him to generate that value.
Yeah, we're gonna see most likely the trade here with the Cultist, because you don't want that Cultist to generate an extra. Oh, Teddy doesn't decide to play the tracker. Wonder what's his in mind. Maybe he just keeping mana for that catch when developing the Vayne. Now to just get her level up going.
So going to get the Vayne, has that mana saved for the catch. Does have that trick on the back burner. Has the ability to go for an attack, but currently, Teddy may want to play a little bit
this is
safer.
the play I'm talking about. He played to have an option of top decking a weapon. If you look at the list of the element of the weapons, he could have top decked 6 premium ones and 1 not so good one. He top decked the not so good one.
Yeah, so having the Bloodletters, not exactly what he wants with the catch. If he can pull Aegis instead, then his attack looks a lot better for the Vayne, right? He can suddenly go in and generate exactly what we talked about, get the value with the units that he does have, whereas he doesn't have any other ways to generate value. So instead, he is going to go for this attack. I know you mentioned you'd be okay trading this tracker for the Cultist because you don't want to let it generate anymore, so this you'll accept it's more even, you're not generating value, but you're not losing out.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting Dark Intral. You get another unit you can put a weapon on. You are not unhappy by this if you are Teddy at all.
Alright, so going to get that through, push a little bit of damage with the Vayne.
We might see Pale. He might be thinking about, the problem Buis has in the hand, he has exactly 5 cards that rely on, 6 cards, including the board, that rely on drawing a weapon, and he has none.
No weapon drawn. Just gonna bank this mana. Does need that weapon to activate all of his spells, activate the weapons, the strikes. He actually needs to have a weapon in.
Another card that needs a weapon. I mean, you can just play Cultist. Once you draw a weapon, you can still activate Cultist while he's on board. It's not an on-summon effect, it's just something that will trigger when it's gonna see a weapon.
Yeah, and currently a 3-5 is a solid blocker into this board, especially with the Pale Cascade backup, which would give you the additional ability to draw. And yes, these 4-cost burst spells, they can all still be played without a weapon. They just become much better when you do get one because they cost less.
Teddy has a very interesting hand. Like, he has triple Darkin. Like, we're gonna see probably those tokens get equipped with all those weapons. Like, you want to get that Worldlander start proccing. And also we're gonna see Aatrox draw with the next equipment.
Yeah, so we'll have that Aatrox for turn 6 if he wants to slam it, which is actually a good value generator in himself, right? Having that regeneration, it's very difficult for your opponent to actually trade into him. You can't just chip block him, you have to block him all at once, and if you can't do so, then he is just going to get face damage. So he's either going to get damage, he's going to get board presence, or he's going to generate you life, or maybe all three. So Aatrox, very good value generation, and when you draw these 3 weapons, which maybe aren't generating as much value, at least they're getting you the Aatrox, which can do so.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see equipment on the Vayne here to also generate another discount on World Ender. So basically, you pay 1 mana now, you get 1 more damage in, but you get the 1 discount later on. Yeah. This is gonna be a lot of discounts very quickly.
It's actually kind of like a turbo World Ender that we're getting because of this, and Zolani is overwhelmed and big, and there's a lot of her hanging out right now. If we end up getting that World Ender online really quickly, it is a way to just end the game pretty instantly because these Bloodletters are very powerful at that stage in the game.
Bois is looking for the weapon with the Pale Cascade, fails to find it. Another top deck, no weapon. He's absolutely devastated.
Yeah, Guiding Touch, he can continue to dig if he's feeling that desperate. At this point, I mean, you kind of are, right? You're a little bit desperate for this weapon, you need to be searching for it. Guiding Touch is another way to cycle, but when you are playing that, you are going down to 4 mana already. You would get the weapon, it would be another 2 mana to come out. It's a really, really rough spot for Bois.
We cannot get Challenger on the tracker, unfortunately, to grant to attack with Vayne on top. So that's why there was no weapon previously, because you didn't plan to attack with Vayne. Nonetheless, we just see the attack to get the reduce on the World Ender cost. And yeah, that he just wanted to just soft pass to see what Bois does, because so far he sees that he has some very hard time.
Yeah, and I mean, Teddy is still, he's playing like an Undying deck now because he has the 2 Dark Enthralls. He can buff up with the weapons, just send them in over and over again. And he's, the way we used to say this is he's blocking on offense because he's just putting this pressure and you have to do it.
You have some wrong screen. On my screen, those are already Zolanis.
Oh, true. That's right. They're already Zolani because of how fast this World Ender is getting turboed through. I'm actually, I haven't been keeping the count, so we'll see when this Aatrox comes down, but it's already been quite a few attacks.
It's at 9 mana right now.
9 mana right now. Aatrox gonna come down on the following turn. He will have 9 mana.
Yeah. He can pretty much play turn 7 World Ender.
Yep.
And there is no right of negation, nothing. All he can do is just Furious Wielder those 1/1s.
Yeah, Furious Wielder the 1/1s, but he doesn't have the weapon yet to do so.
We might see a Tumble and Fish Fight this turn. Because there is nothing else he can do, and he kind of wants to stay efficient with mana and play for tempo, because he knows, he keeps the mana. He knows that he's winning the game pretty much on turn 7 if he just keeps those trials on the board.
Alright, well let's watch this game plan in action. Still no weapon being found from Bois. We're going to have that Aatrox come down. It is expected to be Aatrox turn 6, turn 7 World Enter, bunch of Solani going to come through and just end the game.
So here you cannot assimilate champion with the Darkin. So by equipping the weapon on the Vayne, it will not transform into Darkin. So that's maybe, I mean, he didn't plan to develop anyway any more units, because he knew the next unit he's gonna play is Aatrox, and the next play he's gonna do is gonna be the World Ender. So he knew that's what's gonna happen.
And it seems like we ended up 1 off our count, but Teddy
is default 13?
Still have 10. I think it's 13.
Oh, that's why I discounted. I was defaulting 12. My bad.
But Teddy does account for this, right? So he's able to save mana on the last turn, makes it so he does have 10 mana on turn 7. The plan has not changed. Teddy recognized.
And you're gonna have Tumble for 0 if Vayne doesn't die.
Exactly. There you go.
And
so much pressure.
Bowies has to force the response. Like, he has to play here Furious. I mean, he can't play Furious Will, he has no weapon.
Exactly, that's the thing. That's what I was saying, Alan, earlier. Like, as much as there is an answer to the Darkened Throws, he still didn't hit a weapon.
Full hand, reliant on the... No, that's not finally.
Oh no! I looked at it and it looked like the bloodletters to me on like first glance, but no, it's Momentous Choice. Oh no!
6 cards that are reliant on weapon, plus 2 on board. So you are losing value so far, missing value of 8 cards. That's heartbreaking. And meanwhile, Teddy is just chilling with the World Ender coming next turn, on attack with Tumble for 0 mana.
Yeah, this is the fastest World Ender we've seen, I think. Turn 7.
Oh, he changed the game plan here?
He's considering a fish fight. He's actually going to cast the fish fight here. Instead, he's going to make another Aatrox?
Yeah,
he wants to make another Aatrox. Just for fun, or do you feel that
he
this
can
is
get
better?
it next turn? Hold up. He just, like, he'll have Tumble for 0. All he needs to do is just attack with Vayne, like open attack with Tumble with Vayne, and then if there is no Unforgiving Cold won't even work because it will go on Aatrox. Then you can play World Ender for 8 mana and swing with full board. Oh, but he decides not. Oh, but this... No, this doesn't work because it's gonna go to 8.
Yeah, I'm wondering what could Teddy have been playing around here? Is it?
I mean, he's winning anyway. Like, it's just like that. It was most likely lethal next turn, and this way he's just taking away any hope from opponent.
Okay.
Maybe it's just make your opponent completely hopeless going into a full series.
Yeah, I mean, because for us, right, obviously we know that Bowies has still not found a weapon, and we know that his entire hand is brick.
I mean, pretty sure Teddy knows there is no weapon.
That, right? That's what I was gonna say. Teddy's gonna recognize.
You don't need caster vision.
Likely going to be a fully bricked hand. Of course, he knows there's no weapon because obviously Bowies would have played a weapon if it was there.
Yep.
But the fact is, it's just entirely bricked.
I guess he'll play it after combat.
Teddy just gonna swing in fully. 19.
I mean, there is no way to lose this anyway. Like, if you make this swing, how are you losing from this spot? You are getting 4 discounts. You can even squeeze the sharp side. You can even squeeze catch. Like, you can squeeze everything you want.
Yeah, it's full hopium for Bowies, but there's no hope left at all. Vayne level up.
Squeezed that Nexus.
Going forward, pushing the 19. Vayne level up. World Ender on the back burner as soon as this is done. Bowies can block and use the 4 mana freeze 1 target because there has not been a weapon equipped yet to allow it to freeze 2. Without a weapon, this deck looks abysmal, and Bowies only having 3 weapons in the deck, that does make things a little tough.
Yeah, I mean, you just play World Ender, you play Tumble next turn, and you just win. Maybe he's thinking about using Tumble this turn, so he can get another one for 0 mana, and he's thinking about buffing up Vayne, so she can push more damage after you Tumble with her, or perhaps the 4-3 instead.
Alright, but there we go. One more swing.
Pass!
Bowies gonna pass it back. He actually doesn't have a play, which is...
I mean, if Teddy sees the play and he's gonna challenge, if he's gonna tumble the 4-3, that's lethal. Because there is an answer if he tumbles with Vayne. But, like, I'm pretty sure Teddy will see it. Because if opponent pass here, you have a clear read that the only way he can stop this is another Unforgiving Cold, and you can play around it by just attacking with the 4-3 instead.
Well, Teddy, we'll see if he pulls the trigger. Just gonna play out, see if Bowies will play. He's fishing.
Soft pass.
See?
Nothing.
Alright, soft pass again. Nothing. And Teddy's playing very... Look at his face. He's like, what? I mean, I guess he plays it safe. I do understand. It is the World Championship.
Okay, but look at the list. What was the possible answer?
I don't think there is an answer, Alan. That's the problem. I don't think there is an answer. I think Bowies has nothing to do.
The only thing that he could have done is Guiding Touch.
He just drew 2 more cards and didn't find a weapon. He's
more draw.
No, yet he doesn't get another one. Oh, it's still no weapon.
He drew some Varus at least now.
He drew Varus, but he can't even play it, and they're all fleeting cards.
I mean, there was no out from the only thing that was an out was Guiding Touch. And he already played one. There was 1 card.
What is it an out for, though, Alan? It's not an out to win the game.
I mean, it's an out to not die.
That's it.
Force it.
At that point, you want your Nexus to explode there. There's no, please get me out of.
I think that he was just so confused what's happening that he just overthought.
No, for sure, but I think the careful play from Teddy is still important. The fact is he's setting himself up to always win. I know that this game in particular.
I mean, the careful play was the fish fight.
So doomed.
Not using tumble was just overthinking.
Oh, Teddy.
All right, we're jumping into an exciting match, the Barkeep, the most anticipated matchup by me and whole Twitch chat for sure.
Yes, Twitch chat super excited. I know they all love Seraphine.
Yes.
Their favorite champion, actually. I think Twitch chat, generally speaking, does say that they love Seraphine. They want to see more Seraphine. They actually want Seraphine to be buffed. I've heard a lot of Twitch chatters say. Yeah, absolutely.
And Barkeep.
Yeah, and
Don't forget about it. Barkeep to 5 mana.
They think, 6 mana too much for Barkeep. It should be reduced, I think, definitely. And honestly,
Seraphine level up to 6.
Yeah, if they want to keep Barkeep at 6 mana, they should reduce new cards by 2 instead of 1, I think. Just to help out on the mana.
Exactly. So you don't have to play more than 1 Barkeep.
Oh, absolutely.
Or just make a tutor.
Why do we have to keep playing 2 Barkeeps, right?
Oh, Seraphine tutor, Barkeep. Yeah, you play Seraphine instead of creating card, draw Barkeep from the deck.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I think we're on to something, Alan. I think Twitch chat agrees.
Robin, did you hear? Hopefully you're gonna take some ideas.
Yeah. We're tutoring champion strength and we're buffing Barkeep. That's what we've decided.
That's how you balance. You buff everything.
They should just hire us to balance this game. I think Twitch chat agrees. They're saying they agree with us right now. I absolutely think. Yeah, that's what's happening. Anyways, here we go, Luis. We'll see if he can find a weapon in this game, because that's going to be the big difference. But at least his hand is not...
I mean, he can predict a weapon, perhaps.
Fully bricked.
He can predict a weapon.
That's true. That's what he was missing. That's what this deck has done repeatedly, is it has played the Bakai on 1.
That looks like a dead Saga Seeker. I would be very surprised if Teddy doesn't take you down.
Oh yeah, Thermo Beam for 1. Very nice. Get rid of the Saga Seeker, get that Thermo Beam played for value. I mean, anytime you can get a nice 1 mana Thermo Beam, get good value out of it, like taking out a Saga Seeker, you're gonna take that. And Teddy having Bar in hand, having Seraphine in hand, very nice.
And we are looking for some... Oh, there is a Varus, and it makes me your unit free too.
Yeah.
And you don't have any weapons, so Cultist normally would be a good choice, but again, no weapons, so you probably go for safe play and play Varus for the next turn.
I mean, I think after last game, never finding a weapon, I think you're going to want to take that guaranteed weapon when it's offered to you.
I mean, especially if you are carving into it nicely.
Yeah. Turn 4, you can play it down.
I mean, you can put a lot of... The problem is, do you play second Cultist now? Because you kind of want to that Varus for next turn to have some pressure. You have a good protection stuff. But on the other hand, you want to have more pressure. Like, if you don't pressure Seraphine, like, this matchup is already hard enough.
Yeah, I think in this spot it's kind of okay because you do have some high value spells and combat tricks that you're going to want to use to defend your Varus as well when there
I mean, Momentous Choice was enough to defend him. Like, if opponent's going to spend 7 points of damage from something, or 6 points of damage, sorry, like Hex Obliterator, you like, it's fine. Like, you'd rather just pressure more opponent with the damage here.
Alright, well, Mystic Shot going to come down. Get rid of one of the Bakai.
He wants to bait, like he wants to, before he does anything, he wants to check if there are any buffs and if Boris chooses to use them on that unit because he wants to just beam that second Varus. And as we see, Teddy should be having only 1 beam. We see second beam in the hand.
Yeah, that is a second beam there for Teddy. Looks like our sheet may just be off with
we have a wrong shit. But anyway, we're not gonna see beam this turn. Just taking out 4 or 2. That's a good payload to just cycle, and we have a spell shield pickup, the Expanse Protection.
All right, Varus going to swing in.
I mean, we see double Barkeep into Seraphine coming soon, and there is Song Spinner. Like, oh wow, and the Otterpuss.
Yeah, Otterpuss is great. The setup is all there, right? We've got the Ezreal as well once we can get him leveled up. The full combo is there, and the bar should be able to help buy a lot of time. So Teddy in a very safe position as long as he can continue to defend against this. And Song Spinner going to be played. We've got some choices here. Iterative or Trixie is the first one.
Tentacles is very solid because it takes away Momentous Choice, and if it doesn't take away Momentous Choice, it takes away either cycle cards or the spell sheet. All of those cards are premium. And you could think about iterative on your Otterpuss, but I think it's just too far away to think about it. Ooh, and heavy metal as well.
Yeah, and
I
we
have
got
no
a
idea what
Poro
this card-
stories. We know Necro's
Oh, that's
happy
Poro
about that one.
stories. Okay.
Yeah, we know Necro wants to see more Poro. So Poro stories, Teddy grabbed that just for her. Be able to set up.
And now he's thinking if he wants to
blockers.
play Momentus, because if he plays Momentus, we gonna see a discard on the Cultist. Probably you want to level up your Varus. And you like this is also proc for the Pantheon. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Momentous, great play here. Be able to set that up. Vera's getting very close to the level up. And as you mentioned, I mean, you just need to be pressuring this deck, right? Seraphine, Ezreal, this is a combo deck. It's trying to set up. It's trying
Boris
to...
is passing very fast. He should be thinking about his next attack token. There is a good chance you play Pantheon here to apply pressure.
Alright, Teddy, heavy metal.
I mean, if he played Pantheon, he would have died actually to Beam plus Heavy Metal. So,
Just gonna put the spell shield down onto the Varus though. Deny that heavy metal. Slow things down.
flips Varus, draws another Varus. Not a bad play.
Yep, Teddy 6 of 9 on the Seraphine as of right now.
I mean, it's gonna be flipped pretty much by Poro Stories and Otterpus.
Here comes Poro Stories. Daring Poro found.
All of those Poros will be 1 mana next turn.
Yep.
This is very good for the Teddy. All of those are just blockers.
Yeah, getting 3 chump blockers is just really solid to buy time. I mean, all that Teddy wants to do is buy space to get to his full combo. He's got Barkeep. He's going to be able to play these for free. He's going to play these cheap Poros.
I don't think you can afford to greed and play Otterpus next turn for 0. Because you're just gonna take 6. I don't think you can afford to take 6 if you don't have to. Just developing it, going down on 1 potential mana is just better. Yeah, he recognizes that.
Alright, Otterpus gonna come down. Be a nice chump blocker for Teddy.
Especially that you know that opponent has like 3 cards plus Varus in the hand.
Here we are.
So, Boys knows that the strongest play that can come down now, Barkeep. So the worst thing he can do is open attack.
You want to develop into the bar, make sure that Teddy is at least forced to take a ton of damage if he wants to go for that play. Try and force Teddy to actually have to play out blockers, play out other spells.
Oh, but open pass is not... Like, he thinks that Teddy cares about discarding a card. Teddy is like, look at this. Oh, I'm gonna discard the card with a pleasure. I'm just gonna refill my mana. I'm gonna play Barkeep next turn. Oh, I would take this pass
every time.
I would take this with the... Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, no, you absolutely take that pass.
Bois thought, yeah, he cares about the card, but he does not.
I mean, maybe for Bois, he's thinking, oh, maybe Teddy doesn't have everything that he wants, right? Like, maybe he doesn't have bar.
I mean, if you don't have bar, you want to pass anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're trying to wait for it. So, Teddy's just going to immediately take that, play out bar. Now he's got all these Poros for free that can come down as blockers. He's got the ability to go to the Seraphine very soon. She will be leveled up. He's actually just going to prank to kick things off, play it for free, start going through. He can actually take a look into Teddy's hand.
I mean, he already knows 3 out of 5 cards in the Teddy hand. So the only 2 unknown for him is Furious Wielder and Lodestone.
Alright, now, I mean, Teddy having so many options with bar down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just unforgiving.
Yep. Increasing that cost up to 6.
So he'll be looking to cycle with the... Oh, and he tapped out of the Furious Wielder. So Teddy is, yeah, he's gonna go pew-pew with the Seraphine now.
Yep, he is safe to just slam that. The only thing that can hit him is Chain of Corruption, could stop the Seraphine, but he still has...
I mean, it's not his attack token.
It's next turn that would even be a problem. And at that point, you might be able to just defend her with the amount of cards you're gonna be able to play.
Teddy decides not to develop Seraphine just yet, considering that he had some very good lines at this turn. He just doesn't want to worry about defending her.
He's gonna plunder Poro. He gets... Can't see those keywords, so we'll have to... We'll see if that ever hits the combat.
I think that's Fury and Quick Attack.
Okay. We'll grab those keywords though for the plunder Poro. Probably not going to matter, but always fun to see what we get. And it's just gonna be a Thermo Beam on Burn.
Yeah,
so
he's just
holding off
about this turn. Okay, fair. Just playing it slower. We can see again, taking the safe lines rather than just more explosive, risky, slightly risky, but way more explosive.
I mean, it feels like this is a really tough spot for Buis against Teddy, right?
Oh yeah, you couldn't pass on 6. If you pass on 6, you just lose the game here.
Yeah, we see that Teddy has the full combo set up. Is there really a good line that you see from Buis here that you would normally want to take going into the Seraphine to create pressure here? Because I know he's already made the mistake of the pass.
Yeah, not pass.
Go back in time. Build a time machine.
Yeah.
Go back. Don't pass on 6.
Yep.
And that is your best chance to win here against Teddy.
I mean, he rolled elusive and spell shield. That's pretty good. Like he just needs to find he needed to find the scout from the 3/3, and Teddy not have absolutely any hand. Just have triple Ezreal, some Ramash, and some cards that he cannot play.
But Teddy having the full combo may need to be patient with the Seraphine. It's actually not leveled up here, but he can get it there right away. He does have enough cards in hand.
So he chose to play her now.
Do have the Furious Wielder can come through.
I mean, he can just kill her, his challenger, Pantheon.
Only revenge will quiet our minds.
Huh.
Teddy having a lot of cards that he can work through with
I'm
Bar,
not sure if Seraphine should be 8 out of 9, right?
Should be, yeah.
So it's just the matter of how he's gonna order this, because he can get a double.
There we go.
He's gonna go for double Aftershock and discard second Aftershock. Most likely. So Telstones now, Aftershock Varus, kill Varus. Because the Aftershock costs 2 mana because of the barkeep.
Telstones,
twice.
Aftershock.
You draw first, with no reason to use Aftershock first, see what you get. Oh, throws conveniently right of negation for Furious.
Yep, he's got the puzzling signpost. He will be able to stop that spell when it comes through. Put it back into the hand for Buis. Aftershock takes something down. The spell's just flowing through, having the Seraphine to create a lot of pressure. This is also going to get Ezreal very close to leveling up by being able to cycle through these and actually finding some targets to go through with the spells. He was able to target earlier with the thermogenic beams, so he's got a couple stacks for Ezreal already. We'll have to take a look for that level up when we get a chance to see it.
The tough is pretty annoying for him to deal with on Pantheon. Like, we'll see definitely kill on Seraphine because he can, like, Buis doesn't threaten enough damage just yet. Goes for the Aftershock after all.
Alright, Aftershock on the Varus. That should clear it away. There is the Furious Wielder is the only thing in hand that's really playable at this spot, and that's not going to do anything to protect this Varus. It is going to go down. There's the Furious Wielder onto the Seraphine. Gonna try and at least trade her back. But there is
I wish
signpost.
There was, I don't think you signpost here, because like, the Seraphine is dying to challenge anyway, so like, it's just the matter of saving the HP, but again, when you're gonna get the value of that signpost, if not now? So you might as well say, yeah, I want that 3 HP from her. She decides not to, because again, it doesn't make much sense. He's healthy enough, and I think he can just finish the game. Oh, he has
his second Seraphine. He picked one up
high
on the rummages.
Oh yeah, then he doesn't have to do anything.
So, lets it go down. Can just put up a couple of jump blocks here. He's got the Poros to defend him. Of course, Poro into Pantheon, it doesn't matter.
No, Fierce Up, he cannot block the Pantheon. The Poro.
Alright, here we go. Seraphine can be replayed.
Let's change the world.
Oh, Trail might be good. I mean, he's looking to close the game next turn with the Ezreal. I'm not sure how many stacks are we at.
Should be relatively close to the level up, but I don't think we're quite there. We'll see. I mean, if Teddy was at the level up, I'm pretty sure he just slams the Ezreal. This is just going to be a situation where he
Yeah, but like if he's thinking here, there might be Concologist first to find some protection. Well, not even protection, just to see what he gets. Because there might be a case where he needs to play lifesteal.
Alright, looks like drop the bomb. This is going to help him get closer to that Ezreal level up. 2 more targets for that. And here comes Ezreal. That's probably what he needed for the level up. He needed 1 more.
Yeah.
Gets there. Ezreal is leveled up, and now we get to see the pew pew pew. Reminiscent of Karma Ezreal.
Start with Trail. I think he starts with Trail to see what he picks up, so he has better predicts. Like, use the cards that you cannot control first, and then the controlled outcome, unless you need mana.
Yep. So, the 2 burst speed spells. It's not quite enough burst in hand currently to guarantee that
it looks like
kill, but he can pull through a lot more.
It definitely looks like lethal.
As humanity
He's decides to go for Victor, so he's taking into account that he might need to swing.
With utmost efficiency.
He doesn't need more mana, so definitely a solid play.
Oh, absolutely. Everything is discounted. It's all costing not much, and it's going to continue to be discounted. Teddy is going to be able to pump forward a ton of damage through because he's generating a lot. That's the point here. Is in his hand, it looks like not many cards, but it's going to be a lot more cards.
Because of the timer, he needs to make obvious plays faster. Because like now, timer will start roping him and he might miss lethal. Oh wait, that was Bowie's thinking. Never mind.
All right, back over to Teddy. Yeah, he had just jammed the Victor, so now X-Cord upgrade. Going to be the first bits of damage going into Buis. Just going to be slowly passing back and forth. Buis has no recourse to this. He doesn't have any interaction. He has no way to deal with this. It's just up to him thinking through. He's going to try stop the Ezreal.
I mean, you don't try it here because like this might be a bait. Okay, here you might get something to counter that. Nothing, no spells.
Finding units instead of spells. Just going to dig through for the predicts. Draws through the time tricks, getting more damage towards the Nexus. There still is the puzzling signpost. Still an option that Teddy has. He's got the last of his mana to use that.
Oh,
finds
the
a wallop.
Trinket rate is pretty good.
Trinket rate. But Teddy is on his victory march right now. He's just continuing to look through, make sure he can find enough to get this kill, but even then, he still has some defensive measures.
He can just prank his Unforgiving Call to the point where it's unplayable. Oh, but he went for the elusive instead. Yeah, he goes for the
wallop.
Yeah, doesn't he have burst lethal? No, he is slightly off.
A little bit off, but he's just about there.
2 off lethal on the burst.
But Teddy is going to walk away with this. He is going to find the win.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He is here. He is 2-0 in this matchup. He is 2-0 in his group. Teddy is marching towards the top 8.
So the cool play here is you wait with the map until the Unforgiving Call comes, so you deal extra damage with from the argument because he gets the buff from the created card, so he can push an extra.
He's going to give that elusive to Victor, try and push the extra damage. He also has impact. It's going to be 1 off for now, but he still has another spell in hand. He can get the kill with the Ezreal.
That's a naughty K.
Drop the bomb. There's the kill.
Very clean.
Kill coming through for Teddy as soon as he gets an opportunity to just play the card, drag it over Buis.
Teddy?
Teddy.
I think Teddy is just chilling at this point.
Teddy.
Teddy's
like he's like sending a text. He's like, I think I might have made top 8. It's not locked in yet.
Wait, did he see? That would be not good. He's looking at like side screen and stuff. He looked like he would be DC, and he can't kill him now. Can you play signpost without target? Oh no, you can.
Yeah, there we go. Teddy plays signpost. Just a little bit of BM to send
Just a little BM.
Just a little bit of BM to send him on his way. All right, Teddy. How's he doing it with the... Okay, there it is. There's the smile. I was like, how's he going to BM with that face?
The BM smirk.
He did just a little smirk at the end from Teddy as he starts the day 2-0 in his group, having a really good chance at making the top 8 from there. I mean, it is massive to start with that 2-0 after yesterday, seeing all our 2-1s make it through. Again, I want to remind you, it's not a guarantee, but being 2-0 is putting you in that prime position to be in control of your destiny because you can get that win and guarantee it.
Didn't he get twice 2-0 today?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, Teddy is in a really good spot for breakers as well.
Can't you even not go for with double 2-0?
I mean, you'd have to do real bad in your last match, I think.
True, you need to go 0-2. Yep. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so Teddy in a very good spot to advance through the groups. I mean, what do you make of this? Teddy has been playing fantastic. It seems like his lineup is pretty good. I know in the past you said you didn't like the Bandle version as much on the Seraphine, but how do you feel against the field we've been seeing? I
mean, to this field, it was pretty good. Like, he drew exceptionally well. We have to point that out. And he played well. I'm not a big fan of that because it's just too slow and you just die into the faster decks. You die to Vayne, you die to the champion strength. It's just like not fast enough. And the problem is the resolve plus champion strength combo because like your cards just can't deal with that.
All right, but Teddy hasn't had to run into that in his group just yet. We'll see if he can continue on to that top 8 and if his lineup holds strong at that point. But let's toss it off to the analyst desk to kind of break down what we saw here between Teddy and Buis.
Cass and Alan, thank you so much. This has been amazing. I mean, Teddy just putting on a master class right now with all of the decks that he's brought to this competition. But what do you think about that game number 1? It felt a little unfortunate there for Buis to not draw a weapon.
It's a problem that you can run into with Pantheon Varus, and it's one of the reasons that I was more critical of Chenia's Varus Aatrox build is in order to tutor Varus, you need to play cultist spells, which don't really function if you haven't found a weapon, or they're not very good. And like the Unending Wave is not a great draw spell to try to get back into the game when you haven't played a weapon yet, because it costs the full 4 mana. The cards that you are getting off of it are fleeting. So when you don't find a weapon, you don't even really have the sort of auto solve that like a Kayn deck would by just playing out your units, tutoring the Kayn and playing that out, because the spells just don't function without the weapon. So when you don't find a Lodestone or the Wandering Shepherd, or even just raw drawing a Varus, things fall apart very quickly, as we saw.
Yeah, the Varus Pantheon feels pretty classic to me at this point, right? It was like one of the first decks that really was abusing the Unforgiving Cold, trying to bully out these mid-range matchups, the scaling threat of the Saga Seeker, trying to be so important to carry this deck through the early mid-game. And, Buis has 3 copies of it in the deck still. He still trusts that my opponent's going to be too slow, they're not going to have enough interaction, I'm just going to try to scale up. But it just ended up coming to bite him because there's no weapons. They're all in the bottom of the deck. All the Shepherds, even the Bakai, right, to try to predict and find a weapon just was not there for him. I was hyping up the Red Gwen, right? And sometimes, even as Alan has pointed out, players are trying to queue certain decks to find wins, to even if you go 2 losses, you try to pick up 1 win out of the best of 3. But he doubled down, tried to get that win, and it just ended up not coming through. Overall, trying to go in on that scaling game plan was his only hope.
I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to see the Jinx Silver. I know you wanted
I wanted
to.
so bad. I mean, I saw Chip die today. I saw Jinx continuously get banned. I mean, no, you know what? Maybe later today we'll still see it though.
I think so. I mean, it's been really cool to see it when it has come up, so.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just fearing Jinx. They know that even if I'm super ahead, if I come up short with a removal spell or some sort of response, the Jinx is going to solo me with the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Oh yeah, she is very good at doing that. I mean, she's a unit that when you see her, you have to take care of her, similar to Katarina, where these champions just put so much pressure when they're played. And so saying, you know what, I do have the reactive tools, but do I really want to use it on making sure Jinx isn't living? No, plus the rest of the deck is pretty quick too.
There's been a lot of really interesting action so far because we're 8 matches down. So that is 2 complete round robins here for groups A and B on day 2 of the 2022 World Championships for Legends of Runeterra. And we've got 1 more to go. So every player has 1 more match, and this is honestly for all the marbles as you saw the standings. So cannot wait to see how those are all gonna play out. We're gonna go to a short break, and when we come back, last round robin of the day.
This is so powerful. It's very difficult for the blockers to deal with it.
I mean, you can't write off negation this. That's so funny.
It's perfect. Filling the stack, I mean, we haven't seen too much of this strategy being able to happen.
I remember this place and the endless blood. They cast us to the corners of the world. We used weapons of war, then became them. Not even realms could divide us, old friend. War is no place for cowards. All must end. I am Doom! We were never fated to bow. No, Pantheon. You were fated to die. Destroy everything! Pray, fool! Apocalypse comes! Yes! Oblivion!
I am exalted! Behold, the righteous flame, glory and light! In divinity! Spare the innocent, punish the wicked. Truth, guide my sword! You are unworthy. On wings of fire, hope ascends!
Tis thy blade now, dear one. Wield it justly.
Together, we will rid this world of corruption.
All are guilty, fool. Open your eyes.
She is returned. My fears were well-founded. Deliverance! Our devotion will not be broken!
Power changes everyone. I long for the day when this is over. Acacia sought freedom, but found only the void. Keep your distance. We don't have enough time! Their power bent your will, but they cannot doom the rest. The Darken fell to madness, but the people can be saved. I cannot stand by in the face of apocalypse! Your final lesson, that I alone must bear this burden. War, it breaks the best of us. Curse these fools. They have no idea. If we are to thrive, we must truly be free.
The Rune Mage, come to watch his precious world die.
No, come to stop you, whatever it takes. The shards will show me the path. How can the pursuit of love warrant the end of reason? Let's go, let's go! Now you will understand! I pray you will not need me again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Legends of Runeterra World Championship. My name is Boulevard. Joining me on the casting desk for these next two matches is going to be Silverfuse. Silverfuse, we've got Donut v. Aragorn coming up, 0-2 versus 2-0.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe Aragorn can be the first to go 3-0. We haven't had anyone do that yet.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty cut and dry. Couple of 2-1s, couple of 1-2s. We have our chance to see if we're going to homogenize that just throughout the entire group stage, all 2-1s and 1-2s, or if we are going to have some heartbreaking 0-3s, but some celebratory 3-0s. And the players are running some rather similar decks here. We've got Red Gwen in both of the lineups, and honestly, I know we were talking about a lot the lack of mirror matches that we've seen throughout the day, and even when we got the opportunity, maybe some bans came out. And Silver, how do you think? Do you think that we're just going to be able to get a Red Gwen mirror finally, or are both players?
Please
take
no.
this off?
I'm thinking that these players are likely to be respecting that, and I think maybe one of them at least will ban it. Maybe both will. What I'm just really hoping is after seeing the way this Aragorn deck, the Ziggs and Talia with the Ionia in it, I just hope that doesn't get banned because I want to see that deck again. That was so much fun to watch earlier.
We are getting to the stage of the tournament where maybe the odd deck out is the one that you're going to ban, but here we are taking a look at Donut's Red Gwen. We were talking about that Crimson Pigeon, a tech coming in for this player specifically, one other player playing it in the tournament as well, but Quiet is still on a couple of copies of this, but the one I really want to ask you about is Shadow Isle Telestone, because Mark of the Isle was kind of a late stage tech into the Red Gwen through the World Championship qualifier stage, where, you know, it has this cool interaction with Katarina, where because she's ephemeral but bounces to your hand, the ephemeral attack really doesn't matter on her. So do you like the flexibility of the Telestone? Because we have yet to see a Crumble or the other spell come out of it yet.
I'd say I'm a big fan still. I mean, we've seen Mark of the Isles put in some work. I mean, even it has the ability to push damage in so many awkward and weird places too. Like even just the snip getting bonus damage from the Gwen in some cases, I think is neat. And also too, I think that having that flexibility is worth that one extra mana that you pay, because we've seen Red Gwen be able to float mana pretty fine. So I don't think it's like, oh, it's so tight, like you can't fit that extra mana in. I think paying for that flexibility it's good.
All right, and now we see Aragorn at favorite champion Xerath, ran Sundisk in the qualifiers, did not bring it back in like Kicker A did, so a little heartbreaking to see that he is on the Shrema, but not on the Xerath. But, you know, Red Gwen also brought for this player, and that's kind of been the story of the day, right? Some players have decided that this deck is just out of the meta, it's not what you should be bringing. Some players deciding it's still playable, but here we have a look at the Talia Ziggs.
Oh, this deck is fabulous. I love it so much, and I think that these slot-ons are just so good, especially the Unworthy Soul. We saw it do some impressive work earlier.
Oh yeah, this is not just a Black Flame deck. It's not the only relevant Ionia card, the Unworthy Soul. And as you had mentioned, the skills now proccing towards flow, getting a good cost reduction on that card. And here we see the bans. It is the Elusive's ban, and I believe that was Red Gwen on the other side. I don't know if you caught it, and I did not,
Indeed,
but that is going to be the case. So we aren't going to get a Red Gwen mirror, which I'm sure we are both very happy about.
I'll take it.
All right, hold on. I've seen this song and dance before. I see a Buru Cultist. I see a Dark and Aegis on too. When I was on the casting desk a little bit earlier, that was a surefire sign for a game win.
Yeah, that is a great starting hand. I mean, not even having to really mulligan here.
Yeah, this one, I can never tell if it's like pre or post mulligan. Sometimes they'll keep the hand, sometimes
hard to
toss
tell.
it away. But yeah, a second Dark and Aegis picked up, and honestly not going to be too mad about that one either. This is the Kane Aatrox out of Aragorn, so double Runeterra champions here. We're going to see a lot of tutoring.
Yeah, and we have the Baru for a little bit of extra push too. And I mean, assuming to see the weapon here, this is just such a strong start that we've seen multiple times from this deck now. I mean, look at that card. What do you do against it this early?
Donut probably just going to ignore it, right? You're going to equip the Darkened Harp onto this Elkin, and both of you are just going to continue to slam 4 damage into the other's Nexus until one of you blinks, and Aragorn looks like the one that has better further development throughout the early game here. Donut actually losing the unit here. The Darkened Harp, the Tough, all works out. Full trade.
Wow, and another box here. Just so many cultists here for Aragorn, just ready to go right out the gate.
And a Vayne picked up for Donut. Not a bad play here on curve. Going to be able to get the cost reduction down on that tumble. You've got a Scout to follow it up with because you've already played a unit this turn. And that's really the shift that we've seen in Demacia as of late, right? We saw Relentless Pursuit and Golden Aegis nerfed. So instead of going for a full rally, now we just kind of start a free attack with a Scout unit has been the more consistent way that players are going for that.
Yeah, it's an interesting interaction that we've had for a while now, especially like in the past, like Cataclysm, for example. But it wasn't something that people used as much. But since Golden Ages went from a 4-mana card to a 5-mana card, players have really favored these scouts and making them attack an extra turn to get that rally instead.
And actually, Donut not playing the Vayne, banking the spell mana here instead. I know that Donut is a really big fan of just Darken Heart plus Ranger Knight Defector. Not going to have the attack token until 5, though. Might be able to play Vayne anyway, but it actually works out pretty well as we've got 2 Ranger Knight Defectors now for Donut, as well as 2 Darken Heart.
I don't know about you, but whenever I see that card hit the playboard, I'm like, oh no, how do I deal with this thing? It just feels like it gives so much value, and I'm like, oh, these Demacia cards, man.
This is a card I was not big on when it was revealed. I was like, okay, yeah, 4/3 Scout Tough, you know, what do I really care? But I didn't really look at the set as a whole and kind of understand the implications of having a quick attack weapon come into PNZ, because I cannot remember if we've ever had a competitive Demacia PNZ deck before we had the Vayne variants running around with this. So it was definitely something that was a little bit new, a little bit exciting. But now, yeah, I think we've seen it enough. And we are going to get a kill onto the Defector here. No, Sharp Set in response.
Yep.
But Momentous Choice could secure it. It is going to be, oh, it's going to be pulled back. It's going to be committed.
Yep, these are those fun back and forths that we like to see. I mean, Momentous Choice, what a card. I mean, that is such a good card that since it's been released, it's stopped so many things from happening.
I know we keep talking about, like, yeah, you know, like, this is the card of the World Championship, and, like, we talk about the Unforgiving Cold, but really it's just every cultist spell. I mean, Momentous Choice is an absolute nightmare. We even saw it in a couple of previous seasonals with, like, Nami Ionia. I'm glad we're out of that meta. I'm glad that, like, we're getting it in, like, cultist decks and not, you know, this double up Nami Shelly nonsense, and instead Aragorn, though, kind of cosplaying a Nami deck here with a 7/2 elusive.
Yeah, it's so weird too, seeing the number of just Runeterra signs. I'm so used to having, you know, colors be there. Instead, we just got Runeterra, then Demacia, essentially a colorless look. I wasn't expecting to see I expected to see Aatrox, but I wasn't really expecting to see, like, the Darken duos.
No, that is fair, and we are going to get a trade here of the champion as well as the Blooming Cultist, so unit summon for Donut, who could curve into Zolani here, but more likely to throw down a couple of other cards. Aatrox in the cards as well, and Geralt summon for Aragorn.
Yeah, another strong Darken. There are not really too many things that this hits.
Donut could play Aatrox, but he knows the Darken Harp. Okay, so he knows the Darken Harp is there. I do see the little bit of eyeballs above that, so absolutely aware that, like, we are not just throwing our Aatrox into this. Getting the World Ender to hand is not that important. It is actually going to be Zolani.
Yeah. Hey, you went tall. I'm going to go taller.
Yeah, it's a pass from Aragorn. Doesn't even equip the weapon. And, you know, has the Unforgiving Cold, but we're not really in a situation where Aragorn is going to be playing that. They're not really pressured by this Zolani. It's just the threat of this big unit, and maybe, you know, maybe you Frostbite it in order to push some damage onto it, have an easier time killing it in the future. But with the Aatrox in hand, with the World Ender potentially coming down, you need to save that Unforgiving Cold for a do-or-die situation.
Yeah, we've seen Forgiving Cold be one of the most important cards, and using it at the proper time matters a lot. We've seen maybe once or twice where it was like, well, if you don't use it now, how are you going to use it later? But generally, just the fact that it's been able to pop spell shields, make things turn to 0. In this case, don't have to worry about spell shield at the time, but it's just, I mean, it's been a pretty dominant card.
We get an Aatrox out of both players and a Darkened Staff on Zolani. If Aragorn wants to, could trade out Aatrox's weapon for a Darkened Aegis so that you have a 6/6 tough able to block your opponent's Aatrox, who is totally tapped out at this moment. But equipping a weapon is really the only play Aragorn has here, and if you're going to block with something, you know, maybe you equip the weapon so that you get a bigger discount onto your World Ender.
And it looks like it's hovering that Darkened Harp here.
And pulling it right back. Aragorn really playing with our emotions here, Silver.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that Momentous Choice was committed to the stack. I've never seen someone pull a burst speed spell off the stack as I thought it was resolving, like Aragorn did a little bit earlier on, but it is going to equip to the Keeper of the Box. And now Donut going to go in with the Zolani, refill a spell mana for this one.
Yeah, and will there be a block here is the question, or is it saying I'm going to take this, you know, 8 damage, not too bad. I have a pretty solid board here.
Aragorn ahead on number on board, but more importantly, I think, ahead on World Ender. You know, 2 mana less than what Donut has, and also has a 1 mana advantage, which might not look like much, but these Aatrox decks have done such a poor job of banking spell mana over the course of this tournament, and now I think that's why Donut might like the staff. It does get you back a little bit on strike here, and actually taking the life advantage for the first time this set, dropping Aragorn down to 12.
And we'll have to see. Ooh, we're gonna get it right now.
All right, yeah, just rip it off. Rip off the World Ender.
Well, here come the Darkin.
Yeah, that is going to be 2 0-mana Gerals and a 0-mana Kayn. Not enough mana on the side of Donut to return with the World Ender, so I don't know if this is lethal. There's not a lot of overwhelm, and Donut still has a few blockers to be played, but it's getting pretty dicey here, Silver.
Yeah, I mean, too, on top of that, getting that lifesteal on 10 attack, I mean, that makes you feel a little bit safer for now as well.
Exactly, and I do want to throw out that, like, even if Donut, like, barely lives here, and, you know, we kind of talk about, yeah, you know, like, how do you deal with this board? Donut's answer would be a return World Ender, so we have to see what units are left over, how many Darkins we can get equipped onto these units, and what we have for the crackback, because at the moment, this Lifesteal Seratu is looking like a finisher.
Oh, we're gonna see the fish fight.
And no mana on the side of Aragorn, so it is a safe play. Okay, and it actually does go for the actual fight, not the unequip of the Aatrox, so we're gonna lose the barrier there.
Yep, and we also, I mean, assume we'll still see the attack from the Aatrox here. Is there anything that would stop this attack? Because we do have regen on our Aatrox.
Yeah, there's no momentous choice for Donut, as this is Vayne Aatrox, so no access to the cultist spells. Okay, so actually here's what it is. If Aatrox attacks, Zolani blocks, get back a spell mana from the Darkened Staff, and then Cataclysms.
Oh, that is a heads-up play. That is...
Yeah, I mean, this is why Aragorn is 2-0 in the group, right? Not going for the bait play here, understanding that there is an actual out, and I think, you know, not a lot of players running the Darkened Staff. It might be forgettable. You know, we've seen the real that gets the spell mana back on attack, so it might be confusing that it gets it back on strike, and some players could have slipped into it, not Aragorn.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I definitely would have missed playing this, and I think a majority of players would miss it. Like, you have a 10-10 with Overwhelm and Regen. Like, why aren't you swinging?
It's so funny
3 damage.
How Ravenous Flock has kind of, like, changed the Legends of Runeterra and how we view, like, regeneration. It's like, no, I know he's got regen, but he's still vulnerable. This is my baby boy. I can't be throwing him into combat. I don't care if you only have a 1-1. I'm spooked.
There's another one, and we will
and
now
the return
see
World
the
Ender.
Other one! More World Ending. And who will be the stronger World Ender?
And I believe, I'm trying to remember if this changes Darkin. Is Zolani going to assimilate into Ball? Okay, yeah, actually going to assimilate into Balkooks and the Seratu for Donut.
Yeah, we'll be getting some impact damage. Don't have to worry about that spell mana anymore.
No, and we're able to get down a Geral of our own, which might be used to pull Aatrox to the side. There's quite a bit of overwhelm damage that Donut could output here, and quite a bit of impact as well.
But we do know that if Aragorn gets into trouble, we do have the Unforgiving Cold there. Of course, you don't want to have to use it here if you can help it, but there is a good amount of pressure here. I mean, we have tall board versus tall board. What's going to make the difference here of who gets to outgrind this?
And again, we see Donut. Aatrox is my beautiful baby boy. I cannot ship him into combat when there is mana for an Unforgiving Cold, even if I play the Geral. So we're going to get a couple of draws off the Seratu, but its life will be forfeit to the Aatrox from Aragorn.
And on top of that, healing for 2 health as well. I mean, in this case, I don't know if I expect a little bits of health to matter as much as some other decks, but because we are pushing through Overwhelm, maybe it will. It's hard to say if this is going to end up being a big blowout and just, you know, minus 30 or something, or if it's going to be like, oh, we hardly get away with this.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks like it is not going to matter. We're going to pull the Aatrox. Everything costs 6 more any spell that Donut would have, and there are actually 0 fast speed spells in this deck.
Oh, that's
Donut
it.
might have had the
Actually,
Aatrox spell, but
perfect
even that
amount.
would be too much. And that is going to be game number 1 going to Aragorn.
I mean, Challenger, we've known that that's been strong for a long time now.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about Donut sort of having an early meta call on the Vayne PNZ, the Dark and Harp build. really not paying dividends as we get further on into the meta, and just swapping that out for the Aatrox. You know, he is one of the players, we talked about this earlier, only one copy of Aatrox in the deck, so Donut even playing more reserved with that champion than Aragorn would. But now, Silver, the last remaining deck for Aragorn is going to be the Ziggs Talia Black Flame.
Yes, I hope we get to see 3 Talias once again fill up the stack. And we got the Rock Bear Shepherd. We didn't get to see it perform as much today. We've seen it here and there compared to yesterday, but I would like to see it do some more today as well.
And I think Rock Bear Shepherd, I have to double check, might actually be the only quietest target, or at the very least the most relevant quietest target for Donut, who it looks like will be mulliganing it away regardless, saying I don't really care about this Rock Bear Shepherd. And you know, understanding that if they don't have the Rock Bear Shepherd, your quietest is just sitting dead in hand. I don't expect Desert Naturalist to be coming down anytime soon.
Yeah, I think that's a good call from Donut there. Rock Bear Shepherd, helpful, but it's not the main concept of the deck. It helps, but Talia is something you're a lot more worried about, and plus you need to get that aggressive start against this deck, or else it is just going to go over.
Yeah, and what we're not seeing out of this list is a lot of removal, right? There's a decent amount of, like, vulnerable that is passed over, but for something like Katarina, you are going to need a Rite of the Arcane to deal with that. The vulnerable doesn't really matter when she's striking and recalling, and your own, you know, sort of your big tech card, Unworthy Soul. Okay, you put the Katarina back in my hand. She's just going to come down next turn. We'll run it back.
And trying to decide whether to attack with this pigeon or not. I mean, the support will, you know, deal 1 damage. Don't really want to do that, so just attacking with the Boisterous Host instead.
We haven't seen a lot of Crimson Pigeon today. The Red Gwen's getting banned quite often, thankfully, but I do not know if I have seen a Crimson Pigeon attack with a supported ally yet. I think when it's gone into combat, it's been with these 1 HP units that we're seeing.
We did see with Aragorn one time earlier, was able to push a good amount of damage with it, but...
Stun onto the Shack. Do you block this?
Wow.
Donut says yes.
So, that is, I mean, I still think that pitching the Quietest earlier was correct, because if that card isn't there, then it's not worth keeping a potentially dead card in your hand. But it does feel bad seeing the outcome of that's how much he still was respecting the card.
Not only that, but a second and now third Rock Bear Shepherd picked up for Aragorn. Even if you had kept the Quietest, there is a third one waiting in the wings. Donut has to get really aggressive here. Has the hand to do it, right? We've got, okay, Katarina going to be the choice here. See what Aragorn wants to respond with. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess it's going to be a Rock Bear Shepherd looking at this hand.
How did you think of that one?
You know, it's years of experience, really.
Yeah, I mean, that was a top-level play.
Okay, full send, and now we get to see the Pigeon support the Katarina. It doesn't really matter if she has 1 HP. This, again, the Ionia version, not the Bandle City. No Pokey Stick potential available.
Yep, being able to take that damage, and there is your Pigeon getting an extra buff and extra damage in at no cost, really.
Yeah, and actually the Blade's Edge going to be able to take out the second Rock Bear Shepherd. I'm sure Donut going to be very unhappy to see the third, but we might not even get it yet. We got a quick Katarina level up, and might be getting the Talia down on the next turn as well to double up one of these Rock Bears and just stonewall Donut out of the game, who at the moment, very, very few Hallowed triggers.
Yeah, I feel like Aragorn, I feel like his spot is pretty good here. I mean, despite losing these Rock Bear Shepherds, you have, I mean, this card gets value on play, which is a big thing. You know, it takes a couple more turns for it to actually get that value, but it's still there.
The one concern I do have for Aragorn is the fact that you are at 12. There is already a leveled Katarina in the opponent's hand, and while these Rock Bears, you know, recently buffed to 5/5s instead of 5/4s, the free Blade's Edge is kind of going to balance that one out, and now we see Aragorn taking a prediction here. Might go for Absolver, maybe Black Flame. We do have 2 Talia.
Oh, I love the Black Flame Talia. So we will see Talia onto that Salt Spire, going to be getting 2 Rock Bears pretty soon, and Talia is leveled, so she's going to put a good amount of pressure here.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see Aragorn prioritize the Absolver rather than the Black Flame when you already have 2 copies of this champion. You might have been able to combo it together, but you know, you do want to be cognizant of the potential harrowing turn coming up, and even if there's not a lot in the death pool, sometimes your opponent going 6 wide is all that matters.
Yeah, and I think too, Aragorn realizes that my clock is, I want a limited amount of time here, so saying like Talia has to be the way that I win this game, I need to push damage now, and having the Absolver in the future to push that last bit of damage is what's needed.
Donut going down to 10, saying this Crimson Pigeon is not allowed to get traded off for this Talia. This stopped quite a bit of damage, but now we've got the full board nearly on the side of Aragorn, and Donut with a very weak top deck.
going to come down to just chipping away as much as we can through the Gwen, the snip snip, and as well as, you know, Katarina getting the blades and the attacks. But we don't have a Harrowing in hand, so, I mean, gonna have to just find little ways to push damage here.
Vile Feast used to protect the Gwen. Aragorn could Absolver here in order to guarantee the kill onto the Gwen, which would probably be game over for Donut, though Aragorn, not aware of that, does want to play a little bit more respectfully of the hand state, and now it might just be a Katarina follow-up from Donut.
Yeah, that's a tricky one for sure here. I mean, maybe it would feel better with having a Rock Bear block that instead.
I like this play from Aragorn. If Katarina comes down, you kind of assume that the Blade's Edge is going to be aimed at the Talia, so leaving the 5 mana open to play the second Talia going into his attack turn. Going to play around this Arachnoid Sentry we see in Donut's hand perfectly.
Wow, that is an excellent play by him. But still a scary board.
Goodbye Talia, hello Talia. You can no longer attack with Gwen even because you committed the Blade's Edge pre-combat because you didn't, you know, Aragorn was aware that you were going to kill this Talia. You didn't want to give them the option to block with it. Now gonna get sort of punished for that because Gwen can only go up to 5 attack.
Yeah, that was a tough one there for sure. A little bit of a misorder there. And Aragorn, I mean, that's got to feel pretty nice seeing that. Be like, all right, Talia's ready. You had the Absolver in hand ready to go as well.
I think this is just lethal on the following turn. I'm trying to think of what we could find on the side of Donut to change this out, but you know, sometimes even in situations like this, you go, okay, well maybe my opponent will develop and I can get down this Arachnoid Sentry. Aragorn has a full board. I don't think there's anything in the world that you could do to make them overwrite one of these units pre-combat and potentially play into that Stun Spider.
On top of that, Aragorn has played clean all day. I mean, this is potentially a 3-0 here if it continues this. I mean, he has played so well, will be looking really good to go into future games as well, assuming that he does end up going 3-0. But we'll
Donut
see.
pulling back the Katarina to hold it as a blocker. Right of negation off the top for Aragorn. Mana for the right, mana for the Absolver, mana for the Absolver's return. Quietus is nothing, and at the moment we're looking at a 9 damage swing, but Aragorn with that Absolver return is going to be lethal and move on to be the only 3-0 player so far in the World Championship.
Yeah, and I mean, just so many key decisions in there. Taking Ancient Preparation and then getting the Absolver there, knowing that you had a...
Jumped out of his seat!
Knowing that you had a timer against this Red Gwen deck that you couldn't let them keep continuing chipping you away. So just being able to count your future turns. I mean, that's something that's so important, is knowing, like, if I need to make sure that I win at this turn. Like, oh,
immediately hitting up the group chat. Hey, everybody, I did it. I am the 3-0 player here at the World Championship coming out of Group B. It's Aragorn, and I don't know if anybody expected, you know, this is a tight competition. I don't know if we expected anybody to go 3-0, but Aragorn probably not the player that a lot of people thought was going to do it. Maybe a 2-1, maybe you make it out of groups. There were a few question marks, but now solidly the best group stage player thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, Europe sending another one to the top 8. A really strong region.
We're getting a few too many EME players in the top 8 here. I'd like to see a little bit more of a spread as we get a little bit later on in the day, but congratulations to Aragorn, and unfortunately for Donut, that means that he did go 0-3, eliminated from the tournament. Things going to be a little bit more cut and dry than yesterday in terms of the score totals from these players.
Yeah, I mean, just lovely play from Aragorn. I mean, he's got to be feeling so good right now. That's exactly how you want to start a tournament, and really just no slip-ups from him today. It just felt solid the entire time.
Yeah, and to make him feel even better, our lovely analysts are going to break down your 1 3-0 player, Aragorn.
Thank you so much, Boulevard and Silverfuse. And yeah, this is the first player that we've had that has had an undefeated record, and obviously guaranteed to make it out of groups. What was it about Aragorn's play today that made him a frontrunner for the tournament so far?
Solid preparation, solid decks by his belief, and yeah, he played it well.
Yeah, I think that after studying a lot of Aragorn's matches over the course of today, we've seen that he plays very cautiously, right? He knows that in a mid-range metagame like this, you can take these slower lines, play for more long-term dominance of the board. Once you've bullied your opponent into submission and they can't block anymore, you're just going to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very clean on these decks that are not as expected to, right? This Talia list, he's been playing exceptionally. And I think that having that kind of surprise factor coming into has been big for him because he's putting his opponents kind of out of their comfort zone and then he's executing like he has a ton of reps on it. And he was someone who was worried about his preparation coming in, but it doesn't show in his play whatsoever.
I mean, the stat line of Rock Bears is just so tough to deal right now. Like, all the units are 4-3, 3-4. Like, how do you block that?
Yeah, the Rock Bear Shepherd's popping off for the World Championship. It was a card that a lot of these streamer enjoyers identified very quickly has massive impact. And combining it with Talia, this mid-game tempo is exactly the sort of thing that you want to force your opponent onto the back foot.
Yeah, it's been fantastic for him overall, and not just that. I mean, on all of his decks, Aragorn is playing so clean. He's a very young player, but the fact that he's coming in, playing with confidence, it doesn't feel like he is being intimidated by the stage whatsoever. He is playing incredibly clean, and he has earned that spot in the top 8. 3-0 is fantastic, the first one to do it.
Look, even if Mono Shurima can beat down a deck, a side deck, then it means the Shepherd might be a good card.
It looks pretty good. It's looking pretty fantastic. Maybe one of the best performing new cards of this tournament, which is one of the most surprising statements. But we look at the results, and Rock Bear Shepherd has been one of the best performing cards of the expansion.
It's got the win rate. It's not champion strength. It's not Aatrox. It's Rock Bears all the way.
Shepherdy boy.
The true carry. Listen, he is a years long lost descendant. I'm pretty sure the lore people know that he's related to Sivir somehow. We're gonna figure it out. But
the true king of Shurima is the Rock Bear.
Grumpy Rock Bear. That's what I want to see. I want to see a Rock Bear Bakai, right? I want to see like Renekton come out, and it's just a giant Rock Bear with a weapon. That's the next champion I want to see.
That's a free idea right there.
Oh yeah, we're giving it out for free.
The Rock Bear. He's actually played by Dwayne The Rock Johnson as his Bakai. Yeah, the Rock Bear.
Let's go.
Love it. Bet. I mean, it's been so amazing to watch how Group B has really played out here. And we have one more match in Group B, which is going to be a win-in. I cannot wait to see how that's all going to play out because we saw that yesterday, a lot on the line when it comes down to those intense moments. How do you handle the nerves and the pressure?
I mean, you just forgot that you play for anything and you just play the game. You just play the best game you can possibly do. Like, or it's gonna be Rogi against Kenya, I believe. Chenya.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them will make.
I think that the players know that there is a lot on the line. Grandpa Rogi already kind of said that he was just glad to be here, glad to show off his favorite deck in front of the world, right? Talia Malphite, all the doubters in shambles. It's here in the World Championship. And if Rogi can make it in, that's just going to give him a massive boost, I think, even going into the top 8.
It's a very clutch moment here, and Chenya has a ton of experience behind him. He did win that King of Runeterra back. That was on a stage. That was a big production. You know, that's maybe more nerve-wracking even than a World Championship because of the factors that were around it. He is going to be stone cold, whereas Rogi, we saw a little shaky in the qualifiers. He started looking good at the top of the day, but as the stakes have passed up, he started to kind of maybe lose some of his foresight. I want to see Rogi really solid in this match because his lineup's fantastic. His play is clean when he is on. I need to see him laser focused here against Chenya because I expect Chenya to just be a rock.
I think where the Chenya when Rogi is lacking in the maybe delivering, but his lineup is exquisite. In comparison to Chenya, where he plays very cleanly, but maybe some few bumps in the meta read and causing the problems with the lineup.
That's going to be an interesting match for sure. And we also still have the 2 matches that have yet to be played out for Group A, and things are a little bit more toss-up over there. We've looked at the standings. There's not really clear players yet that are going to be moving forward. So I can't wait to see how those matches are going to go too. We're going to go to a short break though before we get into all the action. We'll see you guys on the other side.
I remember this place and the endless blood. They cast us to the corners of the world. We used weapons of war, then became them. Not even realms could divide us, old friend. War is no place for cowards. Must end. I am doom. We were never fated to bow. No, Pantheon. You were fated to die. Destroy everything. Pray, fool. Apocalypse comes! Yes! Oblivion!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of the 2022 Legend of Runeterra World Championships. My name is Nekra, and of course, I am joined by our lovely caster team to break down our next match. We've already played a lot today, but we still have 3 more to go, and this next one is really going to help shake things out in Group A as we head over to the Tank Buster versus Bois. Now, the Tank Buster has had a little bit of a rough day so far, but Bois as well, has a 1-1 record. What do you think of this matchup?
I mean, we're still looking to pick up a win with that Plunder deck. It's so far being not performing well for the Tank Buster.
Yeah, and Bois, finally gets to play Jinx. This could be a big X factor for him, a deck that has the potential for a lot of burn damage. And, the Varus, I know he doesn't even want to look at that deck anymore, so it looks to be banned away, and he can maybe make something else happen.
Yeah, he's happy that he doesn't have to worry about finding a weapon because it's not going to be in his lineup for this one. But yeah, I agree with Alan. Looking for Plunder to actually pick up its first victory. The matchups are going to be Red Gwen and this Jinx Lulu, both of which heavily unit damage focused combat, so having the Sejuani getting the freeze is going to be beneficial, and at least in Red Gwen you do have some targets for your Make It Rains and your parlays, so a lot of the tools that you have at your disposal are at least going to be effective in these 2 matchups.
So why the Plunder deck on the Tank Buster's lineup? What do you think was the meta call there that really helped to persuade the Tank Buster to add it into the lineup?
Spirit Unleash into Red Gwen, Spirit Unleash into Champion Strength.
Yeah, you get that way to clear the board, and as we saw again and again, the threat of the Sejuani's level 2 Frostbite trying to lock down these mid-range game plans just a little bit too slow, and we unfortunately had to say that he just might be in the wrong group. Every group has a microcosm meta to it.
Yeah, and some of the games were really close. It's not like he was been blown out every single time. No. There was, against Teddy, it really felt like that Seraphine game could have been a win in a lot of circumstances if Teddy hadn't had the foresight with the Acolyte to hold on to that and then actually hit a spell that allowed him to clear away the Gangplank. Tank Buster was setting himself up for a lethal swing in the next turn or two. So there were some opportunities where one thing goes differently and the Tank Buster does pick up a win.
Barkeep is known for giving you exactly the answer you need. It's true. Really? You think that was lucky? No,
I didn't say lucky. I just said close.
They have been close.
You didn't play enough Barkeep to know that.
Well, maybe we're going to get a chance to see all of that and more. We're going to head over to our wonderful casters, Boulevard and Silverfuse, to bring us through this next match.
Thank you, Nekra. As you guys mentioned there, this is one of the last matches of Group A, but not the last match. Nothing is really set in stone here. Everything is still up in the air. Everybody is still in it, but this is going to be a big decisive match for some of these players as the Tank Buster currently 0-2 in the group at 0-3. Absolutely no shot to make it, so this is a do-or-die situation for him.
Yep, indeed so. The big question is, can the Splinter deck find a win?
And I think, you know, we talked about, yeah, you know, maybe if he found himself in a different group, but I think Bois is the one person in his group where he might have a chance. We see the Lulu Jinx finally not banned because of how well Spirits Unleashed and Make It Rain is going to be able to do into that. And as Alan mentioned, the Red Gwen as well. This is the sort of the matchup tables that we've been looking for, scouring the entire day for in the group. It's just unfortunate it's coming in with an 0-2 mentality.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Tank Buster really likes the look of Boyce's decks and wanted everyone else to have that as well. And maybe, I mean, it'll be interesting to see if this will work because, I mean, if he goes 0-3, then it's like, well, maybe my lineup wasn't where it was. But now we feel like, yeah, maybe just the wrong group. But this will really test to see, hey, if I was in a different group, would I have done better? But
yeah, you know, we actually see the Red Gwen left on the table. You know, we talked about this Plunder deck maybe going to do a little bit well into it, but a seasonal champion that you and I actually crowned together, Silverfuse Prodigy, a big influence into Tank Buster's testing group, has mentioned that he thinks that Red Gwen is not the deck for this tournament, that it's going to be something that they actually look to disrespect a little bit, and therefore going to leave it open. Now, I'm not sure if this was something where they're like, okay, yeah, it's not that good, we're going to disrespect it, or if this is actually a soft target deck from this Plunder, because as we mentioned, a lot of 1 HP units in there.
A lot of them indeed, and I mean, we've seen Gwyn be disrespected over and over again, and oftentimes has been able to find the win, but I would love to see this matchup of the Plunder versus the Gwyn. Does it work the way they anticipated?
We're probably going to find out as both of these decks are on the table still, and here on the side of Bois, we see sort of two of the more traditional decks of the tournament, Red Gwen, Pantheon Varus, but rounding it out with that Lulu Jinx, which, Silver, it's not banned. I know you've been very excited
finally
to see this throughout the entire day. Talk us through it a little bit.
Well, of course, I mean, Lulu, not too many players brought her either, but she is able to buff all these small units, and then Jinx, I mean, you're playing all these small units, you're getting them out of your hand, and then you're being fairly aggressive with Jinx using her rockets to be able and just ping down the Nexus, essentially. And there's some interesting things in that deck, too, where it has such as the Vandal Telstones, but we will take a look further into Boyce's deck, the Gwyn and the Katarina.
Yeah, we actually, you know, in the last match we had seen the Shadow Isle Telestone. This time around, we just have the Mark of the Isle in the main deck, not getting too fancy, not really playing for the options because, again, we have not seen Crumble or Spirit's Journey gotten off that card, but into the game, it is not Red Gwen. Bois queuing up that Jinx first things first, and Squeaker in the main deck as well. Some Mecha Yordle action possibly in our future.
Yeah, I mean, Squeaker has been a card that's been buffed a couple times now. It was one that it just hasn't been able to quite go into the meta, but it makes sense now as a 2-mana 2/2 and giving you additional value. 2 of them in hand, so we probably will be seeing these Mecha Yordles.
Yeah, and I believe that is a Scrap Heap as well, so quite a bit of Vandal City Mecha Yordle generation here for Bois, but no real combo with the Lulu in the opening hand. You know, we're not getting the Flame Chompers, and no Boom Baboons getting online into the Poro Cannon, so at the very least, this Sneezy Biggle Dust is quite a ways away from being a game-ending threat, and on the side of Tank, we see a pretty nice curve through the early game.
At least Sneezy, I mean, no longer going to be a game-ending threat, as it will be discarded, and there are a couple Mecha Yordles here that could potentially be the answer. I mean, we got Challenger with Impact, more Impact and giving some units +1/+1, but that's a little bit far away as a 5-mana card. And the final one, we have Impact and Support, give my ally Spell Shield and +2/+2 this round. 2-mana 1/4.
I actually really like either of the 2-drop options, getting another supporter here in the Geode Mechamancer in order to level the Lulu a little bit faster. We also could have taken the Challenger because we are currently light on Boom Baboons, but maybe in a deck list like this, because you are playing effectively 6 copies of the Flame Chompers because of the Baboon, maybe you think, you know, it's very likely that I top deck a Challenger very soon.
Yeah, makes plenty of sense there. I mean, plus, we've seen Spell Shield be a big factor in this tournament overall. I mean, maybe not as much in this list that we're currently against, but Spell Shield has made the difference in so many games between a lethal and not lethal.
Yeah, it is a little bit awkward that you only get the Spell Shield in combat, and all of Tank's removal is slow speed, the Desert Duel, the Grappling Hook, you know, sort of the strike spells that you don't see too often coming out of Shurima, but because this is Akshan Aatrox, we don't have access to the Fish Fight, to the Furious Wielder, anything like that, so we do have to go a little bit more back to the Stone Age.
But the good news is it does give +2/+2 as well, so it still will find itself to be useful in the future.
We get an attack from Akshan. No safe blockers here from Bois, and I imagine a Squeaker. There's going to be more opportunities for you to get thrown under the bus there, little guy. Don't you worry. And I wonder if this Augment has any opportunity to actually come into play here as we get these Mecha Yordles down. With the Boom Baboon as well, you know, another Flame Chomper's coming down. Just a lot of created cards in the hand for Bois.
Yeah, the creative cards giving... We saw Augment do some work earlier with the Dark Bulb Acolyte, so maybe the Squeaker is able to push some extra damage through the Augment as well. We are going to go ahead and see the first Mega Yordle come down today, and good setup with the Lulu as well. Going to be putting a good amount of pressure onto this Akshan.
And we can even get down the Flame Chompers as well. If Bois goes for a Boom Baboon, Scrap Heap will discard, generate another Yordle, but currently, if we don't go that route, I'm not sure how Bois wants to line up these support units, and I think that's what we see, the hands on the face, kind of contemplating, how do I want to play out the rest of this turn? What does my attack order look like? Because rarely have we seen it be so important as it is in a Lulu deck.
Yeah, this is a high-stakes game for Bois. You can see that very intense for him right now. We got the rocking and just pure focus on his face, making sure to make every decision because they all matter, especially in an attack order like this with the Lulu and the Mega Yordle as well as the Challenger too.
Okay, so it looks like we are going to protect the Lulu, turn that into a 5/5 spell shield, and then give a grow to a 4/4 over to the Flame Chompers. And actually, the Trumpetecker picked up for an impactful turn 6 attack as well, but I'm going to rearrange it a little bit, saying, I looked at the deck again, there's a Shaped Stone, so maybe my Lulu dies here, but that is a risk that I am willing to take.
So we are able to save the Squeaker here for that reason. At 3 health, there's nothing to trade into it without having some kind of combat trick, and that's why the Lulu isn't the one being buffed here, just a little bit more aggressive here.
Throwing out the Boom Baboon as well, saying, hey, if you want to trade this with the Sand Soldier, you have to let a little bit more damage go through, but looks like Bowie's going to rearrange, or Tank Buster going to rearrange just a little bit here and keep 1 unit around when all is said and done.
I love that aggressive play from Bois here, recognizing that I need to get every point of damage here possible with this kind of deck, and every point of damage matters because Jinx is able to chip away the Nexus in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's a win condition that we don't see in the hand right now, but definitely one to play towards, one that the Jinx player is always going to have in mind. Can I top deck my game-ending champion? And so far, Tank has a little bit more refuel on the following turns, but gonna get the Akshan down, continue to get down this Warlord's Palace, turn into the Warlord's Horde, but we are a long ways away from that Silver Fuse, and not a lot of targeting cards left in Tank's hand to accelerate.
Yeah, we do have the Desert Duel, maybe able to take care of the Lulu in the future. But there we have a giant buff coming down from the Mega Yordle.
The Trumpetecker coming in big, giving allies +1/+1 on summon, much like Garen, although not going to rally quite as often, but this should be enough to stonewall the attack from Tank, unless Tank wants to put it all on the line, attack with the Akshan and say, hey, I have Shaped Stone. What are you going to do about it without actually having the card?
That would be quite a bluff here at this stage.
That it would, and it looks like instead we are going to get a Desert Duel to kick things off. Maybe taking out the Flame Chompers. You're not in a position... Actually, no, you could take out the Lulu because Akshan will level in response to this because it targets him.
Yeah, but the question is, do you want to risk it? I mean, 0 mana, there's not too much to risk here.
Yeah, this is not the Noxus variant, so you're not worried about like a Poro Cannon into a survival skills. Even if you were, it would hit the Trumpetecker, so Akshan is going to level. We are going to proc the Warlord's Palace now, getting a Warlord's Horde online, and it is going to be a kill onto the Lulu.
And Lulu was a big part of what allowed this Flame Chomper to really be effective, so taking that away does relieve a lot of pressure here.
And it is just give, it's not grant on the Trumpetecker, so it is going to go away at the end of the turn. I really hope I read that card correctly earlier when I saw it, but I'm going to get a predict and a draw from Tank, the most common option. And Rite of Negation not really looking like something that hits anything in this matchup.
Yeah, not until Jinx comes down at least.
Yeah, the Super Mega Death Rocket definitely something that you could want to counter. Could be a game-ending threat. But the Shape Stone, we do see now in the opening hand. And Dune Keeper, we talked about Tank's list a little bit earlier. It's actually very low to the ground. There's Bakai Reapers, Dune Keepers, multiple Forsaken Bakais, and actually nearly 10 one-drops in this list with the intention of going wide both unit and weapon-wise and getting down a big World Ender. So when you are gassed out like this, your top deck Silver Fuse, they are not good.
Yeah, I really do need to make sure you get the World Ender going. I'm interested to see if we get more Mega Yordles here to continue putting on the pressure. There is Jinx. Finally, I get a C here, but finally!
Arcane Jinx at that. Oh man, and a couple squeakers in hand. No way to play the Jinx and empty the hand this turn, but Bowies really has a great control of the game so far. Tank just drawing another grappling hook, unable to find the darkened weapons to go wide, and really unable to find a time to get down the Aatrox just yet, as Bowies continues to stay wide and will only continue to get wider as the game goes on.
And we're kind of seeing a little bit why this deck has been banned, because it is so aggressive, and we have had such a greedy meta. Really slow decks. I mean, we saw a really install level up earlier. We've seen so many World Enders. So seeing why players were like, you know what, don't really want to deal with Lulu Jinx. It just puts on too much pressure for my game plan. And this is, I mean, chipping away down 9 more health.
Yeah, and we're going to see a trade for an Auction and a Squeaker. It turns out that Trumpetecker's buff is permanent, so Grant not give, an important thing to always pay attention to when you are reading cards in Legends of Runeterra. I know they both start with the letter G, but it is a game-ending difference with a capital G, and in this case, things looking great for Tank, or for Bowies rather, as most, if not all of his board stays intact in Tank. You could play out a couple more units here. You'd be getting down 2 at most, or you can just slam down the Aatrox.
I mean, Bowies is just looking like he is in such a great spot. As long as his Aatrox isn't able to heal and run away with the game, that is pretty much the only source of healing here. But we do have Pokey Sticks to reach a little bit more, but they do draw a card, so we might be using the Squeaker to discard something to level up this Jinx in the future. I mean, I think getting this Jinx online and really applying that pressure is important.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much time does Bowies want to take to do this, because you could cast the Pokey Sticks first, see what you draw. Maybe it's some things that you'd like to discard with the Squeaker, or maybe you're more concerned with just getting this Jinx online as fast as possible, but it can get a little bit awkward, right? We might even see a Squeaker discard a Squeaker just because you're not necessarily in control of the cost of the Mecha Yordles that are given to you in the Manifest, so might not be able to empty your hand fast enough and could disrupt your Jinx game plan further.
You know, we do see Lulu leveled up. Now we'll grow things to 5/5 instead, making that Flame Trompers even more spooky. And we also have +2/+2 from the supports. I mean, it doesn't really look like that much damage at the time, but when you actually get the attacks in and support, there's a lot going on there.
And we get help picks as well, which is going to be great if Tank doesn't go for an open attack here. And even if Tank does go for an open attack, you know, we're going to have to see a Pokestick v Shaped Stone fight. It's not a great open attack. Whimsy, the top deck, which actually might come in handy as it will turn any follower into a 1/1 and silence it, which includes all of the Darken that we could see Tank set up for with the World Ender.
It would be pretty funny to see that setup of saying, oh, Darken, what if it just became a little squirrel?
It would be cute indeed, but for now, Tank's gotta find a way to get on board. I don't think this is the World Ender turn unless you can strike with a couple more Darken, but I think the mana never really lines up in that fashion. Bowies just gonna get wider and wider without any real challenger threats coming out of Tank. We've got the Merciless Hunter, but there's so much you're gonna have to deal with, and Bowies now is an option to give something barrier.
Yep, help picks will be helping out very much. And then after that, has to kind of decide, like, do I need to get this Jinx activated, or do I continue using these Mecha Yordles to apply more pressure?
It looks like it will be a Squeaker discarding a Squeaker. Another Trumpetecker. Do have the mana to play it, and it is going to be Trumpetecker number 2.
I mean, this is a strong board coming out from this Lulu Jinx.
All right, Silver, I need to know. You've seen the Jinx in hand. You might not see the Jinx get played. Is that enough for you, or do you need more?
No, it's not. I wanted to see her really just go off and do a bunch of damage, but, I mean, Lulu, I know a lot of players love Lulu, and you don't get to see her as much, so I think her getting to shine here is great as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Jinx isn't going to be too upset about it. You might have rode the bench the entire game, but a championship ring is a championship ring. She's just going to be happy that her team was able to pick up the win, because I do not think she's going to get it down here. I think Bowies might be looking to end the game here on the open attack. Kind of hard to tell. There's a lot of impact coming out of Bowies' board that could change the math a little bit. Health picks to give vulnerable, and a get excited off the top, a good amount of
just
reach.
Trying to secure it a little bit more. We do see the Riot Negation in hand, but there is going to be so much pressure here between it. So now Bowies has to decide, how do I want to do this attack? There's 2 supports. We have +2/+2, and then Lulu growing something to a 5/5. I would think, that's a tough one. I mean, there's so many ways to go about this. The ordering matters a lot.
The Aatrox spell top deck for Tank also matters a lot. Not able to get hit with the Whimsy. It is only followers, so Aatrox will be fine through that. The problem is that the board is so big of Bowies, and it is a 2-sided street, right? This is a single combat, not a concerted strike, not a Furious Wielder. So anything that you hit, gonna hit Aatrox right back, severely limit your amount of impact through sort of just cleaning up the opponent's board, double blocking, things of that nature. At the moment, though, I do not think we are staring down lethal. I don't think there's any way for you to get this 6 attack unit through, but the augment on the Squeaker actually coming in kind of big here.
It's also important to note that if that Aatrox spell is used, that does make it possible for Jinx to live a little bit longer.
We're getting our attacks lined up. We are going to get Geode Mecha Forcer supporting the Trumpetecker to kill the Aatrox, and then Squeaker getting bumped up to a 5-5 rather than just a 5-3. The attacks are locked in, -13 on the side of tank. Blocks lined up, down to just -3, but as it get excited, there's a Jinx in hand, and Aatrox's spell doesn't work. If you don't have an Aatrox, this Jinx might be able to slip through.
I really like this line from Boyce here saying, hey, you know what, I need to get rid of this Aatrox. I mean, there was no lethal here at the time, so just trying to make the best trade you can.
Something queued up on the stack. It is going to be Aatrox fighting with the Flame Chompers, preserving the Merciless Hunter, getting a little bit of health back thanks to the Aatrox strike effects. And the... oh, it's actually onto the Geomancer, or the Mecha Forcer, thank you. Can't tell with the blue line sometimes, a little bit too thin. Down to 9, and now combat going to play out. A couple of impacts coming through.
But Aatrox is gone. I mean, the World Ender, we've seen be such a strong card, but when there's no units to capitalize off of it, it's looking like a 5-mana do-nothing to me right now.
Ooh, but we do have the treasure from the Warlord's Horde, which can reduce the cost of everything, and while the board is clear, the World Ender's down to 5 mana.
Ooh, that could be a big one as well. I mean, yeah, that... we'll have to see what is played there.
It looks like it's currently being hovered by tank. It's no longer in the hand, but certainly hasn't been played yet. Really just thinking about which mode do you want. You could get a 0-mana Aatrox. I believe that is the largest unit that has died this game. It would be wild if there was anything bigger. You could draw 2, reduce the cost of all cards in your hand by 1, or give all of your champions +2/+2 spell shield. I think that's the only one. And that is going to be the vulnerable option. That is going to be a resurrection onto the Aatrox.
I mean, has to get some units out here somehow to be able to block in the future. But, I mean, still Boyce is going to be able to put on so much pressure. Still 6 mana to work with, but looks like we're going to see another strike come down.
Ooh, thinking about it. Oh, or it's going to be the World Ender. Contemplating is tank. The strike not looking bad, though it might use your red negation. Okay, so yeah, it's just going to be the World Ender. Aatrox leveled up.
And I don't know if the World Ender is going to be able to end this game.
It depends a little bit. I think there are some draws from tank that could do it. You know, this is a big overwhelm unit. If you can find another strike spell to push through your blocker, you've got the Shape Stone for a little bit of damage, but I think no matter what, Aatrox is going to be stuck doing maybe 12 at most, but we do draw another Aatrox, so we have the 12 damage push available.
Wait a second. Is that... if there's not an insta-pass on the attack, I mean, you could lose if you're not careful here as Boyce.
Oh, Shurima Tellstones! That's a buff! That could be 14 attack on the Aatrox, and if you go for the open, there's no opportunity to play the health picks to give the barrier in order to stop this strike from coming through, and it's all happening at burst speed so far. Tank finds the line, gonna go down onto this Trumpetecker, going for the Shapestone. Yeah, he's all in. Tankbuster is full sending this attack.
Hey, the World Ender still doing its best.
Gonna line up all of the attacks. If you pull the challenge off of Geralt, maybe you have an opportunity to force something out of your opponent before you use the strike spell, but Tank still contemplating it over, saying, I don't want to do anything just yet. I want something to come out of my opponent. What are the options? Take a look at the deck list again at the final moment. This is not lethal that you have presented, Tank. You head in hands understands that if Boyce just hits the skip block button, then the game does not end.
I don't think you can not present lethal here.
And if you were just looking for an opportunity,
so confused.
You can just not challenge with the Geralt, force your opponent to line up the blocker, you get a priority sequence back, you can play the Aatrox spell and strike through, but Tank has misordered, and you can see himself kicking himself already, understanding that this could be going 0-3 in the group.
Yeah, I mean, just got a little bit antsy there. I mean, the timer is starting to tick.
It's a high-pressure situation, and Boyce still actually contemplating, do I want to do anything in combat? It's known information that the Aatrox was drawn. That was tutored, I believe, so we are going to see just Boyce hit skip block and go down to 1.
And, I mean, still down to 1, so Boyce does have to find a way to get lethal here. The Jinx is gone.
The Jinx is gone. If you want to use Get Excited Mystic Shot to kill the Aatrox, Tank has a second one in hand. You're only representing a little bit of damage. If you can get through both Aatrox, you've got a shot at lethal next turn, but with the second one in Tank's hand, I don't think that's a likely option.
I mean, even if the second one isn't in hand, I mean, just using your burn to clear a unit and not be able to go for the Nexus here, I mean, how else are you going to do 14 health when there is no Jinx?
I'm trying to find a way. I'm thinking about it. Maybe the Pokey Stick draw, and we might even see Bowies maybe throw a Pokey Stick at the Nexus first. Say, you know, it's not really going to stick onto the Aatrox. I might as well see what I draw, see if there's anything that I can get through here, because I think it's going to take more than just one top deck to get Bowies a lethal push on the following turn. And this Aatrox is sticking around. It doesn't matter if you give an opportunity for barrier later on. The 10-10 Overwhelm will end the game.
I mean, if he were to Pokey Stick into a Jinx here, is there a way that he could present lethal on time?
I don't know, because Whimsy can only hit followers, so...
I mean, I think he might be able to.
I don't know if you can Whimsy I don't know if you can get Whimsy out of hand. I know that Minimorph was released only being able to target enemy
discard
units,
it with the...
so it's possible. Oh yeah, I guess you could discard it.
He would have been able to discard it, but yeah, we don't know what the Pokey Stick draw is.
We'll find out now.
I feel like doing the Pokey Stick first is something you always have to do there when you know your opponent can't do anything else at the time.
Yordle Squire is not the card that Bowies was looking for. I think you mentioned it. Jinx is the one, the star of the show, the all-star, the ring bearer that needs to come through in order to cinch this one out. And it's going to be a Jury Rig instead.
Wow, alright, so damage here, that's lethal.
That
because
is
you can
lethal.
pull.
Yeah, you can help picks.
Oh wait, no, not quite. Oh, not quite. Oh yeah, no, with the Jury Rig, yeah, it's lethal.
Help picks into the Jury Rig, that's going to be, and I mean the Oddman as well with the Tiny Spear, is that exactly lethal? No, yeah, just the Lulu is going to be enough. So finding another unit off the top to summon at burst speed even, not that Tank had much to do about it. And you can see Tank saying, yeah, I know that I had lethal on the last turn, I didn't push it through, maybe I could have won anyway, but unfortunately, Bowies finds the line, and Tank understanding that he really didn't deserve to win that game after that misplay.
I mean, yeah, all of his teammates from the Tank Buster said that he's been playing out of his mind during scrims, and they were really hyped up on him. And sometimes, I mean, you're on a huge stage. I mean, nerves are part of the play, and it's tough. I mean, starting off like this, and then maybe you're able to turn it around the next two games, but we'll have to see.
And you can see Bowies with a sigh of relief there, understanding, I think, the situation as it was with the second Aatrox, saying, I almost died there, but I was able to bring it back. So that is going to be 1-0 for Bowies in this match so far. Has to pick up a win with the Red Gwen, and I gotta say, Silver, Red Gwen has been one of the best closers of this event so far.
Oh yeah, it just puts so much pressure. It's non-stop. I mean, once a unit dies, it's given to Herald, and it just continues to go over and over again, especially with the Katarina.
It just has a plan of attack for every stage of the game, and it does it maybe not the best in, maybe not the best early game, the best mid game, but it does all of them better than average.
Yep, it has been the deck of the tournament for the most part. I mean, a lot more on this day 2 than day 1. But, I mean, it's either got a ban or oftentimes a win, and you can't get much better than that.
It's not often that you're looking at a player's lineup and you point at the Red Gwen and say, yeah, this is the one that you're looking to 2-0. That is not something that I think we have uttered throughout this entire event so far, and it is certainly not going to be the case now, and which means that this is a big uphill battle for the Tank Buster. But as we mentioned, this is a deck that his prep group doesn't really respect, maybe teched against it even, saying, if you bring this deck, it's a mistake, especially if you run into Tank. But as you mentioned, this is a high pressure situation and a huge mental loss for Tank in the last round. Can he bring it back for this?
I mean, you're still on the world stage, and it's still a great time to get experience. So that's something, and this is still high stakes for Boyce as well. So this is still an important game, and we'll have to see if Boyce is able to close this out, or if the Tank Buster can keep his chances alive of going 1-2.
And if there's a game for Tank to recover in Silver, it's going to be this one. We see the 1-drops and the Darken coming out for Tank, exactly what this deck was built to do. And on the side of Bowies, a lot of inaction through the early game. A Ravenous Flock doesn't do much when your opponent is just throwing down 1-drops. Katarina is a nice thing to sort of compensation level, but ultimately it's going to have to go long if Bowies is going to take this one back.
Yeah, this hand starting a little bit awkward for Boyce, but I mean, he has Katarina and Gwen, stars of the show. Can't be too unhappy about that.
And able to just throw down the off-turn Katarina and start throwing out the Blade's edges, not worried about a desert duel or anything along those lines. Tank, again, very light on the interaction in this Aatrox auction list. And now it's back to the attack token of Bowies. You go in for the open, do you play the Gwen, maybe throw down some Hallowed units? It's gonna be the Gwen.
I mean, the two champions together that make this deck as strong as it is, and that's applying, once again, a lot of pressure. And we saw this earlier with the Lulu Jinx deck, where I was like, wow, it's a pretty good start, and then Aatrox was kind of able to potentially bring a win back. At this point, we have so many chump blockers, though, that Katarina will level up, but Gwen is going to get more procs and a bit of snip, heal up a bit.
And this Dune Breaker, or this Dune Keeper that was supposed to be sort of this efficient wall type effect against some of the more mid-range Demacia decks, you know, trading off with the Sand Soldier, maybe dissuading some attacks, doesn't really matter with two quick attack champions coming in. And for the 100th time this weekend, we get a Katarina level up.
Yeah, once upon a time, Katarina was considered one of the worst cards in Legends of Runeterra, and we've seen her so much since Katarina Gwen became a deck.
I want to point out that Katarina didn't just suddenly become good. She's gone through quite a few rounds of buffs from the Blade's Edge on Summon to the 0-mana Blade's Edge on level up to the point that we are today where Red Gwen is one of the best decks. And Katarina actually the most played champion through the qualifier stage of this event.
Yeah, it's been great to see her be able to shine. I know she's a well-beloved character in League of Legends, so it's nice to see her as a champion, being able to do her thing.
Tank, this is aggressive, my friend. Waking Sands on the open, not waiting to use these as blockers. Says, hey, you know, you did a Katarina into a Gwen. This kind of tells me you don't have an early curve. I want to see how many chump blockers you have in your back pocket, and if it's not enough, I'm sending a lot of Sand Soldiers at you.
We are off to the races here.
Waking Sands #1, no play from Boise yet, could pass, and I'm really curious to see if Tank throws out the second Waking Sands, get that second Sandstone Charger online. And I mean, with the Bakai Reaper, this could be a rather aggressive attack. Even if some blocks do come out, you throw that one to the end of the line, and it continues to tick up as you slay your opponent's units.
I mean, Boyce knows about this other Sandstone Charger in hand, and looking at his hand, he has to decide, like, hey, how can I fake that I have more blockers here than I actually do? Because really, it doesn't want to block with the Gwen if she's going to die, wants to block, you know, just jump block something else instead. But we'll have to see what is decided here. I mean, I kind of have my eyes on, ooh, Katarina!
Okay, and it's a curious situation for Boise, right? Because there are desert duels in Tank's deck as well. So when you see these Sandstone Chargers come down, you don't necessarily think, okay, this is going to combat. You might be thinking, oh, here comes a desert duel to trade onto my Gwen without actually losing board presence on the side of Tank. And now the Blade's Edge, you know, actually not used in response, probably going to wait until combat so that the Darkened Thrall doesn't come out and hit you in the face as well. You don't get a chance to move the Darkened Bloodletters, assuming that this does go onto the 1 HP unit that Tank has.
I mean, as Boyce here too, I mean, can you even, you can attack with this Gwen, but you can't attack with this Katarina. It's just too much damage that comes back at your face.
Yeah, so just going to take the little bit of killing, but there is a Quicksand in the hand of Tank, which could be used to hit both champions here. Probably just go all in on the Gwen, though. Katarina has already rallied for the turn. No need to do that. But actually, it's going to be held back for the Katarina on a future turn. And just going to let the Gwen level.
I mean, level up Gwen. That is a lot of healing in the future to come. But however, we haven't seen any Herald procs yet.
No Hallowed in the Death Pool. We've got a couple of them in the hand still, but you know, we didn't see any of those early cards. We didn't see the Prodigy that Alan has been hyping up all weekend as with the best new addition to the deck. And now 13 damage sent into the Nexus, and Boise not super inclined to block with either of these champions.
Yeah, I mean, taking 13 damage, that is a lot to take here. But I mean, there's two Ephemerals, and you have your two champions, and we don't have the Hollowed procs either, so...
There's a 0-mana Blade's Edge. It's more a question, so I think that the 3-1, that's always going to get hit with the Blade's Edge. We're not really even contemplating blocking that, but you know, can we afford to take all this damage from the Sandstone Chargers, or even do we want to block with the Gwen? I'm not sure what Boise is thinking that Tank is representing here. Shaped Stone, actually not something that needs to be respected. There hasn't been a landmark played yet, so this is just going to be a +1/+1 if that's something Boise is considering.
I mean, I would still, still have to respect that, though. Just the Blade's Edge. It would be able to give +1 still.
Yeah, I guess the Blade's Edge is going to be sent at the Nexus. Maybe Boise has mathed it out a little bit more and says this is my better shot at lethal. If I can get my opponent down to 9, that's a range that I'm a little bit more comfortable with right now, because there is quite a bit of damage still in Boise's hand. You know, we've got a Midnight Raid potential. We've got the Mark of the Isle. Definitely some surprise things could come out, and it's actually going to be a double kill onto a few units.
Clearing things off and saying, make way for my Gwen and Katarina. I mean, this Katarina having an extra attack potentially going to be rough, but this Quicksand also just still waiting here. I mean, I feel like we're going to see it soon.
And I feel like Boise is almost teasing Tank Buster at this point, putting both cards onto the stack at the same time against a 4-mana Rite of Negation and saying, go ahead, do it. I'm playing a Harrowing deck. You think that you can get away with playing a Rite of Negation here?
Play.
A little bit of BM from Bois, a little bit of baiting at tank.
I think I like the bait here, because if you draw in the future, I mean, being able to get a Rite of Negation out there, either that or, forgot, but I believe more that there was a little bit of teasing going on there.
Tank might even have to use... Okay, no, actually not going to use the Bandle Telestone in order to sort of kill the Katarina, just going to take away the sort of quick attack here, but Bois can still Mark of the Isle to strike with the Katarina because it's 0 attack. She is not going back to hand. She's not getting you an additional rally. And now Aatrox comes down, tapped out on the side of tank.
Yeah, and there isn't a way to bounce back this Katarina, because if there was, this Gwen would be doing a lot.
Yeah, it's only a 1 of Quicksand. I'm curious about the lack of Mark of the Isle coming out of Bois. Maybe without the quick attack, Katarina's not bouncing. I'm not entirely sure how this one works, but I do believe that would have been a way to recall the champion. Doesn't bounce without quick attack, I am being told. So it's going to be the Midnight Raid instead, and we could send in Gwen with this, but as you keep mentioning, without any Hallowed triggers, this is just going to be a 4-attack Gwen, snip, snip, snipping for 2.
Go, Gwen, go!
Mark of the Isle available to trade with the Aatrox if that's the way that we want to play this. A Midnight Raid locked in, lethal presented, Aatrox the blocker. Could be a Flock, could be a Mark, a couple options for Bois to take out the World Ender.
Yeah.
Want it back? You want to block with something here, Tank?
I kind of want this Aatrox. I mean, it was the way for a win last game, so, losing him, not necessarily what you want to do with a hand like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Overwhelm on the Aatrox this time around, not until level 2, and we are quite a ways away from getting down a World Ender. And I mean, Tank kind of felt like they had the ideal opening hand. We had a lot of 1-drops, a lot of weapons. We found the Aatrox in a timely fashion, but even without going wide in the early game, just with the Katarina Gwen, it felt like it was enough in order to pressure this situation to the point where Tank has lost all of his followers save a Dunekeeper and now has lost his Aatrox.
Yeah, and seeing that Mark of the Isle is allowing Gwen to do some extra damage, trading into that Aatrox, even though she was lost, she'll be probably brought back in the future with this Eternal Dancers.
Yeah, and that will just about be lethal. It's got to get another Hallowed proc into the pool, I believe. I don't think Gwen rounds up on the damage that she does, but Tank's got to attack if he's going to win the game at any point. In Desert Duel, not a great top deck here. Zolani, the only playable unit from the hand of Tank. And Bois, you can see him kind of sitting back thinking, maybe this is the point where I've secured it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, having the Stun Spider in hand, knowing that, hey, there's a big unit played, I really don't have to worry about it.
And Tank feels like he's got to do something, right? If you pass, Bois just goes for the open attack, and that's GG. That's the match. That's your Worlds run. So we're going to go for the Desert Duel onto the Katarina. No response here from Bois. Not able to do anything about that with the Ravenous Flock.
Doesn't need one anyway.
That is true, and now the Flock going to come out onto the Dunekeeper, clearing out all of the units for Tank. Might have to go for the Rite of Negation, but either way, with one Hallowed in the death pool, that's enough to give Bois lethal with either attacker.
Yeah, I mean, and also this Eternal Dancers is going to put on so much pressure. Once this Eternal Dancers is put on the board, we're going to see... I mean, it's just going to be too much. There's no way of stopping this.
Yeah, and the second Flock comes out. There's no answer for Tank. The Quicksand has already been used, the singular one, the Shuriman Telstones, not even enough mana to go for the Spirit Fire, and with the Eternal Dancers coming down, Silver Fuse, everyone watching at home, I believe this secures the victory for Bois, and the Tank Buster also going to go 0-3 in his group.
Unfortunate end, but still, making it to Worlds is quite an accomplishment.
We don't want the players to forget that, to judge themselves solely based on their performances in the group stage. Just making it here is an incredible accomplishment, but Bois might be moving on. We're not totally sure yet. Not everything is set in stone, but a 2-1 record was good enough yesterday, will likely be good enough today again.
Yeah, I mean, our next matches, they're going to determine everything.
Absolutely. And Bois, no reaction. Again, these players keep coming through, and we'll see big reactions out of people when they misplay. Some of them have a pop-off. I know Maddie yesterday had a big pop-off. We even saw it with Aragorn a little bit earlier, immediately pulling out the phone to text everyone, hey, I did it, I made it. And Bois, I think, knows that it's not over yet. You're not guaranteed. This last match will determine things. But Silver, do you have anything that you want to throw to before we get back to the analyst desk to break down this a little bit further?
I mean, I didn't get the Jinx pop off, but seeing Lulu be such a strong unit and being able to push damage, I thought that was pretty fun as well.
Yeah, Jinx the star player, but Lulu's the one that actually closes it out. Now we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the almost end of Group A.
Thank you so much, Boulevard and Silver. And I feel the disappointment in not seeing the Jinx do the thing either. But I also feel for the Tank Buster, because while this might not have been the showing that he would have wanted at the World Championships, I think Boulevard and Silverfuse put it amazingly well, that being at Worlds at all is a major accomplishment, knowing what the players have had to go through this season.
Look, I want to contextualize it a little bit too for the Tank Buster specifically, right? This is one of his earliest seasons in playing competitive Runeterra. He has one seasonal top cut. This isn't because, oh, he's been playing so many and he just couldn't make it. This is because he hasn't been playing Legends of Runeterra competitively for very long. He jumped in fairly recently. He's a young player. He joined up with a bunch of very strong players, came through, tested with them, and they all believe in him very heavily as a pilot. Yes, he came in here, and on the top 16 of Worlds, he maybe didn't have his best performance, but he got through those qualifiers, and he has been a fantastic player in the North American scene. He should be incredibly proud of himself. I hope the Tank Buster goes home and is happy with the fact that he made it to Worlds in one of his first seasons, and he's got a bright future in Runeterra ahead of him.
Yeah.
Completely agree. Jumping to the Bowies, congratulations on one series. Also, very good lineup brought. Lulu Jinx haven't dropped a game, either banned or just swept.
Yeah, I loved the inclusion of so much mecha Yordle synergy. A lot of times, the old Lulu Jinxes would only run like 1 or 2 scrap heaps, but going all in with the buff Squeaker and just recognizing I need powerful units, I need more fuel. You aren't all in on empty my hand into Jinx. We now have this more fleshed out alternate win condition of a Lulu pressure.
Yeah, it was very solid to watch. I think Bowies has impressed me a lot throughout the day. The one series where he fell flat, this is one where he's not drawing a weapon. He's running into like a lot of issues. It didn't feel like a lot of issues with Bowies' play himself. It felt like a lot of his decks not working the way they should, and that's not something that is normally going to happen with them. They're relatively consistent decks. There just are those rare brick hands.
At the end of the day, we are playing a card game.
Yes.
Anyone can win with proper preparation. Decks sometimes will just not cooperate with the pilot.
Yeah, you can have the best lineup, the best matchups, the best deck ban, and then just not draw correctly. It comes with the territory. These players at this level are used to that. It does hit hard at this moment, but as we said, these players are still top 16 on the entire planet. You can't step to that.
It's amazing, and I feel so inspired watching all of these players perform. Win or lose, there have been some incredible strategies to take away from the play that we've seen so far, and we're not even done yet. We still have 2 more matches, and these matter so much. In Group B, we've got a win-in with Grandpa Roji versus Chenia, and also, as you could tell from the rest of Group A, that's not even figured out yet.
Yeah, both matches will be the deciding ones. Very exciting to see them.
Yeah, of course, we're finally getting into these weird Swiss math scenarios where we aren't sure who's going to advance, and we know that the competitors are going to bring their A game. And of course, it's going to be as close as possible and coming down to these final games.
Look, we said 2-1s were safe yesterday. That does not mean 2-1s are safe today. But we're sitting at that 2-1, but there's still a lot that can happen, especially with Aurora and Teddy being the other match in his group. It was called the Group of Death for a reason. There's 2 seasonal champions that are fighting for those spots. And Bowies, yes, he's done a lot to try and get it, but it's not done yet. He has to watch and wait and hope that he's going to be able to lock it in.
Yeah, I think that whole Group of Death thing is definitely living up to the name, especially with the hype of the matches that we've seen so far, too. We're going to get ready for those because we have almost figured out all 8 of our players that are moving on to the final bracket. Just 2 more matches to go right after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championships, where the best of the best are duking it out for this sweet trophy. We're going to take a quick look at the standings as well, so that the players, as they tangle around for this titanic prize, we can see what's truly on the line. Group A is looking so sus. Teddy's up here 2-0. Bowie's clutching up that 2-1, but there's still a few more matches to be played to figure out how everything else is going to shake up over in Group B.
Yeah, we're gonna see those matchups pretty soon. Looking really forward to this matchup, Chenya against Roji. Two great players with great lineups. That will be a fire.
Yeah, Grandpa Roji and Chenya, two players who consider themselves very strong mid-range pilots. I know Grandpa Roji, that was certainly his claim to fame, but Chenya, coming from South Korea, has really invested in his own play style and has gotten a reputation on that server as being incredibly clinical and precise with his gameplay.
Yeah, definitely that will be a battle of the mid-range titans. We cannot forget how well Roji pilots his Malphite. He's shown great skill in Vayne Aatrox, and Akshan Varus wasn't that much seen.
Yeah, that keeps just getting banned away. It's either that or the Malphite. Players that dare to let it through are just playing with fire. He's so confident on all three of these builds. No matter what you ban against Grandpa Roji, he's going to have you put up such a powerful showing just to take him down.
And yeah, weak link Vayne Kayn might pull him down in this one because it's not grindy enough to beat all of those decks. So he needs to ban the grindiest deck and just hope he can pull it off against Akshan Varus, I think.
Yeah, when it comes to the Malphite, we've got the new cards, the Rock Bear Shepherd. He's been trying to get going, but as we've seen time and time again, if the Tilia Malphite is too far behind, by the time Big Daddy Malphite comes through, he's not going to be able to seal the deal on the game.
How do you feel about the match?
Overall, when we compare it versus Chenya's lineup, I could certainly see Grandpa Roji banning the Jinx. He doesn't like to deal with elusives or swarm or that level of burn damage. It's just something you pick up as a mid-range player, right? These sorts of win conditions that you feel you don't have enough agency to respond to.
I think I would have banned Varus Aatrox and just took him down to the grind matchup and not worry about Jinx, because again, we are expecting from the Chenya the ban on the grindy for the grindy deck, and if Roji ends up banning Jinx, then he might go into the Akshan severe problem. And remember, like if there is a problem of the Vayne Kayn winning, so you should be buying the worst matchup for the deck and letting go through the best matchup. And if Roji realizes that, I believe he should leave the Jinx out.
Yeah, we've seen the Jinx Lulu pop off so hard, and now as we go into the games, we get a quick preview. The Jinx is banned away. Roji has demonstrated he's willing to be flexible with the bans. Sometimes he bans Red Gwen, sometimes he's confident that he can beat it, but again, just doesn't want to deal with that Jinx or the Lulu just snowballing the board. Is going to try to keep the game at his own pace.
Chenya is extremely happy to see this one. He needed his Varus Pantheon to get the dub, and then he'll have two shots at with Akshan Varus.
But Grandpa Roji, already in the mulligan, got the Akshan swinging glaive combo.
Oh my God.
This combination doesn't come together too often, but we saw earlier in the broadcast how it just carries. Grandpa Roji is willing to sit on this champion weapon combination and let it carry through the grind, just like Alan was saying.
I think Roji would disagree. It feels like for Roji, the glaive and the Akshan feels like they are glued. Like whenever I look at Roji's hand, they are next to each other.
And now Treasure Seeker, 2-1 to finally respond to the 2-2 Burrow Cultist. And this is another combination that's been paying off so heavily for Chenya. The Burrow Cultist into the Darkened Aegis to have that 3-3 and tough to threaten a lot of the weak early game these Darkened decks do have.
Big power play doesn't allow Roji to attack, and he'll be able to swing himself and apply some pressure already from early on.
Yeah, you get the swing here, 4 damage being threatened. Roji doesn't get a chance to equip anything and respond. Is going to chump block with the 2-1. Roji still already eyeing this long-term game plan, preserving the Nexus HP right from the get-go.
Very surprising, he wants to save every inch of HP. He doesn't want to give anything, but he wants to take everything.
And Roji now with the Ranger Knight Defector hasn't equipped a weapon just yet. but does again have that swinging glaive. We'll see if Roji is willing to fully tap out here to activate the scout. It's one of the only units that can attack safely into Chenya, and if Chenya passes, you know, we still can hover over this Unforgiving Cold. Keeper of the box comes through.
This is very surprising that he went for... I wonder what Chenya has in mind by playing here the 2-2.
Oh, and Roji double dipping, triple dipping with the glaive. This Ranger Knight Defector is going to go in. He gets the lucky finds all the same, but now is going to generate 2 of them and feed them to Akshan on the back line.
He made the safe play where he can play the Unforgiving Cold or Furious Wielder based on what Roji does. So Chenya decided that in this matchup I want to play more reactive, not the strongest possible play I have per round.
I love just the swing here. You're forcing that early combat trend, right? We get a Furious Wielder out here now. This is one less card Roji has to worry about, and with the Forsaken Bakai, we can start predicting and looking for some key, powerful mid-range plays. This doesn't set you too far behind. It's still a 1-for-1 trade.
You definitely want to use Furious Wielder as soon as you can, because there are multiple punishes. There is a negation, there is Unforgiving Cold. So you want to utilize the clunky cards as soon as you can, and obviously Unforgiving Cold being a premium one.
Oh, and after the scout attack, the lucky find is still generated. Akshan gets +1/+1 and can swing into the Keeper of the Box.
Yeah, Roji is very happy about the trade.
This is justice.
Getting another tick towards the Warlord's Palace. Once we get the Relic of Power, we can predict and draw. And these mid-range Shurima decks, the Sivir Akshan, we've seen it time and time again. Once you have your game plan set, the Warlord's Palace finds you your missing card.
We need 2 more equips to draw the Aatrox on the Chenya side.
Chenya trying to look for Aatrox now. When it comes to a mid-range plan, if you can go bigger, your opponent's going to get bullied out of the game. The Aatrox has been so pivotal.
Excuse me, that's a Kayn. That's a Kayn.
This game.
That's a Kayn Vayne.
Oh, that's right. Chenya is on Vayne Kayn. Pardon us. But again, the Blooming Cultist, the Ambitious Cultist, still a lot of bodies in hand, and this massive blowout card of the Unforgiving Cold is something Chenya is going to be holding on into a very key moment.
Yeah, exactly. So 1 more cultist needed to draw the Kayn, but the problem in this matchup, Kayn doesn't really offer much. There is no small bodies that Kenya can just absorb with the Kayn.
And so Grandpa Roji now coming through again with the Forsaken Bakai, just trying to find the proper top decks to continue to keep up momentum. There's no attack token now. Recurring Vagabond comes through to accelerate the Warlord's Palace. Blooming Cultist can be pushing through a lot of elusive damage here. Roji has to think fast to find a way to deal with this card. Hopefully Lucky Find picks up Challenger.
Roji looks very, very favorite, like not dealing with the Akshan, getting the Warlord's Horde that early, and Kenya doesn't see any win cons, no Vayne, no Kayn, and this deck doesn't close the game. It just deals, like it has to have an explosive opener into finish up with elusives, with some deal 1 with the cultist, but there was nothing. There's 15 HP Roji, big Akshan, like it's slipping away slowly from the Kenya's hand.
Yeah, and we can see from the predict of the Forsaken Bakai and the other predict from the Relic of Power, Roji's now stacking up on the Shaped Stone. Now he can start to swing in and try to threaten through against the Unforgiving Cold.
He doesn't want to play Unforgiving Cold just yet. He wants to utilize it to go with his champions probably. Like he knows there is 4 mana, there is a lot of combat tricks that can follow up. It's just too risky.
Hunt the Weak being generated off of the Ambitious Cultist. This makes your opponent discard their lowest cost follower from the hand. That next Forsaken Bakai is going to go bye-bye. But Roji's fine. That's actually exactly what you want to get discarded. You know, Chenya was just taking the opportunity to see if maybe their last unit's a Sivir, and I can high roll there. Here comes Shadowblade Fanatic generating another 1-drop into the hand, and Roji now has board dominance and tons of value in the hand.
I mean, I don't know what Chenya can do from the spot. It's really rough. Like, we can draw Kayn, but that Kayn doesn't really accomplish much.
Yeah, with this build, the Blooming Cultist is the only thing you can rely on to really help you keep up on board, keep pushing damage. Maybe Chenya can find a lethal that Grandpa Roji simply can't deal with in this deck.
So we can clearly see Chenya keeps Unforgiving Cold only purely to defend the elusives. There is nothing else. That's the game plan. Just stay alive, and try to finish up with those cultists, with those blossoming cultists.
Yeah, and when I look over at Grandpa Roji's side, he is also trying to find the Unforgiving Cold to deal with these blooming cultists, and I wonder if Chenya is going to try to boost up the board around them in order to protect them from that frostbite spell.
We see potential lethal next
Sivir
turn.
coming down too.
I mean, there's not enough damage to push through, and right now, if we look at the Chenya's hand, there is a lethal threat next turn, and so far, Roji can't do anything about it.
When you're playing these mid-range decks and you have so much dominance, as long as your opponent can block you down, it doesn't matter when they have the elusive threat. Blooming Cultist has proven time and time again to be such a strong player for these Varus, these Kayn, these other, even Aatrox decks,
Okay,
right,
this
to
is
come
very
through.
important, and he needs to Shaped Stone Sivir to protect himself against Unforgiving Cold. This is very important.
We'll see if Roji does find that line.
I mean,
the Sivir, with the Sivir with the Shape Stone, double absorbs that Unforgiving Cold.
So what he did, he instead of that, he pulled the a bit weaker one, and he's gonna just play one Shape Stone to kill it off. That's his plan. He's just not gonna use the Shape Stone preemptively, but he's gonna play Shape Stone after he sees first Unforgiving Cold.
Yeah, Sivir's not leveled up just yet.
Into the abyss.
And Chenya is still showing a lot of respect here. Knows that the Blooming Cultists put him on a very specific winning clock, and as Roji was showing earlier in the game, protecting the HP total, Chenya is now in that same mindset.
Can Chenya find somehow lethal next turn? He's missing 2 damage. Momentous Choice top deck?
Momentous Choice off the top could do it. We still have these gems in the hand as well to get even more buffs.
A riposte? Riposte, Momentous Choice, and that's pretty much it. 4 outs if he didn't use any Momentous yet.
Oh, wow. Actually going to try to...
Oh, that's so aggressive block.
Yeah, blocking
He's
with
really
the
scared
Blooming
of
Cultist.
Absolver.
Because we see the double shaped stone, and he's saying, I'm going to try to force out some combat tricks here, get maximum value out of the Unforgiving Cold.
He doesn't want to play Unforgiving Cold until he sees the until he sees any combat tricks. That's a very interesting block. That Blooming Cold.
We'll see how Roji responds. Is he going to try to outplay the Unforgiving Cold by using Expanse's protection on the Akshan?
I think he should worry about killing the other elusive. I think playing the Expanse plus Shaped Stone on the Vagabond is the play, and just pass and wait for response.
Yeah, and so Chenya now on this Varus Aatrox trying to get enough
Expanse.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the Shapestone locked in, trying to clear the Blooming Cultist. Roji likes this so far. Here's Unforgiving Cold, and then that tutors the Varus.
He didn't see the play. That would be so big for him.
Yeah, so here comes the Shapestone. He still gets his original plan of slaying 1 Blooming Cultist.
And he got his stock got shorter a bit. If the Varus was on the top deck, then he has an extra out now.
And so now
he's going wide. And there are no blockers. Like he might just win, not even with elusive, but just going wide.
Yeah, I think Grandpa Roji shaking his head a little bit there, probably realized he could have done the Expanse's protection play, gets a lucky find over onto Sivir, and now has the Font of Power. Going to draw 2 cards here and picks up a Furious Wielder.
That definitely will help.
Yeah, the Sivir currently is unequipped, but the Akshan maybe can swing in. The Furious Wielder is going to be great next turn.
What are we taking down? Is it elusive? Is it Varus? If you take down Varus, he can equip the bow next turn, but you get to play blocker. So what's offering the most possible damage? Also, we have to keep in mind there is Aatrox also coming down with potential Headless Resurrection.
Yeah, the Blooming Cultist did so much work at swinging these HP totals back into Chenya's favor. Now with a wide board advantage, Grandpa Roji feeling the pain from this position. Chenya tutoring the Varus, which tutors into the Aatrox. A lot of power coming through on this turn.
Wow. Are we gonna see an open attack here? Probably, yeah. We don't want any development from the Roji.
Yeah, when we look at Grandpa Roji, he does still have 3 Unforgiving Cold in the deck. So I wonder how Chenya is going to respect that.
Shadow and misery.
Gems will most likely go on the 1/1 cultist to just push that to spread the damage equally.
Yeah.
We expect the blocks on the Varus, and yeah, that 3/3. And Then we'll be pushing.
Yeah, you're still healing off the Keeper of the Box. Even if you don't push lethal this turn, Grandpa Roji is forced to block down, and you have to consider that if this Sivir stays alive, we're under threat of the Absolver maybe sharing Overwhelm onto a wider board.
Very interesting play. So he wanted to avoid killing Sivir, or at least take out some combat tricks. Chenya changing his mind mid-play.
With a full swing like that, there is still the possibility of Unforgiving Cold, Furious Wielder with a couple blocks to stabilize, and Chenya is going to take this opportunity to go even wider. Roji can develop the Shadow Fiend here as another blocker, but because the Zolani has the Overwhelm, maybe valuing that extra damage a bit more, bails out on the Bloodletter play, however, going to keep a bunch of mana open to threaten some combat tricks. Here comes the block.
Against developing. Really, really tough call. Threatens lethal.
Yeah, Chenya just saying, if my board does get traded down here, I'm just going to save the Zolani to combine with the Aatrox, to combine with a way to refill the board. And now the buffs are coming through. 8 damage still being threatened despite these 2 blocks. Sivir potentially going to go down.
So he's very worried about Unforgiving Cold here. If there is if he's very worried about Unforgiving Cold, we should see Absolver on Sivir to prevent it. Because again, he cannot use Furious Wielder on the Sivir because Sivir doesn't wield a weapon. It needs to be used on action. And the only way to play around it is by playing, if he already committed the Expanse, then he needs to commit probably an Absolver on top.
And so Grandpa Roji needs to figure out where he wants to send this. I mean, the Akshan's still getting a lot of value from this position. Also considering trying to keep the Sivir alive. At this point, Roji has to send it, right? When you fall behind like this, you have to take really big risks in order to get back into the game in a mid-range matchup. If this was a fully above-board value trade, tit-for-tat sort of game, Chenya would be much more unfavored, but because the double Blooming Cultist came through, he had this elusive damage on strong, resilient units that were able to push through and now set up a lethal threat here.
Like, even though he prevents lethal here, like, look at the board. Like, it's very hard for him to close the game. No overwhelm, no nothing. Like, Roshi was ahead whole game, but it wasn't really the moment where he could just close the game. Now Chenya will just play Aatrox, and he will have that available World Ender, but of course we see in the Roji's hand, there is a negation for that.
So Roji now kind of stuck, right? Playing 4 mana behind because you have to consider the World Ender from this position. The Lucky Find still coming through from Akshan, plus the Furious Wielder. Doubles up on the Spell Shield. Another Lucky Find, offering +1/+1. Fearsome.
Mostly Challenger. Oh.
Yeah, the Akshan has Challenger. And also has the Grappling Hook to take down the Varus.
He decides not to... doesn't he know there is an Aatrox because this Aatrox was drawn from the weapons?
Yeah, so Aatrox is able to come down safely because of the Grappling Hook. Roji just wants the strike. He's accelerating to try to pop open the Sentinel's Hoard. He wants this powerful treasure. And with the countdown of the next turn plus Absolver, he might be able to get it. And then with the Resurrection, bring Sivir back?
Yeah, we can see that Kenya is already planning the World Ender, and because he pre-equipped the weapon just to play this as soon as he can.
Momentous choice onto Akshan is doubled. That pops the Sentinel's Hoard. Now we get this powerful relic that Roji can now spec into.
Alright, we have a Varus flip, and will we see the spell shield or draw? If we would see the draw, he would most likely be drawing before developing, and he has exact mana for the Absolver plus negation. So yeah, this might be +2/+2.
Beautiful. So World Ender comes through. Grandpa Roji finally has the Rite of Negation line up against this spell. It was a little bit late last time he had to go up against Aatrox, and he has the way to stop this World Ender from going off. Aatrox still levels up regardless, but it stops the assimilation of the weapon on the Keeper of the Box.
Alright, Roji should find lethal if he goes for it here. He can put vulnerable on everything, pull with the Varus, and that should be closing the game. And also, he should be resurrecting the Sivir. Yes, Sivir with the pull.
So lets the World Ender through. Now Zolani comes out to play with Lifesteal. Quick Attack still big enough to get around that and prevent the healing altogether.
And here comes the +2/+2 Shield of the Sentinels. Champions everywhere getting boosted and gaining spell shield.
He has to pre-commit the Absolver here.
And now, first half of the Absolver going on to Varus. The Darkened Bow also making him absolutely enormous. The second half of the Absolver's return, giving Overwhelm to Akshan. There's not enough blockers here. Has he done it from 4 HP? Grandpa Roji clutching up game 1.
That's exactly lethal. It's so devastating for Chenya. From extremely bad draws, he came close, but not quite.
Grandpa Roji, the secret boss, the mid-range master, and mathematician calculating this lethal and taking us to a game 2.
Looking forward to that game.
Roji,
the problem is
really breathing a sigh of relief here. It was looking like it was doomed, and he knew the math there, and he let the world enter through. He knew the Zolani was not going to matter.
Yeah, exactly. He did the math. He was thinking about Unforgiving Cold that he played around last turn, but at this point he thought, you know what, I have to just ignore it. I can't play around it. Also, if he had it, he would have played it last turn to stop me. So we're gonna see the 2 bad matchups left for the Chenya. Roji is looking very, very good right now.
Yeah, so after picking up that win with the Sivir Akshan Varus, Chenya now trying to find a win still. It's going to be really rough against this final deck for Grandpa Roji. And of course, it's fitting, the Taliyah Malphite coming out. This deck rose to prominence because of its ability to beat other mid-range decks with Malphite's strong, unstoppable force spell. We'll see if Chenya can get in underneath before that strong ability comes through.
Oh boy, that's Roji's exciting about to prove his deck. He can take this deck and make it out of the groups. We see not the best tempo hand. Like you are looking for cheap, you're looking for the Rock Hopper. We do not see cheap quite yet. But on the other hand, we have a Cultist into Darkin Spear.
And Cultist has been so good during this group stage. The Darkin Spear with the extra HP means the Buru Cultist can attack and defend much more recklessly. Blooming Cultist also coming through, putting Grandpa Roji on that same scenario of I need to stop these elusives before they beat me down. Fortunately, in this Taliyah Malphite build, there are 2 copies of Quicksand.
Yeah, but unfortunately Chenya is not attacking on turn 2, where those Darkin Spear really accelerate, when there is nothing that can block it.
Yeah, so just goes for Forsaken Bakai. I love that play. There's not too many early game plays from Grandpa Roji. Sneaks in that early 3 damage. Grandpa Roji now sees the Rock Hopper, knows that it's not going to hit anything too impactful. Goes for Preservarium instead.
Breaking in very slowly. We're gonna see a Darkin Spear here from the Chenya, and he'll start scaling. He might be thinking about playing Cultist into weapon instead, and that's exactly what he does.
Oh, I love, yeah, floating the mana here. We know that the Ancient Prep is coming through, so we have a 2/2 to block the 3/2, and he pivots over to the Blooming Cultist. Gets it in before the Rock Hopper. So important to avoid that vulnerable, and the Darkened Spear goes on the Forsaken Bakai.
That's a really good play. He recognizes that opponent needs to deal with elusive anyway. The Rite of Arcane deals exactly 4 damage. No point overbuffing it. We cannot deal right now with the Rite of Arcane, so just play it on 3/2 to achieve some pressure.
And getting this down so early in the game means the Darkened Spear is going to attack. Buffs the Blooming Cultist. It can block here if you want to. Chenya can take this damage and attack with the Darkened Spear once more if he wants. Or trade away. This Forsaken Bakai is going to take down 2 units on Grandpa Roji's side. Already deck buff. And then the Darkened Spear is here to go onto the Blooming Cultist if you want. Or the Buru Cultist and keep this train of green numbers going.
That's absolutely amazing. He's having double elusive, one of them being buffed. I wouldn't be surprised if this elusive go to 4/5 right now.
Darkened Spears coming through. The vulnerables on the Buru Cultist. Chenya recognizes that's not going to be a good carrier for it. Now we have the Blooming Cultist. Tanky as a 3/4, going to continuously buff the deck, and we can only imagine what monstrosities Chenya is about to top deck from this position.
So Chenya is aware the strongest play from the Roji right now is the Taliyah. So, like, what's my best play against Taliyah? The best play is just to push as much damage as I can, right?
Yeah, if Roji's thinking about tapping out, trying to play the Taliyah to duplicate the Salt Spire, that's a fine play. Roji lines up the Sunburst, however, to take down that strong elusive, so a little bit of a crisis averted. But the Darkened Spear still on the other.
You are not unhappy. You have double swing. You are pushing 5 here. You are buffing your units. You are pushing 6 even. This is really good spot. Chooses not to play Dark Spin. Chooses to go for even more damage.
Yeah, now that Grandpa Roji has no mana, Chenya is able to tap down as well. When you have this damage that your opponent can't interact with, you can also tap down all of your mana. You don't have to save any combat tricks. This is all about racing down the Taliyah Malphite for Chenya, and the double Blooming Cultist draw has been the key to that success. Grandpa Roji now down to 8 Nexus HP on turn 6.
So the reason why he didn't play Darkin Spear on that cultist is because it had vulnerable. That cultist was dying anyway. You don't want to invest your 2 mana to just buff your top of your deck, and then you'll have to invest that mana again to replay. So he chose just to go a bit wider, push a bit more damage, but more of a consistent play, and we're gonna see an Aatrox go down.
Okay, so now with the Stonebreaker coming through, we answered Cultist number 2. Aatrox going to trade down now against the Stonebreaker. There's another Aatrox in hand. This is just about keeping the board clear.
Very aggressive trade from the Chenya. He chooses to just go for the second Aatrox, possibly third later with the Worldbreaker. He doesn't want to take too much damage. He knows that there could be a swing turn with the Malphite Taliyah on the board where he just falls off.
This is so hard to calculate for Chenya, right? Because you want to keep units alive so you can assimilate them with the World Ender. And if you take the slow play of developing second Aatrox, maybe you don't have the responsiveness you'd really like. We've seen these mid-range matchups come down to, the interaction between Unforgiving Cold and Furious Wielder. But when it comes to Grandpa Roji, he just wants to be bigger and then rely on stuns to push through.
You could ask, why take 7 instead of just block it? The reason why we have a World Ender in hand, and he's playing to assimilate that 1-3 into a big, scary Darkin.
And now the stats from the Darkened Spear finally coming through. The ambitious Cultist now a 5/7 and gives a weapon hilt to the hand.
Just +2/+0 for free, no big deal. And on top of that, another Reforge card.
Honestly, yeah, if we get the Blade Fragment for Overwhelm, that could be absolutely devastating here. In order to shove through more damage, Grandpa Roji not finding Malphite yet, doesn't have any landmarks in play to duplicate with Taliyah, so not really getting a lot of impact from this position.
I'm super. Yeah, exactly. I want to say the edges here looks very good. Like Roji cannot trade with the cultist. It's gonna be 6-8 with tough. That's a tough unit to deal with. He can jam it up on top, forcing a trade, and we'll see probably just a trade from the 2-3 from the Roji.
Who actually opts for the Darkened Spear, wants to keep buffing the board, getting better stat lines, trying to keep up, and I think that Chenya might be praying that all of these deck buffs are going onto that third Blooming Cultist to try to shove through just the final bit of damage.
He just wanted Roji to feel comfortable to block this with 7/7. That's really, really smart.
And now with the gem coming through.
And he wanted to tap out completely to show him that he can just play it. There is, like, he wanted to bluff that he has no momentum straight. That's such a cool play to just make sure he feels like, oh yeah, I can block with the 7/7. There is no downside. And look at it, it's gonna pay off completely.
The 0 mana weapon hilt. Look at Grandpa Roji's face, completely blown out of the water by this generated spell. The 7/7 gets baited in. The only thing that can save Grandpa Roji from this position is the Malphite. World Ender's coming down soon.
That was such a devastating turn for
so devious from Chenya. 10% chance here. What's the top deck? Just a Rock Hopper.
Like how smart of a play is it? You play a gem. You just deceive your opponent that, no, I don't have that momentous choice. You can safely block. And then the 0 mana +2 comes, the weapon hilt. That's crazy.
And Grandpa Roji had to take that trade, right? It's way
of course.
Delicious. You'd think that something might be up. Trade
it was fishy.
Through the 2-3, but now Rockhopper just trying to hold the fort. Chenya can't really safely develop anything from this position because of the Roiling Sands. If he plays out Aatrox, then Roji can respond with the Taliyah. There's only 8 mana for the World Ender. A lot of attacks still need to go through. Oh, the Stonebreaker number 2 coming out for Grandpa Roji. 2 damage to the Nexus, 4 damage to a target. Still a fantastic unit to take advantage of the Roiling Sands. And Chenya is saying, if I develop, my unit's going to get traded away anyway. And if I play Aatrox, I don't have Unforgiving Cold.
If the Rogi swang and he would have gotten a block with that unit, he could have played World Ender.
So now Aatrox comes through. Grandpa Rogi has to take this trade. Doesn't really feel that good. You aren't pushing a lot of damage. And we know that because of the World Ender Darken Blade Assimilation combo, this Aatrox is still going to come back. So there's still yet one more copy in Chenya's deck.
So what goes through the Rogi's mind? That is he bluffing Momentous Choice? Would he ever bluff your Momentous Choice? Last turn he tapped out, he fooled me. Now, would he ever play this without Momentous? He knows that it's pretty good trade, and I don't think he would ever risk it on the... Yeah, and Rogi doesn't take the bait.
He's not going to get baited twice. He still has the Right of Negation in hand to beat the World Ender, and finally Malphite comes into the hand. World Ender... Oh man, Chenya is just going to go all in.
That's fine, like you flip your Aatrox, like even if it gets denied, that's the cool part. Your Aatrox levels up even though the World Ender doesn't resolve.
Yeah, there's no other assimilates. That Cultist is still unequipped.
Yeah, exactly, but all your Darkins cost now 5 mana cheaper.
So here comes Malphite, just going to stun out the Aatrox here.
Pretty clean Malphite. We might be looking at a little next turn, but again there is an Unforgiving Cold to stop that.
So with a 5 mana discount, we are going to see next turn the developments, right? We have 0 mana Jaral, we have Anaka potentially coming through, Darken Fan is such a strong pickup from the Forsaken Bakai. It's just a matter of, do you have the time? And I think you absolutely do, because Rogi's going to want to play the Talia, he's going to want to set up the Unforgiving Cold.
This is very, very scary for Rogi.
The Unstoppable Force, rather. But yeah, 0 mana Jaral, still keeping up, eating the Roiling Sands as well, so important. We can get a nice value trade as well.
Varus, that's fine, but he should have 1 unit to play after the stun. So he has 1 extra blocker. If he chooses Varus, that's fine.
So overall, just a strong development here. Grandpa Rogi knows now with the leveled up Aatrox, the discounted Darkins are still going to come through as big targets. As long as you develop all of the Darkins that Chenya plays are just simply going to get AoE stunned with the Unstoppable Force, and Talia's leveled up as well. 5 mana available, so not enough, right? The Rite of Arcane was used to eat a mana crystal to deal that damage. Now we don't have enough mana for Rite of Negation and Unstoppable Force. We do have enough, however, for Quicksand, which could manipulate the trades just a tad.
Yeah, he's waiting with the... He can develop the Ornament, plus develop the Unforgiving Cold. Total cost would be 9, so he'll still have mana for even the Momentous Choice this turn.
Yeah, the Darken Fan does become the Breachwalker, which will... It only activates the extra copies when it actually directly transforms using the World Ender. So we could still see an equipment here. I love the Anaka play just to get something down. But Chenya is kind of locked down because of the Unstoppable Force, right? That AoE stun. You can develop one thing after it resolves.
You have to play Unstoppable Force here. You need to force that Unforgiving Cold.
And that's what... In this mid-range matchup against Unforgiving Cold, you have to force it out of the opponent. Grandpa Rogi has to be confident. Can I respond to, you know, a return call?
He chooses to just swing.
Has the Talia coming through. Malphite on the stack. 6 damage going through on Stonebreaker. If we look at the way the Unforgiving Cold stacks out, all the damage is stopped. Aatrox getting a free trade, also healing back up just a smidge because of the strike.
Kenya is very happy about this. He'll get to develop Ornament now, and he's looking to swing next turn. And he can develop 2 more Darkins.
Oh, the Darkened Spear. Here's Anaka. Grandpa Rogi now.
Double.
Develop defense. A second Anaka. When these attack, they check the top 6 cards of the deck for a follower or a darkened weapon and summon it attacking. That means Chenya has a 6 wide open attack from this position.
Do you attack with 5-1? That's the question.
Since it is vulnerable, maybe you just try to cash it in now before Talia, Absolver takes advantage of maybe pulling it.
I mean, if you don't win now, if you're Chenya, you might be losing.
And here's Anaka, pulls the 3rd Blooming Cultist, boosted because of the Darkened Spear procs from earlier.
Not something Chenya was looking for.
Still a beautiful wide board.
Can we block this all down? Quicksand is going to have to be employed here to stop the lethal.
And yeah, Rog, is there any way to stop Roger's lethal next turn?
Oh,
wait,
he miscalculates! It's still exact lethal from this position.
He could have done different blocks, I think, with the Quicksand.
Yeah, I thought that he would just put all 4 onto the Blooming Cultist. Malphite was already surviving the Aatrox
Yeah,
here.
exactly. You're leaving at 1. Oh, devastating, he realized.
Yeah, when it comes to these burst speed spells, you can't use the Oracle's Eye to calculate that damage, right? Because they just immediately resolve. Has to switch around the blocks, but is it still too late?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 8 unblocked damage down at the end. The Anakas pulling those 2 extra attackers was so crucial for Chenny to push through the lethal.
Very big turn for Chenya. And consider that Rogi was looking to stay at 1 and push lethal next turn. Rogi has to make sure it doesn't get into him. He needs to make sure the next game will be his A game.
Yeah, so Chenya able to take that one down. So close. These mid-range games with Malphite always come down to the wire. We're going to get a game number 3 with Grandpa Rogi and Chenya. The Taliyah Malphite still trying to find a win. And Chenya now forced over onto the Vayne Kayn, a deck that a lot of prep groups saw showed tons of early promise.
Again, oh wow, look at this hand. Double Chip, Rockbear Shepherd, and Endless Devo.
Finally, we get more aggression out of this list. Rogi gonna mulligan, looking for a more well-rounded hand, something like Salt Spire, in order to take true advantage of the Rockbear Shepherd's acceleration ability. Chenya, meanwhile, the Buru Cultist, always in the hand on turn 1. He loves this card. Vayne about to come down. If he top decks the Darkened Aegis from this position, it's going to be fantastic.
We've seen another chip. It could be double chip that's 3-3 on turn 2. That could be very, very fast. With this hand, with also Taliyah to follow up, that could be a fast beatdown by Malphite.
Yep, so Chenya just gets the free 2 damage there. Chip comes through as a 3-3. We have stabilization here. Double chip. The beatdown has begun.
And there is no edges to punish the chip.
Ooh, even though he draws the 3rd chip, Rogi recognizes that this is just too good to be true. I'm going to trade in, and Chenya's going 1 for 1.
Look at this curve. It's a Rockbear Shepherd into chip into Taliyah. Or you might held on to playing chip, because if you play chip, your Rockbear Shepherd will come 1 turn closer, so it doesn't work with the Taliyah.
Yeah, so do we play chip here to float 2 mana, then Rockbear Shepherd on turn 2 into the... how does that line up with the attack token?
Yeah, most likely we'll see development chip now, or we're gonna just see fast.
Wants to keep the 3 mana up. I respect it. Has the Sunburst in hand.
He wants to have the options open in case of maybe some combat cook comes with the 7-6 with the Shepherd's Authority, and he maybe wants to deal with this.
And this is the turn where Grandpa Rogi really wants to develop the Rockbear Shepherd, get the duplication with the Taliyah, but if the combat cook comes down, Rogi might be inclined to go for the Sunburst, but we saw a little bit of a punish earlier, right, Alan, where you want to save this card for Aatrox, or other big, well, not Aatrox in this specific matchup, but I mean to say, bigger threats that your opponent might summon, and indeed opts for the Rockbear Shepherd.
You most certainly cannot be greedy, but will he see a very good play here. Scout Combat Cook with the Momentous Choice, pushing some solid damage into those chips he'll be trading off, and that's what Chenya was looking to slow down a bit, because the aggression from chips was just too overwhelming.
Yeah, just keeping the board under control. The 3 chips put so much threat, and this is multiple attacks towards Vayne's level up. Once she levels up, 0 mana tumble is going to put Rogi massively on the back foot.
And we're gonna see Taliyah now, multiplying those Rockbears. Oh, look at this attack coming.
Oh, the tempo is amazing on turn 5 with the attack token. We get the duplication of the Hibernating Rock Bear, and they both hatch from the Shepherd. 3 mana still left over, and tons of damage coming through from Grandpa Rogi's side.
Brutal turn. Like, this is, I don't know, is this the best possible opener for this deck?
It seems to be, especially with the chips, to keep attacking and defending in the early game to clear a path for this massive mid-game swing. Chenya getting offered a lot of combat tricks here, but when you have this much damage coming through, are you going to have any units left over to even make use of these?
I mean, I can't see that. Like, this turn you have to trade off.
Yeah, it could be a skip.
Yeah, and next turn you have to spend mana to develop. Now you have to trade. Oh, this is looking rough, and there is even more development from Rogi. And he's not dealing with the problem of the board.
Yeah, 9 mana comes through. Talia is able to attack for free. 5 damage on Chenya here in game number 3. Rock Bear Shepherd showcasing its power once more here at the World Championships.
We'll see Kane drop down next turn, probably. Ooh, we see some aggressive play this turn with the Scout.
The upcycled Rake.
Wait, how much damage is this? With the Momentous choice, hold up.
It's, let me see, so the Rake is forged, so this is plus 2. It's going to go in
7.
and Scout, so that's 14.
Yeah.
And then into an open attack lethal?
Yeah.
Grandpa Rogi needs Quicksand off the top here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Grandpa Rogi is absolutely gutted. I said over and over again, these mid-range decks absolutely despise going against these elusive threats, and this is why so many attacks coming through.
Wow. Oh, Rogi must be so devastated. He had a different out. Okay, so what Chenya did?
6.9% chance to draw Quicksand here and stop it.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Reservarium, and it's lethal on the open attack. Chenya claws back in game number 3 after the Rock Bear Shepherds come through with incredible tempo. The upcycled Rake passed down as an heirloom from the Combat Cook given to the Blooming Cultist.
Also, heads up to Chenya, last turn he kept the Momentous choice just to deal with Rite of Arcane. So that wasn't an out for the Rogi to survive that.
Blooming Cultist, the absolute MVP for Chenya in both of these games.
What a series.
Grandpa Rogi was setting up for a devastating crackback swing, but the Blooming Cultist was not having any of it. Very low odds to get the Quicksand from that position. Grandpa Rogi goes down 2-1, and Chenya celebrating now.
I still can't believe it. After this opener, he pulled it off?
When you have a deck like this, right, that wants to play a mid-range plan but has the ability to shift into alternate win conditions, it does give you a little bit of an edge, right? Even when your opponent is popping off and being strong, if your deck can pivot to something that lets you get in underneath that or ignore it altogether, you've got to be happy. Upcycled Rake claims another victim.
Listen, if you ask me before the Worlds, is the Blooming Cultist good in this deck? I would say absolutely not. Cut this. This is unplayable in this deck. Now, he almost won one game with it, and now he just closed the game that was looking unwinnable.
Yeah, having the Vayne and the Tumble. This was such a powerful combination.
Getting a reforged Scout weapon as well on top of that.
Having the forged weapon with the Momentous choice. So much damage came through in those last 2 rounds. Just absolutely devastating in game number 3.
Absolutely well played by Rogi for the series. Heads up, very good lineup, very good, well played.
It was awesome to see this match, especially as a win-in. And huge congratulations to Chenya with all of that pressure. You could see how much that match mattered, both from the reaction that Chenya had to actually winning, but then also the disappointment from Grandpa Rogi.
I mean, Rogi has been fantastic this entire tournament. We talked about how well he was playing. Alan and I did mention, you know, there was some shakiness on his foresight. That didn't really show up so much in this series. A lot of this was phenomenal reads, phenomenal plays by Rogi, and Chenya just being there every step of the way. And at the end of the day, we talk about lineups and the differences that they can make, and this may have been Chenya just having the better read on the meta overall.
Yeah, I mean, the Talia Malphite, it wasn't even like it was banned every time. Like Rogi did get to play it, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. But Rogi's other decks were looking pretty good, and I know we also had some questions about Chenya's deck, this double Darken, and able to finally get some wins on it. But I mean, as you mentioned, Rogi's just been playing insane. The reads that he had in that match were crazy. Unfortunately, just in a lot of situations where it didn't matter if you knew it was coming because there wasn't anything you could do about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you can see that this is a problem, and I can't solve it with the resources that I have available to me, and it doesn't feel great, but I mean, Roji still played his heart out, and we have to hand it to him.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, just in the way that Roji has navigated the entire day, the entire weekend, the entire season to be able to get up to this point, that is an incredible player that I know we will be seeing in the future too.
Look, and Roji may have not been able to top cut with in the seasonals before, right, with Tilia Malphite. But he takes it in a meta that it works out for it, qualifies into Worlds, and brings it to the World stage once again. He didn't shy away this time from his deck. I want to take a look at that kind of final moments for Roji here, because when we go through this final play, the deck is doing what it's supposed to. The mid-range beatdown. He gets Chenya down to 5 health. He has the win in his sights, but Chenya, recognizing the one out is to win through this elusive because Tilia Malphite as a deck cannot handle them outside of a single card. That is quicksand, and Chenya is able to bring it through.
And this upcycled Rake was actually forged, like they mentioned, so a +2/+1, and that was because Roji started off so aggressively with the chip beatdown. We saw Chenya play the combat took, take the scout weapon with the intention of protecting it with a momentous choice to force blocks out of Roji in the early game. It's not exactly a guarantee that that weapon would have been taken anyway, but in the final moments, it is the one that was the winning line.
And at the end of the day, Roji did what he set out to do. He wanted to take his pet deck to the main stage, to the big stage, and he took it to the biggest stage of Runeterra at the World Championship. Yes, it didn't find the success he would have wanted here at the top 16, but it got him through the qualifiers, and I think that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's been amazing to watch, and I mean, hey, we still got to celebrate the fact that Chenya is, of course, going to be moving on to play in our final bracket tomorrow. And so now we figured out all of the contenders moving forward from Group B. That's going to be Aragorn as well as Chenya, and South Korea putting on a heck of a performance so far.
Let me tell you a couple things about South Korea.
Here we go.
Number one, what do I see at the top of that group? I see Aragorn followed by, that's right, the king of Runeterra.
There he is.
FNP Chenya. You see this bracket behind us, World Championship Legends of Runeterra? That is a game made by Riot Games Entertainment. You do not bet against South Korea in a Riot title.
It's true.
That's true,
it's
though.
True. Jenny
League of
fantastic.
Legends of Runeterra. It's been great to see that region definitely show up and perform this season so far, but we still have one more match. What's that match? Let's go ahead and look at it. It's our final match for Group A, the final match of today, and it's going to be between Teddy and, of course, Aurora. And now this is where things are super, super interesting. Teddy has already set himself up really well for success here, coming into this match 2-0. But Aurora also with a chance to make it in, sitting at 1-1.
Yeah, I think, and these were some of the favorites to come out of this group. It is actually really interesting that we get them for the final game of the day. Both of them kind of expected to maybe be a potential 3-0 in this group. Both of them seasonal champions from the most recent Awakening expansion. We've got APAC versus EMEA on the two players that are absolutely on fire coming out of these regions. And honestly, I don't know who I have as a favorite.
Look, we've been talking about top-level play all day. I think Teddy's name has come up a ton, right? It was alongside Aragorn and Roji. But Aurora has been quietly playing some fantastic Runeterra as well. And if anyone's going to challenge Teddy here to knock Teddy out of top 8 after the day he's had, I think it's Aurora.
I mean, they've both played incredibly clean games today. You don't get too much more top-notch than this. They're both coming off the seasonal championship recently, so they know exactly what to expect. They have an idea of the meta, and this is the match we've been waiting for all day, really.
I can literally feel Alan chomping at the bit for this one, so I'm just gonna go ahead and send it over to our incredible casters to close us out today. Alan and Skarzig.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the caster desk. We're jumping into our final best of 3 of the day. The players have drawn things out to this final momentous occasion to figure out who's going to advance. The analysts really talked about the pedigree of these players, but how do you feel about the upcoming matchup, Alan?
Oh, that's gonna be very, very close. I'm feeling both players recognize the strength of Aatrox at this point. Like, they've seen, they've played. I think they'll ban.
Yeah, when they come through with the bans, they're trying to manipulate those matchups in their favor. Notably, Aurora is a player that doesn't think that the stats matter, but Teddy, counter to that, says, I'm very confident in my meta read. So we have a player now confident in my ability to build a lineup, build decks, find those matchups, and Aurora trying to turn that on its head. And look at this, Teddy has been dominating with the Seraphine and also employs the Vayne deck here with the Darkened Harp, one of my favorite weapons, Alan.
Look, Aurora might put Teddy to the test. He might leave Jinx out, and you know what? He might force him to draw Champion Strength. He might check if he's good enough, if he's worthy.
Yeah, you can see here the Champion Strength in this deck is so clutch. These Vayne lists with the Darken have been trying to run a lot more of a mid-range, just dominant game plan playing towards World Ender, but with Champion Strength combined with that, it gets kind of dicey. Aurora, meanwhile, has the wild card of this Leona Aurelion Sol that has been so strong in the game we were able to see it. It's been banned every single other time. These other Darken decks have proved to be a little bit clunky.
Look, we haven't seen single Champion Strength. I really want to see today some Champion Strength.
Yeah, I think that essentially running a one-of in this deck was such a cool idea because we have Aurelion Sol that is this late-game dominant force, but if Daybreak is allowed to establish itself in the early mid-game, the one-of Champion Strength is a constant looming threat your opponent has to be aware of.
3 different decks have them. One has 1-off, a second has 2-off, and third has 3-off. That's very interesting. Some players play it as just an extra top end to find a closure in the games or just to try to cheese, and we are jumping right to the game. We have a Pantheon against Vayne matchup.
Pantheon versus Vayne. The key part with the Pantheon deck, of course, is the Unforgiving Cold, the ability to kind of bully out these mid-range decks. And look at this, Teddy's actually tossing the Champion Strength, wants to play a much cleaner game without the rest of the early game units like Steadfast Elkin already showing in the opening hand. Perhaps a bit too risky to keep that 8-mana spell, but with the threat of the Darkened Harp setting up a lot of free trades in the early game, Teddy could run away with this one.
In Vayne, Champion Strength plays slightly different. It's not a deck that just wants to spam all the 1-drops, ignore all the attacks, do not attack, and just play Champion Strength. It just doesn't have those cards. It's just more of a top end that you want to play to close the game later on, more than a cheese win on turn 5-6. So that's a natural that Teddy here will throw out Champion Strength.
And so with Aurora now opening up the Forsaken Bakai, just going for a small equip here, finds the weapon, right? Starts to get the faded procs online, which is so key for this Pantheon to potentially carry.
Teddy has a very good curve going from turn 3. He can play Vayne into Combat Cook, into the Tumble with the weak attack weapon, into Harp.
Oh, that's so strong. And then just Aatrox to come down. And Aurora hasn't scaled up yet, right? Sometimes the 6th Aatrox is going to be big enough. We see Mikhail's Blessing, also a cheeky inclusion in this deck. What it does is it removes negative keywords from the unit that you play it on, so you're trying to get rid of stun, frostbites, and the like.
Yeah, and it buffs it on top, and it procs fated in this particular deck. So Aurora maybe had some read, found the stat line that Michael's Blessing ran, being good, and that it was worth including. Also, a decent card into Red Gwen because it removes the cannot block immobile keyword.
So a lot of thought going into this inclusion for Aurora. Teddy, meanwhile, just chilling. Has now the Valor off of Blinding Assault, about to receive the Darkened Harp. Quick Attack, Scout, Challenger, a devastating combination of keywords.
That's a very strong play from Teddy. He can just equip the Harp and threaten killing that for free, pretty much the unit.
And so here's the Darkened Harp, is indeed equipped. Here comes Valor swinging through. Fortunately, this Pantheon has Barrier, can kind of hold back some of these other attacks. Teddy has 3 mana still available to threaten combat tricks of his own.
Well, no, he can't do much. Probably just Aurora looks to play the weapon after the swing on the Pantheon to just proc the Fated.
Yeah, now that Forsaken Bakai goes down, Pantheon will receive that Lodestone. And then there's another attack coming through potentially.
What if Teddy just goes for Champion Strength next turn? How crazy that would be? He could rally with the Valor.
Oh my goodness! Alan, you devious caster, you seeing the greediest of lines. What if I just play Champion Strength, force you to have Unforgiving Cold immediately this early?
I mean, this also enables Furious Wielder, because so he can immediately turn down that Valor and kill it off. So it would be very greedy play, probably not worth it. But the cool stuff is, Aurora has the priority. So if he taps below 4 mana, I'm pretty confident that's what we're gonna see. So depending on the top deck, oh, that's not it. We might see open attack from the Aurora just to have a soft pass and not wanting to force anything.
Yeah, so we can attack, wait for a block, maybe try to put down the Momentous Choice to trigger Pantheon's Faded. And would Teddy just take that damage overall, not give the opportunity for that combat trick?
Most definitely. There is a chance where he would just block and then try to answer it with the Condemn.
Ooh, and no attack here from Aurora.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit the mana. He's also considering there is an out of the Champion Strength, and if he commits the attack, there is a block. He's already forced to spend the resources.
The pressure is so high from the Champion Strength because Aurora has to give up his priority here and say, if you have Champion Strength, I have to keep mana up so I can respond to it. And Teddy says, okay, well, I'll just develop another unit and make my Champion Strength an even more devastating threat.
I like the Teddy's line, just consistent development. He's not in a rush anywhere. Champion Strength only gets better.
Historically, the way to beat Faded is to go wider than them, and this is something that Vayne's going to do in spades. We still have the Valor with Scout, Quick Attack, and Challenger. This forces Aurora to be a lot more proactive from this position. Here comes Mikhail's Blessing.
He's trying to go tall, find perhaps some elusive, or just try to 1 or 2 shot with the Pantheon in case he finds the Scout weapon.
Yeah, just a nice 7/7. Looks like it could be a strong attacker here. There's also Guiding Touch to put the Pantheon back up to a decent HP total next turn. And Teddy's just going to go for the tumble here to proc Scout.
Yeah. And if he blocks with the Pantheon could potentially go down. Like, it's a really rough turn for the Aurora. But again, he's guiding, he has Momentous Choice. Like, as Teddy, you want to get all those cards out. But again, on the other side, you have Momentous Choice, you don't want your units to just die out.
After this exchange, Aurora's still going to be sitting on the back foot. Teddy has another attack token to maybe make use of. Still pressuring the Vayne level up. We have a Condemn in hand now, a lot of reactivity. And this is also getting discounts for the World Ender, Aatrox, and Champion Strength being a multiplicity of win conditions as we get later and later into the game.
So what Teddy is doing here, because we might ask asking, oh, it's still Aurora debating if it's worth blocking. What was Teddy still thinking if he wants to accept? So what Teddy could do, he could just rope here a bit to think about what he wants to do afterwards and to bluff some cards, like catch.
Swift death.
So now Pantheon set down to 3 HP. Vayne comes through, Combat Cook as well. Condemn discounted to 1 thanks to the multiple attacks from this turn. We can take down the Pantheon if Aurora taps under this Expanse's protection.
He can just play the Momentous Choice, block Vayne, and go from there. But the problem comes if there is a catch with the weapon. And there is a weapon that we are aware of, because he sees the Carpi. So potentially that Vayne is dealing 6 damage.
So much for Aurora to consider from this position. If he makes one misstep versus a board like this, Teddy absolutely runs away with the game.
He needs to do it. He cannot possibly not block. He has to go for that play. We're gonna see Condemn, and then we're gonna see Condense to counter that play. Pretty clean turn.
All right, Vayne's Condemn. This is so important as well. The Condemn is a second copy of Vayne. Even though it's 1 mana, we have Expanse's protection to deny that. Means that there's 2 copies of Vayne essentially being answered from Teddy's hand here. And Varus is tutored to the hand.
Vayne is gone. And we
One more
by
decision
4.
to be made here. Is Pantheon going to attack to threaten this Combat Cook?
I don't think you want to sacrifice Pantheon for the Combat Cook. I think you're good.
All right, so Combat Cook now is still alive with the attack token. A lot of pressure now relieved from Aurora. Can think about developing the Varus from this position. Maybe it's a little late for Saga Seeker, I think.
I think this is the turn where if you just wait for the Teddy move. Like, you don't do anything until you see Teddy's move. If he develops
the priority pass, you want to play Aatrox here, but if Aurora's got the Furious Wielder, it gets pretty dicey. That's another Faded proc for the Pantheon. Teddy's going to let it rip.
But what else would you play? Joral? Like, that's the only play. And if this just dies, next time you play Joral, then you have Styratu into Styratu. So it's not like you're running out of the threats. You have those Darkins that are gonna be pretty much on the good curve that would be taken out with the Furious Wielder anyway. So you might as well take that with the Aatrox.
And so Aurora now thinking, if I go for the Furious Wielder, you know, what's my follow-up play? How much mana do I want to float? Teddy still has the attack token. This Pantheon slowly but surely threatening towards that level up. Varus as well coming through to support him with that Overwhelm and the Darkened Bow. Furious Wielder now put on the stack to take down Aatrox.
If Aurora is just thinking about the next runs, if he wants to do, like, remember, like when you have an obvious play, you don't want to do it immediately. You want to also figure out what are you doing next turn. You want to utilize timer. Time is a resource in the game. And like if you want to develop Varus, if you want to swing, given you can't the mana, what can you do? What can you draw? You want to think about those things.
And Aurora opts to take that damage, of course. This Pantheon is going to carry. He's been scaling very nicely from early on in the game. Another Furious Wielder top deck is excellent from this position. Teddy's still struggling. Next turn has access to maybe Strawtwo to get some bigger units in play. Champion Strength, which seemed like such a powerful threat earlier, is still trying to find a position where the board is a bit wider.
So Aurora is in a rough spot because it doesn't look like, but he needs to put Teddy on 2-turn clock. So finding out what's the keyword. Oh, he goes for the Varus, so he wants to threaten potentially lethal now.
With Varus, we do not have enough mana for a Faded proc and the Furious Wielder to push through. He's going for a forked threat here to have two Overwhelm targets alongside Pantheon. Is really hoping that we get some good keywords on this champion.
We most likely gonna see a Guiding Touch. Again, depends what Teddy will answer it with. But like looking at you want to check the keywords before you attack, because if you swing with this Pantheon and like he doesn't get anything good and you just trade it to Combat Cook, that might be your doom.
And if Combat Cook trades, then that's still your win condition gone, and it gives Teddy so much time to just reset up a board of cheaper units that may have been drawn to play towards Champion Strength, or now these Darkens start coming through. If Strawtwo is able to attack, draw two cards, then suddenly Aurora's buried in an avalanche
also,
of value.
Few things needs to happen here, because if he doesn't represent lethal, what Teddy can do, he can just play Worldlander and develop full board of the Darkins next turn. So he recognizes correctly that you need to develop Varus no matter what. And we see Spell Shield.
Ooh, and a nice draw off the Pale Cascade, Unforgiving Cold, Spell Shield, Fury, Impact, Fearsome on the Pantheon.
We most likely gonna see just a block with the Combat Cook. We're gonna keep 2-2 so we can assimilate some units.
Yeah, I really like this play a lot. Varus gets buffed a little bit, and now with this reaction, no chance for the Furious Wielder to come through.
I mean, there is Momentous Choice that wins the game. There is Pale Cascade that wins the game.
And Aurora, you think he's going to go for the Guiding Touch right now to find that win?
I mean, again, Teddy has to consider those cards before he declares blocks.
We'll see if he ends up going for it. Teddy's also going to block with the Steadfast Elkin. Doesn't mind with the Aatrox potentially not being able to resurrect, just trying to keep himself healthy.
So he's gonna just go for the Joral play, plus the weapon this turn, most likely.
An Unending Wave is the draw here. So overall, Teddy still surviving with 1 HP. Pantheon still kicking, and Varus as well. Teddy now has Champion Strength in hand, World Ender in hand, has to find a carrier for the Darkened Blade.
Yeah, we're gonna see a development of the Aatrox weapon and World Ender next turn to follow up.
Yeah, this is going to be absolutely enormous.
The problem is we see the Furious Wielder on the Aurora side, so this will not be an Aatrox.
As soon as that World Ender goes onto the stack, Aurora can respond with that Furious Wielder, as you said, Alan. Is there any other play that Teddy could go for to avoid this terrible outcome?
No, I think you have to go for it. That's the only winning play you have. You're gonna have spare 3 more mana. With 3 more mana,
Yeah, Aurora, if he recognizes, if I allow this Aatrox to come through, he gets the Darken passive benefit. Even if I have this Unforgiving Cold and can stop Aatrox plus one more unit because of the threat of all these discounted Darkens, it could just be too wide of a board to keep up with. And Teddy realizes he has to pull the trigger. World Ender once more hitting the stack.
I mean, even if this would resolve here and it would be Aatrox, like he's looking only at Aatrox plus Styratu, and he's looking at the open swing and with the either red development or combat tricks. So this hand is not winning no matter what happens, even if this resolves.
Yep, and Teddy recognizes that as well, goes for the surrender, going to take us to a game 2. Aurora actually scaling up with the Pantheon. Such a key turn to have the response to that Vayne that swung in, plus the Condemn.
Michael's Blessing was very good this game. It pumped the HP that Pantheon needed to trade early, and he just scaled into late game, stacking all the keywords.
Yeah, what a fun tech, right? Granting an ally +1/+2, so powerful with a faded unit. That Pantheon jumping up to his 7/7 allowed him to go toe-to-toe with everything Teddy was throwing out from that position. Now Aurora has to find one more win with the Leona Aurelion Sol.
Sol. Wow. Time for some, again, Universe Destroyer against World Destroyer. How do you think it can go?
I really like this deck versus Vayne. Even though the Tumble can go through stun, you have such good stats on average that you still get really good blocks regardless. We have a beautiful Daybreak curve here with the Sun Guardian that's going to start scaling, right? Just like Pantheon did in the last game. Solari Soldier comes through on turn 1 as a 3/3 just to hold back this Fleet Feather tracker.
Keycards for Aurora in this matchup are like double Riposte, Concerted, triple Sunburst, Champion Strength. All those cards are extremely good in this matchup because you just can finish opponent on turn 6 or 7 out of nowhere.
With an early curve like this from Teddy, right? With the Fleet Feather Tracker, Broadwing, Vayne, there is a world where a top deck Champion Strength could completely flip the script on this matchup. Aurora has now double Sun Guardian in hand. These are additional units that are continue to get massive stats and try to stonewall Teddy from this game.
We're gonna see a Harp on the tracker. Absolutely powerful play from Teddy.
Devastating.
Okay,
Challenger
there is no
plus
shot
quick
he
attack.
It needs to go on 2/2. There is no shot he agrees on the 3/4.
Yeah, trying to play around, the potential of Pale Cascade here is just too devastating. You know that you can continuously threaten with this. The Sun Guardian's not that big of a threat yet, and because Aurora's playing Daybreak, you know he's going to take slow developments, one unit after one unit, and if Teddy continues...
Oh wow, he goes for the risky play, realizing that this card is an extremely big counter for the matchup, so he decides to risk it for the Biscuit. And there will be a Biscuit, there is no Pale Cascade from the Aurora.
No punish. Sun Guardian goes down. Fleet Feather Tracker eats a meal for free. Vayne also gets to swing in. Aurora's next development's maybe just going to be another Sun Guardian, and it's going to be too slow to scale up from this tempo.
Absolutely love the play. Like when you look at the play, if you don't know the player, you might be, oh, he didn't play around Pain. But if you look at the Teddy, you are like, okay, he realizes in this matchup you cannot afford to play around it because this unit will just outscale me.
And Aurora now just on the back foot, right? Has to keep developing, has to find a way to deal with this Fleet Feather Tracker. There's no way to truly answer it outside of that Pale Cascade, getting lucky with the trade, riposte, single combat, all nice options. But if you don't get them, Teddy's going to just continue to clear your board for free. This is so harmful to the Daybreak plan. This is so harmful to the Champion Strength plan. And as these attacks come through, it's still building and building towards a Champion Strength finale or potential World Ender once more.
I mean, Tumble was a consideration in this round. Like, you're pushing for damage, you get the Vayne proc. It was worth something worth the consideration. But I think what he's planning to do, next turn he'll have mana for Tumble, Catch, and Condemn. So he wants to spend all his mana next turn and curve out into the Aatrox.
Oh yeah, this is so nasty. We have the open attack here. The Sun Guardian once again going down to the Fleet Feather Tracker. Broadwing getting another value trade. Vayne gets to attack. Unblocked Broadwing pushing 6 damage from this position. Aurora finds the concerted strike to save the Sun Guardian.
Concerted on a tracker. Concerted on a tracker. That's really good for Teddy.
And it just goes to show both players recognize how pivotal Sun Guardian is in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. And we have we have a very good hand from Aurora as well. We have Leona, Sunhook, all those units are super annoying to deal with because you have to keep attacking into this deck. You cannot develop, you cannot go stronger because there is a big punish that can come down.
If Daybreak is allowed to play its own game plan, they can scale up and run away with the game, but Teddy finds this fantastic tempo line. Fleet Feather with the Darkened Harp in Vayne, allowing him to bully from this position, and Aurora is just thinking, man, 5 mana for a 1/1, is it really worth it? And after a lot of consideration, he is trying to make that call and locks it in.
I mean, alternative was playing Leona and just trading up, potentially. Aurora figured out it's not worth it. I'd rather just play the Concerted Strike.
And so now here, we have the Sun Guardian, we have the Solari Priestess for next turn, we're looking at Leona.
And we'll see the Tumble now with the Harp. That's a really strong turn on the Vayne.
Yeah, it's going to be another attack with her. Getting the quick attack on these units is so devastating. Normally, with Daybreak, your stats are so big, you love to attack and you love to block, but there's just too much pressure coming through.
And we'll see Teddy last time prioritized killing the 3/4, and there is a chance he's gonna just condemn here because he realized that the unit is a threat, just outscaling, and there we go.
The Condemn, so powerful. Look at that one-sided strike. The board is clear. Aurora down to 6 HP, and Teddy fully in the driver's seat.
Next turn he can double for level up Vayne, and if Aurora plays Leona, he cannot block with her because the Vayne levels up, goes to 6 damage. And yeah, does he have anything in the hand? No, he does not. So if the Teddy goes for it, that's pretty much lethal next turn.
Yeah, Tumble goes on the stack. Teddy might even play this slow and just go for the Aatrox. Really no responsiveness from Aurora's list. But I mean, I absolutely love the Vayne level.
At this point, you know there is no single combat, he would have played it last turn. You know there is no Pale, he would have played it. So at this point, you are confident there is just nothing. Possible cards, repost. He would have played it last turn. So unless he top decked something, there is no out from Aurora. He has to trade.
And Teddy already took the risk earlier, right, versus the Pale Cascade, and it paid off. If we go for the Tumble on the Vayne, she's going to level up, threaten down this Leona. She's going to have quick attack as well.
Again, Teddy checked for all the information.
Yep.
If he remembers the last turn, he knows there is no answer unless a top deck happens.
And then
he finds it.
And there, at the next turn, Vayne's going to generate a 0 mana Tumble. That's even more pressure. This board is too wide. Aurora doesn't have the stats.
Again, you can say that he's playing YOLO. He only did one YOLO play. He checked, he got information, and now clean win.
Absolutely powerful insight from Teddy. One play to take a big risk, and from that extrapolated an entire line, covered all of the options. And you know, your opponent would have played it if they had it. And so Teddy converts here to bring us to a game 3.
I have a goosebump after goosebumps after this game. Absolutely, this is what separates a great player from a good player.
Throughout all the group stages, it's rare that we get to see hand reading this strong. And when it comes to hand reading, Seraphine is going to make that impossible for Aurora coming up. We've got Back Alley Bar in the opening hand, and Aurora is just going to be playing, once again, this methodical on-curve game plan that doesn't truly pressure the early game from Seraphine. What do you think, Alan? Back Alley Bar versus Aurelion Sol.
Oh, there is one card I think Aurora should hard Mulligan for. That's a one-off. Guess which card is it in this matchup?
Oh man, Aurora's trying to hard mulligan and find the champion strength.
I mean, yeah, the deck just plays Barkeep, you play champion strength when you just press I win. And the deck cannot deal easily with the Daybreak units.
They do have powerful stats. They can get around some of this removal from PNZ. Conchologist comes through in the early, picks up a Get Excited. Still finding some responsiveness here. Aurora also getting the Solari Priestess. Falling Comet deals with Back Alley Bar if Aurora opts for it here.
Okay, I don't think you go that far where you Comet Back Alley Bar. Would you?
I think that that's probably the first layer of thinking. If Aurora is truly expecting champion strength, that one-of card to be the true win condition, maybe goes for Golden Sister, tries to keep the board wide.
I mean, that Comet, oh...
And Aurora, the Aurelion Sol paid off for him earlier, and this deck has consistently been banned, so maybe he's just saying, if I Fallen Comet the Back Alley Bar, I play Aurelion Sol, maybe he really will carry me this game.
So normally in this matchup, you keep, when you see already Barkeep in hand, you keep your Trinket trade after Barkeep because it's free, you can play Otterpus for free, and you get even mana. But here, Teddy would be floating 1 extra mana anyway, so there is no point waiting for that Barkeep. And knowing that Aurora, there will be no other play, because he knows he wouldn't play the Trinket trade unless he doesn't have 3 Barkeep, or he won't play anything this turn.
Yeah, and Teddy just going to pass back. Aurora, being the Daybreak player, right, has to go in with the first play every...
You have to be more aggressive.
Exactly, to get the Daybreak procs to level up Leona. Picks up the Traveler off of the second Priestess. Here we
Teddy
go, Time
is
Trick.
having a slower type of hand.
So what do you think is the play here? Does he want another unit, or just going for more removal with High Note, Pokey Stick?
I mean, you need to level your Seraphine ASAP with this hand, so probably a spell. But also, 1-drop provides a spell.
So overall, pretty strong. Goes for a skip on that. Picks up Ezreal instead.
Very interesting. Probably was looking for a Victor to play this turn. But that's one of Victor, though.
Yeah, and now as we're over to turn 5.
So
Rory
the other good cards...
Traveler, not putting on a lot of pressure here. Still 1 turn before the back alley bar hits the board.
The other good cards here were Fan Club President, Victor, and maybe Dark Buff Acolyte that were efficient, so you have stuff to do this turn. Like Teddy was thinking, okay, if I pull this, what am I doing next turn? Like I have no real play. So he was looking just for something that will allow him to play.
And there's arguments to be made for all 3 of these Celestials. Warrior to threaten Seraphine, to threaten Victor, to threaten Ezreal, Destroyer to push through damage, maybe even the late game, and Cosmic Inspiration as an everywhere buff.
Oh, I think it's out of the Cosmic. Like, you basically outscale Seraphine. The deck is very efficient at dealing 2, dealing 4, because of the Seraphine leveled up. And once you get Cosmic, oh, that's not gonna be fun for the Teddy.
And it's great to honestly, right, they play back alley bar, they do a kind of a slower play, then you get to play your slower play with the Cosmic Inspiration. So Aurora just opts for damage here.
What's a Aurora thought process? I might not have enough units to justify Cosmic. Right now I have those 3 units, but they might have been gone by the time I play Cosmic.
Yeah, especially if Teddy has the removal in response to that spell before it resolves. Just going to keep swinging in, pushing damage through. Conchologist goes down. Still a lot
Tempo
of
Ezreal will come down,
wiped.
for sure. Come on, Teddy, play that Ezreal. For Tempo. I know you want to. You have answers for single combat. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, just calculating the odds here, sees the single combat as a good response, and indeed the Tempo Ezreal comes through.
Very good play, because now, Aurora can't really deal with it because there is too much mana floating, and it won't get any easier because there will be a Barkeep coming the next turn.
So this Ezreal is truly invincible, and now it's going to start hitting the Nexus, getting more Mystic shots, creating cards, proccing Victor, clearing the board.
There is no sharp side in Aurora deck. And we see instant Comet, no hesitation. Absolutely.
Was picked up specifically for this moment. Puzzling Signpost sends the Comet back to the hand.
That's absolutely disappointing for Aurora, because he was looking forward to scale the Dragon into Aesol in next turns. He won't have time to play that Comet. If he tries to play Comet, he'll just get outscaled by the Barkeep plus Seraphine.
Yeah, now he's too far behind, and that Puzzling Signpost being discounted is so huge from this position. Yordle Squire comes through. Now the Tiny Spear also 0 mana. We can buff up the Ezreal to deal a little bit more chip damage. Slowly but surely, Ezreal's going to come through. And here comes Tiny Spear. Yep, just a little bit of elusive chip damage. We've seen how powerful this can be when you're playing an above-board mid-range style. The elusive is so strong.
There is no single combat coming. Could Teddy play any spell for 0 mana to answer it? No, he couldn't. No group shot. No group shot wouldn't answer.
Yeah, just showing a little bit too much respect. Maybe trying to wait for something with a bit more resilient stats. Just not wanting to go up with the 4-1 into the Ezreal. But as you said, Alan, the longer Aurora waits, the harder it's going to be for that to come through. And Aurora's going to try to ignore the Ezreal. The level up isn't too high just yet. And with Eclipse Dragon, this sets up for Aurelion Sol next turn. But Teddy is allowed to take advantage of this weak play of just a 7-7.
I think
set up one more bar.
Aurora just wants to ignore Ezreal. I think he keeps the single for the Seraphine. There was no shot. Did he play around group shot? That's one of group shot. Preserves you HP.
Yeah, there was a couple Conchologists played. Now with the back alley bars, there's just random cards in the hand. Aurora just not really having the mental to calculate all the possible things that Teddy could do in response, especially after seeing that signpost. Says, okay, I can't deal with bar. That means Aurelion Sol 100% has to carry. Teddy now with the 0 mana Magical Journey, gets some portals, gets some chimes. Even more value being squeezed out.
There was a pass from Aurora because he's seen that Teddy is at 10 cards. So he was like, if you want to discard the card, you know, I'll take it for the cost of attack. Now he decides to pass willingly because of the possible development after attacker.
So the chime comes through from the Magical Journey. Pokestick now in the hand. More card draw still available. Aurora is locked into this Aurelion Sol play here. And then Teddy must respond by keeping the board under control to stop that level up. Ezreal is down, but Seraphine's yet to come through. She's not leveled just yet.
We can see there is a protection recall in the Teddy's hand. So any removal that's going to be thrown at him, he still can answer.
And Seraphine is just going to overwrite to hit the stage here, and Monkey Business added to the hand. Aurelion Sol comes through. Cosmic Rays looks pretty juicy. Immortal Fire and Great Beyond also fantastic pickups.
That's a tough call. Cosmic Ray, it can backfire so hard, I don't know if you want to risk it.
We've seen over and over again when Seraphine pulls buff spells, it's very risky.
Okay, he goes for it.
He goes for the lethal next turn. Was already used, and I believe Teddy is on 2 copies?
Yeah, exactly.
So picking up a spell here is also opening you up to get dominated. Monkey Business comes through, even though you don't have room on the board for the token. This is purely for working towards Seraphine's level.
Aurora is dead. Like, I'm looking at the hand. I'm not sure on the Seraphine stacks, but it looks like he has lethal this turn. Like, there will be a single combat, there will be an answer with the recall, there will be a replay of the unit, and that should close the game.
16 HP is not safe when you're looking up against an Ezreal. This is another target as well to count towards Ezreal's level up. It's looking pretty shaky here, Alan.
Yeah, I wish after this Pokestick, I hope that he goes for just attack to see what's up in the hand.
Yeah, just popping the Spell Shield on the Aurelion Sol. This opens up the ability to, deal with it in some other way. Maybe you random into a stun, some sort of transformation, anything to get this big unit off of the board. Teddy draws into Group Shot now, another 0 mana new spell.
That's absolutely amazing. Just another spell for 0 mana. And like we know that there is no Hush, there is no Sharp Eye, there is no risk to attack with Ezreal. The only answer to that is single combat. And you want to bait out the single combat.
Ooh. Acoustician being developed. This card, when it strikes, gives you another new spell in the hand. This is just more fuel for Ezreal and Seraphine.
Yeah, all he needs to do is just keep 3 mana or 2 mana depending what single combat will be targeting, and yeah, that's lethal this turn.
Yeah, especially with the 0 mana quicken. He's just setting up lethal. Teddy still has to worm out the exact math here. You don't want to dump all of your resources down and then come up short. But if this Ezreal connects to the Nexus and you get another Mystic Shot in hand, it's absolutely lethal from this position, Alan. And so Aurora is going to be forced into the single combat here.
Oh, it's such a tough round for Aurora, but like he's playing very grindy, very slow deck. We can't blame him.
And so Aurelion Sol does get the trade into the Acoustician. It's going to generate 1 spell with the Strike, and absolutely the single combat must come through. The best unit to use it on is perhaps the Eclipse Dragon. Aurelion Sol is...
I think so. Like, Eclipse is too squishy. The Eclipse Dragon will just die if he uses on it. You need to use it on the Aesol. But the problem is, you have to gamble, because let's ignore Quicken completely. If there is second Ezreal or second Seraphine, after single combat, you lose. So, like, basically he needs to take a gamble here.
Yeah, so here goes single combat. And yeah, Ezreal's there. I believe that Mystic Shot is a second Ezreal as well for Teddy, so we could see him just let this through, play the second Ezreal, or this could be a Quicken, as you talked about.
You want to utilize Quicken for the Seraphine level up.
And it's 0 mana.
Yeah. And keep a Mystic Shot for the... And he already shown there is single combat, so Teddy already could solve the puzzle there of lethal.
Single combat now put on the stack. This Ezreal is going to go down before he strikes the Nexus. And Teddy employs...
Is he gonna go for the kill on the Aesol? That's very interesting.
Yeah, with enough new spells, the rest of this damage will be duplicated. The Get Excited was picked up earlier from the Conchologist. That's 6 damage coming through to Saul.
I guess it doesn't matter. You have lethal no matter what next turn.
Yeah, as long as you take out your opponent's win condition, it buys you so much time to just run silly with the Seraphine and the Ezreal. Hex Splitterator, Group Shot, Mystic Shot, Seraphine leveled up, and the single combat on the Ezreal. Ezreal's Mystic Shot doubled up. That's actually enough to kill the Assault before the single combat connects. Ezreal still gets to hit the Nexus.
Yep. And we're gonna see flip on Ezreal coming soon. He needs 2 more triggers.
And in any other matchup, you'd think dumping that many cards into one unit would put you so far behind, but Ezreal Seraphine does not care. We have a fleeting Mystic Shot in the hand to just go towards the Nexus, and then when the attack token goes back over to Aurora, he has no pressure, and Teddy has so much fuel yet to expend.
He's counting the amount of the damage he has next turn at a burst speed, because he could flip Ezreal now with the 0 mana quicken and just have the damage at the hand, but it's a bit risky. I think he doesn't need to be in rush, considering that he's at 13 HP, so he's looking pretty safe.
Yeah, so Mystic Shot goes over onto the Traveler. Ezreal is just about to level up, and once that happens with Seraphine, it's going to be lethal. And the portal comes through for good measure.
We're gonna see probably Cosmic Ray and just pray.
Cosmic Rays comes through, the card that was picked up earlier from Aurelion Sol.
And there will be a perfect answer.
All units with 3 or less attack on Teddy's side.
We can see Crowd, Pleaser, and Quicken answering that very nicely.
So now we have Quicken, exactly, to sidestep this ability. Aurora praying now, there's no second puzzling signposts as well. Teddy just taking the time to calculate and see, what do I want to save? Can I get lethal from this position?
He's looking if he can level up Ezreal before he does all of that. Like, is there any line that it's better than doing this first?
Yeah, so here's Crowd Pleaser. There is Flow proc generating 2 new spells in the hand. We've got Pick a Card and Shared Spoils.
Yeah, recalls the Seraphine so he can generate another spell, obviously better when recalling at Ezreal.
And now that Ezreal is boosted up to 6 attack, and we talked about this, Alan, you find an attack buff, and then you avoid the Cosmic Rays. Back alley bar goes down, Acoustician goes down, but Ezreal is still alive.
Yeah, we just need to flip that Ezreal, so we'll probably gonna see Conchologist to find a targeting spell, and he found Proximity Puff Cap, which will do the job.
And here comes the swing. It's not even lethal. As long as Teddy doesn't respond to this, he's fine.
And if there is no single combat right now, you know there is no single combat at all. You know there is nothing besides perhaps a Veil or Guiding.
And here we go. Seraphine once more employed. He generates another new spell, and the machine gun takes off with Ezreal finally leveling.
Will Teddy close this game?
And look at all this damage coming through onto the from the Proximity Puff Caps. 3 and 3. Eclipse Dragon, as you said, Alan, way too squishy.
Yep. And yeah, doesn't he have a burst one?
Yeah, he has Haunted Relic, Shared Spoils, Pick a Card, doubled up, Get Excited. Just has to execute here, putting the slow speed spell down first. Knows that Aurora has no response, passes back. The terrible position you hate to be in with no response to Ezreal. And here comes the lethal.
Oh, other push on top just to generate another spell. On the Ezreal just to get another spell on top.
Get Excited being employed. Another Mystic Shot added to the hand. All the burn still coming through. Doubled up, tripled.
And there is nothing that Aurora can do. Teddy closing up the series.
Teddy takes the series 2-1 with the Ezreal Seraphine that he's been bodying everyone with in every set. Everyone lets this deck through because they need to ban the Jinx champion strength, and they don't have a way to stop the back alley bar.
I mean, Teddy has been unstoppable on the Seraphine. He didn't drop a single game. He's shown us a masterclass how to pilot the deck.
you have so many random spells being generated, but Teddy makes it look like each one was intended. He can immediately find a way to employ them into his game plan, and with the new card from the World Ender expansion, Puzzling Signposts, this deck has the resiliency and responsiveness to its natural predators that it never had before.
Aurora put up a great fight. That Michael Blessing deck was excellent in the Pantheon deck, getting one game from the Teddy, but was not enough.
Yeah, when you have the Ezreal Seraphine against a slower Daybreak list that's just trying to play one unit on curve after the other, and then suddenly being forced to rely fully on Aurelion Sol, it just didn't come through fast enough. And at the end of the day, with the Seraphine, had enough damage to take down Aurelion Sol.
I mean, Barkeep into pause on the Comet was absolutely too big of a swing for him to just come back. He didn't have board, he didn't have anything to pressure him, it was over.
Yeah, you couldn't answer the back alley bar, just ran away with that value. Such a strong exchange, and it just really colored the rest of the way that match went in game number 3.
We're gonna send you guys to the casters, to the analysis desk now, and yeah, wish Teddy the best of luck, and we are looking forward to see more gameplay from him.
We are looking forward to seeing more gameplay from Teddy as well, because completely undefeated today, 3-0 record, obviously moving forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry today, right? Yesterday, things got a little dicey at the end of the day. A lot of 2-1s, a lot of 1-2s, a lot of potential for that to flip and more tiebreakers to happen. But here today, a lot of 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 0-3 in the groups. Just very cut and dry.
Yeah, look, Teddy making it easy on us. We don't have to worry about any tiebreakers. He's going through with his clean play. No, I know, and he's been so good throughout the day. We kind of expected the 3-0, but the thing is his final boss was Aurora, who also looked phenomenal throughout the entire weekend.
I mean, yeah, once again, 2 seasonal champions from the last season. We expected a lot from them, and they delivered. I mean, those were some close games, but at the end, the value from those decks, I mean, Teddy just had it.
Oh, I've loved watching the Aurelion Sol that Aurora played earlier, because that was a way to take down an Aatrox. That was absolutely bonkers.
Okay, yeah, I'm still not happy about this. We saw Aurelion Sol versus Aatrox. It was this cool big dragon versus this cool big Darkin, and then Aurelion Sol goes up against Seraphine? Yeah. Seraphine, and can't get it done.
Oh no, I promise my hair is not pink on purpose.
You can't beat the pop star. Actually, I saw Necra punching a dragon backstage earlier on. I think that it was like some foreshadowing.
Slander! Lies and slander!
Absolutely. I think something about pink-haired women and being able to absolutely destroy Aurelion Sol's cosmic dragons, that it's just an issue that's going through.
Weakness.
One weakness.
She's a global icon, okay? Like, what got a universes, worlds, global, it's all there, okay? I promise there was a point there.
Yeah.
But honestly, at the end of the day, Teddy has played so patiently and so methodically. We've been praising how much he's paid attention to pacing, as well as just playing super safe all throughout today.
Yeah, and even in the game that we saw Aurora take it down in the set, we looked at Teddy's hand in the final turn, and it was a lot of Darkin, that one of Champion Strength. And, Champion Strength, not the focus of this lineup like we saw out of some kind of other competitors, kind of just splashed in there, getting the best of both worlds with the Aatrox and the Champion Strength. And I'd like to see it pay off down the line, but for now, it just didn't really work.
We have our 4 finalists moving on from Group A and B to join our finalists from Group C and D. These are our players that are going to be playing in the bracket. What do you make of the final players here?
All 5 European players making it to the bracket stage, making it to that top 8. Insanity to have that. Last year, when asked, Alan said the best region was Poland. I think that maybe it's extended to the rest of EU at this point.
I'll tell you what I see. I see 2 South Koreans on opposite sides of the bracket. So maybe we'll have a new best
region. Do you need a train whistle, the Korean hype train coming through?
Get something in store for tomorrow.
And on top of that, not only did all 5 European players make it, all #1 seeds taken by European players.
That's just wild. I can see the grin on Alan's face from ear to ear.
I'm looking at it.
We're looking at him.
See him. Yeah, he's too happy. He's too happy. I don't like it. Stop. No. It's disgusting. It's horrible. He can't get away with it. He cannot. I need Maddie to come bring it tomorrow. I need Maddie to bring it home.
If EMEA
for
wins,
Chile.
it's Alan. If APAC wins, it's me. There's only one hope for America left.
Maddie.
No, it's amazing because there's so many champions that you can get behind, though, that have moved forward into that final bracket, which is single elimination, all taking place tomorrow to see who is bringing home the crown. But we do have an interview on the line, and we would love to get a chance to talk to Bois, one of our finalists competing tomorrow. Bois, first off, congratulations on making it to the final day. How are you feeling about just getting to this point of the competition?
Well, thanks a lot. Honestly, I don't really know what to say. Like, it feels incredible. I know my last best of 3, it was really tense, and it felt like it could really get eliminated easily. Like, especially in the first game, that Buster had it if he just saw the play, and actually he probably saw it a few moments after. And so I was extremely relieved, and now I mean, I know it was down to very little points, my qualification to the next phase.
Yeah. Bois, I actually really wanted to ask you, because every time we see your player camera in the corner, you look stoic, you look stone cold, ready to go, you're winning matches, there's very little reaction. Are you feeling nerves? You look like a stone cold killer up there.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot of nerves. I didn't think I was looking stone cold, but yeah, and during those games, the stress was really high, and I really didn't understand for the games, and I was just like, wow, so much is going through right now.
Well, you've been playing.
So I think my expression showed it a bit, I guess.
Yeah, you've been playing spectacular throughout the day. We've been really excited to see what you've been doing.
Bois, I actually wanted to ask a question about your lineup here. You brought the Red Gwen, the Pantheon Varus, some of the decks that we expected. 2 of the decks that have been sort of defining the tournament elsewhere have been Champion Strength and Aatrox. You didn't bring either of those. Do you want to talk about that decision, going for Lulu Jinx instead?
Yeah, sure. So I had read that there would be a lot of Aatrox, so I wanted to have a good lineup against Aatrox, and I think my 3 decks are actually good against Aatrox. However, I did not think that there would be that many champion strength decks, so my lineup is kind of weak to that. So, and yeah, that when I saw all the decks, I was really scared about that. Also, my lineup is supposed to be good against Red Gwen. I thought there would be lots, but there's very few. So in the end, I guess it's decent, but it's not the best. Yeah.
Well, Bois, you still made it forward to tomorrow, which is so exciting to see. And are you feeling confident? Are you still feeling a little nervous about going into tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. I'm feeling nervous, but I do feel like it's already a big achievement to make it through the groups, especially this one. And the good thing about being in Teddy's group is actually that once I've made it, if I meet him again, it's only in the finals. So that's the good part of it.
Yeah, that is pretty nice to be on the other side of the bracket. Everyone was talking about how your group in particular looked like a group of death. Did you feel like it was difficult to play through the matches just knowing the caliber of players you were playing against?
Yeah, I mean, against Teddy, I could not do anything. I mean, he just really, it was a no match. Aurora, I think, played really well also. It was the games were very close, and it ended up to the draw really. And but in the end, it was really close games all day, and I'm happy I made it.
Well, Bois, you have a lot of people supporting you on your journey, not only up to, but through the World Championships. Do you have anything you'd like to say to the people out there that are cheering you on?
Yeah, actually, I've seen a few of my friends cheering me up in the chat, and that really cheered me. And well, thanks a lot for that and for the support, and I hope to make you proud tomorrow.
We're really looking forward to seeing how you do tomorrow. Bois, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and good luck. It's so great to see how our players have performed just over even the past 2 days. A huge thank you to all of the players that have put on such performances up through this point. It was a long road to get here. It is a huge accomplishment to make it to the World Championships. And while we did have to send half of the competition home, we still have so much to look forward to.
I cannot wait for this top 8. So much is on the line. We've whittled it down to half of the initial competitors, and I think we've got a really strong group to put on a big show tomorrow. I still am having trouble grasping the fact that all 5 EMEA competitors made it through.
Insane. It's absolutely insane for them to have had that much success. And it really is. I heard Alan say, no, it's not. Stop it. You stop it. It is insane to see all 5 make it through. The fact that South Korea sent both, they are a very powerful region. I think Boulevard said it earlier, and it has remained true. And I'm looking forward to seeing a non-European champion this time, Alan. I'm looking past the camera at him right now.
Yeah, the odds feel a bit stacked against that with the number of European NBA players, but
It does feel a little bit. Alan, stop. You're so smug. It's been amazing. I think the competition is going to be so fierce tomorrow. It is a single elimination bracket. But if you had to pick a favorite out of any of the moments, what are you looking? Talk me through. What did you like? What are you looking forward to? Just something to end the day on.
As heartbreaking as it was, Chenia versus Roji was definitely like the match of the day that I was very excited for. I really like both of these players, but I came in here, shouting from my high horse about South Korea and how they were one of the strongest countries coming out of APAC. And while I love Roji, I've watched his growth over the years. I've watched him struggle and fail to make it to the top of the seasonal. I was so excited when he made it to the top 8, but in order for the narrative to play out the way I wanted it to, I had to watch him go home, and it broke my heart to do it.
Look, I could meme and say that I loved that the staff was played, the Darkened staff, and Skarzik and chat got to have a great moment together. But realistically, what it was for me is actually seeing Aurelion Sol, our cosmic space dragon, come out to play against the World Ender and take him down. I thought it was so fun to see those 2 late game threats go at it when a lot of our games have been, ending on turn 5, turn 6 with this aggression.
And how did you feel to watch Aurelion Sol play against Seraphine?
I no comment.
Mine was, I loved the triple Talia filling up the stack and stopping a Rite of Negation from being available. That wasn't something I expected to see today, and I mean the Ionia splash, just brilliant.
It was really awesome to see the deck choices from all of our players so far, the lineups, the concentration, the strategy, unconventional lines of play, literally all of the above. And we still have another full day of competition of best of 3s in our single elimination bracket tomorrow. It's been so much fun so far. Cannot wait to crown another world champion of Legends of Runeterra, and we look forward to joining you tomorrow. See you then.
Teddy's going ham.
So small.
He's
Teddy's still looking.
In the Vandal Tellstones to tag in the heroic refrain for even more stat buffing. Gonna survive with 1 HP, and Roji has the sharp side.
He's got the sharp side, he's got the win. Imagine if he had a real weapon, though. This game was still a win.
It's not a Mirage Casanova, it's a 2-0. Grandpa Roji popping off. He's in his element. Chenia showing us finally the Darken lineup truly works.
And this is so powerful. It's very difficult for the blockers to deal with it.
I mean, yeah, you got Rite of Negation. That's so funny.
It's perfect. Filling the stack, I mean, we haven't seen too much of this strategy being able to happen.
And the Anakas pulling those 2 extra attackers was so crucial for Chenia to push through the lethal.
Very big turn for Chenia. And considering that Roji was looking to stay at 1 and push lethal next turn.